In a parallel world, Su Yang finds himself reborn and participating in a survival show set on a deserted island. He initially hoped to enjoy a leisurely life fishing with a rod, but on the very first day, he accidentally hooks Sister Zhou, who is live streaming her diving adventure. The two are compelled to form a team and embark on a year-long challenge of island survival. An outrageous beginning. Fishing turns into fishing for people, and Sister Zhou erupts in anger, exclaiming, "Why the hell are you hooking me?" The daily grind is intense. Gathering century-old wild ginseng, stumbling upon rare gemstone mines, and even racing against a giant bear. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. While other contestants struggle to gnaw on tree bark, the aroma of barbecued meat wafts from Su Yang's camp. This isn't survival, it's luxury camping. Sister Zhou transitions from disdain to delight, ultimately proclaiming, "Su Yang, you are my superhero?" Even the naive younger sister expresses envy, lamenting, "Why wasn't I the one who bit the hook in the beginning?" Chapter 1. The Fisherman's Island Survival. Mr. Su Yang, we need to confirm with you one last time. You have signed up for a survival show on a deserted island. You will not receive any assistance from outside the program, and you must survive for 365 days to claim the full prize money. Our total prize is 30 million. Additionally, your survival process will be live-streamed through satellite cameras. Are you able to accept this? At the program's headquarters, Su Yang stands at the front desk, attentively listening to the representative's explanation. Has he traversed dimensions? And in this parallel world, there exists a globally popular show deserted island survival. Contestants are airdropped onto a vast island in the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded entirely by water, covering an area equivalent to half of Korea. Contestants can cooperate with one another, but the 30 million prize will be shared among all surviving participants after 365 days. Thus, the fewer who endure, the better for those who remain. Furthermore, there are special guests participating who lack survival skills. Therefore, teaming up with these guests can increase the prize pool. For each day a contestant helps a guest survive, they earn 1,000 yuan. Moreover, every additional day of survival adds another 1,000 yuan to the prize. It has been calculated that if one leads a guest to survival, the daily prize on the final day could reach 350,000 yuan. Consequently, many contestants prioritize finding guests as their first task upon reaching the island. Just locating a guest and ensuring their survival for a day guarantees 1,000 yuan. 2 days would yield 2,000 yuan. Isn't that far better than laboring elsewhere? Su Yang, a fisherman in his past life, finds his first thought upon entering this survival show to be about the island. Isn't this an opportunity for sea fishing? While pondering, a voice interrupts his thoughts. "Sir, you may now select your initial equipment." Each contestant is allowed to choose their starting gear from a variety of options: a windbreaker, camouflage clothing, a compound bow, a military shovel, a combat knife, a windproof lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a medical kit, a short knife, mosquito repellent, a tent. Of course, they can only select 4 items. Many Onadi participants opt for cigarettes, a lighter, a tent, and mosquito repellent to survive one night on the island, while also bringing a guest along for a day of survival, thus securing their 1,000 yuan prize. However, most contestants aim for the ultimate grand prize of the show. Soon, Su Yang finalizes his equipment: a fishing rod, a box of bait, a stainless steel bucket, and a tent. Observing his choices, the audience begins to mock. Is he here for survival? Looks like he's off for a fishing trip. Probably another Onadi contestant who will fish for a day and then quit. Boring. I'm not watching anymore. How many Onadi contestants have there been now? I suggest they eliminate the Onadi contestant qualification. On the first day, they find a guest, then happily pocket 1,000 yuan while fishing. How does the production team select these participants? The show has been airing for a month, and many contestants have accumulated a significant number of fans in their live streams. For instance, wilderness survival expert Bear Grylls and survival specialist Austin have been on the island since day 1 and have survived nearly 30 days alone, amassing millions of followers. Thus, when the audience sees Su Yang's equipment choices, they express their dissatisfaction before leaving the stream. Onadi contestants are not worth watching. It's far better to see Bear Grylls demonstrate survival skills. Simultaneously, after Su Yang selects his equipment, a notification chimes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the outdoor survival system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a novice reward. Surprised by the announcement, Su Yang opens the novice reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring advanced fishing ability. With this newfound skill, Su Yang learns that the outdoor survival system is straightforward. Accumulate popularity points and exchange them for rewards. The system offers a variety of prizes, primarily related to outdoor survival, greatly enhancing his chances of surviving on the island. Even reaching the final day is no longer impossible. Soon, Su Yang joins the third batch of contestants boarding the helicopter destined for the deserted island, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. While this may seem simple, surviving proves to be exceedingly difficult. The few contestants who have managed to persist since the show's inception are dwindling. As the sun sets, casting its last rays upon the shimmering sea, the gentle breeze caresses his face. If this were not a survival situation, it would surely be a picturesque scene. Alas, this is survival. In the live stream, Su Yang sits calmly by the shore with his fishing rod, his line cast long into the water. To fish in the ocean, he knows he cannot remain at the island's edge, so he settles on a rocky outcrop slightly deeper. As he enjoys the sea breeze, he relishes the tranquil solitude of fishing without competition. Wow, he really is fishing. Damn, hell starve. I wonder what kind of fish he can catch. Better to watch the guests. Sister Zhou is live streaming her diving. That crafty Sister Zhou. Even as a guest, she won't let other contestants have it easy. How can they find her if she's diving? Boring. I'm off to watch Sister Zhou. Indeed, Sister Zhou is one of the program's guests, and, being quite the trickster, she boldly declares her intention to hide on the island, making it impossible for other contestants to find her. Guests are also compensated for participating 1,000 yuan per day. Moreover, they enjoy airdropped food, clean water, and can even request medical kits and other supplies from the production team. Their treatment is akin to a vacation. However, if a guest is discovered by a contestant, they must endure the same hardships together. Naturally, Sister Zhou wants to avoid being found, so she requests a diving suit from the production team and plunges into the sea. Good luck finding me. I could hide here forever. Chapter 2. Wait, could he be catching a mermaid? Time passed slowly, each second ticking away. The sea surface lay eerily calm, and Su Yang's float bobbed quietly in the water. As dusk approached, not a single fish had graced his line. If the fishing continued fruitless, Su Yang would face a night of hunger. Just as despair began to creep in, the float suddenly jerked violently. In an instant, the viewers in Su Yang's live stream, akin to a surge of adrenaline, began to bombard the chat with messages. Reel it in. There's a fish on the line. Wow, this is my first time watching sea fishing. I'm so excited. I want to join a sea fishing program once, but failed the medical exam. Go, Su Yang. Don't let us fishermen down. Strive to be the first angler to survive a week. Go, Su Yang. The chat was filled with encouragement. Su Yang held his breath, focusing intently as he began to reel in the line. But the fish, it felt incredibly heavy. From a sensation alone, Su Yang could ascertain that this was a substantial catch, undoubtedly weighing over 100 pounds. As an angler, he had only previously fished by rivers and reservoirs, rarely encountering such a massive fish. To comprehend what a fish over 100 pounds represented a tale worthy of a lifetime of bragging rights. Consequently, exhilaration surged through him. His advanced fishing skills came into play at that moment. Typically, a fish of this size could not be caught without 2 or 3 people assisting, with the risk of the line breaking. Yet in this moment, Su Yang felt an extraordinary strength coursing through his arms. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Sister Zhou, who had been diving, she suddenly sensed a tremendous force tugging at her. What the hell? Is it a shark? Clad in diving gear and equipped with an oxygen tank, Sister Zhou panicked instantly. However, she was in shallow waters. Even while diving, she dared not descend too deeply at most. A dozen meters in, she was very close to a deserted island. The idea of encountering a shark in such a location was absurd. But what could this overwhelming force possibly be? Sister Zhou was bewildered. Turning around, she found no shark lurking behind her. In fact, there wasn't even a small fish in sight. Yet, she quickly froze in disbelief. For there, attached to her oxygen tank, was a sturdy fish hook. What the hell? Is someone trying to fish me up? At that moment, the viewers in the live stream erupted. Oh, there's an angler. What in the world? Sister Zhou is being fished up. You might not believe it, but someone is fishing, and Sister Zhou has bitten the hook. This season, survivors are something else, even hiding in the sea. They can still be found. Ha ha ha. I'm in stitches. Sister Zhou, don't grab the fishing line with your hands. Be careful not to cut yourself. Whatever you do, don't touch the line. Stop struggling. Watching Sister Zhou thrashing in water, the audience was doubled over with laughter. On the other side, Su Yang stood upright, his entire being focused with tension. Veins bulged on his neck. What the hell? Is this a shark? Why is it so heavy? I feel like this fish is pulling me. What on earth? As he cursed, Su Yang exerted all his strength to reel in the line. As an angler, he had never encountered a fish with such tremendous power. Yet the larger the fish, the more exhilarated he felt. Su Yang's focus was razor sharp, and he applied more force. The fishing rod and line provided by the production team were of excellent quality, but even so, he feared the line might snap. In the live stream, the encouragement continued to ring out. Come on, if the streamer catches a shark, he'll make an immediate donation. With that kind of strength, it's probably a small shark. No way. Could he really be catching a shark? I'm in disbelief. The first person to catch a shark while sea fishing. At this moment, beneath the sea surface less than 10 meters deep, Sister Zhou exclaimed, "Wah!" and being pulled up. Damn that angler. Facing the camera, she cried uncontrollably. She never imagined that even while hiding in the sea, she could still be hooked. This was utterly outrageous. This was not how you go about finding guests. In the live stream, Sister Zhou sobbed, her tears flowing like rain, while the viewers laughed and showered her with donations. Don't cry, old woman. Perhaps it's fate? Exactly. Being found while hiding in the sea just means destiny has arrived. Stop wailing, just get reeled in obediently. I wonder which lucky angler could catch Sister Zhou, huh? Sister Zhou was being pulled inch by inch towards the surface of the sea. As she struggled to dive deeper, she found her strength fading. She had essentially given up resisting. Like a piece of marine debris, she was being dragged up by the hook and line. On the rocks, Su Yang's expression gradually relaxed. He even began to tease the camera. It seems this fish has lost its fight. It was thrashing about wildly just a moment ago, and now it's just its own weight. Nevertheless, I can still sense that this fish should weigh around 110 pounds. It's a big one, but it probably isn't shark. As he spoke, Su Yang continued to pull. He glanced at the barbecue grill he had set up near the deserted island. Once the fish was reeled in, dinner would be a cinch. Thus, he felt a wave of joy wash over him. After over 3 hours of fishing, he was finally reaping rewards. Humming a tune, he reeled in the line. Soon, Su Yang spotted a dark silhouette beneath the water surface. Is that a tuna? In a live stream, a crowd of anglers held their breath, eager to see what Su Yang had caught as his first fish. From its shape, it doesn't look much like a tuna. It's considerably larger. Could it be a squid? Are there squids here? Even if there were, it should be in deeper waters, right? This is near the island. The likelihood of deep-sea fish is low. But regardless, the streamer has undoubtedly caught a big one. Whoa, did you hear that sound? This fish seems to be talking. Is it cursing? No way. Could it be a mermaid? Splash. Soon, as Su Yang fully reeled in the line, Sister Zhou emerged, looking forlorn in front of the live stream camera, her oxygen tank snagged by the fish hook. Su Yang fell silent, gazing at the hook firmly attached to her tank. The sunset painted the horizon beautifully. Su Yang and Sister Zhou locked eyes. In a live stream, all the anglers fell into a hush. After a prolonged silence, it was the viewers who first broke the stillness. You know what? It really does look like a mermaid. Chapter 3. I caught a fish, and Sister Zhou took the bait. Unfortunately, this fish has a mouth. Apologies, I truly cannot contain myself. Live streaming fishing. And I reel in Sister Zhou? I can hardly hold back. What a bizarre twist. Is it possible for him to catch a person? Hello? Is that you, Sister Zhou? Speak up. Why the silence? So, the one cursing earlier was indeed Sister Zhou? To be honest, I cannot accept this, regardless of who it is. It's a bit hard to fathom at this moment. Su Yang intended to catch a big fish to solve the dinner dilemma, but now he has unexpectedly hooked a person. And a female streamer at that. How on earth is he supposed to eat? I find it difficult to accept. Su Yang clutched his forehead, his face full of helplessness. What good is this advanced fishing technique if it only helps me catch a female streamer? Sister Zhou also found it hard to believe. She had been diving, perfectly content underwater, careful not to go too deep, only to be caught? Is this even real? Su Yang, no, I came here to fish. Why did you bite the hook? Sister Zhou, I wanted to curse you out. I was live streaming my dive, and you just had to reel me in. After their exchange of insults, silence ensued once more. In an instant, the audience in Sister Zhou's live stream flocked to Su Yang's stream. What a spectacle. Sister Zhou got hooked. I can't stop laughing. Sister Zhou, just accept your fate. This is unbelievable. Sister Zhou has become so inflated that she doesn't even thank me for the plane I sent her. Seriously, stop causing trouble. I'm at my wit's end. What are we fishermen supposed to do? Su Yang won't be eliminated on his first day without catching any fish, right? The fisherman's apocalypse. Oh no. This fish has a mouth and can curse. User, this fisherman is so handsome. Send a plane. User, marry the fisherman. Send a rocket. User, what kind of twist is this? Sent 10 confession balloons. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was showering gifts like mad. Meanwhile, He Ling, the host of the survival program on the deserted island, clearly noticed the surge in Su Yang's viewer count and clicked into his stream. Upon entering, he was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? With a bewildered expression, he glanced at the barrage of comments and immediately understood. It turns out Su Yang is a fisherman who initially planned to fish on the first day, but instead of catching any fish, he hooked Sister Zhou, who was live streaming her dive. What kind of nonsensical plot is this? He Ling was at a loss. Is this even possible? While teasing, he remarked, nevertheless, we must congratulate Su Yang for finding a guest on the very first day. As long as he leads the guest and survives for a day, he will earn 1,000 yuan from the production team. However, as soon as He Ling finished speaking, the viewers in other live streams became restless. Originally watching how Bei Yi was surviving on the deserted island, viewers in other survival expert streams rushed into Su Yang's stream upon hearing the news. Here they come. Come see this iconic scene. Sister Zhou, just accept your fate. Still trying to avoid the contestant? Haha. But Sister Zhou is impressive. She has been on the island for a month and has only now been found by a guest. How much money must that save the production team? Haha. This is too absurd. I'm practically kneeling before the streamer in awe. Is this the power of a fisherman? He can find the hardest to locate guests. Truly deserving of the title. Unfortunately, being a fisherman while dragging along Sister Zhou, the dead weight, they won't last long. Indeed, they will probably only survive for 2 days at most. They'll be hungry tonight. The viewers in the live stream weren't wrong. A fisherman and Sister Zhou. Such a combination makes survival on the deserted island exceedingly difficult. It's likely to be a one-day adventure. If Sister Zhou collapses first, Su Yang's group will be deemed a failure. In other words, Su Yang now has the dual task of ensuring both his own survival and Sister Zhou's. This is an exceedingly high challenge for a fisherman. Ahem. Soon, Sister Zhou broke the silence again. How about this? I see that surviving alone is quite a challenge for you. So why don't you just pretend you didn't TC me? And we can part ways? Each to their own. What do you say? For the contestant, this is a second option. Not teaming up with the guest. Not carrying dead weight. Contestants like Bei Yi tend to choose solitary survival because the environment is harsh, making it difficult for guests to survive alongside them. Of course, bringing a guest means earning an extra 1,000 a day, and the value of the guest increases over time. Su Yang pondered briefly. He now possesses an outdoor survival system. And Sister Zhou is a streamer with a substantial fan base. If he aims to enhance his popularity to elevate the system, bringing Sister Zhou along is evidently the most suitable choice. If he doesn't take her, his ability to gain popularity will significantly diminish. Just like now. Merely reeling in Sister Zhou has increased his popularity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of popularity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of popularity. Ding. Congratulations to the host. This sound has been ringing ever since he caught Sister Zhou, without pause. Moreover, the outdoor survival system requires at least 10,000 points of popularity for just one basic lottery draw. If he were to rely solely on himself, it would take at least a month to accumulate that many points. However, with Sister Zhou, he has amassed this much popularity in just a few minutes. Su Yang is quite clear about this transaction. Thus, after considering this, Su Yang immediately shook his head in refusal upon hearing Sister Zhou's suggestion. No. Since we've found a guest, we must survive together. I believe in you. As soon as Su Yang's voice fell, many of Sister Zhou's fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. This fisherman is indeed a one-day adventure contestant. A one-day contestant who doesn't bring a guest 1 earn a single cent, but with a guest, they're 1,000. You believe Sister Zhou can do it? What can Sister Zhou do? Can she? Can you think a bit more helpfully? This is a live stream. Even if you think, you can only think. Unless you're not afraid of being streamed live. Seeing Su Yang's determined gaze, Sister Zhou ceased her objections. However, glancing at the empty stainless steel bucket, she couldn't help but ask, so, what are we having for dinner? Chapter 4. I am certain I can catch fish. Su Yang gestured subtly toward the fishing rod in his hand. Raising an eyebrow, he said lightly, dinner will depend on this. As an avid fisherman himself, coupled with the advanced fishing skills provided by the system, could he possibly face a shortage for dinner? It would be an impossible scenario. Sister Zhou, upon hearing that they would rely on the fishing rod for dinner, looked at the empty bucket in disbelief. A small temper flared once again. With her delicate hands on her hips, she appeared like a petulant wife, unleashing her grievances. Are you delusional? You've been fishing for so long, and the stainless steel bucket is completely empty, yet you say you will rely on the fishing rod to solve the dinner problem? At this rate, How long will it take to catch a fish? By the time you finally catch one, I'll have starved to death. Sister Zhou's brows furrowed slightly as she angrily vented her frustrations. Isn't this nonsense? After fishing for 3 to 4 hours, not even a tadpole has been caught. Yet Su Ying simply touches his lips and declares he will rely on fishing for dinner. If he could catch fish, he would have done so long ago. Listening to Sister Zhou's barrage of complaints, the live stream's comments erupted. Haha, Sister Zhou, you speak such unvarnished truths. At least give someone a bit of face. How should one evaluate Su Yang? If we say Su Yang is impressive, he hasn't caught a single fish thus far. Yet, if we claim he is not impressive, he managed to reel in Sister Zhou. Su Yang, however, remained unfazed. The advanced fishing skills bestowed by the system are not for naught. If anyone could catch a fish, it would certainly be him. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Rest assured, Sister Zhou, I will guarantee that I catch a fish within 10 minutes. This is the audacity that comes with being a time traveler equipped with a system. Such inexplicable confidence." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou chuckled. This person truly has a way with grand proclamations. Despite the lack of any tangible results, he speaks with such conviction. What if you fail to catch a fish? Can one really believe that after such a long time, a fish can be caught in just 10 minutes? Such fanciful thoughts. This child must still be half asleep while competing. It's utterly unreliable. Su Yang sensed Sister Zhou's skepticism and provocation. If I fail to catch one, you may do as you please. We, as men, can take it and leave it. Moreover, he was quite certain that he would indeed catch a fish. Since it was a bet, fairness was essential. A smile crept onto his lips. But what if I do catch one? Su Yang retorted. Fairness must be upheld, after all. Sister Zhou was not one to back down. Candidly stating, if you catch one, I shall also submit to your wishes. Having navigated the streaming world for years, how could she be intimidated by a mere novice? The title of Sister Zhou was not earned lightly. Observing Sister Zhou's pouting face, Su Yang found it rather endearing. He then shifted focus, adjusting the fishing rod and humming a tune, leisurely beginning his fishing endeavor. Watching Su Yang's laid-back demeanor, Sister Zhou felt a pang of frustration. Questioning how she ended up partnered with this individual, she had been minding her own business in the water, only to be pulled into this situation. Setting aside the fishing, now even the prospect of a meal seemed uncertain. What was the point of it all? The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. Time ticked away, and Sister Zhou gazed at the calm azure surface of the water, scoffing with crossed arms. I told you, you won't catch a fish. Accept your fate. Su Yang turned at her words, recognizing her evident disbelief. With the system's assistance, how could he possibly go hungry? Don't fret. It's only been 8 minutes. There are still 2 minutes left. The time is still on our side. Just wait for the big fish, he assured her confidently. Sister Zhou laughed in disbelief. At this rate, with Su Yang's fishing speed, she would surely starve on this deserted island. By the time a fish was caught, the flowers would have wilted. The more she pondered, the angrier she grew. Yet, at that moment, her stomach audibly protested. No matter how upset she was, reality could not be ignored. I think we should consider other ways to find something to eat. Don't rely on this fishing rod. She glanced at the rod with resignation. Understanding the best course of action was to search for alternative food sources rather than idly waiting for fish. Meanwhile, Su Yang, with the system's advanced technology at his disposal, felt a sudden tug on the fishing rod. He had a bite. He sprang to his feet, stepping back quickly, then yanked the rod with all his might. The ripples on the water grew larger, and soon a golden fish broke the surface. This fish writhed vigorously, trying to escape the hook. Su Yang could distinctly feel the powerful pull of the large yellow croaker, attempting to drag the rod back into the water. It was a sizable fish, and there was no chance it would get away. With all his strength, Su Yang pulled on the rod, bending it under the strain. Yet the fish remained stubbornly submerged. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, he really caught a fish. The fish appeared long and slender with a golden hue. If he was mistaken, it was a yellow croaker. This was a significant catch, easily weighing 30 to 40 pounds. Su Yang had truly outdone himself. For a fishing enthusiast, it would be a point of pride to boast about catching such a hefty fish. As the viewers in the live stream eagerly anticipated the arrival of the fish, they were even more exhilarated than Su Yang himself. Catching a fish was one thing, but a rare large yellow croaker? Sister Zhou had certainly miscalculated this time. With all his might, Su Yang continued to pull on the rod, but the fish, driven by its survival instinct, was determined to plunge back into the depths. Realizing he couldn't manage it alone, he glanced towards Sister Zhou, who was still in a state of shock. Sister Zhou, don't just stand there. Come help me. This fish is quite strong. As he urged her, Su Yang was eager to land the fish and resolve their hunger issue. After all, it had been a day since they last ate. Claiming he wasn't hungry would be a lie. However, Sister Zhou hesitated. The large yellow croaker was almost within reach, and she swallowed hard. The thought of eating it was indeed tempting, but she pondered her response to Su Yong's call for help. If she assisted, wouldn't that mean conceding defeat? When had the formidable sister Zhou ever easily admitted defeat? Yet, if she chose not to help, she would surely go hungry. It was a dilemma. After much deliberation, Sister Zhou ultimately decided to lend her assistance. The reasoning was simple. The benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Come on, let us pull the fish up together. With that, she stepped forward and grasped the fishing rod alongside Su Yang. With their combined efforts, it wasn't long before the large yellow croaker was reluctantly hauled onto the shore. The fish continued to thrash about briefly, but once out of the water, it soon ceased its struggles. At that moment, Sister Zhou's livestream audience erupted with excitement upon seeing the large yellow croaker on the screen. Especially those who lived by the sea and knew fish well, having dealt with fish for so long, they could be considered half-experts. This large yellow croaker was a rare sight, its golden scales shimmering in the light. Typically, a fish of this size, weighing over 10 pounds, could fetch tens of thousands. Truthfully, this was the first time any of them had seen such a hefty yellow croaker. At least, they hadn't encountered one of this weight in the market. After analyzing the catch, the viewers began to express their opinions. That fish must weigh at least 30 pounds. I'd wager it's at least 35 pounds. It could even be 38 pounds. Doing the math, considering a 10-pound yellow croaker could sell for tens of thousands. This one weighing over 30 pounds could be worth nearly 50,000. Wait, a single fish worth 50,000 just like that? That's as much as a car. This was simply astounding. Sister Zhou, upon reading the comments, was left utterly speechless. She never imagined a single fish could be valued at 50,000. Moreover, Su Yang had spent no money at all. Within mere minutes, he had reeled in a fish worth 50,000 from the sea. It felt almost surreal. Pinching her arm lightly, she winced. It wasn't a dream. Once she regained her composure, her gaze shifted to Su Yang. Su Yang, what do you plan to do with this large yellow croaker? After all, a large yellow croaker worth 500,000 is no ordinary fish. One must realize that selling it could easily purchase a vehicle. Just moments ago, a medical student in the live stream, well-versed in pharmacology, mentioned that this sizable yellow croaker could even serve as a medicinal ingredient, which is quite rare. If that is the case, this fish could be even more valuable as a medicinal component. However, since it was caught by Su Yang, it is prudent to consult his opinion. Upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, Su Yang's expression remained largely unchanged. Of course, we should eat it, he exclaimed without hesitation. After all, they had gone a whole day without food. Satisfying their hunger was the priority. Moreover, isn't the essence of fishing to enjoy it as a meal? Sister Zhou, upon hearing that they intended to consume a fish worth 500,000, widened her eyes in disbelief, her mouth forming an O. Who is this extraordinary individual, so composed? Casually declaring that they would eat a yellow croaker valued at 500,000? It would be such a waste. Just moments ago, a viewer knowledgeable about fish had appraised this one at that price. We could sell it and purchase a more ordinary fish to eat, Sister Zhou reasoned, brainstorming ways to please both Su Yang and preserve the value of the fish. Su Yang chuckled and replied, "There is no need to lament. We can always catch more." As he spoke, he cast his line again, and soon after, the rod trembled. Another fish was caught. With a firm tug, he sensed that this catch was substantial as well. "Let me assist you," Sister Zhou offered, rushing over without waiting for Su Yang to ask for help. Together, they successfully reeled in another large yellow croaker. "Good heavens!" they exclaimed in unison. This catch was even larger than the previous one, weighing over 30 pounds. The viewers in the comment section erupted with excitement. Su Yang's luck was extraordinary, catching 2 yellow croakers, each over 30 pounds. How much could this be worth? It appears that making money is quite effortless. By the way, does anyone know the name of the island where Su Yang is fishing? Let's team up and go fishing together. In just half an hour, they managed to catch fish worth $1 million. Who could possibly remain seated? Take me with you. I don't know how to fish, but I can learn on the spot. Do you need someone to carry the bucket? Just share a small portion of the earnings with me. The temptation was overwhelming, and they wished they could grab their fishing gear and fly over immediately. As the viewers were contemplating reaching this location, some began to speculate. Is it possible that this was staged by the production team? You might be onto something. To enhance the show's effect, perhaps the yellow croakers were released in advance. Indeed, for the sake of producing a captivating program, such orchestrated actions are not uncommon. At this moment, another viewer, after careful consideration, began to counter this theory. That doesn't add up. The fish Su Yang caught appeared to be wild, not something you could purchase at a market. Even if the production team placed fish in the water to boost ratings, catching such large specimens is a different matter altogether. Exactly. The production team cannot guarantee that Su Yang would catch them. What if the 2 fish, collectively worth $1 million, swim off into the depths of the ocean? Wouldn't that be a colossal loss? Which production team would be so foolish? Indeed, the likelihood that these two fish are unrelated to the production team is far greater. Clearly, it is Su Yang's extraordinary luck. While the viewers exchanged their thoughts in the comments, Su Yang heard a series of electronic notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 popularity points. You now have 1,000 popularity points, which can be exchanged for rewards. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange. Exchange completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired advanced cooking skills. The electronic notifications continued until Su Yang heard the last message regarding his culinary skills, bringing him immense joy. Just as he was pondering how to prepare the valuable fish deliciously, fortune smiled upon him. A wealth of advanced cooking techniques flooded into his mind. Timing, flipping techniques, dough preparation, and knife skills. Chapter 6, Sister Zhou, have you forgotten something? Gazing at the two golden yellow croakers before her, Sister Zhou's heart swelled with delight. The more she looked, the more pleasing they appeared. These were not merely two fish. They represented a fortune of 1 million. Sister Zhou cradled the large yellow croaker in her arms, completely enamored, reluctant to let go, wishing to hold it a little longer. This was a windfall. It surpassed any monetary reward the production team could offer. At this moment, the live chat was ablaze with excitement. Indeed, the golden yellow croakers Sister Zhou was holding were visually stunning. Their elongated bodies were far more appealing than the rounder varieties. If only she could take a photo with the yellow croaker to showcase on social media for days. Come on now, you're dreaming. Just being able to see it on screen is already a privilege. Only Sister Zhou gets to hold the yellow croaker. Undoubtedly. The live stream attracted food enthusiasts from all corners, and discussions about how to prepare the yellow croaker began. In my opinion, the best approach is to eat one and sell the other. The recipe for sweet and sour fish isn't complicated. Just fry the fish, add some rock sugar, and simmer. Voila! Sweet and sour fish is ready. You can't skip the spice, add hot pot seasoning for flavor, along with some chili peppers. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Your tastes are quite heavy. A lighter option is better. Steaming it is healthy and delicious. Look at your methods. They are rather simplistic. While stewing the fish, toss in some tofu, vermicelli, eggplant, and potatoes for a hearty stew. That would be delightful and could easily accompany 2 bowls of rice. Gold and silver are not worth the same. Cough, cough. Let us stop right there. What's the point of diverse recipes when we can only watch? Sister Zhou is the fortunate one. How enviable that she gets to savor such a large yellow croaker. At that moment, gifts began flooding the live stream, overtaking the screen. Happy Yongge, sending a rocket. Is Yu Gangge, sending a luxury car? Xiao Wei Wei, sending a Barbie rabbit. Lolita's sister, sending 9,999 roses. Meanwhile, some viewers began to consider the cost. A fish worth 500,000 is rather expensive. So what? Didn't TSUN just say they could keep fishing? Eating a yellow croaker worth 500,000 while continuing to fish for profit. What a divine life. After all, fishing does not require much effort. Simply fish. Sister Zhou felt a surge of happiness as she read the envious comments from the live chat. It dawned on her that making money could be so straightforward. As long as Su Yang could continue to catch yellow croakers, she, as a guest, could share in the fortune alongside him. This was exhilarating. However, just as Sister Zhou and the viewers eagerly anticipated more yellow croakers, Su Yang began to reel in his line. Sister Zhou, live stream viewers. Sister Zhou hurried to Su Yang's side, her face a canvas of confusion. What's wrong? We just caught 2 large yellow croakers. And the luck is so good, why stop fishing? She voiced the very question on the audience's minds. As Su Yang gazed earnestly at the sea, he gradually began to speak. The secondary reason for fishing in the ocean is that the fish we catch are gifts from the sea. We must learn to be content. For those who are content are often joyful. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with respect for him. Su Yang was indeed a person of substance, with admirable character. At that moment, his words echoed in Sister Zhou's mind. What a fine young man. However, he had just mentioned a secondary reason. What, then, was the primary reason? Curiosity piqued, Sister Zhou inquired, and what might that primary reason be? Su Yang glanced at her and replied, the primary reason is simply that I am hungry. It's as straightforward as that. Being hungry is a natural human sentiment. At that instant, the comments in the live stream erupted with laughter. Haha, Su Yang is too amusing. I was holding my breath, waiting for the main reason. And it turns out to be this. I can't stop laughing. This has provided me with my daily dose of humor. I'm recording this to watch again later. Hee. Sister Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at Su Yang's remark. He was indeed a source of joy. But soon, her brow furrowed slightly. "But we have no seasoning," she exclaimed. "We were so immersed in the joy of catching the yellow croaker that we forgot that cooking fish requires seasoning. Without the proper seasonings, how could the fish possibly taste good?" Su-Yang simply chuckled and then pulled a plastic bag from his pocket, revealing an assortment of spices. Naturally, these were the seasonings provided by the system as part of his master-level skills. With the seasonings in hand, and bolstered by his culinary expertise, how could the flavorful yellow croaker be far behind? The two then set up a pot borrowed from the production team and gathered some wood to start a fire. Su-Yang first added the spices to the pot and sautéed them until fragrant. As he worked, a series of numbers appeared above the pot. The fragrance level of the spices has reached 80. Please add water. Seeing this, Su-Yang smiled knowingly. Masterful cooking indeed. He then added a splash of water to the pot. Sure enough, another string of numbers appeared. The integration of water and spices has reached optimal levels. Please add the fish. Gently placing the fish into the pot, he added some firewood. Approximately 20 minutes later, another prompt appeared. The fusion of fish and broth has reached the perfect state. Please lower the heat to maintain temperature. After this meticulous process, the yellow croaker was finally ready. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou was already salivating from the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. Her bright eyes fixated on the fish as she swallowed hard. "It smells so good," she exclaimed, and soon they were seated beside the pot, ready to feast on the yellow croaker. Sister Zhou took a piece of the fish belly, dipped it in the broth, blew on it gently, and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her pupils widened as the rich flavor exploded in her mouth. "This is incredibly delicious. How can Su-Yang's yellow croaker taste this good?" The flavor on her palate was distinctly superior to any fish she had tasted before. She quickly chewed the small piece of fish belly and then eagerly picked up a larger chunk, devouring it with gusto. Su-Yang, observing her delight, was momentarily taken aback. Sister Zhou, as a prominent gaming live streamer, had sampled her fair share of culinary delights. He then took a small piece of fish for himself, and his expression changed dramatically. Wow, how can it be this delicious? In his past life, Su-Yang was a true gourmand, well-versed in the art of cuisine. Comparatively, this yellow croaker surpassed all the stewed fish he had ever eaten. He nodded in agreement. Master-level cooking truly made a difference. The two of them feasted heartily on the yellow croaker, not forgetting to sip the broth as well. The fish soup was as white as jade. With each sip, it warmed their throats and filled their stomachs. One word encapsulated the experience: warmth. The freshness of the soup enveloped their mouths. The fish meat was firm and tender, and the more they chewed, the more flavorful it became. At this moment, both were oblivious to their appearances, indulging in the food with abandon. The yellow croaker was simply too delectable. After a satisfying meal, both let out a satisfied burp and exchanged amused glances. Sister Zhou reflected on her earlier eating habits and chuckled. She could hardly blame herself. The yellow croaker was just too good. Suddenly, Su-Yang's expression shifted. As if recalling something important, a knowing smile formed at the corners of his mouth. "Sister Zhou, have you forgotten something?" At this, Sister Zhou looked perplexed. "What do you mean?" Su-Yang prompted. "The wager." The comments section of the live stream began to bubble with excitement. Haha. I would have forgotten if Su-Yang hadn't mentioned it. Yes, the wager. Sister Zhou lost. Who could have predicted that Su-Yang would be so skilled? Not only did he catch fish, but he also managed to reel in 2 fish worth 500,000 each. No one, including Sister Zhou, would have anticipated such prowess. They had assumed he had forgotten about the wager, but in reality, he was quite clear on it. Haha. Su-Yang truly lives up to his reputation. What do you think Su-Yang will ask Sister Zhou to do? Perhaps he'll request a sum of money. After all, no one works for free. Nonsense. Don't forget, the fish he caught is worth 500,000. He's not in it for money. Not money? Perhaps something more risky? Some viewers mused. It was amusing to note that these two seemed rather well matched. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Considering their shared dining experience, one might easily mistake them for a couple. In such an isolated setting, it would be remiss for any single man and woman not to have something transpire. As the comments flooded in, Sister Zhou's heart raced, her imagination running wild. The viewers had a point. A solitary man and woman in the wilderness. It was only natural for things to unfold. Sister Zhou instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, wary of Su-Yang's intentions. In such a desolate place, with just the two of them, it would be quite normal for something to occur. She subtly glanced at Su-Yang, quickly averting her gaze, fearful of being caught. Should he notice her looking? Her pride would be at stake. A girl must maintain a certain decorum. Turning back to collect her thoughts, she had to admit, this young man was rather handsome indeed. Somewhat dashing. His fair skin, chiseled features, and height of nearly 6 feet made him quite appealing. Not to mention, he was adept at fishing and earning money. He caught a fish valued at 500,000. Su Yang was undoubtedly a lucky star. Such fortune was rare. In conclusion, she realized she had nothing to lose from this encounter. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Sister Zhou's cheeks flushed, turning a vibrant shade of red. This entire sequence of expressions did not escape the keen eyes of the live stream audience. The comments section erupted with activity. Look, look, Sister Zhou is blushing. Is she falling for Su Yang? Haha, this guy is not just lucky with fishing. Will they continue the live stream? I bet they LL cut it short. The audience, through their screens, began to cheer. User 1 sent a true love rocket. User 2 sent a romantic castle. User 3 sent a confession balloon. At this moment, suddenly, a series of electronic sounds echoed in Zhou Yang's mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 popularity points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 popularity points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 popularity points. Listening to the rising electronic notifications of popularity in his mind, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. However, at that moment, Sister Zhou's state of mind was entirely different from Su Yang's. Her cheeks flushed with a slight warmth. Yet, she felt compelled to respond. Otherwise, she would be perceived as someone who breaks promises. I remember the wager. Go ahead and tell me what you wish for. At this point, Sister Zhou lowered her head, her voice significantly softer and gentler, resembling a docile little lamb. As long as the request was reasonable and within her capability, she would comply. After saying this, she wished for a hole to hide in. It was her first time uttering such words to a man. How embarrassing. Upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, Su Yang chuckled. What was this girl thinking? Nevertheless, her blushing demeanor was rather endearing. Su Yang decided to tease this little girl a bit more, grinning as he said, this request might be a tad difficult. Realizing what Su Yang meant, Sister Zhou's heart raced with anxiety. Her small hands fidgeted, unsure of where to place themselves. Her expression betraying a hint of panic. As Su Yang's handsome face drew closer, her heartbeat quickened. It felt as if a kiss was imminent. With Su Yang's face nearing hers, her heart was already a flurry of butterflies. On second thought, being kissed by such a charming individual was not a loss. Su Yang appeared to be a bit younger than her, which made it even less of a loss. They often say that younger brothers are the best. With this thought, Sister Zhou gently closed her eyes, anticipating Su Yang's kiss, her mind replaying countless romantic drama scenes. Sunlight streamed onto the playground, and the evening study hours in the self-study room unfolded, reminiscent of the scenarios between a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. In her imagination, she began to organize her thoughts. Although she was a prominent gaming streamer, openly communicating with her fans and sharing laughs, presenting herself as carefree and lighthearted, only she knew the truth. The Sister Zhou her fans spoke of was still a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. To this day, her first kiss remained intact. She was not the type of girl to be frivolous. However, in the next moment, she was about to bestow her first kiss upon the prince before her. How delightful. Just then, Su Yang continued to lean closer to the daydreaming girl, his lips brushing against her ear as he softly whispered, My request is. Chapter 8, My request is. Before Su Yang could articulate his request, the barrage of comments became extraordinarily lively. How exciting. What do you think Su Yang will ask for? Isn't it obvious? Their faces are so close. Just look at Sister Zhou's blushing cheeks. Her eyes are closed. They are about to kiss. Hurry up and kiss. I'm so impatient I could fly over and kiss her myself. You're overthinking it. Go to sleep. Dreams have everything. Surely, Su Yang's intentions extend beyond just a kiss. If he wanted that, he would have done it already. Why lean in so close to whisper? This is definitely a secret conversation. Photographer, get closer so we don't miss any highlight moments. I suspect Su Yang has greater ambitions. You all understand, right? In such an ambiguous distance, it is natural to speculate. Looking at Su Yang's character, he might just ask Sister Zhou to be his girlfriend. That's quite plausible. After all, Sister Zhou is beautiful and has a lovely personality. Any man would want her as a girlfriend, as a relationship consultant. I must say their proximity is extremely suggestive. Just look at how flustered Sister Zhou is. It's evident she has feelings for Su Yang. If he didn't like her, why would he be so close? The ensuing events would likely unfold naturally. Photographer, please don't turn off the camera. I want to watch the live broadcast. Oh, how envious I am of such a relationship. It feels like a romantic drama, a perfect match. I wish to find love on an isolated island too. Where is this island located? Look, Sister Zhou's expression is even more flustered now. Indeed, as the comments suggested, Sister Zhou was already in a state of disarray. At this distance, she could hear Su Yang's steady breathing. They say boys can be smelly, but Su Yang exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. It is said that when you are drawn to someone's natural scent without them wearing perfume, your soul recognizes theirs. With this thought, Sister Zhou's heart raced faster than ever before. As Su Yang leaned closer to her ear, he slowly began to speak. My request is, you wash the dishes. Upon hearing these words, the comments section erupted in laughter. Ah ha ha ha. I can't breathe. So this is the real Su Yang. How hilarious. He actually asked her to wash the dishes. In such an intimate moment, and it ends with washing dishes. I'm dying of laughter. We were definitely overthinking things. Not just us. Sister Zhou probably thought the same. Just moments ago, she was blushing like a little apple with her eyes closed. And now she's being asked to wash dishes. What a psychological blow. This Su Yang is too funny. I can't help but laugh. At the same time, upon hearing the words wash the dishes, Sister Zhou was momentarily stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. This is not how it is portrayed in romantic dramas. How could it be washing dishes? After a few seconds of shock, she gathered her thoughts and began to regain her composure. It then hit her hard. Su Yang was deliberately teasing her. Oh, you scoundrel. I was considering giving you my first kiss, and you. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. You want me to wash the dishes? Ugh, how infuriating. Sister Zhou felt nothing but annoyance, yet she couldn't express why she was upset. Surely, she couldn't tell Su Yang that she thought he was going to kiss her. What an embarrassing situation. In a highly ambiguous scenario, one person envisioned a natural romantic story, while the other merely sought to delegate dishwashing duties. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. The anger simmering within Sister Zhou was palpable. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, she felt utterly mortified. How could she ever show her face again? Su Yang, witnessing the adorable yet furious expression on the little girl's face, couldn't help but burst into laughter while tidying up the fishing gear. He recalled her shy demeanor moments ago, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face. The typically outspoken Sister Zhou had her moments of shyness too. Su Yang's laughter reached Sister Zhou's ears, causing her brows to furrow slightly in irritation. He's still laughing. This Su Yang is definitely a rascal. How infuriating. Yet, despite her anger, she knew she had to accept the outcome. Since she lost the wager, Su Yang, as the winner, had made his request, and she had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, Sister Zhou rose slowly, her small hands beginning to gather the dishes. The live stream was filled with the continuous laughter of viewers, who were astonished to see Sister Zhou beginning to tidy up the dishes. What on earth was happening? Was Sister Zhou really going to wash the dishes? This was not in line with her character. The Sister Zhou they were familiar with was not one to be obedient or easily directed. She was known for her assertiveness, unwilling to back down, and would not hesitate to confront any criticism, even from trolls during her streams. Yet, here she was, seemingly docile, following Su Yang's instructions to wash the dishes. While the audience was left perplexed, some seasoned netizens began to shed light on the situation. Cough, you don't understand, do you? First, Sister Zhou lost a bet and has to comply with the other party's request. Secondly, perhaps she has developed feelings for Su Yang. So it turned out. Sister Zhou also had her moments of vulnerability, much to the amusement of the viewers. As the audience observed Sister Zhou's quiet dishwashing, they noted that she looked rather lovely in her silence. Typically, as a gaming streamer, she was never one to hold her tongue. However, the atmosphere was unusually tranquil at that moment. You really don't get it, do you? She must be captivated by Su Yang. Otherwise, why would she be so compliant? The bet is merely an excuse. Indeed, women understand women better. Just as Sister Zhou was about to finish washing the dishes, her expression suddenly shifted as if she had discovered something. In the next moment, she called out to Su Yang loudly. Hearing her shout, Su Yang paused from organizing his fishing gear, his brow slightly furrowed. He quickly jogged over to her side and followed her gaze. To his surprise, two magnificent lobsters were hidden by the rocks. From his vantage point, these lobsters appeared to be quite sizable. The chat section of the live stream erupted with commentary. Magnificent lobsters? Such colossal ones. They must weigh at least 11 or 12 pounds. I've only ever seen 4 or 5 pound lobsters and thought I had seen it all. I can't believe such hefty lobsters exist. Have these lobsters somehow become sentient? How can they be so large? This is my first time witnessing this. My horizons have truly expanded. Indeed, the lobsters were striking with their lustrous black and yellow patterns. Just imagining one of these giant lobsters would be a delectable treat. I sell lobsters, and after years in the business, I've never encountered such large specimens. As the discussion continued, one knowledgeable viewer remarked, these lobsters, weighing over 10 pounds, are incredibly nutrient-rich, far surpassing the value of ordinary ones, and can sell for up to 300,000 yuan each. The chat was filled with astonishment. They're worth that much? 300,000 each, so that's 600,000 for both. Su Yang is going to get rich. I feel like watching Su Yang and Sister Zhou stream makes wealth seem so easy. I must visit this isolated island. It's too lucrative. It's better than working a 9 to 5. If it were me, I would settle on this island, enjoying the scenery, fishing in my spare time. What a perfect life. I wish I could sell my city apartment and live in such a natural paradise. The viewers envied Sister Zhou and Su Yang's idyllic lifestyle, exploring nature and engaging in playful banter. Take me with you. I want to escape the grind of a 9 to 5. At that moment, Sister Zhou's gaze remained fixed on the lobsters, afraid that if she blinked, these sizable creatures would slip away. If they swam into deeper waters, it would be akin to losing a cooked duck. Thus, the most pressing matter was to capture the lobsters as swiftly as possible. Quickly, catch them before they get away. Sister Zhou urged Su Yang, her heart racing with urgency. However, Su Yang remained remarkably calm, gazing at the deep blue sea. Shivering at the thought of how cold it must be, he lifted his eyes to the sky, noticing that dusk was approaching and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Especially near the coast, while it was warm during the day, the temperature difference between day and night could be significant. The coastal breeze was no mere geographical concept. Sister Zhou, look at the sky, it's getting dark, and the temperature is dropping. If I go in now, I'll freeze solid. Su Yang gestured for Sister Zhou to observe the darkening sky. He was not jesting. The frigid waters posed a genuine risk. What if something went awry? He couldn't afford to lose out, especially since he had yet to find a girlfriend in this new world. Sister Zhou, upon hearing this, turned her gaze to the horizon, watching the sunset over the sea. Indeed, nightfall was imminent. The water was icy. Then her eyes darted back to the two lobsters. And suddenly, she had an idea. I could wear a diving suit. With that, she felt confident that she wouldn't freeze. Su Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. This woman was relentless in her pursuit. She had set her sights on those lobsters and was determined to obtain them. But where would she find a diving suit? The production team had provided one, and he had chosen 4 items all related to fishing. He had only planned to fish from the shore, never anticipating a need to dive for lobsters. But I don't have a diving suit. Su Yang threw up his hands in exasperation. Even if there were 10 lobsters, I wouldn't go in without one. It's not a joke. Getting frozen is no laughing matter. Just then, Sister Zhou blurted out instinctively, "Then wear mine." Su Yang looked at her, his expression incredulous. "And what will you wear?" As soon as he voiced this, the chat exploded with laughter. "Ha ha ha, these two are hilarious. Sister Zhou, if you give your diving suit to Su Yang, what will you wear?" The viewers were sharp-eyed, noticing the details that often eluded others. They had been watching the stream closely, and once Sister Zhou was pulled in, she was left with only that diving suit, no other clothes in sight. The audience continued their playful banter. "I say, Su Yang, if Sister Zhou wants you to wear her diving suit, you should graciously accept this offer. Ha ha ha, we want to see a different side of Sister Zhou. Can you all focus on the stream for a moment?" You've derailed the conversation. Yet, truth be told, he was guilty of indulging in the humor as well. Soon, waves of gifts flooded the screen. This crowd were die-hard fans of Sister Zhou, undoubtedly fond of her, even as they teased her in the chat. The gift-giving was a constant. Do you think Sister Zhou said that on purpose? She clearly has feelings for Su Yang. Oh my, you might be onto something. The problem is, Su Yang, this oblivious steel-hearted man, just doesn't get it, and it's truly frustrating. Su Yang, if you don't want to wear Sister Zhou's diving suit, I certainly do. And so, the conversation continued to spiral. Zhou Jia lowered her head deeply, the anxious expression on her face fading, replaced by a blush on her cheeks. What was wrong with her? She spoke without thinking. Usually, her straightforward and candid broadcasting style was second nature. Earlier, her gaze had been solely fixated on the 2 colorful lobsters, completely forgetting that she only had this one outfit on. The words that escaped her lips left her feeling quite embarrassed. At that moment, she slightly raised her head and stole a glance at Su Yang. She saw him slap his thigh, eyes sparkling. "I've got a plan." Chapter 10. If only I hadn't eaten the large yellow croaker. Upon hearing Su Yang mention a plan, the viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still. What could it be? Surely he wasn't suggesting that Zhou Jia exchange clothes with him. Perhaps Su Yang had decided to dive in and catch the lobsters directly. Did they not hear the viewers earlier saying that a single lobster could be worth 300,000? That made a total of 600,000. Anyone else would take that risk, especially if the sea wasn't particularly cold at that moment. Could it be that Su Yang's plan was to wait here overnight, until the sun rose and the sea warmed up again before catching the lobsters? Strangely enough, it was indeed a clever idea. After all, lobsters don't swim around like fish. They tend to linger in one spot for a while. However, whether they would stay for an entire night was uncertain. Alternatively, he could simply use stones from the shore to crush them, then retrieve them with a stick. But your suggestion hinges on the premise that the stone-throwing skill must be precise. If not, and a stone lands too close to a lobster, wouldn't it scare them away? What exactly was the plan? The curiosity was palpable. At this moment, Su Yang strolled nonchalantly towards the leftover large yellow croaker they had just eaten. Using the remaining fish as bait, he intended to lure the lobsters closer. This way, he wouldn't even have to get into the water. After all, the yellow croaker was already left over, and with his advanced fishing skills, he still had half a fish to spare. Seeing Su Yang's series of actions, Zhou quickly grasped his intentions. Yet, a tinge of worry crossed her mind. Would this method actually work? Is this really feasible? She inquired, scratching the back of her head. Her face a canvas of questions as she observed Su Yang's movements. In response to her doubts, Su Yang offered little explanation, simply assuring her, "Don't worry. Lobsters naturally love fish, and the meat of the large yellow croaker is exceptionally delicious. With my advanced culinary skills, it's only natural that the lobsters would bite." Upon hearing Su Yang's comforting words, Zhou hesitated to bet against him this time. She had already witnessed his prowess while catching the large yellow croaker. He was not merely all talk. Moreover, the flavor of the cooked yellow croaker had been exquisite, and she had indulged in it thoroughly. As the saying goes, one who eats is soft-hearted. How could she possibly refute Su Yang's method of catching lobsters? Besides, she had never tried using a yellow croaker as bait. What if it worked? Thus, she followed Su Yang to the shoreline. He tossed pieces of yellow croaker meat towards the direction of the lobsters. Seconds later, the two lobsters began to move towards the shore, drawn by the enticing aroma of the fish. After they devoured the first morsel, Su Yang threw another piece even closer to the shoreline. The lobsters, having caught the scent of the yellow croaker, swam closer still. After several rounds of feeding, the two splendid lobsters began to crawl towards the shore. Seeing the colorful lobsters ascend the beach, Su Yang promptly bent down and scooped them into a metal bucket. The chat room erupted with admiration for Su Yang's deft maneuver. Brilliant! Who would have thought of that? The lobsters, now confined within the bucket, were likely bewildered, wondering how their routine feeding had led to their capture. Su Yang is impressive. How did he come up with such a clever strategy? Zhou felt a wave of joy wash over her as she realized the lobsters were now within her grasp. She suddenly blurted out, "How much can we sell these lobsters for?" Always oriented towards profit, Zhou examined the lobsters eagerly, curious about their monetary value. Earlier, a professional had mentioned their market price in the chat, but she had been too focused on the lobsters to pay attention. However, Su Yang had indeed noted the expert's analysis. The two lobsters were worth 600,000. Yet, compared to the large yellow croaker, that was not much at all. "This lobster isn't worth much compared to the yellow croaker," Su Yang remarked nonchalantly. A hint of worry creased Zhou's face. "If only I had eaten the lobster instead of the yellow croaker." She gazed thoughtfully at the two lobsters, and the audience in the live stream burst into laughter at Zhou's adorable reaction. Zhou is just too charming. She could have boasted about eating the yellow croaker to the others. It was still a win. Plus, they could save the lobsters for tomorrow. After all, the longer they survived on this deserted island, the greater the rewards. It was surprising to see such an endearing side to Zhou, a high-profile streamer. Meanwhile, an electronic voice echoed in Su Yang's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 3,500 popularity points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 4,500 popularity points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 popularity points. You have accumulated 5,000 popularity points and can receive a system reward. Do you confirm the acquisition of the reward? Confirm. Reward successfully issued. Congratulations, host. You have gained the skill of wilderness construction." Upon hearing this, Su Yang thought, "Hey, this skill is quite useful." A wealth of knowledge regarding wilderness construction flooded into his mind. At that moment, Zhou suddenly recalled something and turned to Su Yang. "By the way, where are we going to stay tonight?" As dusk approached, the reality of their accommodation situation dawned on her. Looking around, she realized this deserted island had no dilapidated houses or temples to shelter them. The evening breeze by the sea was quite chilly. After spending the entire afternoon focused on the large yellow croaker and lobsters, they had neglected the pressing issue of where to sleep. What were they to do? Su Yang, having caught the yellow croaker and lobsters, seemed to be a resourceful individual. Perhaps he had a solution. Zhou observed him deep in thought, his brow slightly furrowed. "I'm also new here, so I haven't found a place to stay yet." Had Zhou not mentioned accommodation, Su Yang might not have considered it at all. They indeed needed to contemplate where to spend the night. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Zhou's expression froze, and she stared at him in disbelief. Chapter 11. You don't mean to suggest a cave, do you? At this moment, twilight had descended, and the temperature had plummeted, particularly by the seaside. The contrast between daytime and nighttime temperatures was stark. Zhou, still clad in her diving suit, felt the cold intensely. Would she really end up freezing to death on this deserted island without a place to stay? Noticing the worry etched on Zhou Jie's face, Su-Yang chuckled gently. He removed his coat and draped it over Sister Zhou's shoulders. Rest assured, grant me 3 hours, and I shall provide you with a cozy wooden cabin. Under ordinary circumstances, such a statement would merely be a fanciful thought. However, the situation was different now, given the wilderness construction skills rewarded by the system. Creating a small cabin in 3 hours was hardly an insurmountable task. Upon hearing Su-Yang's words, the barrage of comments from the audience was filled with disbelief. What a joke! A small cabin can materialize out of thin air in just 3 hours? Crafting a wooden cabin in the wild was no simple feat. The crucial point was that the two of them had no tools, no hammers, chisels, or axes. While Su-Yang was indeed a humorous individual, his assertion seemed rather absurd. It was simply impossible. I suspect Su-Yang is boasting, trying to show off. It's already dusk, we shouldn't be joking around. Otherwise, we might freeze to death on this deserted island. Sister Zhou advised him to be pragmatic. Meanwhile, her expression mirrored a mix of confusion and skepticism. 3 hours without any tools to conjure a small cabin? From any angle, that seems utterly implausible. Could it be that he intended to search for a cave on the island? She voiced her doubts, realizing that constructing a cabin by hand was impractical. But how could searching for a cave be feasible? Caves on this island are typically the lairs of wild beasts. If we recklessly enter, we might become their prey. Su-Yang promptly dismissed the notion of seeking a cave. This was a deserted island, housing a variety of creatures. Whether or not caves existed was uncertain. But it seemed that this girl had watched too much television, leading her to entertain such thoughts. Su-Yang's earlier remarks were not erroneous. If there were caves, they would serve as the habitats of wild animals. Entering their domain to compete for sleeping space would hardly earn him a warm welcome. The mention of wild beasts sent a shiver down Sister Zhou's spine. Did this island really harbor large animals? At that moment, she regretted being a guest on this show. It felt like gambling with her life. In the end, not only would she earn little money, but she might also lose her own life. This operation was a losing venture. Observing Sister Zhou's worried expression, Su-Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This girl possessed a remarkably vivid imagination. He gently smiled, leaving her with room for contemplation. Without further delay, Su-Yang gathered several pieces of wood and branches. Drawing from his memories, he began to rub the sturdy branches together until a spark ignited. He continued to rub the sticks vigorously, mimicking the ancient method of drilling wood to create fire. Remarkably, after a short while, smoke began to rise from the drilled hole, and soon enough, sparks flew forth. After a brief wait, flames emerged. He then propped several pieces of wood together, gradually allowing the fire to blaze brightly. At this moment, he noticed Sister Zhou, who was hugging her arms and shuffling her feet in place. She was freezing. Come over and warm yourself by the fire. Su-Yang called out to her. A wave of warmth washed over Sister Zhou upon hearing his invitation. The evenings by the sea were indeed chilling, with the coastal winds cutting through like ice. Su-Yang was remarkable. He was not only adept at fishing for seafood, but also skilled in the ancient technique of fire-making. In Sister Zhou's mind, Su-Yang's image rose to new heights. Was he not a true polymath? How could he be proficient in so many things? Reflecting on his earlier statement about building a small cabin, she realized that, given the current circumstances, it was indeed somewhat unrealistic. Yet, having spent the short time with Su-Yang, she increasingly felt that the idea of constructing a wooden cabin was feasible. Having a small fire made a significant difference in warmth. After sitting by the fire for a while, Sister Zhou finally felt her body warm up. Just as her thoughts were occupied with wild beasts and the cabin, she noticed that she was wrapped in Su-Yang's coat. A smile crept across her face, warming her heart even further. Not only did Su-Yang possess various life skills, but he also knew how to care for others, and he was a good cook too. At that moment, a thought echoed in Sister Zhou's mind. Such boys are rare. Meanwhile, after a time of warming Sister Zhou by the fire, Su-Yang observed that her condition had improved significantly. He then stood up and began to execute his plan for constructing the cabin. He approached the shoreline, frequently bending down to collect sharp stones. In the absence of tools, he had to improvise with these relatively sharp stones, using them as substitutes for axes. He then turned to the trees and commenced chopping them down. Despite the lack of tools on the deserted island, there was no shortage of trees, branches, and leaves. On the other hand, watching Su-Yang laboriously cut down trees for the cabin was quite strenuous. Sister Zhou could no longer sit idly by. I should lend a hand. Shouldn't I? She thought. So she jogged over to Su-Yang's side. Is there anything I can do? Many hands make light work. The sooner we finish building the cabin, the sooner we'll have shelter from the wind and rain. At this moment, Su-Yang paused his work, turned to Sister Zhou, and said, You can go where it's comfortable. Upon hearing Su-Yang's words, the live chat erupted in laughter. Ah ha ha ha. This Su-Yang is hilarious. I can't breathe. I was eating. And I nearly spit it out too funny, like a comedy skit. Is Su Young from a theater troupe? He's so amusing. I can't stop laughing. Sister Zhou had unexpectedly placed her warm face against a cold shoulder. Su Young actually rejected her offer of help. How could this scene be so asymmetrical? Typically, a man would not turn away such a beautiful woman. Some speculated that Su Young must have a soft spot for Sister Zhou. Otherwise, why would he refuse her assistance in chopping wood? Did this imply that he had feelings for her? After all, he had just taken off his coat to drape it over her shoulders. No matter the reason, hearing Su Young speak now made everyone want to laugh. He was simply too entertaining. Chapter 12. Sister Zhou brews soup, and their roles are clearly defined upon hearing Su Yang's words. Sister Zhou stamped her foot in frustration. This Su Yang is infuriating. I came to help out of goodwill, and he speaks to me like that. However, upon reconsideration, she realized he likely didn't want her to do the heavy lifting. With this thought, her mood lightened considerably. She looked up, gazing at Su Yang's profile. Noting the graceful lines of his face, he was quite handsome. A smile graced Sister Zhou's lips. Since Su Yang didn't want her to engage in strenuous tasks, she decided to continue warming herself by the fire. With that, she returned to the small fire, adding a few more logs to keep it burning. The sky had grown quite dark. Su Yang, having halted his chopping, wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. It was undeniable that physical labor was exhausting. Just moments ago, that girl had offered to help, but such heavy work was beyond what a petite girl could handle. Looking at the felled trees on the ground, he estimated there were about 20 or 30 logs. Though not in abundance, it would suffice for a small cabin. Now, it was time to begin the construction. Sister Zhou, sitting by the fire and warming herself, glanced in Su Yang's direction. Only then did Su Yang, drenched in sweat from chopping down trees, notice his partner leisurely warming himself by the small fire. A sense of guilt washed over him. After all, he felt compelled to contribute in some manner. Sister Zhou rose to her feet and trotted over to Su Yang. Noticing the beads of sweat adorning his forehead, she remarked, "You must be parched and weary. Allow me to prepare some soup for you." With a sincere expression, Sister Zhou gazed at Su Yang, who was wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon hearing her words, the live chat began to tease playfully. "Oh dear, Sister Zhou, why are you making soup for Su Yang?" "So, Sister Zhou, what is your relationship with Su Yang? It is said that you are relentless when in the right, and that no one dares to pursue you. What has changed now? Why have you suddenly become so amiable?" Ahem, it goes without saying, this is clearly the encounter with someone who captivates one's affection. Haha, Sister Zhou, if you like him, you should boldly express your feelings. After all, what if the charming Su Yang, equally handsome as the readers, is snatched away by someone else? By then, it would be too late for regrets. Haha, you all, the matter hasn't even begun to unfold. To be honest, I had never realized that Sister Zhou possessed such a virtuous side. I always thought she was merely someone who relied on takeout, but it turns out she is also capable of making soup. Haha. But who will be the one to brew the soup? Indeed, haha. Sister Zhou is my goddess. I have always longed to dine with her. If I could savor the soup lovingly prepared by her hands, I would likely awaken from dreams with a smile. I truly envy Su Yang, who has the privilege of being accompanied by such a beautiful woman as Sister Zhou. I must say, at this moment, Sister Zhou displays remarkable grace and virtue. At this juncture, upon hearing that there would be soup, Su Yang felt a thirst that yearned for something soothing. It must be said, this young lady possesses a keen sense of observation, understanding precisely what I need at this time. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "That sounds good." Upon receiving Su Yang's agreement, Sister Zhou felt a surge of delight within her. At last, she had the opportunity to showcase her culinary talents. Thus, the two individuals commenced their division of labor. On one side, Sister Zhou began to simmer the broth, while on the other, Su Yang did not immediately embark on the construction of the wooden cabin. Instead, he started crafting traps, motivated by the desire to safeguard against the threat of wild beasts. He certainly did not wish to become a delectable feast for the predators on their very first night upon the deserted island. At this moment, observing Su Yang diligently engaged in trap making, Sister Zhou began to harbor doubts. Wasn't he the objective to erect the cabin? Why was he now occupied with the creation of traps? In a moment of perplexity, she added a few logs to the fire beneath the pot. At that instant, it seemed as though Sister Zhou had suddenly recalled something. Could it be possible that there truly existed wild beasts on this desolate island? Upon reaching this point, a primal fear surged within Sister Zhou. Su Yang, could it be that there are indeed wild beasts lurking here? Otherwise, why would traps have been set? On the other side, Su Yang did not cease his actions. Observing Sister Zhou's expression of fear and concern, he reassuringly remarked, "I am uncertain. Perhaps there is. Perhaps there is not. However, it is prudent to remain cautious regardless. Safety comes first. Wouldn't it be better if there were none? After speaking, he remembered to smile at Sister Zhou, offering her a reassuring glance that conveyed, "Do not fear, all is well." At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer contain their excitement, engaging in a lively exchange of words. Do you think there could truly be a beast lurking about? Indeed, one cannot deny that this desolate wilderness is a realm where wild beasts thrive. Are you suggesting that such creatures truly exist here? Now, all we can do is hope that the two of them will safely endure the night. Wishing that the beast has not discovered their presence. Why are you all indulging in such wild imaginings? I feel as though there is no beast lurking nearby. I concur. After all, they have been here all afternoon. If there were indeed a beast, it would have made its presence known long before now. The analysis from upstairs holds some merit. At this moment, another individual took the floor. This isolated isle, as determined by the growth rings of its trees and the approximate elevation of the land, can be estimated to be 4 centuries old. Over these 400 years, it is highly probable that marine creatures have been swept ashore by the waves, inadvertently opting for terrestrial existence. In their quest to adapt to the new environment, their physical structures would undergo significant transformations, potentially evolving into quadrupedal or bipedal beasts over time. There exist certain small creatures on the island. Yet this is a solitary isle where the harsh realities of survival of the fittest are not as pronounced. Over time, the influence of the food chain will not be as evident as in the jungle, resulting in many organisms experiencing a natural extension of their lifespan. If that is the case, then the beasts on this solitary island are an indispensable presence, are they not? Ahem, one must always strive to think positively. Perhaps the beasts here fear humanity and would not dare to attack. Indeed, an entire day has passed without a sighting of the wild beasts. At that moment, a sudden howl of a lone wolf echoed from afar. A woo. Upon hearing the sound, Sister Zhou instantly comprehended what had transpired. In an instant, my heart raced, and my mind went blank. A profound fear enveloped me, and I stumbled forward, instinctively embracing Su Yang. The audience in the live stream could also hear the haunting sound of wolves howling through the screen. Goodness, there are wolves present. It is over. They're in peril now. Perhaps I should call for help. After all, it is a solitary wolf, and we humans remain at a disadvantage in the presence of such beasts. Chapter 13. Sister Zhou, how about we live together? Let's flee. We cannot simply sit and await our fate. Flee? To where shall we escape? Surrounded by the vast ocean, one must either ascend to higher grounds on the solitary island. Yet that would only heighten the peril. Alas, I am truly at a loss as to what to do. By the way, what is it that concerns you all? It was merely the distant howl of a wolf, far removed from the immediate vicinity. The echo of that sound suggested a considerable distance, making it unlikely to locate the two who ventured here any time soon. Nevertheless, the presence of a solitary wolf in the distance did not imply that there were no other beasts lurking nearby. One could only hope for their safety, Su Yang pondered. Indeed, this solitary island harbored wild creatures, and it remained uncertain whether they would find the two individuals. After a brief contemplation, he gazed out at the vast ocean and resolved to construct a wooden shelter by the shore, the closest possible proximity to the sea. In this manner, should they encounter a beast's assault, both he and Sister Zhou could take to the water in a bid for survival, avoiding the fate of becoming a beast feast. With this thought in mind, Su Yang dared not delay. The darkness had already descended, and one could not predict when a beast might suddenly pounce from an unknown direction. By then, it would be too late to escape. Therefore, the most pressing matter was to erect a makeshift wooden shelter in a timely fashion. Drawing upon the knowledge of triangular shelters from his memories of wilderness construction techniques, he began his endeavor. He crossed and stacked 2 tree trunks on the ground, then fashioned sharp, elongated wooden stakes from a stone tool to serve as nails. Placing these stakes atop the stacked timber, he hammered them down with a wooden block, effectively securing the 2 trunks together. The sandy beach was quite soft, allowing him to raise the now stabilized timber structure upright, embedding the base into the sand. Subsequently, he drove another wooden pole straight into the ground 2 meters away. A third piece of wood was then laid across the midpoint of the 2 vertical trunks, and with the aid of resilient twigs, he secured the joints at both ends. Thus, the fundamental framework of the triangular shelter was established. As time pressed on, Su Yang felt an urgency to act without hesitation. He quickly laid the remaining wooden poles atop the foundational structure. Most importantly, each joint should be securely fastened with slender twigs, thereby enhancing the overall sturdiness. Next, the bases of the 2 rows of branches are to be secured with a piece of wood, tightly bound with fine willow twigs. The remaining timber is then placed inside the cabin, laid upon the ground. The temperature of the beach at night is quite low, and residing within would be rather chilly. Thus, Laying down a row of wood on the ground significantly improves the situation. At this point, the triangular shelter structure is nearly complete. Subsequently, Su Yang collects a multitude of dry leaves from under the trees, spreading them across the wooden rows in the cabin, particularly in the gaps, to block more wind. With a long sigh of relief, Su Yang remarks that it is finally coming together. The little cabin may not be large, but it offers a refuge from the wind and rain. Given the strong coastal winds, it would be prudent to further reinforce each section later on. Seeing that Su Yang has made considerable progress with the little cabin, Sister Zhou's eyes light up as she dashes over to him, her joy palpable. She hadn't expected Su Yang to actually construct the cabin. He truly is a versatile talent. However, the haunting memory of a wolf's howl lingers in her mind, filling her with trepidation. At that moment, Sister Zhou turns to Su Yang with a thought. May I stay with you? Her eyes brim with longing. Yet, the comment section erupts with excitement. Sister Zhou is requesting to stay with Su Yang? This is a juicy scoop, absolutely ripe for the picking. Laughter ensues. Sister Zhou, you are quite forward. What girl proposes to live with a boy? At this moment, Su Yang must be overjoyed. One might jest that not everyone possesses Sister Zhou's boldness. How brave of her. Perhaps in a future life, I too would like to be named Su Yang, to enjoy such privileges. Concurrently, Sister Zhou realizes her words may have strayed from their intended meaning. Yet, her fear compels her. Having someone nearby would diminish her trepidation, especially in a place where wild beasts could appear at any moment. Living alone would be perilous, and there is only one shelter. The fans have indeed overthought this. Oh, the soup should be ready now. I must check on it, Sister Zhou suddenly recalls, eager to escape the awkwardness, deftly using the soup as a conversational pivot. Shortly after, she returns with a steaming bowl of soup that emits fragrant vapors. The viewers in the live stream, upon seeing the steaming concoction, cannot help but swallow in anticipation. This soup appears delectable. Sister Zhou is so thoughtful. Whoever marries her will be fortunate indeed. How enviable for Su Yang to savor such warm soup, especially one crafted by Sister Zhou herself. Surely, her soup must be infused with love. It would be surprising if it were not delicious. I too wish to partake. What shall I do? Su Yang must have saved the galaxy in his past life to be deserving of such treatment. As he gazes at the steaming soup, he feels a warmth within. He expected this young lady to possess culinary skills. She is not as inept as he had imagined. With gratitude in his heart, he takes a sip of the soup. However, in an instant, sputter, Su Yang spits it out. This must be what they call dark cuisine online. The audience in the live stream bursts into laughter. How could it be so bad that he spat it out? Is it truly that unpalatable? It looks quite delightful and aromatic. Where is that viewer who expressed a desire to taste Sister Zhou's soup? Look at Su Yang's pained expression. His features seem to twist in agony. Per Su Yang. Sister Zhou, heed my advice. It is best for you to continue your streaming. I shall keep showering you with gifts. After all, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps cooking is not your forte. Noticing Su Yang's reaction, Sister Zhou furrows her brows in displeasure. When have I ever made soup for someone else? This is my first attempt, and yet he shows me no appreciation. How disheartening. Regardless of the circumstances, surely it cannot be so dreadful as to elicit such a reaction, especially in a live broadcast. She is determined to prove herself. Thus, Sister Zhou stubbornly takes a sip herself. The result? She too spits it out with a loud pft. Witnessing Sister Zhou's reaction, the fans' comments explode. Are they here to entertain us? I thought Su Yang was just being picky, but now Sister Zhou has joined him. Is it really that bad? It seems they both couldn't swallow it. Poor Su Yang, the first to be a test subject. There's still plenty of soup left. Those who wanted to taste Sister Zhou's creation should hurry before it's gone. Indeed, Sister Zhou gazes longingly at the pot of soup. This is seafood broth made from exquisite lobsters, yet why does it taste so different from the yellow croaker soup Su Yang made earlier? Something must have gone awry. Confounded. Sister Zhou pouts, her eyes fixated on the sumptuous lobsters. These massive crustaceans, weighing over 10 pounds, are rare treasures. She had hoped to craft a culinary masterpiece, but alas, the once prized lobster seems wasted. Regret washes over Sister Zhou as she realizes that she should not have overestimated her abilities in soup making. Who would have thought that preparing soup requires skill? Initially, she believed it to be the simplest task. No frying, no salt ing. Now, however, she sees it as a true art form. The more she thinks about it, the more remorseful she becomes. If only she had refrained from making the soup. Observing the remorse on Sister Zhou's face, Su Yang comforts her. It's no big deal. Waste is waste. We still have another lobster. If it's not enough, we can catch more. It's not a difficult task. I can't let this girl feel so dejected. With his superior fishing skills, there is no need to worry about a shortage of seafood. However, if they wish to survive on this isolated island for an extended period, they cannot rely solely on seafood. alternatives must be considered. The audience in the live stream sighs in admiration. Su Yang is incredibly gentle. He has no complaints and reassures Sister Zhou. How heartwarming. Is this not the ideal boyfriend? If I had such a partner, I would gladly grind my bones to make broth for him. The price of that exquisite lobster is not insignificant, over 30,000 yuan. Su Yang truly dotes on Sister Zhou. This scene resembles a moment from a romantic drama, a tale of a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. I find myself somewhat envious of Sister Zhou. I aspire to find a partner akin to Su Yang. With that thought, I resolve to seek a boyfriend who embodies Su Yang's qualities. Ahem, do wipe your drool. At this moment, the two of them divide their tasks. Su Yang continues to work on the nearly completed cabin, searching for resilient branches to replace the ropes, ensuring that the joints of the cabin are securely bound once more. As evening falls, the risk of being toppled by the sea breeze diminishes. Securing the small wooden cabin is of paramount importance. Subsequently, a multitude of dry leaves is gathered and laid thickly upon the 2 rows of timber comprising the cabin. This will significantly enhance warmth, allowing for a restful slumber until dawn, free from the chilling gusts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sister Zhou has collected numerous wooden blocks and dry leaves. Utilizing the fire-starting technique previously demonstrated by Su Yang, she ignites a bonfire. The vigorous flames transform the cool seaside into a much cozier environment. Before long, Su Yang's small wooden cabin is complete. The two of them settle beside the bonfire to warm themselves. As Sister Zhou gazes at the newly constructed cabin, her heart swells with joy, albeit tempered by concern. Lost in contemplation, she reflects on the solitary cabin. Although she had impulsively expressed a desire to share it with Su Yang out of fear, she soon realizes the implications of sharing such close quarters with a boy. At that moment, Su Yang discerns her unease. It is evident that this young girl wears her feelings openly, her innocence unmistakable. How about we take turns staying in the cabin? You can keep watch until 2:30 in the morning, and I will take over from there, he proposes. His suggestion not only caters to Sister Zhou's apprehension, but also serves a practical purpose: safety. Should wild animals approach during the night, both of them could be at risk if they were to sleep soundly. Thus, alternating watch seems the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing Su Yang's suggestion, Sister Zhou's face brightens. Oh, that is a splendid idea, she exclaims, her earlier worries dissipating in an instant, replaced by delight. She promptly sits beside him, her curiosity ignited with a flurry of questions. Su Yang, why did you choose to participate in this program? Su Yang, what makes your fish so delicious? Su Yang, where are you from? Is it close to my home? She yearns to know more about him, to understand his preferences and daily rhythm. If possible, she wishes to learn everything about Su Yang. As they engage in conversation, Sister Zhou eventually leans against Su Yang's shoulder and drifts into slumber, observing her peaceful profile. Su Yang shakes his head in bemusement at the simplicity of the young girl. With a single blanket as their only covering, he gently drapes it over her. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing this tender moment, are filled with envy. What a heartwarming scene. Su Yang is truly considerate. Sister Zhou, you must cherish such a good man. What girl wouldn't he adore a boy like this? My mother always said to marry someone like him. They are such a perfect match, truly a pair made in heaven. Let us hope no wild beasts disturb them tonight. May this moment be forever captured. At that moment, a series of electronic chimes resonates in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 700 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,300 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 popularity points. You have reached 2,000 popularity points, allowing for one random draw. Would the host like to draw? With a decisive thought, Su Yang stands before the system's spinning wheel and makes a swift gesture. Chapter 15. Sister Zhou is stunned. Congratulations, host. You have acquired hunting skills. Would you like to claim them? Claim. At that moment, a wealth of hunting techniques floods Su Yang's mind, the dimensions for crafting bows and arrows, the precise curvature for drawing the bow. This skill is excellent, he muses. With hunting skills at his disposal, he no longer fears wild beasts on the deserted island. Should they attack, he could simply shoot them down for sustenance. How splendid. With this thought, Su Yang smiles knowingly. Without delay, he focuses on the current task of crafting a bow and arrows. Using a sharp stone, he carves bamboo into several pieces and meticulously shapes them into arrowheads. The rudimentary form of the arrows begins to take shape, while the remaining bamboo is fashioned into a bow. However, the question of what to use for the bowstring looms large. The production team provided nothing, and being on a deserted island leaves him with no resources. Where could he procure a bowstring? This dilemma momentarily stumps him. Glancing at the blanket, an epiphany strikes. With a clap of his hands, he realizes, by pulling at the frayed edges of the blanket, he can extract strands of thread. Soon, he has a small bundle of fibers suitable for his bowstring. Observers in the live stream are left in awe of Su Yang's ingenuity. Wow, Su Yang is incredibly skilled. How did he even think of that? Who would have guessed that a bowstring could be made from a blanket? Is Su Yang some kind of genius? How does he know so much? Fishing, building a cabin, crafting bows and arrows? He truly embodies the ideal child that every parent dreams of. Do not underestimate the bow and arrows Su Yang has just made. Despite appearing simple, the length, width, and height of the arrows must adhere to strict proportions. It is not merely a matter of whittling a few bamboo sticks. Furthermore, the selection of materials for the bow requires choosing bamboo from the most elastic part of the plant. Crafting such skills without any tools, purely from experience, demands years of practice. Additionally, the curvature when attaching the bowstring is not just a matter of tying. It requires specialized expertise to ensure accuracy during shooting. Upon hearing the analysis from an elder in the comments, the viewers are even more impressed with Su Yang. It turns out he is quite the expert. What they initially perceived as a spontaneous creation is now revealed as a manifestation of profound knowledge in hunting. The next day, Su Yang rises early, stretching as he stands. He rekindles the bonfire using the fire drilling technique before making his way to a tree adorned with a bird's nest. He begins to climb, halting when he reaches the nest. Reaching out, he starts to collect feathers. This action leaves the viewers in the live stream baffled. Huh, Su Yang, what are you doing? Are you taking bird eggs or feathers? Why are you gathering feathers? They ponder. Has Su Yang lost his wits from the night watch? Why is he treating bird feathers as treasures? He could just catch a bird and roast it over the fire instead. As confusion reigns among the audience, some begin to piece together the puzzle. Ah, I see. Su Yang is making arrow fletchings. Yes, the fletchings will enhance stability and accuracy. They marvel at his ingenuity. I can't believe he is crafting his own fletchings. What a brilliant mind. I am increasingly impressed with Su Yang. Looking down at the feathers in his hand, Su Yang assesses that he has gathered a sufficient quantity. After collecting a dozen feathers, he slowly descends the tree. Sister Zhou is holding a fishing rod, having been at it for quite some time. Yet, the bucket remained utterly empty. Upon witnessing this moment, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, Sister Zhou has become an air force. They lamented her plight, unable to catch even a single fish, which was quite amusing. One wondered what had inspired Sister Zhou to take up fishing. Who would have thought she could be interested in such an activity? It seems women, too, can have an affinity for fishing. I had always assumed that only men were drawn to it. A large yellow croaker is worth 500,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be intrigued by that? Or perhaps catching a big lobster, which fetches around 300,000. Was Sister Zhou fishing for money? I suspect it was because she felt guilty about wasting a lobster while making seafood soup yesterday. Today, she sought to make amends. Yet, as fate would have it, the fish and shrimp were not interested in her bait. Ha ha ha, neither the yellow croaker nor the lobster seemed inclined to pay her any respect. It appears that fishing truly depends on the individual. Just yesterday, Su Yang had caught 2 large yellow croakers and managed to lure in 2 lobsters, while Sister Zhou ended up empty-handed. Their methods seemed quite similar. It's truly perplexing. Perhaps it was merely Su Yang's good fortune. Sister Zhou herself was flabbergasted. No matter how poor one's skills may be, one shouldn't end up with nothing. What a disgrace. It was baffling, same location, same fishing rod, and even the same posture. What on earth was happening? Were the big fish and lobsters selective about who they would entertain? Sister Zhou was left pondering this mystery, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Thus, the loss of that lobster from yesterday could not be recovered. With that thought, a hint of helplessness crossed Sister Zhou's face. Standing nearby, Su Yang glanced at the empty metal bucket. Could he not discern the situation? All he could do was smile in silence. The outcome of fishing was always different. With his advanced fishing techniques, he was bound to catch something substantial. But Sister Zhou, being different from him, would find it challenging to entice a big fish. At that moment, Sister Zhou noticed the bow and arrow in Su Yang's hands, her gaze lingering on them. What was their purpose? She scrutinized the bow and arrow, puzzled. Wasn't this a fishing expedition? Why introduce a bow and arrow? Sister Zhou was filled with curiosity, unsure of Su Yang's intentions. Su Yang chuckled lightly. For supplementary meals, he replied. A competition with Sister Zhou ensued, leading to the discovery of small animals. Supplementary meals? Did that mean he intended to hunt with the bow and arrow? Hunting on a deserted island could yield quite a bounty. One could expect to encounter wild chickens and rabbits, and if he managed to catch 1 or 2, roasting them over a campfire would be quite delectable. The mere thought made my mouth water. The meat of wild animals on the island is undoubtedly far superior to what we typically consume. It made me wish I could fly over and join them in the hunt. However, one should not underestimate the challenges of hunting. The wild animals capable of surviving on the island have endured the trials of the food chain. Unlike our domesticated pets, wild creatures are far more cunning. Moreover, hunting requires a high level of skill. Su Yang was just an ordinary person without any hunting expertise. Whether he could successfully hunt was another matter entirely. Thus, it is a misconception to think hunting is simple. Firstly, one must possess excellent eyesight. Secondly, extensive hunting experience is crucial. When an animal is on the run, one must rely on experience to estimate where the animal will be after a few seconds. As different animals have varying speeds, there's a significant difference between a cheetah and a rabbit. This is why hunting necessitates rich experience. Additionally, a hunter's psychological fortitude plays a significant role. Some prey may be in a blind spot, and one cannot simply adjust their position without alarming the quarry. In such instances, one must patiently wait for the animal to move out of sight, and the duration of this wait can be unpredictable. Therefore, the demands of hunting are quite high. Merely wielding a bow and arrow does not suffice. Many factors come into play. Given this, it is understandable that Su Yang would struggle to capture any animals, especially as a novice. It is quite common for inexperienced hunters to go weeks without catching anything. Not only the viewers in the comment section doubted Su Yang's ability to succeed in hunting, but even his beautiful partner, Sister Zhou, wore a skeptical expression. Without any experience, how can you hunt? It wasn't a matter of underestimating Su Yang, but rather acknowledging the reality that hunting is not something one can simply do on a whim. Hunting is unlike other activities. It demands a strong set of specialized skills. Without a certain level of proficiency, one cannot catch even the smallest animals. In summary, hunting is a formidable endeavor. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed. He smiled and said, "Just watch my performance for a while. With the system's enhancement in hunting skills, I'm bound to succeed." However, he pondered, what about Sister Zhou? She ought to feel involved as well. At that moment, Su Yang produced a slingshot and handed it to her. "Here, you can have some fun with this when you have nothing to do." Glancing at the slingshot Su Yang offered, Sister Zhou shot him a look. Why does he get to hunt animals with a bow and arrow while I'm left with a child's slingshot? How condescending. Nevertheless, given their equal lack of hunting skills, the distinction between a slingshot and a bow and arrow was negligible. However, since it was like this, perhaps she could challenge him. How about we compete? Whoever catches more animals wins. To her surprise, this little girl wanted to compete with him. Very well, he would indulge her, though he was certain he would emerge victorious. All right, let us have a competition. This little girl was merely idle, so he might as well entertain her. As they prepared to venture into the jungle for their hunt, the comments section erupted with discussion. Who do you think will win? I believe Su Yang will, as he is male, and men generally have an advantage in hunting. Your perspective is too one-sided. Hunting relies on skill. Though Su Yang is male, he lacks any hunting expertise and may not necessarily win. I think Sister Zhou will triumph. She is naturally clever and agile, making her well-suited for hunting. Who knows, Sister Zhou might actually outshine Su Yang. Regardless, I have an inexplicable faith in Su Yang. I believe he can win. I support Su Yang. I support Su Yang too. You traitors, are you not fans of Sister Zhou anymore? I will always support Sister Zhou. But reality might prove otherwise. Ha ha ha, who could argue with that? Regardless, I trust Sister Zhou. At this point, the two had ventured into the jungle, ready to hunt. Utilizing his hunting skills, Su Yang discovered traces of small animals. They followed the clues left behind, exploring until they arrived at a valley. As they gazed across the valley, they spotted wild chickens and rabbits everywhere. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were unable to contain their excitement. Wow, how beautiful. Where is this? Tell me the address. I want to fly there immediately. Oh my goodness, what a stunning place. If it weren't for the live broadcast, I would have truly believed it to be special effects. This live stream was indeed worthwhile. I feel enriched by the experience. Having encountered such a breathtaking valley for the first time, butterflies fluttering, bees gathering nectar, and an abundance of flowers, what a splendid sight. Is this not the quintessential retreat of one's dreams? I yearn to reside here, having grown weary of the monotonous 9-to-5 routine. Indeed, one cannot witness such beauty in the city. Just wait until I retire. I shall live here amidst the mountains, waters, and picturesque landscapes. This is the life I long for. By the way, is this not the location where the Return of the Condor Heroes was filmed? It feels familiar. Butterfly Valley? Little Dragon Girl and Yonghua? Well, the place where my aunt resides is indeed magnificent. It would be a shame not to capture such beauty in photos. What is this place? Where is it located? I am so eager to take pictures. It is truly beautiful, evoking a sense of paradise. Oh look, there are so many wild chickens and rabbits. Wow, now they can truly showcase their skills. However, these wild chickens and rabbits are quite cunning. Whether they can actually catch one is another matter entirely. I hope they succeed. As they beheld the exquisite scenery before them, Sister Zhou could hardly contain her excitement, dancing and shouting with glee. Su Yang, Noticing her joy, smiled subtly. In the next moment, he covered Sister Zhou's mouth. Chapter 17. I also like rabbits, Su Yang whispered in Sister Zhou's ear. Do not speak loudly, it will startle them. While speaking, he cast a glance towards the wild chickens and rabbits in the valley. It was not easy to find such a place teeming with wildlife. And if they were to hear loud voices, they would surely flee, leaving them empty-handed. That would truly be a wasted trip. At this moment, Sister Zhou's face flushed crimson as she nodded in agreement. However, her thoughts diverged significantly from Su Yang's. Su Yang's hand was warm, and surprisingly, it was not rough at all. Quite peculiar, one would expect a boy's hands to be coarse, yet this was not the case. The more she thought about it, the faster her heart raced, and her face grew even redder. The viewers in the live stream, keenly observant, seized upon this moment and began to express their amusement. Oh my, Sister Zhou is blushing. She can't hide it this time. Haha, look at how adorable she is when she's embarrassed. Su Yang's sudden action of covering her mouth caught Sister Zhou off guard. Yet this also confirmed a certain notion, given Sister Zhou's dreamy gaze. I would be the first to doubt that she harbored no feelings for Su Yang. This time, it was irrefutable evidence. Sister Zhou's blush and gaze spoke volumes. There had been signs before, and everyone was convinced. How would they explain it now? Ahem, such matters are best articulated by Sister Zhou herself. I wager she won't be forthcoming anytime soon. She is far too shy? Haha, fear not. One day this enchanting lady will confess. Sister Zhou is my goddess. Oh, Su Yang, step aside, let me take my chance. Haha, accept your fate. Brother, your opportunity has passed. I believe these two are mutually infatuated, otherwise. Why would Su Yang be so gentle with Sister Zhou? I cannot say for certain how Su Yang feels about her, but I am convinced that Sister Zhou undoubtedly has feelings for him. How enviable for Su Yang to win Sister Zhou's heart. Having made this conclusion, the two stealthily approached within a dozen meters of the animals, ensuring they would not frighten them, thus facilitating their hunt. Concealing themselves in a location where the animals would be less likely to notice, their chances of success would significantly improve. Once they were properly hidden, a wild chicken darted across their path, capturing Su Yang's attention. He swiftly readied his bow and aimed at the chicken. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the chicken's belly. Yet it continued to flee at a remarkable speed. However, the commotion startled the other animals, sending them into a panic as they scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Sister Zhou took out her slingshot, determined not to be outdone. Su Yang had already hit an animal. She certainly could not return empty-handed. After all, they had agreed to compete. She refused to lose. With a loud snap, Sister Zhou's slingshot struck an animal as well, bringing her immense joy. It seemed she had some skill after all. However, her shot was too weak to fell the small creature, which quickly recovered and bolted away. Sister Zhou stomped her foot in frustration, eager to find another target. At that moment, she spotted a fluffy little rabbit not far from the grass. She approached, bending down to gaze at the rabbit, her previous worries dissipating in an instant. Filled with delight, she exclaimed, I adore little rabbits. They are so fluffy and adorable. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with tenderness as she thought how this tiny rabbit had yet to grow and was unaware of the earlier commotion, which is why it remained in place instead of fleeing with the others. Upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, I also like little rabbits. Sister Zhou was filled with confusion at Su Yang's admission. How could this be? Are not rabbits the favored creatures of girls? Shouldn't boys be more interested in wild horses? This was utterly perplexing. She simply could not fathom it. What do you like about rabbits? How could Su Yang possibly appreciate something typically adored by girls? Su Yang, unfazed by Sister Zhou's inquiry, responded lightheartedly, one can never have too many. At this moment, the live stream erupted with laughter. Wow, haha, Su Yang, so this is who you are. Our Sister Zhou is still quite innocent. Su Yang, I suspect you are being mischievous. Fear not, I only suspect. Haha, you naughty boy, don't lead our Sister Zhou astray. Oh, Su Yang, is this really you? I have a new impression of you. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Have you forgotten we are here? After all, we are not as innocent as Sister Zhou. However, it is better to say such things, as fans enjoy it. Haha, you all are a bunch of rascals. In this entire live stream, I am the only innocent one. Unable to comprehend what you are saying. No, I am still innocent. Just like Sister Zhou, I am utterly baffled. Huh, I almost believed you. Su Yang is so amusing. Without further ado, gifts began pouring in. As viewers jested, they simultaneously showered the stream with gifts. User 1 sent a helicopter. User 2 sent a dream castle. User 3 sent a rocket. User 4 sent 4 rockets. User 5 sent 10,000 mugs of beer. At this point, the live stream screen was dominated by spectacular gift effects, with rewards flying in from all directions, sending the stream's popularity soaring. Meanwhile, in the program's backstage, the team was thrilled to see Su Yang trending. How delightful! The director was positively beaming with joy, astonished that a single individual, Su Yang, could generate such immense popularity. It must be noted that at that moment, Su Yang's live stream was at its peak, swiftly ascending to the #1 spot. The reason behind this phenomenon was rather straightforward. The other contestants on the program were struggling to survive, aiming to prolong their stay for another day to earn a bit more money. In stark contrast, Su Yang had already begun to enjoy life. Chapter 18. A bountiful hunt. The program's director was exceedingly pleased with Su Yang's performance. He instructed the crew, ensure that we capture more footage of Su Yang. Increase his visibility among the audience. The director's admiration for Su Yang's accomplishments was undeniable. Once filming concluded, if Su Yang was willing, the director was eager to sign him to a long-term contract. The director could hardly contain his excitement. To achieve trending status in such a brief period was no small feat. What set Su Yang apart was his versatility and quick wit. He could catch a colossal yellow croaker worth 500,000 per fish, construct triangular shelters, and excel in hunting. He was truly a prodigy. Humorous, entertaining, and adept at engaging his audience, Su Yang embodied the essence of live streaming and short video content that attracts viewers. A talent like him was invaluable, representing a veritable treasure trove for the company's profits. Meanwhile, the other staff members of the program realized that the director himself was advocating for a long-term contract with Su Yang, signaling that the contestant was on the cusp of success. Director Zhou was a well-known figure in the industry, and anyone fortunate enough to sign a contract with him was destined for fame. The number of stars he had nurtured was countless, and thus, Su Yang might very well become the next rising star. At that moment, Su Yang surveyed his catch, having bagged 8 wild chickens. Time to wrap up, he declared, lifting the wild chickens and preparing to head back. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou glanced at the 8 wild chickens in Su Yang's grasp, then at the single rabbit she had caught. She had yet to catch any wild chickens, though she had indeed encountered one. Alas, her strength had been insufficient to secure it. The wild chicken had escaped, and she could hardly blame herself. After all, she had made the attempt. If Su Yang inquired later, she would at least have an explanation to save face. Though she couldn't help but feel envious of the 8 wild chickens he had caught. Raising her gaze to Su Yang, she pondered the nature of this remarkable individual. How could he excel at everything? Was he truly a genius? Just as Sister Zhou's mind was flooded with questions, Su Yang noticed her fixed gaze and decided to tease her. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you have a crush on me? He was curious to see her reaction. Sister Zhou's fair face flushed instantly, her heart racing as she deliberately averted her eyes from his. In a soft voice, she managed to stammer, impossible. After uttering those words, she clutched her rabbit and hurriedly walked ahead of Su Yang. Why is he so direct? She thought. What can I possibly say in response? I wish I could just disappear. This is so embarrassing. The live stream's chat exploded with commentary. Hey, Sister Zhou. Why are you rushing off? Su Yang has all those wild chickens. Why not lend a hand? Surely you can show some consideration. Laughter erupted in the comments. Sister Zhou's face is all red. What does that indicate? Just admit your feelings already. Stop playing hard to get. Come on, this is just a simple misunderstanding. Break the ice already. As the banter continued, it became evident that Su Yang and Sister Zhou had a certain chemistry. One was charming and gentle, while the other was strikingly attractive, a perfect match. Regardless, I find myself rooting for this pair. Soon enough, both arrived at the triangular shelter. Sister Zhou stole a glance at Su Yang, relieved to see his calm demeanor. The earlier awkwardness had been palpable, but fortunately, Su Yang seemed unperturbed. With a sigh of relief, Sister Zhou felt her tension ease. Next, Su Yang ignited a campfire, preparing to cook the wild chickens. Sister Zhou busied herself tending to the flames and plucking the feathers from the chickens while Su Yang chopped bamboo to craft new arrows. Their roles were well defined, and they worked in harmony. At that moment, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the small rabbit Sister Zhou had brought back. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "What a pity it's just one. If we had a whole litter, we could raise them, and before long, we wouldn't have to worry about food." Sister Zhou was taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts. Raise them? Does he intend to stay here long term? She queried, "Are you planning to live here? Isn't this just a temporary setup for the show?" Yet unbeknownst to Sister Zhou, Su Yang had his own aspirations. If we could maintain this lifestyle, it would be wonderful. Not to mention, accumulating popularity will yield various rewards from the system. It's a dream come true. No worries about food or clothing. Isn't this far more engaging than a mundane 9-to-5 job? Here, we could even catch fish worth tens of thousands. Who knows, by the end of the program, I might just become a millionaire. The benefits were clearly outweighing the drawbacks. However, Sister Zhou's ears perked up at his words. Did he truly wish to share a life away from the chaos of the city with her? The thought sent a rush of warmth to her cheeks, filling her with joy. She found herself contemplating the beauty of such an unpretentious life together. In the chat, excitement erupted. Did Su Yang just express a desire to stay here long-term? With seafood to eat and a beautiful companion, what a delightful life. Could this be a roundabout confession? Absolutely. He must wish to share this simple life with Sister Zhou. How could he not feel something for her? She is stunning. Chapter 19. Moving to the valley after their meal, Su Yang began to pack his belongings. At this moment, Sister Zhou observed his actions with confusion. What is going on? Didn't you just say you wanted to stay here long-term? Why are you packing up now? Su Yang continued his tasks, undeterred. We can relocate to the valley, where the entrance is narrow and can be easily secured with a fence, alleviating our concerns about wild animal attacks. Living by the seaside poses a significant risk of such assaults due to the open terrain and lack of advantageous topography. In contrast, the valley offers a completely different scenario. Today, while hunting in the valley, Su Yang carefully observed the terrain and surrounding environment. Relocating to the valley would certainly mitigate the threat of wild beasts, ensuring personal safety. Furthermore, the valley is abundant with small game like wild chickens and rabbits, thus providing a reliable food source. The valley's picturesque scenery makes it an ideal place for living, fostering peace of mind and potentially even longevity. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Zhou Jie felt a surge of joy and understood the reason behind Su Yang's preparations. The valley is indeed strikingly beautiful. She fell in love with it at first sight, perceiving it as a veritable paradise. However, a new concern arose. Where would they reside? Zhou Jie felt a twinge of anxiety. Simply relocating for the favorable environment and absence of wild animal threats without a proper shelter posed a considerable issue. Thus, while she was delighted, her heart remained heavy with worry. After all, having a place to live is paramount. Just as Zhou Jie was engulfed in her thoughts, Su Yang finished packing the fishing gear and spoke up. You need not worry about that. Simply tell me what kind of house you would like, and I will take care of the rest. After saying this, he continued to pack other belongings. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their excitement. Wow, this is living. They are moving to the valley. I just came from another contestant stream where they were foraging for wild vegetables and had no hot water to drink. This is so depressing to watch. Another chimed in. I just left another contestant stream too, where the participant was gnawing on freshly dug sweet potatoes, looking utterly miserable. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. But Su Yang is moving to a paradise? Is it not true that Su Yang possesses a wealth of skills, effortlessly solving numerous challenges? It is no wonder he is regarded as a polymath. Su Yang was indeed correct. From a safety perspective, the valley is significantly safer than the seaside. The narrow exit of the valley prevents large predators from entering, thus enhancing security. Only smaller animals can infiltrate, a situation that is inevitable unless Su Yang devises another solution. In terms of food supply, the valley brims with small game, such as wild boar, ducks, and rabbits. Moreover, Su Yang's ability to create fire from wood ensures they need not worry about hunger. Additionally, the valley boasts a favorable environment and climate, ideal for sustenance and habitation. The scenery is truly breathtaking. When Zhou Jie and her companion went hunting, I was captivated by the surroundings. The beautiful environment and pleasant climate make it a perfect place for health and wellness. I have heard it is the very place where the legendary couple, Zilong and Yanghua, lived. How delightful. One can only imagine their life in the valley. Perhaps they will become the next Zilong and Yanghua. What a beautiful reminiscence. This is the essence of live streaming. Were it not for the broadcast, I would fast forward to witness their life in the valley. After a while, the two arrived in the valley, laden with bags and bundles. Upon placing their belongings down, they were once again greeted by the valley's stunning scenery, smiles illuminating their faces, for this would be their new home. Thus, they began to divide their tasks. Zhou Jie, please clear the weeds in this area and see if you can find a suitable place for shelter, one that can shield us from the elements. Meanwhile, I will go chop bamboo. The valley, while beautiful, does have its safety concerns that should not be underestimated. Although large predators cannot enter due to the narrow gorge, smaller beasts can still pose a threat. We need to block the entrance with some materials to enhance our safety. After listening to Su Yang's instructions, Zhou Jie nodded in agreement. Once their plan was set, she began clearing the weeds, ensuring a comfortable living space while simultaneously searching for a suitable dwelling. Meanwhile, Su Yang busied himself with a sharp stone, chopping bamboo and gathering materials. He tied the cut bamboo together with vines to block the valley's entrances, deterring any wild animals. However, the gorge spans several meters, making the endeavor a significant undertaking that cannot be completed swiftly. It is not a task for the faint-hearted, yet Su Yang remained unhurried. opting to proceed according to the circumstances and capabilities. He aimed to complete the project within a week. As Su-Yang contemplated his plans, Zhou Jie suddenly called out, "Su-Yang, come quickly. I found a place we can live." While clearing the weeds, Zhou Jie had paused her efforts, her gaze fixating on a faintly visible, concave doorframe. Could it possibly be a small cave? Excited, she cleared away the surrounding weeds, wiping the sweat from her brow. And her eyes widened as the doorframe became increasingly distinct. With renewed vigor, she pulled the weeds until a small cave emerged before her. Zhou Jie's heart swelled with joy, her face beaming with a smile. Indeed, it was a cave. Realizing this was precisely what Su-Yang had described as a potential dwelling, her heart soared with happiness. She had found a place suitable for habitation. In that moment, Zhou Jie felt as though she had accomplished a significant task. The first thing on her mind was the sheer joy of discovery, followed by the desire to share this wonderful news with Su-Yang, to bring him joy as well. With excitement, she waved her arms toward him, exclaiming loudly to relay her good fortune. Chapter 20. Expanding the cave. Upon hearing Zhou Jie's call, Su-Yang immediately paused his bamboo chopping. Something must be happening on her end. He hurried over, surprised that she had found a place to live so quickly. When he arrived, he saw Zhou Jie radiating joy as she pointed toward a small cave. "Look, Su-Yang, there's a cave here. We can live here." Zhou Jie beamed with pride at her discovery. Seeing the cave, Su-Yang smiled with satisfaction and nodded at Zhou Jie, acknowledging her find. Elated by Su-Yang's approval, Zhou Jie felt a sense of accomplishment, thrilled to have produced a tangible result and received his recognition. Looking at the small cave, Su-Yang pondered thoughtfully for a few moments. The cave is indeed suitable for habitation, albeit somewhat small. To make it more comfortable for living, it would require some expansion. Lost in joy, Sister Zhou heard Su-Yang's words, and her smile gradually faded, replaced by astonishment, as she gazed at him with a puzzled expression. Expand the cave? Surely I must have misheard. How could one possibly enlarge a cave? At that moment, Sister Zhou was bombarded with countless questions. This Su-Yang was truly enigmatic. It was not only Sister Zhou who was bewildered, the audience in the live stream shared the same incredulity. Did Su-Yang really suggest expanding the cave? This seemed utterly absurd. Had he lost his senses? It was a cave made of stone, not a wooden frame that could simply be enlarged at will. Indeed, had he forgotten the materials of which the cave was constructed? This was utterly ludicrous, especially considering that both Su-Yang and Sister Zhou were unarmed, lacking even an axe. How could they possibly carry out such an expansion? I cannot fathom this. Surely, Su-Yang is merely boasting. Is he attempting to attract more viewers? Such behavior feels rather deceitful. One must act within their means. One cannot simply utter whatever comes to mind. While speaking is one thing, accomplishing it is another. This is plainly an impossible endeavor. Why even suggest it? Su-Yang is merely bragging. How pretentious. Anyone can spout grandiose claims. I am eager to see how he intends to conclude this. Lacking even basic tools like an axe or hammer, he dares to consider splitting stones? Initially, I thought Su-Yang was rather amusing, but now it appears he is merely full of hot air. Su-Yang, one must choose their words wisely, especially in a live broadcast where we are all watching. Indeed, the situation is quite embarrassing. To utter such impossibilities is reckless. It seems Su-Yang has become somewhat arrogant, having achieved a few successes only to lose sight of his own limitations. Alas, I wonder what he is truly thinking. However, at this moment, to alleviate Sister Zhou's and the audience's doubts, Su-Yang slowly began to explain, "It is not particularly difficult. We merely need to utilize the principle of thermal contraction. In simpler terms, we will first heat the stones with fire and then douse them with cold water, causing them to crack naturally." The cave is indeed a bit small. Upon first seeing this little cave, I roughly estimated its dimensions, concluding it could only accommodate a single bed. For two people, it would be rather cramped and inconvenient. Nevertheless, the location is excellent, nestled in a corner of the canyon, away from the paths of roaming animals. Moreover, it is quite secluded. Nonetheless, some expansion would be beneficial. Yet, due to the lack of tools, we must resort to using the thermal contraction method to enlarge the cave. Upon hearing Su-Yang's explanation, Sister Zhou finally understood. So that's it. She grasped Su-Yang's intent, and together they commenced their plan to expand the cave. Sister Zhou, our first step is to heat the cave. Then we will pour cold water over it. We should begin by gathering a substantial amount of wood. Sister Zhou nodded in agreement. With that, they set off, each searching for wood nearby. Soon, a steady stream of firewood was being transported to the cave's entrance. At this point, Su-Yang paused to search for wood and addressed Sister Zhou. "Sister Zhou, you know how to create fire by drilling wood, right? Now that we have gathered a sufficient amount of wood, please ignite the fire and keep it burning strong. You need not carry wood anymore. I will handle that. Just focus on maintaining the fire. However, remember to keep a safe distance from the fire pit except when adding more wood." This was not a trivial concern, as starting a fire within the cave could raise the surrounding temperature due to the stone's heat absorption. If one were to stand too close, they risked burning their skin. Keeping a safe distance would mitigate such risks, hence Su Yang's caution. Following this, they divided their tasks. Sister Zhou, having previously mastered fire-making by drilling wood during their time by the sea, confidently set to work. She found a sturdy branch and began to rub it against another piece of wood. In no time, smoke began to rise, and the wood caught fire. Subsequently, Sister Zhou arranged several pieces of wood to form a small fire pit, adding plenty of dry grass to accelerate the flames. As the fire blazed brighter, she continued to add more wood, causing the flames to grow increasingly fierce. After a while, the initial pile of wood they had gathered together was nearly consumed. Meanwhile, Su Yang continued to transport wood into the cave. Upon entering, he noticed the stones had changed color due to the heat. It was time to pour the cold water. Gazing at the now heated cave, he began to envision how much larger it would be once expanded. His attention shifted to Sister Zhou, who was diligently adding more firewood. It must be said, her earnestness was quite endearing. Approaching Sister Zhou, Su Yang remarked, "I believe the stones are sufficiently heated now. They have changed color. Shall we pour the cold water?" Sister Zhou lifted her head to meet his gaze. "Really? Then let us proceed," she replied joyfully. The first step had been accomplished, bringing them one step closer to their goal of expanding the cave, filling her heart with delight. At that moment, Su Yang could not help but chuckle as he caught sight of Sister Zhou's flushed face. This little girl, tending to the fire in the cave, has turned her cheeks a vibrant red. Moreover, due to her handling of the firewood, her face bore smudges of soot, making her resemble a warrior. Yet Sister Zhou, noticing Su Yang's laughter, furrowed her brow. "What are you laughing at?" Though she was unaware of the source of his amusement, she suspected it was related to her. Su Yang, unable to suppress his laughter, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just happy that we are about to settle in the canyon." He attempted to downplay his mirth, but Sister Zhou remained unconvinced, knowing his expression was anything but sincere. Observing her indignant demeanor only prompted Su Yang to chuckle more heartily. "Ha ha ha, I truly cannot hold back this time. It is simply too amusing." With her current expression, she resembles a little warrior in a fit of anger. "All right. Go wash your face," Su Yang instructed. Startled by his words, Sister Zhou paused for a moment before realizing the state of her hands and face, now covered in soot. She quickly scurried to the nearby stream to wash up, peering into her reflection in the water. She burst into laughter at her rosy cheeks adorned with streaks of black soot, resembling a warrior indeed. At that moment, it dawned on her what had provoked Su Yang's earlier laughter. After Sister Zhou cleaned her face, the two began to fill a stainless steel bucket with water from the stream, then carried it to the cave entrance. They poured the cold water over the cave stone walls, creating a hissing sound and a plume of steam. Stepping back, they exchanged glances, ready for the next phase of their endeavor. Once again, a small fire was ignited, and the cave was roasted. After this repetitive cycle, the stones on the cave walls began to crack gradually. The audience in the live broadcast became agitated upon witnessing this. "Oh my, the stones are actually cracking," they exclaimed. "Look, the fissure is spreading deeper." I could hardly believe my eyes. Had Su Yang truly accomplished this? I began to suspect whether Su Yang was a genius, capable of everything, even devising the technique of thermal contraction. My admiration for him grew. If I had not been watching the live stream, I would never have believed that the cave could expand. It seemed that the stones were on the verge of collapsing. Who would have thought such a method was feasible? It must be Su Yang. As the saying goes, mastering mathematics and science opens doors everywhere. This wisdom rings true. Thermal contraction. Su Yang, you are remarkable. As a chemistry and physics enthusiast, I could never have imagined this step. Although I have dabbled in small experiments, I have never experienced practical applications in an environment like Su Yang's. I am grateful to him for this lesson. It is essential to integrate knowledge with real life. Indeed, the principle of thermal contraction is understood by many, yet executing it is quite challenging. The heating process must be continuous, with temperatures consistently rising. Otherwise, the desired outcome cannot be achieved. This explains why Sister Zhou's face was flushed from the heat, a result of Su Yang's instructions. If the fire's temperature had dropped midway, the ideal effect would have been halved. Furthermore, the timing of splashing cold water must be precise. It cannot be done at any moment. The rocks must be heated to a temperature between 80 and 90 degrees for optimal results. If it is too high or too low, the effect will be unsatisfactory. Thus, Su Yang's success in causing the rocks to crack and nearly fall was no small feat. What appeared simple was, in fact, supported by extensive knowledge and practice. It seems Su Yang is indeed an expert in this regard. I was astounded. What I thought was mere common sense turned out to be the fruit of experience. Soon after, large stones began to tumble down, sending clouds of dust toward the cave entrance. Seeing this, Su-Yang quickly guided Sister Zhou to retreat several steps. After a while, the falling stones ceased, and the entrance, previously shrouded in dust, gradually became clear. At that moment, Sister Zhou was awestruck. They had truly succeeded. Her impression of Su-Yang deepened, and she stole a glance at him, marveling at his multifaceted talents. However, as Sister Zhou gazed at the expanded cave, she noticed a significant issue. The fallen stones were jagged and uninhabitable. This thought caused her delicate brows to furrow once more. Su-Yang, having anticipated her concern, reassured her. No worries. We can fill the uneven surfaces with mud. It is essential to level it out, otherwise, it would be uninhabitable. Fortunately, there is a stream nearby, providing us with readily available mud. He continued, we can dry the mud with fire afterward. Let's divide our tasks. I will fill in the uneven areas with mud, while you gather some grass. Once I have leveled the surface, we can lay the grass on top and make it habitable. Sister Zhou nodded in agreement, her admiration for Su-Yang soaring. The two commenced their respective tasks. Su-Yang filled the gaps in the stones with mud and smoothed it over with a large tree branch, creating a flat surface. Remarkably, he completed this in no time, significantly improving the visual comfort of the cave. They reignited the bonfire to expedite the drying of the mud. Although this process took some time due to the varying depths of the gaps, the deeper areas required more mud, while the shallower ones needed less, resulting in different drying times. Hence, they had to keep the fire burning longer to ensure that the mud in the deeper sections dried adequately. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou was busy gathering dry grass. After a while, feeling satisfied with her collection, she and Su-Yang began to lay the grass over the mud. Thankfully, the mud had dried sufficiently by then. Just as Su-Yang felt a sense of relief, he pondered a new issue. Chapter 22, Sister Zhou's Misfortune. Although the stream was not far, it still posed a distance. For convenience in their future living arrangements, they needed to divert the stream closer. With this thought in mind, he began to devise a plan. Sister Zhou, immersed in the joy of having a home, noticed Su-Yang deep in thought and asked, "What's wrong? What are you contemplating?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Su-Yang shared his thoughts about redirecting the stream, and Sister Zhou agreed that bringing it closer to their cave would indeed be much more convenient. Thus, they set out to find a suitable spot for the stream diversion. Su-Yang soon discovered a small stream that appeared ideal for their needs and decided to redirect it to their new dwelling. However, as Sister Zhou gazed at the clear stream, she felt a wave of thirst wash over her. After working for quite some time, she crouched down to quench her thirst. Just as she was about to drink, Su-Yang intervened. "You can't drink that, Sister Zhou. The water is untreated and could make you ill." Upon hearing his warning, Sister Zhou halted her actions. She then set up the only pot they had, filled it with stream water, and kindled the bonfire to boil it for safe drinking. Meanwhile, as Su-Yang began excavating the stream for diversion, he heard a series of electronic notifications in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 popularity points. You have reached 2,000 popularity points. Unlocking master level ceramic skill. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Claim successful." Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding ceramics flooded into Su-Yang's mind. Expertise in selecting raw materials and mastering the firing process. This newfound knowledge filled Su-Yang with joy. Master level ceramics. This could be invaluable. When funds ran low, he could craft ceramics to sell. With this thought, Su-Yang felt exhilarated. Participating in this survival show had been worth it. His enthusiasm for work surged. However, while digging by the small creek, the water's surface began to take on a yellow hue, revealing that they had struck yellow clay. This temporarily sullied the creek, causing the water to change color. At that moment, as Su-Yang continued to excavate a water channel for drainage, a sudden cry of Sister Zhou echoed from the cave. Hearing the sound, Su-Yang immediately halted his activity and hurriedly made his way towards the cave. He was concerned that Sister Zhou might encounter a wild beast, especially since the canyon entrance had not yet been completely blocked, allowing small animals to still enter. With this thought, Su-Yang quickened his pace, fearing for Sister Zhou's safety. Upon reaching the cave, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A large hole had burned through the pot resting over the campfire, which had already extinguished. Sporadic sparks rose from the pot's gaping wound, ascending to a certain height before dissipating into dust and falling back to the ground. It turned out that Sister Zhou had become so exhausted that she unintentionally dozed off while boiling water, leading to the pot being burned through. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The bottom of the pot has burned a hole. The more I watch, the funnier it gets. Sister Zhou, you're so talented. Forgive me for laughing so heartlessly. I just can't stop. Ha ha. Look at Su Yang's reaction. He is completely stunned. Ha ha. He never imagined that Sister Zhou would burn the pot through, and he ran all the way back, only to see this. At that moment, the audience couldn't help but comment on Su Yang's mental scar from this incident. Sister Zhou is incredible. Ha ha. This moment has certainly given me my daily dose of laughter. The more I watch, the more I find Sister Zhou endearing. I'm growing fonder of both of them. It was noted that a pot shouldn't be so easily ruined. It should merely burn at the bottom. But burning at the bottom versus burning through is merely a matter of time. If the cooking continues after it has burned, the pot's base becomes increasingly fragile, and eventually, it will break. So that is how it is. In reality, pots aren't easily burned through. It's just that Sister Zhou's pot is an exception. Ha. However, some astute viewers pointed out, but isn't this their only pot? What will they do if it's ruined? They'll have to eat cold dishes. The anticipation for their meal-less existence was palpable. At the same time, Sister Zhou felt immense guilt, questioning how she could have fallen asleep. How could I have slept so deeply? The smell of the burned pot didn't wake me. If I had only woken up then, I could have extinguished the fire. And the pot wouldn't have burned through. What are we going to do? We only have this one pot. As she gazed at the ruined pot, her face was etched with remorse. In that moment, she felt utterly lost. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed. It's all right, if the pot is burned through. It's burned through. As long as no one was hurt, that's what matters. I'll handle the pot. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. The idea of making a pot seemed rather implausible. However, since she was the one responsible for the mishap, she felt she had no grounds to contradict Su Yang. Despite her skepticism, she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream expressed their disbelief. Make a pot? By hand? How audacious. How do you plan to do that? There isn't even any iron. Even though Su Yang has many skills, making a pot requires raw materials, iron. You need a hammer to shape it. Without these basic necessities, how could you possibly make a pot? At that moment, it wasn't that they doubted Su Yang. It was simply a matter of limited resources. No matter how capable Su Yang was, he couldn't conjure a pot from thin air. I certainly don't believe it. It's too absurd. He must think he is a sorcerer who can perform magic. What an audacious thought to declare he can make a pot without considering the practical circumstances. Chapter 23. Making a pot at that moment. Su Yang recalled the yellow earth he had unearthed while digging the creek. After all, isn't clay the primary material for ceramics? With that thought, Su Yang headed towards the creek. Sister Zhou, noticing that Su Yang seemed to have remembered something, followed him out of curiosity. As Su Yang did not reject her presence, she took a few steps forward to walk alongside him. Regardless of the situation, Su Yang did not blame her, which felt warm to her. Soon, they arrived at the creek where they had decided to divert the water. Just as Sister Zhou was filled with questions, she watched as Su Yang began to dig up the yellow clay and stack it on the bank. At that moment, Su Yang, a master of ceramic artistry, fashioned a pottery wheel, sculpting platform, and a potter's wheel from the yellow clay. He then placed these ceramic tools on the shore to dry. Sister Zhou observed Su Yang's actions with confusion, looking at the wheel and other tools he had created. Aren't we supposed to be making a pot? Why is he making so many small tools? What are these even for? She pondered. Su Yang, didn't you say we were making a pot? Why are you creating these items? Sister Zhou expressed her doubts, unable to connect these objects to the iron pot. She could only voice her inquiry. These are the basic tools for making ceramics, Su Yang replied directly. Hearing this answer, Sister Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Basic tools for making ceramics? Do you also know how to make ceramics? At that moment, she was uncertain whether Su Yang was joking. In response to Sister Zhou's skepticism, Su Yang reassured her with a smile. Yes, I can make them. After hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou felt a wave of relief. After all, in the brief time they had spent together, Su Yang had proven himself reliable in every endeavor. Thus, she chose to trust him despite the lack of a furnace or other large equipment. The next day, Su Yang rose early and checked the tools he had crafted the previous day. They had dried and were ready for use. It was time to begin constructing the furnace. Although conditions were limited and he couldn't cover everything, he still needed the basics. With that, Su Yang returned to the creek to excavate more yellow clay. He stacked it on the bank until a small mound formed. Once satisfied, he stopped digging and placed the drained yellow clay into a stainless steel bucket, then led the way back to the cave. At that moment, Sister Zhou had also awakened and was tending to the campfire, curious about Su Yang's return. She approached him. In the bucket, there was yellow clay. Realizing that Su Yang was indeed serious about making ceramics, she refrained from questioning him further. Sister Zhou, we are about to start making the furnace in ceramics, and we will need a significant amount of wood for fuel. Please gather as much wood as you can for firing the ceramics. I'll begin constructing the furnace." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou nodded in agreement and promptly set off to find wood. Meanwhile, only then did Su Yang begin to apply a thick layer of yellow clay to the inner surface of the iron pot that had been burned yesterday. Next, he built a circle of yellow clay around the bonfire, rising to a height of 15 centimeters, leaving an opening for firewood. He then added firewood to expedite the drying of the surrounding clay. However, his own tasks did not cease. At that moment, Su Yang, adhering to the diameter of the freshly laid clay circle, molded a circular lid from the clay in the bucket. Once the surrounding clay was dry, he placed the newly crafted lid atop it. After drying, he covered the pot, which was lined with yellow clay. Thus, once the inner clay of the iron pot was thoroughly dried, a rudimentary high furnace was completed. The next step was to create ceramics. Immediately, Su Yang recalled the pottery techniques taught by the master. He first retrieved the tools that had dried from the previous day, placing the wheel on the ground, followed by the turntable. He then shaped the remaining clay into the form of a sand pot, placing the rudimentary version inside the high furnace. He promptly added firewood. At that moment, Zhou returned. Upon seeing the high furnace and the partially completed sand pot, she was filled with admiration for Su Yang. Once enough firewood was collected, Zhou sat beside Su Yang, both awaiting the finished product. An hour later, Su Yang opened the furnace, revealing a large dark brown sand pot. Zhou gasped in astonishment. It was truly remarkable. Aside from the absence of decorative colors, it was indistinguishable from those sold in the market. At this moment, Zhou cast a look of admiration towards Su Yang. Not only Zhou, but even the viewers in the live stream were astonished. Wow, is this really ceramic? Did Su Yang actually create this sand pot from scratch? Homemade high furnace, homemade tools, and a homemade ceramic sand pot. It's utterly absurd. Is Su Yang a deity? How could he be so remarkably skilled? Just moments ago, I doubted he could accomplish this because of the numerous requirements for pottery. Yet, with nothing in hand, how could they have achieved this? It's simply inconceivable. Even the previously damaged iron pot proved useful. Who would have thought? This is the true disparity. Su Yang crafted a perfect sand pot using mere mud from the creek and a broken iron pot, all by hand. In reality, making ceramics is not as simple as it appears. It requires profound expertise, such as temperature control and mastery of form, all of which demand extensive skills. So, does Su Yang inherently possess pottery skills? A genius indeed. During this time, Zhou felt somewhat parched. At that moment, only a bottle of water remained. After taking a small sip, she handed it to Su Yang. Feeling thirsty as well, he accepted and drank without hesitation. The chat room erupted in excitement. Hey, does this count as a kiss between them? Ah, how could it not? They just shared a kiss, and this bottle of mineral water is their token. Zhou, keep the bottle. It holds sentimental value. I truly hope they end up together. What a perfect pair. Unbeknownst to Su Yang and Zhou, they had already soared to the trending search list. Chapter 24, Crafting an Axe. At this moment, after completing the ceramic sand pot, Zhou let out a sigh of relief, feeling guilty for having damaged the iron pot due to her own negligence. However, with Su Yang having crafted a new ceramic sand pot, there was no longer a fear of lacking a vessel for cooking. Meanwhile, Su Yang rose to continue chopping bamboo. The pot was ready, yet the bamboo remained uncut. It was essential to block the entrance of the canyon as soon as possible for their safety. Upon hearing this, Zhou chimed in, "The more hands, the more strength. I'll join you." She stood up and jogged over to Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at her and thought it was fine. After all, the girl had little else to do, so he welcomed her company in chopping bamboo. He handed Zhou a sharp stone, signaling her to help in the task. Just as the two were harmoniously chopping bamboo together, the viewers in the live stream began to discuss. The scene of Su Yang and Zhou working together was quite harmonious. However, using a stone to chop bamboo was progressing far too slowly. For one or two, it might suffice, but to block the canyon entrance, how much bamboo would be needed? At their current pace, it would take ages to accumulate the necessary quantity. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This is indeed a problem, one viewer noted. The main issue was the lack of tools. Chopping bamboo with merely a stone was undeniably slow. Consequently, the efficiency was low, consuming a significant amount of time with minimal results. There was no choice. Survival on a deserted island was like this, enduring without any tools. It would only exhaust both Zhou and Su Yang. In truth, aside from the observations made by the viewers, Zhou had already recognized the issue after chopping 2 pieces of bamboo. Using a stone by hand was incredibly slow and required considerable effort. Thus, they managed to cut only a small amount of bamboo, leading to a frustratingly low efficiency. Su Yang, at this pace, when will we finish cutting all this bamboo? Zhou Jie expressed her mild exasperation. Upon hearing her words, Su Yang paused, pondering for a few seconds before responding, that is indeed a significant issue. Let's use an axe. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, Zhou Jie suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, now that you mention it, I can make an axe. Leave this task to me." With that, her previous frown vanished, replaced by a joyful expression. Finally, the moment had arrived for her to showcase her skills. This was not mere boasting. She truly knew how to craft an axe. Zhou Jie gathered a piece of bamboo as the axe handle and skillfully bound the sharp stone to the bamboo with vines. Voila! An axe was born. After crafting it, she bounced back to Su Yang's side, brandishing her newly made axe and proudly displaying her handiwork. Su Yang gave her a thumbs up, signifying his admiration. Receiving his acknowledgement filled Zhou Jie with immense happiness. Thus, she began to chop bamboo with the axe. However, the bamboo handle was not very effective, lacking the necessary strength. Additionally, the sharp stone bound to the bamboo was quite loose, causing Zhou Jie to struggle to chop the bamboo effectively, resulting in even less efficiency than when she had used the stone directly. At that moment, Zhou Jie felt disheartened, her face clouded with disappointment. This shouldn't be how it is. Why is it so different from what I imagined? Her mind was filled with 100 questions. Noticing her predicament, Su Yang approached her. "Allow me to craft an axe. Grant me but 2 minutes, and I shall present you with a sharp implement." At this moment, Sister Zhou heard Su Yang declare his ability to fashion a sharp axe. Doubt lingered in her heart, for she had just conducted her own experiment, which had proven utterly futile. The notion of creating an axe seemed preposterous, a riddle without resolution. Sister Zhou shook her head, glancing skeptically at the axe in her hand, clearly unconvinced by Su Yang's claims. It was not just Sister Zhou who harbored disbelief. The audience in the live stream shared her skepticism. Was Su Yang foolish? Sister Zhou had personally tested the process, and it had yielded no results. Reality diverged sharply from imagination. How could Su Yang assert that he could succeed where she had failed? It was indeed absurd. Had Sister Zhou not already set a precedent? Did Su Yang remain obstinately defiant? I sensed a hint of arrogance in him. Though he had achieved remarkable feats in the past, the current situation was markedly different. Did he possess an inflated sense of masculinity, unable to bear the thought of Sister Zhou surpassing him, especially since she had managed to create an axe? Albeit an ineffective one, might Su Yang's pride be wounded, leading him to overshadow Sister Zhou with mere words? Such a petty mindset. Yet, was it truly necessary? If he, like Sister Zhou, ended up crafting a non-functional axe, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. I implore you, Su Yang, do not seek fleeting glory that may culminate in a dismal failure. Indeed, do not overestimate your abilities. If you cannot accomplish it, admit as much. There is no shame in acknowledging one's limitations. Why persist in this charade? After all, wouldn't it be humiliating if he failed? Nevertheless, Su Yang paid no heed to the voices of the online audience. He rummaged for a moment until he discovered a piece of bamboo. With deft hands, he bound the bamboo and a stone together with vines, completing the shape of an axe. He then proceeded to chop bamboo with this newly fashioned tool. To everyone's astonishment, the bamboo cleaved effortlessly under the axe's strike. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou stood nearby, eyes wide in disbelief. It had actually worked. The method was strikingly similar to her own. How could this be? Sister Zhou was utterly perplexed. Despite not having grown up in the countryside, her experiences as a streamer had afforded her some insight into practical labor, and she believed she could showcase her skills before Su Yang. Little did she anticipate that reality would deliver a resounding slap to her face. The embarrassment etched across her features was palpable, especially when she compared her axe to Su Yang's. It left her utterly confounded. Was Su Yang's axe merely slightly more aesthetically pleasing than her own? How could the disparity be so vast? As the live stream audience erupted in excitement, Sister Zhou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could he have chopped through the bamboo, even though she had crafted her axe in a similar manner? The results were worlds apart. Perhaps Sister Zhou lacked the strength to secure the bindings properly? Yet, that seemed improbable. The differences between their axes were glaring, though she could not articulate precisely what set them apart. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Su Yang's method, while seemingly simple, was anything but. When he had selected the bamboo, he had not merely grabbed the first piece he encountered, but had carefully chosen one with a discernible curve, allowing for greater leverage. Additionally, he had utilized a knot known as the bolin, which is renowned for its security and resistance to loosening, a truly skilled maneuver. Every detail, from the knot to the selection of bamboo, contributed to the creation of a robust and sharp axe. Furthermore, when binding the stone to the bamboo, the positioning was crucial. Securing it at 1/3 of the stone's length maximized the axe's efficacy. In retrospect, it dawned on me that the axe's handle did indeed require a certain curvature. ideally bending inward at a 30-degree angle for optimal performance. How remarkable to realize the depth of expertise involved. Clearly, Su Yang was no ordinary individual. His attention to detail was exceptional. No wonder the axes differed so dramatically. While they appeared similar on the surface, the results were profoundly different. I had previously underestimated Su Yang's capabilities, but it was I who was left astonished. Seeing the audience's enthusiastic comments, Sister Zhou finally grasped the situation. It became clear why her axe had failed to chop through the bamboo, while Su Yang's had succeeded. She had merely followed a simplistic model, whereas Su Yang understood the intricate details inherent in the process. At that moment, she cast a furtive glance at Su Yang, her admiration for him deepening. Simultaneously, Su Yang took Sister Zhou's axe, modified it, and handed it back to her. With both wielding their axes, the speed of bamboo cutting increased significantly. And Sister Zhou felt a surge of joy. Their efficiency had indeed improved. Suddenly, Sister Zhou, caught up in her excitement, inadvertently cut her finger while chopping, a small gash appearing on her index finger. Before she could fully comprehend what had happened, Su Yang rushed over. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed her injured finger in his mouth, not for any other reason than to staunch the bleeding. In this isolated setting, devoid of pharmacies or clinics, immediate first aid was paramount to prevent infection. The saliva's natural antibacterial properties were invaluable in this outdoor context, where medical care was unavailable. However, at that moment, Sister Zhou's face flushed a deep crimson. She lowered her head slightly, and the live stream audience erupted into a flurry of discussion. What was happening? Why had Su Yang taken such bold action? The viewers were delighted, commenting on Sister Zhou's evident embarrassment and blushing cheeks. Oh, how amusing. They speculated whether Su Yang harbored feelings for Sister Zhou, suggesting they should become a couple since they were alone on the island. Encouragement for Sister Zhou to take the initiative ensued, with viewers cheerfully asserting that a proactive girl had a higher chance of success. The camaraderie in the chat was infectious, and I couldn't help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. These two seemed remarkably well suited for one another, an enchanting pairing indeed. User 2, gifted 3 airplanes. User 3, gifted 2 rockets. User 4, gifted 30 Barbie rabbits. Meanwhile, an electronic sound echoed in Zhou Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, you have gained 300 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 900 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 popularity points. 3,000 popularity points acquired. Reward, advanced weaving technique. Do you confirm the receipt of the reward? Claiming reward. Reward claimed successfully. At this moment, a multitude of weaving techniques, material selections, and density control skills flooded Zhou Yang's mind. Upon receiving this information, Su Yang felt a surge of joy. How wonderful. It could even be used to weave a door curtain or something similar. Then, Su Yang noticed Zhou Jie's face flushed red, an expression of embarrassment adorning her features. It was at that moment that he realized the situation and released Zhou Jie's hand. Don't get me wrong. This was actually to disinfect you. Before Su Yang could finish his sentence, Zhou Jie deliberately interrupted him. Let us hurry and chop the bamboo. With that, Zhou Jie swiftly resumed her bamboo chopping. Seeing this, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head while thinking, this little girl. He then continued chopping bamboo. However, the sky began to darken, indicating an impending rain. Seeing the clouds spreading, Zhou Jie became anxious. What should they do? Neither of them had extra clothing, let alone raincoats. Looking at the bamboo that remained unchopped, Zhou Jie felt a sense of urgency, uncertain of what to do. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream also expressed their concern upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 26. Being soaked? Impossible. Is it really going to rain? What will Su Yang and Zhou Jie do? They don't even have a thick coat, let alone raincoats or rain boots. If the weather turns bad, won't they be drenched? Shouldn't they find a place to shelter from the rain? But where could they hide from the rain around here? It seems inevitable that they will get soaked. What if we airdrop them raincoats? Wait, can we ask the production team for help? No. Assistance from the production team is only allowed in life-threatening situations. Rain alone doesn't pose a threat to life. So it seems they will have to endure getting wet. Oh dear, this is too tragic. Outdoor survival is indeed not easy. This is a real lesson. At this moment, Su Yang also noticed the ominous clouds. It seemed that rain was imminent. The distance to the small cave was significant. They might get drenched halfway there. Thus, returning directly was not a wise choice. They needed to find a way to avoid the rain. Seeing Su Yang's acknowledgement of the darkening sky, Zhou Jie remarked, "It looks like we're going to get soaked." Her face displayed a sense of helplessness. She didn't want to get drenched either, but as she looked around, there was no place to take shelter from the rain. It seemed that getting wet was unavoidable. However, why should they endure that? We can wear raincoats. Upon hearing Zhou Jie's suggestion, Su Yang felt a strong disagreement. Why would they want to get soaked? With the advanced weaving technique provided by the system, could they still end up in the rain? We can just make raincoats. At that moment, Zhou Jie widened her eyes and looked at Su Yang. Raincoats? You can make them? Upon hearing the term raincoat, Zhou Jie found it hard to believe her ears. Crafting a raincoat was a technical task requiring meticulous attention. After all, it involved weaving. But how could a man like Su Yang possibly create a raincoat? The more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. The viewers in the live stream reacted to Su Yang's statement about making a raincoat with a flurry of comments. Making a raincoat? How could a grown man do that? And as a modern person, how could he possibly know how? Indeed, if it were ancient times, it might be conceivable since there were no raincoats or rain gear back then. But we live in the modern era. Who among modern people knows how to make a raincoat? Exactly. Moreover, making a raincoat isn't that simple. It requires some skill. I think Su Yang and Zhou Jie should first find a place to shelter from the rain instead of attempting to make a raincoat. The process of making one is complex, and they probably won't finish in time. It's better to find somewhere to hide from the rain. I agree. Otherwise, they'll truly be drenched soon. However, Su Yang calmly replied, just wait and see. Soon, we will have raincoats to wear. With that, Su Yang began searching for the materials needed to make the raincoats. He noticed a palm tree not far away and walked over to collect a substantial amount of palm fronds and some palm leaves. Next, he used a sturdy piece of wood to fashion small, sharp sticks with holes to serve as makeshift needles. He then gathered some vines to substitute for thread. Once the raw materials were ready, Su Yang began crafting the raincoat. He threaded the vines through the wooden needle and started sewing the palm fronds together. In no time, he had successfully stitched a raincoat. Standing up, he shook the completed raincoat with satisfaction. At that moment, Zhou Jie was taken aback by Su Yang's handiwork. Is this a miracle? He can even sew. Walking the path of a woman, leaving no road for women to tread, was perhaps a fitting description for Su Yang. Just then, light rain began to fall from the sky. Fortunately, Su Yang had crafted 2 raincoats and 2 straw hats. He handed one of the straw hats and a raincoat to Zhou Jie, keeping another set for himself. Thus, the two donned their raincoats and straw hats and resumed their bamboo chopping in the gentle rain, creating a heartwarming scene. Simultaneously, the viewers in the live stream were astir. He can really make them? This is astonishing. Who would have thought that a modern person would know how to make a raincoat? Not only does he know how, but he does it quite well. However, I think the process looked relatively simple when Su Yang was making it. It didn't seem too difficult. Just connecting the palm fronds together. Upstairs, you are gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, making a raincoat requires great skill. The first step is weaving. Starting from the neck area, where you need to arrange 15 or 16 palm leaves. The second step is positioning, where you thread the needle and connect the predetermined spots. This process requires significant skill in selecting palm fronds. The materials for the 2 skirts must come from the center of the palm tree. Not just any palm frond will do. The third step involves sewing. Su Yang had no real needles or thread, so he used vines instead, with the sharp wooden sticks serving as needles. Moreover, both sides of the palm fronds need to be sewn, which is quite challenging. The stitches on the surface of the raincoat are densely packed, ensuring its sturdiness. The key point is that Su Yang, without any genuine needles or thread, managed to use alternative materials and successfully crafted the raincoat, which is truly admirable. How could one not marvel at Su Yang's brilliant mind? It's astonishing that he could conceive such ideas. I am utterly impressed. How did he think of such a step? It is indeed perplexing. This is the very definition of genius. Certainly. At this moment, some netizens began to express their envy, watching Su Yang and Sister Zhou's livestream. One cannot help but feel a sense of contentment. Their lifestyle is so refreshingly simple. Indeed, a more leisurely pace of life is far preferable to the frenetic rhythm of urban existence. I genuinely hope for the chance to experience a life as unpretentious as that of Su Yang and Sister Zhou. What a delightful existence it is, roasting ceramics, cutting bamboo, crafting raincoats, a truly serene way of living. I have resolved that I will save up to buy a modest earthen house in the countryside, to live the life that Su Yang and Sister Zhou currently enjoy. Count me in. I wish to join. Let us form a group. We will have to wait until retirement, but Su Yang and Sister Zhou are already able to relish such a life, which is indeed enviable. What can one do? It tugs at the heartstrings. Chapter 27. Sister Zhou's fall. At this moment, despite the light rain, the scenery is breathtaking. Indeed, Sister Zhou beholds a scene before her, tiny raindrops clinging to the bamboo leaves. How beautiful! Her eyes are filled with satisfaction. Then, Sister Zhou notices a butterfly seeking shelter from the rain beneath the bamboo leaves. She reaches out her small hand towards the butterfly. But a sudden stumble causes her to lose her balance and fall through the air. Just as she feels she is about to hit the ground, a strong arm wraps around her waist, halting her descent. When Sister Zhou lifts her head, she is met with a strikingly handsome face. She thinks to herself, Su Yang is so dashing. After a few seconds, she regains her composure and hastily diverts her gaze, turning her head away, her cheeks flushing once more. Straightening herself, she extricates herself from Su Yang's embrace. In that instant, it felt as if she had stepped into a melodramatic scene from a historical drama. An unexpected occurrence in her own life. Yet, it was undeniably sweet. The moment lingers in Sister Zhou's mind, bringing her joy. Meanwhile, the chat room erupts with excitement. Wow. A hero saves the beauty. Su Yang is so handsome. The compliments flood in. Indeed, Su Yang is quite handsome, with fair skin. This charming young man has captured hearts. One cannot help but wonder if Sister Zhou saved the galaxy in her past life. How enviable she is. I wish that Su Yang were holding me right now, ha ha ha. In such a moment, any woman would surely be moved. In my next life, I shall be named Sister Zhou, and I will appear on a show with Su Yang. Ha ha. Look at you all, so superficial, only drawn to handsome men, though I am just as guilty of this folly. Ha ha. Look at Sister Zhou. Her face has turned red. Sister Zhou, when are you going to make Su Yang yours? If you don't, we have a line of sisters waiting. Ha ha ha, sister. It's all on you. The brothers are waiting too, laughs. What? Ha ha ha. Is Su Yang really that sought after? Sister Zhou, you must make a decision quickly. What a perfect match they make. How wonderful it would be for them to be together. Sister Zhou, are you all right? Su Yang asks as he helps her up. Sister Zhou, her face flushed, gently shakes her head to indicate she is fine. At this time, Su Yang notices that it is getting late and glances at the bamboo they have cut. With the axe, their speed in cutting bamboo has indeed improved. Today's haul is quite satisfactory. With this thought, he concludes that they can wrap up for the day. Upon returning to their little cave, the rain has ceased. Sister Zhou lights a bonfire and hangs their raincoats on branches to dry. Su Yang gazes at their cave, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Sister Zhou is quite fond of this dwelling. After propping up the branches, she joyfully rushes into the cave, which is filled with fresh hay. As if she has found her own bed, she naturally collapses onto the hay, thinking to herself that after a day of activity, she can finally rest. However, fate had other plans. As she falls, she lets out a cry, shocked to find the hay beneath her surprisingly hard. In that instant, the pain of hitting the ground rather than the comfort of a bed strikes her. Hearing Sister Zhou's cry, Su Yang hurriedly approaches the cave. Our makeshift bed is far too hard. I feel like I've been crushed. Seeing her distressed state, Su Yang begins to understand the problem. Even with a generous amount of hay, it is still insufficient. Improvements must be made, or they will undoubtedly have trouble resting at night. Despite the hay, it remains too firm, so they should create a mat on top to enhance comfort. As soon as he finishes speaking, Sister Zhou, disregarding her recent pain, stands up. A mat? Can you make one? It's a tedious task, weaving it piece by piece, and it requires securing the edges too. It's quite labor-intensive. I possess many skills. Su Yang replies with a gentle smile, addressing the young lady. He then steps out in search of materials, leaving Sister Zhou momentarily dazed. Once she regains her senses, she rushes after him. She must lend a hand. One cannot simply reap the benefits without effort. Although Su Yang may not succeed in his endeavor, the chat room is rife with skepticism. Can Su Yang really weave a mat? That seems uncertain. After all, weaving a mat is no small feat. And one wonders if a man of his stature can manage it. I doubt Su Yang can pull it off. Aside from being complicated, the right materials are crucial. It is evident that they lack the necessary resources here. How could he possibly succeed? Yet, Su Yang has previously accomplished tasks under similar constraints. Nonetheless, I believe the odds of crafting a mat are slim. Materials? Can't we use bamboo? There is plenty of bamboo here. Yet, it seems Su Yang has not headed in that direction. Perhaps he is unaware that bamboo is the material needed for a mat. Such a simple fact eludes him. How could he possibly create a mat? Exactly. At that moment, the two return, each carrying a bundle of dry grass. Sister Zhou, this grass is quite disorganized. You handle sorting it out, while I'll begin weaving the mat. As for why Su Yang did not opt for the more common bamboo, it is because the surface of bamboo is too prickly. If used for a mat, it would require several days of drying and the removal of splinters. For sleeping on it would be quite uncomfortable. Hence, due to time constraints, they chose dry grass instead. The prickliness of dry grass is less than that of bamboo, and it is already sun-dried and ready for immediate use, thus saving a considerable amount of effort. With this, they clearly delineate their tasks. Su Yang positions 2 stones on the ground, leaving a narrow gap in between, creating a space to sort the grass. Next, he places 4 wooden sticks on the ground, forming a rectangular shape. Then, using the thread from a blanket, He surrounds the 4 wooden sticks thus. They can be woven together with scraps of yarn. And as it gradually unfolds, the initial form of a straw mat emerges. Time swiftly passes, and through their collective efforts, the straw mat is completed, measuring 3 meters in length and 4 meters in width. Upon witnessing their accomplishment, Sister Zhou is taken aback, exclaiming her astonishment that they have indeed crafted such a piece. Looking at Su Yang, her admiration for him deepens, marveling at his ability to produce such a large mat. Meanwhile, the audience in the comment section becomes agitated, expressing their disbelief. Chapter 28. Shooting Stars and Wishes. Did Su Yang really weave this straw mat? Goodness, I never expected a man to accomplish such a complex task. I had underestimated him. Who would have thought a man could engage in such intricate handiwork? I now question whether Su Yang came to this survival show with assistance. Is he even human? He seems to possess an extraordinary array of skills. I wonder if the production team is lending a hand. Yet, even with their support, what good would it do? They can't provide resources. We have never seen any. Besides, the ceramic pots, hats, and the freshly made straw mat are all products of his own labor. This is live broadcasting. One cannot deceive the audience. In truth, while observing Su Yang weave the straw mat may appear simple, it is far from it. Do you remember the process of him preparing the dry grass? It is essential to maintain a specific angle between the dry grass and the stones, ideally around 30 degrees, to ensure the grass retains its flexibility, facilitating the weaving process. Furthermore, during the weaving, the initial stages may seem manageable, but as one progresses, the arms and neck become quite sore. This is a true test of endurance and perseverance. Additionally, weaving requires considerable skill, such as determining the spacing between each strand of grass. If the distance is too great, the mat will develop gaps over time. If too close, it will impede airflow, diminishing comfort. Thus, Su Yang's creation of the straw mat indeed demands a high level of expertise. One cannot simply gather grass and expect a mat to materialize. As they lay the completed straw mat on the grass, Su Yang gazes at their work with a satisfied smile. He then turns to sit at the edge of the mat, looking out at the distant starry sky. Observing this, Sister Zhou also takes a seat beside him. It is worth noting how rapidly the weather in the canyon changes. It was drizzling while they were cutting bamboo in the afternoon, yet by the time they finished laying the mat, the sun was shining brightly. Now, as night falls, the stars begin to twinkle in the sky. Sister Zhou gazes at the shimmering stars, reminiscent of the enchanting night skies depicted in Miyazaki's works, truly beautiful. Suddenly, a shooting star streaks across the sky. Look, a shooting star. Quick, make a wish. Sister Zhou urges Su Yang, closing her eyes, bowing her head slightly, and clasping her hands together to wish. In that moment, Su Yang too makes a wish. A minute later, Sister Zhou opens her glistening eyes and inquires, "What did you wish for?" She is curious about the wish of a man. As she eagerly awaits his response, Su Yang gently replies, "I wish for time to pass more slowly." In truth, Su Yang genuinely desires time to linger a bit longer, allowing him to continue thriving on this deserted island and reaping endless rewards. This is far preferable to returning to the mundane routine of a 9-to-5 job after the show concludes. However, upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou can hardly contain her joy, her cheeks flush with warmth. With her head slightly bowed, she thinks to herself, "Does this imply he wishes to spend more time with me?" The thought makes her even more bashful, filling her heart with happiness. Meanwhile, the comment section erupts with excitement. Look at Sister Zhou blushing. Su Yang is quite the charmer. I've learned something today. I'll confess to my goddess using this subtlety. Come on, Su Yang, just say it outright. Why beat around the bush? I want to step in and say it for you. Our big man should be straightforward. It turns out Su Yang is quite the seasoned player, adept at wooing women. How did I not notice this before? He has hidden it well. Watching the two of them, I can't help but think of a romantic drama. What a lovely pair. Together, together, together. At that moment, electronic notifications resonate in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,300 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 popularity points. You have acquired 3,000 popularity points. Reward, Master of Combat Skill. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Claim successful. After completing this series of actions, Su Yang feels a surge of joy. Master of Combat? What a splendid skill. Perhaps in the future, he could even catch a wild boar barehanded for a feast. Ah, this means an improvement in their meals. With this thought, Su Yang beams with delight. However, Sister Zhou, noticing the smile on his face, feels even more bashful and diverts her gaze to the distant stars. At this moment, Su Yang turns to Sister Zhou and asks, "What about you? What was your wish?" After pondering for a few seconds, Sister Zhou turns to him and replies, "It's quite similar to yours." Upon saying this, she becomes even more bashful and hastily averts her gaze from him, pretending to be calm while staring at the stars. Yet, internally, she cannot maintain her composure. The next day, Sister Zhou rubs her sleepy eyes and sits up, hearing the sounds of animals. As she gradually awakens, her pupils dilate, and her expression freezes. The sounds unmistakably resemble wolf howls, and they are getting closer. At this moment, Su-yang also hears the noise. The two emerge from the cave and look around, but it is evident that the howling is becoming increasingly nearer. Suddenly, a wolf appears in their line of sight. Sister Zhou, her face contorted with fear, is momentarily paralyzed. After a few seconds, she reacts, bursting into tears. "The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming," she cries out to Su-yang, disregarding her image, overwhelmed by genuine fear. After all, it is a wolf, a creature capable of harming humans. Sister Zhou had envisioned a peaceful death many years later, yet she never anticipated that today she would face a wolf. Such a fate is unacceptable. In this moment, she feels a deep sense of regret, realizing there are still many things she wishes to accomplish. However, as she watches the wolf approach step by step, despair begins to settle in. Chapter 29, The beast approaches before the might of wild beasts. Humanity appears so insignificant. In this instant, Sister Zhou deeply understands the essence of that statement. At this moment, Sister Zhou's weeping had not ceased. This was not a performance, nor an attempt to garner attention. Unlike her previous live streams, this time she was genuinely terrified. The thought of impending death loomed over her. Apart from tears, she found no other means to express her emotions. The howling of the wolf grew louder, its form becoming increasingly distinct. At this point, Sister Zhou wiped her tears, her gaze fixed on the wolf, her heart cold as ashes. She had resigned herself to the possibility of death. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live chat could not contain their comments. "What the heck? Is that a wolf? It's really a wolf. What should we do?" "Sister Zhou, stop crying. You've attracted the wolf. It's not Sister Zhou who summoned it. Clearly, she only cried out of fear upon seeing the wolf. Please get your facts straight. What should we do? My goodness, I wish I could pull them out of the screen. What now, what now?" Su-yang and Sister Zhou are about to be devoured by a wolf. "Oh my god, run, Sister Zhou. Why are you still standing there in shock? This is driving me crazy." No, if Sister Zhou were to flee in the opposite direction now, it might trigger the wolf's hunting instincts, and it could leap forward to devour her in an instant. This option was not feasible, nor was that one. Were they to wait to be eaten alive by the wolf? My heavens, they needed to think of a solution quickly. In this dire situation, with the wolf approaching, it seemed they were fated to be consumed. The unpredictability of fate. When death calls, one cannot evade it. It appeared they were destined to be devoured by the wolf. What a stroke of misfortune. Was there truly no alternative? If only they had noticed sooner. They might have had a chance to escape. But now, alas, such is fate. Simultaneously, within the production team, the staff noticed the alarming scene. They stood up and turned their heads, shouting loudly to the director and other crew members, "There's a wolf near the contestants' residence." As soon as the words left their mouths, other staff members rushed over, their eyes fixed on the screen where the wolf drew nearer to Sister Zhou and Su-yang. Fear etched on their faces. Even the director appeared somewhat flustered. Quickly regaining his composure, Director Zhang called for the rescue team. His heart raced. But he had to maintain his calm. Clarity of mind was essential in this critical moment concerning human lives. There was no time for panic. Every second wasted increased the danger for Su-yang and Sister Zhou. At this moment, the other members of the production team stood before the large screen, overwhelmed with anxiety and uncertainty about what actions to take. What bad luck to encounter a wolf at such a time. Their fate now hinged on chance. This was a wild wolf, a formidable creature in the wilderness. The situation was dire. The wolf could pounce on Sister Zhou and Su-yang at any moment. A staff member shook their head. "It's too dangerous. This is nothing short of a gamble." If the wolf refrained from launching an immediate attack before the rescue team arrived, there might be hope. However, Director Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had known the potential dangers when the survival show was about to air. Yet, driven by a sense of opportunism, he chose to proceed with the broadcast. As such programs yielded substantial profits. While dangerous situations could occur, the odds of life-threatening events were minimal. He had chosen to take a gamble. Who would have thought that such a rare occurrence would manifest? Director Zhang removed his glasses, bowed his head, and rubbed his brow, shaking his head. Ultimately, he realized he had been too profit-driven. However, he had anticipated these risks and had prepared a rescue team prior to the broadcast, ready to intervene at any moment. He hoped it was not too late. Meanwhile, in the office, the program leader, Mr. Bai, was shouting into the phone. "What? How could this happen? Has the rescue team been dispatched? How are the two of them doing? I need a remote connection to monitor the situation live." After abruptly hanging up, Mr. I felt a whirlwind of emotions but remained rational. He established a remote connection with the production team to share the live screen. His eyes were glued to the screen. Watching the wolf slowly approach the two individuals, his heart sinking further. At this moment, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. The rescue team is fully assembled. Shall we head to the destination? Just as Director Zhang picked up the walkie-talkie to respond, he glanced at the screen and froze. At that very moment, by the cave, the wolf had spotted Su Yang and Sister Zhou. Locking onto its target, it charged straight towards Su Yang. Instinctively, Sister Zhou raised her arm to shield her face and leaned back, stumbling and falling to the ground. In her despair, she heard a loud thud. As she regained a portion of her vision, she observed the wolf, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, seeing the wolf charging towards him, Su Yang did not shy away but instead assumed a combat stance, clenching his fists. As the wolf lunged at him, he swung his arm, delivering a powerful hook to the wolf's face, sending it flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Sister Zhou's eyes widened. She could hardly believe Su Yang's ferocity. It was a wolf, and yet it had been effortlessly defeated. Chapter 30. Confronting the beast at this sight. Su Yang could not help but reflect on the mastery of his combat skills. He had not only mastered various fighting techniques but also enhanced his physical capabilities. When he had struck the wolf, he had not exerted much force, yet had sent it flying several meters away. This realization brought him joy. At this point, the wolf, with blood trickling from its mouth, paused for a moment before leaping back to its feet, baring its fangs and fixing its gaze on Su Yang, its expression more menacing than before. Then, with even greater speed, it lunged at Su Yang. However, Su Yang remained unfazed. As the wolf approached, he executed a swift kick, driving his foot into the wolf's abdomen. The anguished howls of the wild wolf resonated through the air, followed by the creature being propelled several meters away. With a resounding thud, it collided against the stone wall, and moments later, it crashed heavily onto the ground, displacing the dust and dirt beneath. Subsequently, the wolf expelled a spray of crimson from its mouth. In that instant, Su Yang swiftly sprinted towards the wolf, seizing the opportunity without granting it a moment's respite. Without hesitation, Su Yang positioned himself atop the wolf, delivering a series of strikes with fervor. The fists fell upon the wolf's head like a relentless downpour, until the skull was shattered. Observing the wolf's lifeless form, only then did they release their grip. At that moment, Sister Zhou, slumped on the ground, was left in a state of shock. Recalling the recent scene, I still find it hard to believe everything I witnessed. Who am I? Where am I? Suddenly, Sister Zhou extended her arm and pinched herself. Ouch, it hurt. She was still alive. This was not a dream. How surreal it all was. As Sister Zhou gradually regained her composure, she still found herself lacking the strength to rise. Her gaze lingered on the wolf that Su Yang had slain, then shifted to Su Yang himself, her mind filled with countless perplexing questions. Is this truly a human being? Did Su Yang truly slay this man-eating wolf with his bare hands? Sister Zhou could hardly believe the scene before her eyes. Yet, she had no choice but to accept its reality. Had it been someone else recounting this tale, she would have staunchly refused to believe it. However, the undeniable truth lay right before her, compelling her to acknowledge it. When did Su Yang become so formidable? To think he could slay a wild wolf with his bare hands. How did he attain such extraordinary strength? Is this still the Su Yang who gazes at the stars and makes wishes alongside oneself? Is this the same Su Yang who meticulously crafts ceramics? Why, at this moment, do I perceive Su Yang as a warrior? Impressive indeed. It is not just Sister Zhou. The barrage in the live broadcast room is filled with expressions of astonishment from every corner. I hope I haven't mistakenly switched channels. Did Su Yang truly eliminate the wild wolf with such ease? I am astounded. I can hardly believe it. How could Su Yang be so formidable? Why had I not noticed this earlier? Did Su Yang intentionally conceal his prowess? This truly reveals him to be a remarkable individual, concealed and enigmatic. As the wolf lunged towards Su Yang, my heart raced to my throat. Yet, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Not only did the wolf refrain from devouring Sister Zhou and Su Yang, but it was ultimately Su Yang who struck it down. I truly never anticipated this. Who could have predicted it? Just a moment ago, Sister Zhou wore an expression of utter despair, tears glistening on her face. As I envisioned the impending scene from behind the screen, I found myself in tears as well. Yet, to my astonishment, Su Yang managed to slay the wolf. Su Yang is undeniably formidable. My goodness, I find myself still in a state of astonishment. I find myself increasingly in awe of Su Yang. Fortunately, Sister Zhou has Su Yang's protection. Otherwise, in such a dire situation, she would have faced severe injury, if not worse. At this moment, some spectators, who possess a modicum of understanding regarding martial arts, began to engage in discussion. Did you all observe the punch that Su Yang delivered? Indeed, it sent the wild wolf flying several meters away. One cannot help but wonder what kind of technique could possess such immense power. That punch just now was, in fact, Wing Chun. Goodness, Wing Chun. Could it be that Su Yang is practicing Wing Chun? My goodness. Hasn't this martial art already been thought to be lost to time? How is it that it has resurfaced now? Could it be that Su Yang is a descendant of Wing Chun? This is truly remarkable. Su Yang is indeed an extraordinary being, and that devastating kick he just executed, it is indeed a legendary technique, yet in reality, few have truly mastered it. Furthermore, the practice of the celestial severed foot is exceptionally unique. It is said that one must possess a disability in one foot to attain its mastery, and the journey to achieve such prowess is fraught with hardship. However, once one has perfected the celestial severed foot, its power is formidable, as exemplified by Su Yang's recent strike, which delivered a fatal blow to the wolf. Oh. If that is the case, however, I observe that Su Yang's feet appear to be devoid of any disability. How did he cultivate the legendary heavenly impairment feat? Even those with fully functional feet can achieve remarkable fitness. However, the journey is undoubtedly more arduous than that of the average individual. How enlightening. That kick executed by Su Yang moments ago was truly impressive, just as the wild wolf was about to pounce on Su Yang. It was instead met with a powerful kick that left it gasping for breath. Su Yang is truly formidable. I can hardly believe that Su Yang managed to single-handedly slay a live wolf. How remarkably powerful he is. Meanwhile, Director Zhou of the production team picked up the intercom, ready to command an immediate deployment. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he beheld a scene on the large screen and thus uttered, "Cancel the operation." Upon witnessing this scene, Director Zhou was equally astounded. Is this truly a human being? This is the very embodiment of a warrior. Who among humanity could slay a wolf with bare hands? I have directed numerous variety shows and films. Yet encountering an extraordinary situation like that of Su Yang is truly a first for me. As Zhang regained his composure, the furrow of worry on his face gradually faded, replaced by a contented smile. It was merely a false alarm. This contestant is remarkably talented. Let everyone return to their respective tasks. At this moment, Director Zhang finally felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. However, Su Yang's recent performance was truly unexpected. He remained composed in the face of adversity. With a single punch and a kick, he brought the wild wolf to the brink of collapse. What a remarkable talent. As this thought crossed his mind, Director Zhang's smile grew even more radiant. Once he finished speaking, the staff began to murmur excitedly. It seems that Su Yang is destined for great fortune. I share the same sentiment. Consider Director Zhang's journey over the years. Aside from a few prominent actors and actresses, it is rare for newcomers like Su Yang to receive such acknowledgement. Indeed, the attitude exhibited by Director Zhang earlier speaks volumes. Nevertheless, Su Yang truly possesses formidable strength and remarkable prowess. One must acknowledge that it was a wild wolf, a creature capable of devouring a human at any moment. Ferocious beyond measure, and yet it was vanquished by Su Yang with his bare hands. How formidable. Chapter 31. Trending on social media, it is no exaggeration to say that if I were in that position, I would not dare to act so boldly. For that is a wolf we are dealing with. Who could argue otherwise? Continuing on, Director Zhang placed a call to Mr. Bai, the head of the production team. Meanwhile, in Mr. Bai's office, he witnessed the astonishing scene on the screen where Su Yang single-handedly dispatched a wolf. The mineral water he had just sipped suddenly spewed forth. How could Su Yang possess such formidable strength to engage in combat with a beast? He is truly a remarkable talent. Moments ago, his face was etched with concern. Yet now it bore a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Just then, the phone rang. Director Bai answered the call, and upon hearing a few words from Director Zhang, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. To be frank, I must confess that I have just come to this realization. This young man is truly a prodigy. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Once the show concludes, we will secure his signature, provided the terms are reasonable. Haha, you truly are my kindred spirit. Old Zhang, we are in perfect harmony of thought. Su Yang is akin to a newly unearthed gem, glimmering with potential, with our nurturing efforts. This treasure will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in due course. Ha ha ha, it is settled. On the other side, after Director Zhang hung up the phone, an unmistakable joy illuminated his face. He had stumbled upon a true gem this time. As if struck by a sudden thought, he quickly strode up to the staff member. His excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Edit the segment where Su Yang single-handedly vanquished the wild wolf and upload it to the major short video platforms for paid promotion." A few minutes elapsed. On the Douyin short video platform, a clip featuring Su Yang's barehanded confrontation with a wolf garnered an astounding 200,000 likes, drawing a multitude of users to Su Yang's live streaming room. My goodness, this remarkable individual is indeed named Su Yang, the very youth who tore apart a wild wolf with his bare hands. Witnessing him in the live stream, He appeared even more handsome. What a celestial being he must be. I was utterly mesmerized after watching that short video. It was simply extraordinary. I swiftly clicked the link to enter Su Yang's live stream, immediately followed him, and as a gesture of goodwill, sent him a gift upon my arrival. At that moment, the live stream was inundated with a flurry of special effect gifts. Meanwhile, Su Yang remained blissfully unaware as he ascended to the top of the trending list once again. Presently, he was engaged in skinning the wolf with an axe, for wolf pelts are truly valuable, capable of being crafted into garments with excellent windproof and cold-resistant properties. Su Yang hung the wolf pelt on a branch to dry. Glancing at the remaining raw wolf meat, he absent-mindedly rubbed his stomach, realizing he was indeed quite hungry. At this juncture, Sister Zhou finally regained her composure and returned to her senses. She couldn't help but admire this man more and more. Thus, she trotted over to Su Yang, who was kindling a campfire and preparing to cook. With a puzzled expression, she inquired if he was going to prepare a meal. Observing Su Yang's series of actions, she felt a sense of confusion. They had already consumed most of the animals they had hunted and the lobsters they had caught. What could he possibly be cooking now? They hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, and were growing hungry. In response to Su Yang's assertion, Sister Zhou, touching her own belly, quietly remarked that she was indeed a bit hungry, yet they seemed to have run out of food. At that moment, Su Yang raised his gaze to the young lady beside him. Could she have been so startled that she had forgotten? Had she lost her memory? They had just killed a wolf. Surely they could eat it. He turned back to add more firewood. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Sister Zhou's mouth formed a perfect ta shape. While it was true that wolf meat was indeed edible, recalling the earlier harrowing scene sent shivers down her spine. See, it's perfectly fine. It's already dead and won't harm you. In fact, consuming it will alleviate any lingering fears you may have. Su Yang gestured toward the wolf meat with a wooden stick as he elaborated. Listening to his reasoning, Sister Zhou found some merit in his words and nodded in agreement, stepping forward to assist with the firewood. Thus, Su Yang began to slice the wolf meat, placing the cuts into a pot of boiling water, adding various seasonings. What appeared simple was, in fact, a culinary masterpiece, crafted with the skills of a master chef. Subsequently, the two began to savor the wolf meat soup. Delicious. Simply delicious. Sister Zhou exclaimed, as she savored a piece of wolf meat, repeatedly uttering how tasty it was. Su Yang, witnessing her delight, couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Sister Zhou had begun to overcome her earlier fright. Reflecting on this, Su Yang nodded slightly. Still frightened? He asked, taking a sip of the wolf meat soup, which was indeed flavorful, truly a testament to its freshness. Sister Zhou, still in the midst of enjoying her meal, paused momentarily. Of course, I'm frightened. That was a wolf, not a wolf pup. While a wolf pup may be friendly, this was not one of those. Although she had calmed down significantly, recalling the earlier ordeal was enough to instill a sense of fear. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. So you prefer wolf pups, then? Sister Zhou nearly spat out her food in surprise at his remark. This Su Yang was truly something else, leading her astray. Her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with laughter at the exchange. Haha, Sister Zhou, why don't you answer Su Yang's question? Haha, I too am curious if Sister Zhou has a fondness for wolf pups. Even if she doesn't I'm more of a little puppy type. Would she like that? Stop teasing her. Look at how shy she is. Haha, Sister Zhou's face is all red. Time flew by swiftly. After enjoying their wolf meat, they set about their tasks for the day, digging a water channel. The cave was still too far from the stream, and if they could divert the water to their location, it would be immensely convenient. With that, they proceeded toward the stream they had previously scouted. During this journey, Sister Zhou frequently glanced at Su Yang's profile. Her curiosity piqued about what kind of person he was to possess such survival skills. If he were an elderly individual, it might be understandable, but Su Yang was a remarkably young man, perhaps even a tad juvenile. The mysteries surrounding this man were truly numerous. Chapter 32. Crafting a lighter. At this moment, Sister Zhou and Su Yang arrived by the stream to begin their work on the water channel. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon. Su Yang, can we find something to eat first? Sister Zhou softly inquired, her stomach growling. Perhaps due to the physical exertion from digging, the wolf meat they had eaten that morning had fully digested. Ceasing his activities, Su Yang lifted his head to regard the young lady and smiled gently. He hadn't anticipated that she would ever seek his assistance. Lowering his gaze toward the stream, he suggested, how about we have some grilled fish? Grilled fish? That sounds fantastic. Sister Zhou, now quite hungry, beamed at the thought of grilled fish. With that, they began to divide their tasks. Su Yang fashioned a fish spear from a branch, while Sister Zhou gathered firewood. In no time at all, Su Yang had speared 4 fish and declared his task complete. They then strung the fish onto skewers and set them over the fire to roast. Sister Zhou commenced her adept movements to create fire by drilling wood. Watching her efforts, Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. This method was dreadfully inefficient. If only there were a simpler way to ignite a fire. Upon hearing Su Yang's comment, Sister Zhou paused, momentarily taken aback. Actually, this method is quite effective. After all, we don't have a lighter, and under these circumstances, being able to cook food is already commendable. It was essential to remember that the production team had provided no tools whatsoever. In such challenging conditions, having food to eat was already a significant achievement. What more could one desire? A lighter? Perhaps we could make one ourselves. At that moment, Su Yang seemed to have an epiphany. After hearing Sister Zhou's words, his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. However, Sister Zhou remained skeptical. Craft a lighter? How could that be possible? Where would we obtain gasoline? And plastic? Those are all valid concerns. The crux of the matter lies in assembling these components. Who possesses such technical prowess? It is not merely Sister Zhou who doubts the feasibility. The audience in the live stream also perceives Su Yang's ideas as fanciful. Perhaps Su Yang is overestimating his capabilities. Crafting a lighter with bare hands? What a jest! Where will the gasoline come from? What about the plastic? Where are the friction gears? Indeed, these are all pressing issues. With nothing at hand, how can one boldly claim to produce a lighter? If it were a matter of paper, I could entertain the notion of folding a paper airplane. But constructing something as intricate as a lighter under such dire circumstances is simply implausible. Su Yang's aspirations seem rather pretentious. Surely, he could propose something more credible. The prospect of creating a lighter in such a scenario is utterly unrealistic. Yet, amidst this skepticism, a segment of the audience, having been swayed by Su Yang's prior performances, has become his steadfast admirers. Though I acknowledge that making a lighter is a formidable challenge, I still wish to place my faith in Su Yang. Even if the likelihood of success is slim, I stand by him. Observing the barrage of doubts flooding the comments, Su Yang remains unfazed. He proceeds to fabricate the lighter. He skillfully cuts a piece of bamboo, extracting a segment from the middle and trimming off a small piece from the upper joint to fashion a stopper. At this point, a rudimentary bamboo tube with a lid is ready. Sister Zhou, however, is left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't the goal to create a lighter? Why has he begun crafting a bamboo tube instead? After completing the bamboo tube, Su Yang then plucks a branch from a nearby pine tree and returns to the stream. Here, he begins the process of friction fire making. He ignites one end of the pine branch, extinguishes it, and places it within the bamboo tube before sealing it. Sister Zhou watches in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Noticing her confusion, Su Yang opens the bamboo tube and gently blows on the pine branch, igniting a small fire. He extinguishes it again and replaces it in the tube. Witnessing this, Sister Zhou is momentarily speechless. What sorcery is this? It functions just like a lighter. She bombards Su Yang with questions, utterly amazed. Who would have thought bamboo and pine could be utilized in such a manner? Observing Sister Zhou's astonished expression, Su Yang calmly explains, "This is called a fire stick. You may regard it as an ancient lighter." As Su Yang elucidates, Sister Zhou gradually regains her composure, albeit still incredulous about the fire stick's utility. It is simply marvelous. The audience in the live stream begins to stir with excitement. Goodness! Su Yang even thought of a fire stick. What a brilliant mind! He is truly remarkable, they exclaim, showering him with praise. Who would have imagined that bamboo and pine could be employed in such a way? I wonder about the science behind the fire stick extinguishing with a blow and reigniting with another. I find Su Yang's entire process quite bewildering. In reality, the principle is straightforward. When the pine branch is ignited and then extinguished, embers remain. Placing the branch within the bamboo tube and sealing it limits oxygen, causing the embers to smolder slowly. When the branch is removed and exposed to fresh air, the embers reignite upon being blown on, leading to the observable phenomenon. The fire stick truly represents an ancient lighter. Upon grasping the principle behind the fire stick, the previously skeptical audience experiences a moment of clarity. So that's how it works. My apologies for underestimating Su Yang. It seems that survival on a deserted island requires significant skill. Not everyone can endure. I truly admire Su Yang. We are both modern individuals, yet I feel utterly inadequate in comparison. He is indeed a remarkable talent, capable of such ingenious ideas. Consequently, Su Yang and Sister Zhou no longer need to rely on friction for fire making, vastly simplifying their tasks. At this moment, Su Yang, deftly rotating a branch over the fire to roast fish, assesses that one is nearly done. He hands it to Sister Zhou, stating, "This fish is ready. You eat first. I will continue roasting." Chapter 33. Perhaps it's a matter of social connections. Sister Zhou, feeling quite famished, accepts the fish but, just as she's about to take a bite, recalls that Su Yang has not eaten all morning. Why don't you eat first? She offers, I'll take care of the roasting. As Su Yang prepares to skewer another fish, he hears her words and smiles slightly, finding her politeness rather endearing. Go ahead and eat. I will continue roasting. It will be ready shortly. Understanding Su Yang's intent, Sister Zhou ceases her insistence and takes a small bite. As she savors the fish, she exclaims, "MMM. This is the best roasted fish I have ever had." She enthusiastically continues to eat. Watching her enjoyment, Su Yang chuckles softly. How could it not be delicious? This is a dish crafted by a master chef, with precise standards for timing and cooking. It is bound to be delectable. After finishing his fish, Su Yang resumes roasting another. The scene is harmonious, with both individuals relishing the roasted fish. Before long, 5 fish have been reduced to mere remnants. Suddenly, Sister Zhou clutches her stomach, exclaiming, "Oh no, I need to use the restroom." She hastens toward the nearby bamboo grove. After a considerable interval, she returns, only to dash back moments later, again holding her stomach. This cycle repeats, and her complexion begins to pale. It is evident that she has fallen victim to food poisoning. You must have a problem with that fish, she remarks, gazing at the meager remnants. Su Yang, taken aback, muses, but I ate the same fish, and I feel fine. He too is perplexed. 2 people consume the same fish, yet one suffers while the other remains unscathed. It is indeed a curious case. What could possibly explain this? Especially since they consume no other food? With a furrowed brow, Sister Zhou inquires, her confusion palpable. Su Yang, donning a wry smile, quips, perhaps it's a matter of social connections. As he diverts his gaze to tidy up the leftover fish, Sister Zhou, feeling a twinge of annoyance, retorts, you're the one with poor connections. For reasons unknown, Su Yang finds her puffed-up expression amusing and cannot help but chuckle. Without implying any negative traits in your social skills, we are merely stating the facts. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Sister Zhou scoffed and turned her head to the side, feigning indignation. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Su Yang remarked, it could be a matter of social connections, huh? This guy is incredibly humorous. How dare he suggest that Sister Zhou's social life is lacking? I suspect he said that intentionally to provoke a reaction from her. Just look at his mischievous grin. Ha ha ha. Su Yang, what are you hoping to achieve by provoking Sister Zhou? Is it possible that this young lad has developed feelings for her? I think he might have. Otherwise, why would he tease her? Indeed, I remember back in middle school. If I liked a girl, I would want to tease her, to make her annoyed, hoping to catch her attention. Could Su Yang be employing a similar tactic? Such simplicity is quite charming. Indeed, in today's world, such straightforward and sincere young men are quite rare. I envy Sister Zhou. I too wish for a boyfriend like Su Yang. Ahem, but Su Yang is singularly hers. How enviable. Meanwhile, a series of electronic notifications echoed in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 600 popularity points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 600 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,700 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 4,000 popularity points. You have received 4,000 popularity points. Reward. Advanced woodworking skills. Do you wish to accept? Accept. Acceptance successful. In an instant, a wealth of woodworking knowledge flooded Su Yang's mind. Tenon and mortise techniques, dowel techniques, and half-dovetail joints. Filled with joy, Su Yang reveled in the acquisition of advanced woodworking skills, envisioning the possibility of crafting a wooden stool, table, or even a small wooden house. The thought was indeed delightful. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou, noticing Su Yang's foolish grin, mistakenly assumed he was laughing at her social shortcomings. In a moment of frustration, she playfully punched him. When Su Yang finally realized what was happening, he found Sister Zhou glaring at him in anger. It dawned on him that she had misunderstood his laughter. Sister Zhou, you've got it wrong. I wasn't laughing at you. If you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should rest in the cave for a while. Seeing the distress on her face, Su Yang thought it best to let her recuperate. Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, Sister Zhou's heart softened considerably. At least the lad had a sense of decency. Very well. I'll go back and rest for a bit. Once I feel better, I'll come back to assist you. Her expression had noticeably relaxed. No need to rush. Your health is paramount, Su Yang thought, prioritizing her well-being before work. After all, out here in the wilderness, there was little in the way of medical facilities. If any health issues arose, it could be quite perilous. Sister Zhou tidied up and headed towards the small cave, while Su Yang resumed digging the water channel. The sooner he could divert the water to the cave, the less he would have to run back and forth for water. Soon, he could lie in the cave, basking in the sun, and feast on wild chickens when hunger struck. With food, drink, and shelter, he would continuously reap the rewards from the system. Oh, the thought of such a delightful existence was simply comforting. To achieve his goals swiftly, he was just one step away. With that, he redoubled his efforts. However, at that moment, Sister Zhou came rushing towards Su Yang, breathless and filled with anxiety. Su Yang, something terrible has happened. We can't return to the cave. She spoke urgently, ignoring her exhaustion. Su Yang, taken aback, was shocked by her distress and could hardly fathom what could have caused such panic. What happened? Please, take a breath and explain, he urged. After catching her breath, Sister Zhou continued with urgency. The path is gone. On my way back, I noticed there was no route. You remember the small stream we crossed this morning? The one we could leap over in a single step? She paused, glancing at Su Yang for confirmation. Upon seeing him nod, she continued, that narrow stream, which was hardly a step wide, has suddenly transformed into a river over 10 meters wide. We can't cross it. With her explanation complete, Sister Zhou's face was etched with worry, unsure of what to do, prompting her to rush back to inform Su Yang. Hearing this, the live stream audience also grew concerned. What are they going to do now? They can't return to the cave. They had finally found a place to live. And the scenery was so beautiful. They thought they were about to embark on an enviable life, and now they can't go back. How unfortunate. Who would have anticipated this? The most pressing concern now is where they will stay. Without any shelter from the elements, being stranded on an island at night could lead to illness. What if a monstrous creature emerges while they are asleep and swallows them both whole? Perhaps they should return to the seaside. At least there's the triangular shelter they built before. But that's quite a distance. Even a longer trek is better than having no place to stay. I wish I could reach through the screen and hand them my tent. The river has swelled. Can't they just swim across? You speak so lightly of swimming. But Sister Zhou's swimsuit has been torn to shreds and offers no buoyancy. And Su Yang doesn't even have a swimsuit. Neither of them can swim. This plan is unfeasible. How did that little stream transform into such a wide river? Such occurrences are common in canyons and uneven terrains due to tidal fluctuations and geographical changes. It's quite normal. Unlike the stable rivers we have in the plains. Oh, I see. But what should they do now? If it were me, I would suggest withdrawing from the program early. This way, at least they could ensure their safety. That depends on Su Yang's decision, Sister Zhou said hastily. Upon hearing her urgent words, Su Yang finally grasped the situation's nuances. However, he wore a look of surprise rather than concern. It's all right, don't worry. Since we can't go back, I'll just build a wooden house here, he declared. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, Sister Zhou, who had been anxious just moments before, was left speechless. Not worried. No problem. Did he just claim he could build a wooden house? It sounded utterly absurd. Given the current circumstances, it was clear they had nowhere to stay. How could he be so unconcerned? Moreover, the notion of erecting a wooden house by the stream felt entirely unrealistic. Yet, Sister Zhou chose not to argue, though she harbored 100 doubts within her. At this moment, the chat room was in an uproar. Su Yang intends to build a small wooden house by himself? How is that even possible? He doesn't even possess a hammer or nails. How can he construct it? Indeed, I believe Su Yang was merely trying to comfort Sister Zhou when he made such claims. It is evidently an impossible task. At this point, I genuinely wish to know how he would resolve this situation later. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. I hope Sister Su won't be too disheartened. Su Yang, I must admit, is quite something. He makes promises without regard to reality. This is a live broadcast. Failing to deliver would be utterly embarrassing. I feel a sense of anxiety for Su Yang as he utters such improbable assertions. How will he extricate himself from this predicament? He only speaks grandiloquently, without considering the consequences, such as the youth of today. Building a wooden house is no simple feat, unlike the previous triangular shelter, which could utilize vines as ropes to bind it together. A wooden house is an entirely different matter. It requires nails. Otherwise, how would the pieces be joined? In this desolate wilderness, there isn't even a single household nearby, let alone a hardware store. Even if there were a hardware store, Su Yang and his companion lack funds. Who would give him nails for free? A few might be manageable, perhaps the owner would be kind-hearted, but Su Yang aims to construct an entire small house. How many nails would that require? Who would provide them? Ahem, don't even think about the store. There are no households around. Who would spend money there? I see Su Yang is thoroughly doomed this time, not for any other reason but for boasting. Remember, this is a live broadcast, with so many eyes watching. If he fails to fulfill his promise, a mere drop of spittle from the crowd could drown him. It seems Su Yang is destined to fail. Yet, Su Yang paid no heed to the comments from the viewers in the live stream. He merely began to work on the small wooden house. He picked up an axe and walked towards the nearby forest, then commenced chopping down trees. To my surprise, with the benefits of the combat master skill, his physical strength had significantly increased. He could distinctly feel the improvement in his physical condition. No wonder when he had grilled fish earlier. Sister Zhou suffered from a stomachache, while he remained entirely unaffected. So that was the reason. Reflecting on this, Su Yang examined the changes in his physique and nodded in satisfaction. He continued chopping down trees and could distinctly feel the increased strength in his arms. A tree that could be hugged with one hand was nearly felled after just a few strikes. Upon witnessing this outcome, a smile spread across Su Yang's face. He had not anticipated that his abilities could be useful in everyday life as well. Time passed swiftly, and before long, he had chopped down over 50 trees, counting them in his mind. Next, it was time to construct the wooden house. Chapter 35. The construction of the house, astonishing everyone next. Su Yang carried the logs to a spot not far from a small stream, a suitable location for building a house. At that moment, Sister Zhou, who was digging a water channel, saw Su Yang effortlessly transporting dozens of large trees to the stream. From this angle, it appeared as if he was moving the trees with little effort. Sister Zhou felt a surge of astonishment. Such feats of strength were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. When had Su Yang become so powerful? She felt a twinge of admiration for him. However, regarding the notion of Su Yang constructing a house by hand, she remained skeptical. It wasn't a lack of belief in Su Yang, but rather the current conditions were exceedingly limited. There were no carpenters or masons available. How could one build a house? There weren't even any tools. With this thought, Sister Zhou shook her head in resignation and continued digging the water channel. The reason for her persistence was simple. She couldn't bear to part with the breathtaking scenery of the canyon. Once the river's water receded, she could return to the cave. Besides, the little rabbit was still there. Fortunately, rabbits are herbivores, and before leaving, she had gathered a large quantity of wild vegetables to leave for it. It would be sufficient for several days. Meanwhile, as the construction began, Su Yang first stood the large trees upright and forcefully planted them into the ground. He then struck them down with the axe. However, it soon became apparent that with his current arm strength, he didn't even need the axe. He could simply thrust the trees into the ground with minimal effort to achieve the desired effect. This made the process much simpler. Thus, Su Yang planted one tree after another into the ground, and soon a rectangular wooden house frame began to take shape. Now, he needed to construct the roof and door. Windows would not be necessary, as there was no glass. Su Yang then recalled his knowledge of mortise and tenon joints and began to carve interlocking shapes into the wood with his axe, merging them together. At this moment, he shook the structure and discovered it was remarkably sturdy. Truly, the wisdom of the ancients surpassed even modern nails in terms of reliability. Consequently, Su Yang swiftly completed the roof using the mortise and tenon technique. Now, all that remained was the door. He inspected the wood and contemplated for a moment. However, he quickly realized that making a door was impractical. Looking at the open space left for the door, with all other areas closely fitted, adding a door would obstruct ventilation. A completely sealed structure was unacceptable. Oxygen was essential. Especially in such sparsely populated areas, safety must be prioritized. After all, there was no one to assist him. If the wooden house were entirely enclosed, he could suffocate inside, and then what? Who would he turn to for justice? Would he not forfeit the system rewards? With this thought in mind, Su Yang halted his actions. Thus, the wooden house was completed. Just as Su Yang admired his handiwork, Sister Zhou, who was digging the water channel, glanced over and was taken aback. What? The roof was already completed? Just moments ago, he was still inserting wood into the ground. At that time, Sister Zhou thought to herself, given that he had no nails or similar tools, even if he managed to construct the walls, how would he secure the roof? Without any means of fastening, it would be dangerous to live inside. Yet now, Su Yang had truly constructed a wooden house? Sister Zhou set aside her work and hurried over to Su Yang, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the wooden house. She scrutinized Su Yang, hardly believing her eyes. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, she would never have accepted it as reality. Meanwhile, the viewers in the chat were fervently discussing the situation. What was happening? Su Yang had actually built a wooden house. How did he accomplish this? He merely thrust the wood into the ground and surrounded it. While I didn't think much of this, attributing it to Su Yang's strength, who could explain how he managed to secure the roof? It appeared remarkably sturdy. How could this be? Did anyone see Su Yang using nails? Could it be that he secretly brought nails with him, unbeknownst to the production team? I cannot believe it. I watched him construct the wooden house from start to finish, and there were no nails used. Moreover, this was a live broadcast, so it was impossible to edit anything out. Even if he performed minor tricks, the vast roof required numerous joints to be secured. It is inconceivable that such a monumental task could be accomplished through mere sleight of hand. Su Yang has utterly reshaped my worldview. Who would have thought that one could build a house without nails? Did you all notice how he managed to do it? I observed him shaving the ends of the wood a few times before positioning them. At that moment, viewers in the live chat, who possessed some knowledge of carpentry, began to chime in. He employed the mortise and tenon technique. Mortise and tenon? Indeed, he utilized mortise and tenon. Now it all makes sense. No wonder. However, the application of this technique demands a profound understanding of carpentry. How did Zhou achieve this? He doesn't even possess a ruler. At this juncture, how could he control the lengths of the joints with such precision? I am a carpenter myself, and at my level, I would certainly require a ruler and pencil to use the mortise and tenon technique. Otherwise, I could not ensure a quality outcome. Yet, there exists a scenario where one might not need a ruler or pencil when a master carpenter is at work. Such individuals can look at wood as a skilled butcher dissects a cow. With just a glance, they discern the necessary depth of joints, rendering measuring tools unnecessary. Nevertheless, such masters are exceedingly rare, and they are often of advanced age, having honed their skills over many years. But Zhou, at merely 20-something years of age, possesses such extraordinary talent. It is essential to understand that the abilities of such masters are the aspiration of countless carpenters. Yet many toil their entire lives without attaining such heights. This is why it is said that individuals who reach this level are rare gems. It is incredibly challenging. Yet, this young Zhou possesses such remarkable skills. He must indeed be a chosen one, a genius as people often say. Truly admirable. I, an old man of 70, consider myself fortunate to witness the entire process of the mortise and tenon technique within my lifetime. Thus, when I depart from this world, I can assure my predecessors in carpentry that the art of mortise and tenon has found a worthy heir. Chapter 36. The competition. While the comments were lively in the chat, Zhou remained unaware that he had ascended to the top of the live streaming leaderboard on Douyin. A week later, in the live stream of contestant number 3, who was busy foraging for wild fruits, his satellite phone suddenly rang. Contestant number 3 promptly answered, curious about what important news the production team might relay. The satellite phone was the only means of communication between the contestants and the production team. With each contestant provided one, the team would only reach out via satellite phone for significant announcements or if a contestant wished to withdraw from the competition. At that moment, the satellite phone emitted a message. Attention, all contestants. We will now commence the competition among you. The contestant who can endure the longest on the deserted island will emerge victorious. The first prize is 500,000 yuan. In this competition, contestants may attack one another. As soon as the announcement concluded, contestant number 3 remained unfazed, continuing to munch on the fruits as though nothing had transpired. Clearly, the production team's words failed to capture this contestant's attention. In the live stream of contestant number 4, upon hearing the satellite phone announcement, he exhibited a similar demeanor to contestant number 3, showing little change. Upon hearing the production team's remarks about the prize and rules of the competition, a slight smirk of disdain appeared at the corner of contestant number 4's mouth. Uffed, just 500,000 yuan, and we are to attack one another. For this meager sum. Ruin my reputation here? Insanity. It's hardly enough to buy a house. Moreover, attacking an opponent does not guarantee victory. If I sustain injuries, who will I complain to? Why participate in such a competition? It would be far better to simply bide my time here for a year, raking in 365 million. Why jeopardize my standing for a paltry sum of 500,000? In the live stream of contestant number 5, who was currently fishing, he paid no heed to the satellite phone's announcement and continued his efforts. After all, he had not eaten for an entire day. As for the competition mentioned by the production team, he deemed it unnecessary to involve himself in such turmoil for a mere 500,000. Just then, another message came through the satellite phone. The top 5 contestants will receive a ticket to enter the next stage. Upon hearing this, contestant number 5 slightly slowed his fishing motions, intrigued by what lay ahead. The satellite phone continued to chime. The contestant who wins the championship will inherit a mysterious billionaire's 10 billion yuan estate, accountship, and ownership of this island. At this revelation, contestant number 5 abruptly halted his fishing, frozen in place. His heart began to race, and his mind raced with possibilities. Just how much money was that? Who knew which billionaire had no heirs? They were selecting an heir through this program. My goodness, this was akin to a windfall, more lucrative than a lottery win. With this thought, contestant number 5 felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, causing the carp he had just caught to escape his grasp. Watching the fish swim away, contestant number 5 paid it no mind. The prospect of a 10 billion yuan fortune, along with all those rewards, overshadowed the loss of the fish. What was one fish worth compared to such riches? If the fish swam away, so be it. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of piles of cash, and he forgot entirely that he hadn't had dinner in a day. All he could think about were those mountains of money. In contestant number 3's live stream, As he munched on his fruit, he suddenly found it lacking in flavor. The fruit slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Championship, billion yuan inheritance. Title. These three words echoed ceaselessly in his mind. The title of Count, what immense honor it conveyed. Attaining such a title would equate to acquiring power. At this moment, he envisioned himself in the esteemed position of a count, imagining the sycophants bowing before him, eager to curry favor. They would dare not defy his commands. If he truly ascended to such heights, he would be surrounded by admirers and perhaps even marry a princess. Power equated to everything. Contemplating the possibility of winning the championship, he thought, this could turn my fortunes around. Moreover, the title of Count is hereditary, ensuring prosperity for my descendants. It was not only for his own sake but also for the future of his family, to honor his ancestors and provide for generations to come. No matter what, he had to seize the championship. With that determination, he picked up the fallen fruit and took a fierce bite, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Meanwhile, contestant number 4 was angrily cursing the production team for putting them at risk of mutual attacks. In the end, the reward for the first place was a mere 500,000 yuan. Just as the fourth contestant expressed disdain towards the program's reward, they were taken aback by the subsequent announcement, a noble title, 100 billion inheritance, and ownership of an island. Upon hearing these pivotal words, the fourth contestant stumbled, nearly losing their balance. Their expression turned blank, pupils dilating in surprise. The championship could be disregarded. They were not particularly concerned about the 500,000 yuan. However, securing a position among the top 5 was imperative, as only then would they have the opportunity to attain the mysterious benefactor's 100 billion inheritance, noble title, and island ownership. With this realization, the fourth contestant felt a surge of desire. Consider the ownership of the island itself. While the exact value of the isolated land was uncertain, the contestant had learned that this solitary island encompassed a total of 50 smaller islets, each valued at no less than 100 million yuan. This amounted to a staggering 5 billion yuan, and that was merely the fundamental worth of the islands. Moreover, what of the annual profits from the islands? Just as the program crew was currently producing content on this very island, they were surely generating revenue, attracting significant attention. The potential for profit was undeniable. This was a guaranteed lucrative venture, and this was only the profit derived from the island ownership, the noble title, and the 100 billion inheritance, each of which was invaluable in its own right, had also been mentioned by the program crew. In that moment, the fourth contestant silently vowed, this championship must be mine. It could only be mine. Chapter 37, contestants display their talents in the 8th contestant's live stream. A foreign man with a scarred face was seen searching for water in the jungle. Suddenly, a massive python appeared within view. The 8th contestant halted their forward movement, stealthily retreating behind a large tree to observe the serpent. Yet, rather than fear, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The sight of the giant python was akin to a feast laid before them, their gaze filled with predatory intent. Glancing at their own hands, they mused, "Oh, brother, it has been far too long since we've tasted blood. Today, let us practice on this python." Fear was an alien concept to them, as the king of assassins. How could one entertain such notions in the presence of living beings? Such thoughts were a disgrace to their identity and a belittlement of their profession. Thus, dread and fear had no place in their lexicon. With calculated stealth, they moved into the python's blind spot. In an instant, the 8th contestant leapt, seizing the serpent by its vulnerable neck. With a swift motion, they grasped a nearby branch, slicing open the python's belly. From within, a dark object flew into the air, which the 8th contestant deftly caught in their palm. Without hesitation, they tossed it into their mouth, swallowing it whole. In less than a minute, the python, which had initially struggled, lay motionless, having failed to retaliate even once. The 8th contestant erupted in laughter, finally able to indulge their cravings, feeling a surge of relief. At that moment, the voice of the program crew crackled through their satellite phone, announcing the competition rules and rewards. Instantly, the 8th contestant burst into laughter, exclaiming that the rules and rewards seemed tailored just for them. When it came to attacking opponents, who could possibly be more suited for the role than they? Initially believing the show to be a light-hearted variety program, they had aimed solely for the grand prize of 30 million yuan. The days spent without violence had been excruciatingly dull. But now, the landscape had changed. This realization sparked a hearty laugh, sending the chat room into a frenzy. My goodness, did they just kill a python and swallow its gallbladder? Viewers exclaimed in astonishment. The formidable python, known for its aggressiveness, had fallen before the 8th contestant as if it were a mere plaything, failing to even mount a defense. The audience speculated on the true nature of the 8th contestant, wondering if they were indeed a professional assassin. How is it possible that an assassin is participating in this program? Does this not endanger the other contestants? They pondered. Although the program had not previously permitted contestant-on-contestant violence, The rules had evidently shifted, with the introduction of competition and the allowance for attacks. Those unskilled contestants would find themselves in grave peril when confronted by such a lethal individual, while direct murder would still be prohibited. The very presence of such a contestant signaled to many that the ultimate champion would undoubtedly be none other than them. In the 9th contestant's live stream, a gaunt middle-aged man with a darkened visage and resolute eyes was shown concealed within the jungle. His face was adorned with green stripes made from plant sap, and he wore a makeshift hat woven from branches, camouflaging him expertly within the foliage. Had he not glanced at the camera, viewers might have missed the fact that he was even present. His attention was fixated on a powerful cheetah approaching. The agile predator, keenly aware of its surroundings, paused momentarily, sensing something amiss. After scanning the area for several seconds and finding no apparent threat, it resumed its forward journey. In a flash, a figure emerged from the jungle, launching themselves onto the cheetah's back and delivering a crushing blow to its skull. The screen echoed with the cheetah's anguished cry before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The middle-aged man rose, a hint of relaxation crossing his features as he surveyed the bloodied carcass before him. He unsheathed a sharp stone, preparing to butcher the cheetah, not for any other reason than the fact that he had gone 2 days without food. The opportunity to strike had presented itself, and he had seized it, driven by the sheer necessity to survive. As he rummaged through his pocket, he pulled out a photograph, gazing at it with tenderness. "My daughter. I will save you. Wait for me," he whispered. Just then, the sound of the program crew's announcement reached his ears, and his expression hardened with resolve. "This championship is mine," he declared, his gaze drifting back to the photograph in his hand. Upon witnessing this moment, the chat room erupted in exclamations. "Goodness! He killed the cheetah with a single punch, striking precisely at the skull," they exclaimed. "How on earth did he accomplish that? His technique is astonishingly precise and his speed unmatched. Not even the cheetah had time to react." The audience marveled at his impressive display of stealth, noting how even such a cunning creature as the cheetah had failed to detect his presence. With such remarkable skills, it seemed inevitable that he would emerge as the champion of the competition. Without waiting for others to notice, he directly attacked the contestant. If a contestant encounters number 9 during the competition, they can only consider themselves unfortunate. Is that photo of his daughter? It turns out he joined this program for her. What a magnificent father he is. In the live stream of contestant number 10, a man leisurely sipped fruit juice. At that moment, he listened to the rules and rewards of the competition through a satellite phone. A faint smile appeared on his face as he took another sip, enjoying a privilege that other contestants lacked. As for outlasting others, no one could surpass my endurance. As for attacking other contestants, let them fight among themselves. My sole aim is to survive. As a master of wilderness survival, how could I possibly lose this contest? I need not compete with others. Surviving is sufficient. With that, he leaped directly into the swamp. Let them be swept away. I will emerge victorious in the end. Witnessing this scene, the live chat exploded with excitement. Chapter 38. Airdropped supplies while other contestants struggled for survival. This fellow began to enjoy his fruit juice. His adaptability to life is remarkable. Individuals with such abilities are most likely to survive until the end. Wait, what did I just see? He actually jumped into the swamp. And it wasn't an accident. He did it voluntarily. My goodness, that is astonishing. To survive in the swamp like that. If that is the case, he indeed has an advantage over the other contestants. If he can endure in the swamp, how could he possibly not survive until the end? Meanwhile, the production team announced a second rule. Each contestant would receive airdropped supplies. Upon hearing this news, the viewers of the contestants' live streams erupted in astonishment. Airdrop supplies? What will they contain? What treasures lie within the boxes? I wager it's medicine, as the most scarce resource on the deserted island is medical supplies. That can't be right. Judging by the photos provided by the production team, the airdrop boxes are as tall as a person. Surely, they can't all be medicine. There must be other items. However, such large boxes imply that the contestants cannot easily relocate them. What if they contain weapons and equipment? Wow, that would surely lead to a confrontation. I can't wait to see the legendary assassin clash with the other contestants. It will undoubtedly be thrilling. That king of assassins is extraordinarily fierce, and I believe no one can rival him. At that moment, the production team began the airdrop. In contestant number 8's live stream, the king of assassins eagerly opened a corner of the airdrop box. Upon seeing the contents, a satisfied smile spread across his face, followed by hearty laughter. This is precisely tailored for me. Now I have even more reason to strike against the other contestants. This is pure paradise. With that, he burst into another round of laughter. The chat section was buzzing with excitement. Hurry, show us what's inside. What could it possibly be? Could it be weapons? Surely not. The production team wouldn't provide weapons. Then perhaps it's money? Think about it. What would money be used for on a deserted island? Move the camera closer. Let us see what's inside. Meanwhile, in contestant number 9's live stream, the Special Forces contestant received his airdrop box. After opening it and glancing at the contents, he promptly closed it again, a frown etched upon his face. He then took out a photo of his daughter and began to mumble softly, "My dear, I hope you can forgive me in the future. I intended to remain benevolent." But reality does not permit it. Hearing the Special Forces contestant's words, the chat exploded with speculation. What in the world is this? I can't shake the feeling that it's weapons. Why else would he mention that reality prevents him from being merciful and ask for his daughter as forgiveness? It feels as though he is preparing to take lives. Could it be toxic chemicals? Perhaps to harm other contestants? That's a possibility. As long as it doesn't endanger lives, incapacitating the other contestants and taking their supplies could be considered a victory. However, that feels rather unscrupulous. It would be better to confront them directly like the king of assassins. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Cough. You all have compassion. But do you realize the situation the Special Forces contestant is facing? If he doesn't attack the others, they will surely attack him. Remember, in this scenario, only one can survive. If it were you, wouldn't you also choose to strike first to ensure your own survival? This Special Forces contestant is exceptionally skilled. I'm eager to see how he engages the other contestants. Who do you think would win in a confrontation between the Special Forces and the King of Assassins? It's hard to say. Both possess unique talents and are formidable in their own right. If they were to battle, surely one would perish while the other is left wounded. The Special Forces contestant still holds a trace of mercy, but the King of Assassins is ruthless and unflinching. I believe he would emerge victorious. Yet, we must not forget, the Special Forces contestant must survive to rescue his daughter. At this moment, can he still afford to be merciful for the sake of the reward? It's truly uncertain, but I am looking forward to witnessing their confrontation. In contestant number 10's live stream, the Wilderness Survival Master received his airdrop box and felt a surge of joy. Finally, something granted by the production team. It must be something good. Why not take advantage of it? With anticipation, he opened a corner of the airdrop box, only to close it immediately, his smile fading. He sighed in disappointment. Thank goodness I don't intend to engage in conflict with the other contestants. What on earth is inside that box that makes one feel relieved not to partake in the fighting? Come on, can someone zoom in a little? I just want to take a glance. Surely it contains weapons and aggressive items. I believe it too. Otherwise, why would he express such sentiments? If they are indeed weapons, then these contestants are about to face a colossal crisis. Items with offensive capabilities? Let me think. Oh no, could it be a bomb? That's not entirely implausible. My goodness, bombs are on the table. Firearms and ammunition can't be far behind. This is truly unpredictable. Perhaps the other contestants' airdrop boxes contain weapons and munitions. Oh dear, I'll have to stay up late watching the live stream. I cannot afford to miss any thrilling moments. Then, the Wilderness Survival Master set the box aside, not bothering to look again, as he had no intention of utilizing those items. Instead, he aimed to find a place to hide, outlasting the other contestants. This way, he could emerge victorious and gain wealth, not to mention become known to a wider audience. At that moment, he felt that participating in this program was indeed meaningful, as it would elevate his popularity in a short time. The heart lightened, and he rose to his feet, making his way directly towards the jungle. Unbeknownst to the Wilderness Survival Master, the path he chose was also the one leading to Su Yang. Chapter 39, Ruthless Rules, confused Sister Zhou on Su Yang's side. Like the other contestants, he received an airdrop box from the production team. Upon opening it, Su Yang examined the contents, 2 sets of white clothing. As he touched them, he noted their considerable thickness, suitable for warding off the cold. However, due to the program's rules, contestants were permitted to attack one another. If he and Sister Zhou donned these conspicuous white outfits, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of other competitors, placing them in peril. While scrutinizing the white garments, Su Yang discovered a large box within the airdrop, secured by 3 locks. Adjacent to it, in bold red letters, was inscribed, "To unlock this box, 3 keys are required." Yet, only one key lay beside the large box, indicating that to access its contents, they would need to seize the other 2 keys from fellow contestants. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves. The production team was excessively ruthless to open one's treasure box. The keys were held by other participants, which was tantamount to inciting conflict. The program was essentially encouraging contestants to engage in mutual slaughter. This was shockingly inhumane. I had never encountered a production team so devoid of compassion. The rules were undeniably cold-blooded. Just hearing about them evoked a sense of impending bloodshed. The subsequent scenes promised to be a relentless barrage of carnage. This felt akin to a cinematic experience, watching a battle film live, and without purchasing a ticket. What a bargain. Oh no, now that you mention it, I'm tempted to stay up all night to watch the live stream. What if I miss something? The upcoming events are sure to astonish us, continuously captivating our attention. With that said, I find myself quite eager. However, I am genuinely concerned for Su Yang. You cannot fathom the intensity one just witnessed in the Special Forces contestants' live stream. He single-handedly defeated a cheetah with a mere punch. Someone of such formidable prowess should not encounter Su Yang. Otherwise, he might find himself in grave danger. In truth, it is not just the Special Forces contestant. Among the 50 competitors, many skilled individuals lurk within. With the announcement of the program's rules and rewards, some may become desperate. Thus, fierce competition among contestants is inevitable. Even if the Special Forces and elite assassins do not target Su Yang, other formidable contestants surely will. Therefore, for Su Yang and Sister Zhou to survive, they cannot afford to be overly kind-hearted. Sister Zhou, observing her surroundings, was utterly bewildered. She furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with the production team's approach. How can they do this? I've never seen a program like this before. Su Yang, unfazed by Sister Zhou's inquiry, remained composed. Next, I will teach you archery techniques. Sister Zhou was taken aback. Are we going hunting? She wondered, puzzled by Su Yang's response. In this situation, we must target other contestants. As soon as Su Yang spoke, the barrage of comments erupted into chaos. Targeting other contestants? What does that mean? Are they planning to attack others? It's all for the keys. Remember, Su Yang's large box has 3 locks, but only 1 key. The remaining 2 must be seized from others. However, they cannot shoot at other contestants. That could injure someone. If you don't harm them, they will harm you. What will you choose? It's incredibly cruel. Yet, given Su Yang's character, I find it hard to believe he would harm another. After all, I have spent considerable time in his live stream, and he seems quite amiable. With the rules changing, if Su Yang refrains from attacking others, he will inevitably become a target himself. The rules are clear. Survival of the fittest. Once again, Sister Zhou was left in a state of confusion. Isn't this a bit excessive? Seeing Sister Zhou's overwhelming empathy, Su Yang pointed towards the smoke in the distance. Do you see that smoke? The production team marks airdrop boxes with smoke, indicating that contestants are nearby, within just a few kilometers. It is highly likely they will come to investigate. If we maintain a strong defense, they may retreat. However, if we show even a hint of weakness, they will attack. And we will be the ones to suffer. Furthermore, this valley is hard-earned. Would you willingly relinquish it to others? Do you wish for someone to roast your little rabbit? Realizing Sister Zhou's hesitation and her repeated doubts, Su Yang felt compelled to clarify the harsh realities of their situation. Being kind-hearted now may ultimately lead to one's downfall. We must survive in this program to secure greater rewards. The competition structure and rules provide an opportunity for exposure, enhancing our popularity and earning rewards. At this moment, Sister Zhou, upon hearing Su Yang's words, glanced fervently at her little rabbit and shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot lose. I will not allow anyone to roast my little rabbit. Her tone and gaze were filled with unwavering determination. For the sake of her rabbit, she could not appear weak before her adversaries. This resolve was essential to protect her home and her beloved pet. As viewers absorbed the exchange between Sister Zhou and Su Yang, the comments section erupted with agreement. Su Yang is right. It must be this way. If you don't show strength, others will take advantage of you. Sister Zhou is still too kind-hearted, but thankfully, Su Yang is by her side, offering her some safety. Indeed, why would we surrender our hard-won home to others? I fully support Su Yang's perspective. Throughout history, the strong prevail. Only by being formidable can we protect what we hold dear. Weakness invites oppression and the inevitable loss of everything we cherish. In the current circumstances, only strength can ensure survival. Upon witnessing Sister Zhou's resolute head shaking, I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she seemed to understand. It was indeed crucial to safeguard her belongings. At last, she was willing to stand alongside Su Yang in this battle. Chapter 40. The Wilderness Master Wang Liu spies on Su Yang in the live stream of contestant number 10, the Wilderness Survival Master, while traversing deeper into the forest. Notice smoke rising ahead. Consequently, Wang Liu halted his advance. This was undoubtedly an airdrop box from the production team, indicating that wherever there was smoke, a contestant must be present. At that moment, Wang Liu felt a flutter of apprehension. Although he did not intend to engage in conflict with other contestants, the proximity of another participant piqued his curiosity about their capabilities and whether they posed a threat to his chances of winning. After deliberating, Wang Liu cautiously approached Su Yang's direction as the comments section of the live stream began to buzz with activity. Contestant number 9 is indeed heading towards Su Yang's direction. My goodness, Su Yang is in peril. It must be noted that this wilderness survival master can thrive even in a swamp. While other contestants are preoccupied with the basics of survival, he has already mastered the art of grilling steak. The title of Wilderness Survival Master is not bestowed lightly. Aside from his myriad survival skills, Wang Liye possesses exceptional combat techniques. During a skirmish with a buffalo, he emerged unscathed, ultimately turning the beast into a meal. In that case, Su Yang and Sister Zhou are in even greater danger. Although Su Yang has some rudimentary survival skills, they pale in comparison to those of a professional like Wang Liye. What are they to do? Confronting such a formidable opponent makes victory a daunting task. Just moments ago, there was a warning against Su Yang encountering these powerful adversaries, and yet, fate has conspired otherwise. Wang Liye not only survives through clever means, but employs his superior fighting prowess to dispatch opponents swiftly. If contestant number 9 discovers Su Yang, what then? However, Su Yang is no pushover. He has previously dispatched a wolf with his bare hands. Indeed, Su Yang is quite formidable. The question remains who would prevail in a confrontation between these two titans. Wang Liye is no slouch either. His title as a wilderness survival master stems from a wealth of survival skills and combat expertise. Otherwise, how would he handle wild beasts in the wilderness? Thus, I believe Wang Liye possesses a greater degree of prowess and a higher likelihood of victory. Nonetheless, Su Yang is a genius in his own right, adept at resolving unforeseen challenges. Therefore, should they clash, the outcome remains uncertain. I am genuinely curious to see who would emerge superior. After a short while, as Wang Liye approached the gorge, he was taken aback by the breathtaking scenery before him. The harmonious chorus of birds and the vibrant blossoms created a picturesque scene. Wild chickens and rabbits frolicked about, accompanied by the gentle murmur of a stream. Enchanted by the sight, Wang Liye, having survived alone in the wild for so long, had never encountered such exquisite beauty. However, his gaze soon landed on a fenced area that appeared to harbor human habitation. Upon noticing the environment and potential shelter, Wang Liye felt a stirring desire to claim this idyllic place as his own, though he had no intention of engaging in conflict with other contestants. The splendor of the gorge was simply too alluring. It was an ideal location for long-term residents. To say he was not moved would be disingenuous. The viewers in the live stream began to speculate about Wang Liye's intentions to stake his claim on this locale. The gorge was naturally concealed, offering a high degree of safety. Coupled with its abundant resources, it was akin to paradise for survival. However, Su Yang currently resided here. This raises the inevitable question, would there not be a confrontation between Wang Liye and Su Yang? Indeed, if Wang Liye sought to dominate this area, a fierce battle was bound to ensue. It is conceivable that one might perish while the other is grievously wounded. Wang Liye had claimed he would not engage other contestants in combat, yet the allure of the gorge, with its hidden beauty and strategic advantages, was too tempting to resist. If he could seize control of this territory, he could outlast the other contestants without direct confrontation, as the gorge's secluded nature would shield him from detection. Were Wang Liye to secure the gorge, he would hold an invincible position. It is essential to understand that his true intention was to find a refuge to outlast the others, rather than to partake in their conflicts. This analysis reveals that the gorge is indeed tailor-made for Wang Liye. No wonder he is so captivated by Su Yang's domain, even contemplating possession. At this moment, Wang Liye slowed his pace, moving cautiously as he observed the area near the fence, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the contestant. Suddenly, he noticed Su Yang wielding a bow. In that instant, Wang Liye surmised that this contestant possessed considerable archery skills. Should he attack recklessly, he would likely fall victim to Su Yang's arrows. Thus, a direct assault was inadvisable. He needed to employ cunning instead. As his mind raced to devise a strategy, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a loud crack that startled him. He quickly glanced at Su Yang, who exhibited no unusual behavior, indicating he remained unaware of Wang Liye's presence. This realization brought him relief. It was fortunate he had not been exposed. The sounds of the babbling stream and the scurrying of wild chickens and rabbits masked the noise of his misstep. Given that Su Yang had likely inhabited the gorge for some time, he would be accustomed to such sounds and would not be overly concerned. Reassured, Wang Liye began to formulate a clever plan. He resolved to seize the gorge without engaging Su Yang directly, thus conserving his energy and resources. However, unbeknownst to Wang Liye, his every move had already been detected by Su Yang. Chapter 41. Sleeping together with Sister Zhou at night. At this moment, Su Yang, bow in hand, patrolling the vicinity, was acutely aware of an intruder outside the fence. In fact, upon the announcement of new rules for the program, Su Yang had strategically set numerous traps in the surrounding area. Any intrusion would trigger a response. Now cognizant of the presence outside the fence, he refrained from alarming the intruder. Instead, he opted for a strategy of quiet observation, keen to discern the intruder's intentions. Were they simply curious about his and Sister Zhou's living conditions, Or did they harbor intentions of attack to seize resources and claim the gorge? Until Su Yang comprehended the intruder's motives, he had no plans for a preemptive strike. Upon reflection, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. After all, every contestant aspired for victory. Surely, none would be content merely to observe without acting if opportunity arose. Su Yang was acutely aware of this reality, understanding that the intruder's position was concealed, making it impossible to ascertain their exact location. In such circumstances, any hasty action could result in the intruder slipping away unnoticed. He had anticipated this scenario, and thus had prepared numerous traps in advance. At this juncture, Su Yang glanced over at Sister Zhou, appraising her carefully before stating, "Sister Zhou, you shall sleep with me tonight." The live stream chat erupted in excitement upon hearing Su Yang's declaration. Goodness, he directly asks to sleep with Sister Zhou? How bold! Viewers exclaimed. Laughter echoing throughout the chat. Su Yang, you're too eager. With girls, one must tread slowly. Confession comes first, step by step. Others chimed in, amused. I perceive that Su Yang has realized the alterations in the show's regulations, and it is evident that he understands he cannot linger on the program for too long. Hence, he appears quite anxious. Ha ha ha, now he is in a hurry. Where was this urgency earlier? There were ample opportunities previously. What a predicament for Su Yang. He is under constant threat from other contestants, yet instead of contemplating defense, he is fixated on sleeping with Sister Zhou. Ha ha ha, that is so quintessentially Su Yang. Look, look. Sister Zhou has turned crimson. Do you think she will decline? Hee hee, I doubt it. It is clear that Sister Zhou harbors feelings for Su Yang. I share that sentiment as well, ha ha ha. Observing Sister Zhou's flushed cheeks and her speechlessness, what does that signify? It implies assent. Ha ha. At that moment, upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou's face flushed, and she buried her head. Su Yang is remarkably forthright. Clearly, he has taken a liking to her. However, it is all rather sudden. Although I, too, find Su Yang to be quite admirable, knowledgeable, and dependable, it still feels a tad premature. After all, we are still recording the show. Proposing such intimate actions should ideally wait until after the program concludes. We are currently live. It would be improper to nod in agreement to sleep together. Being a girl, especially a girl of firsts, one must approach such matters with decorum and not be overly hasty. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Sister Zhou fidgeted with her clothing. Her head still bowed, softly murmuring, "We have only known each other for a few days." Her cheeks reddened even further. Su Yang, upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, was momentarily taken aback, then found himself in a perplexing situation. What is this little girl thinking? Her rosy cheeks are simply amusing. It seems Sister Zhou remains blissfully unaware of the peril surrounding them. One must recognize that they are amidst hostile contestants who could launch an attack at any moment. This signifies that vigilance must be maintained at all times. Although the canyon is somewhat concealed, the smoke from the supply crate will draw the attention of nearby contestants. Should those competitors aspire to claim victory and rewards, they would be intrigued by the supply crate or the canyon itself, and thus would initiate an assault. Hence, I suggested that Sister Zhou sleep beside me. Little did I anticipate that she would misinterpret my intentions. Therefore, Su Yang clarified, do not overthink it. It is merely safer for us to sleep together given the enemy's approach. As soon as he finished speaking, Sister Zhou abruptly lifted her head, her shyness vanishing in an instant. So that was the case. She had read too much into it. She mistakenly thought Su Yang desired something more intimate when, in truth, he was merely considering their safety, not a genuine desire to share a bed. However, the thought of enemies attacking both herself and Su Yang startled her. Instinctively, she began to scan her surroundings for any sign of adversaries, her eyes wide with fear. Her pupils dilated as she surveyed her surroundings, her complexion turning pale with alarm. At that moment, noticing Sister Zhou's panic as she scrutinized everything around her, Su Yang swiftly extended his arm, without any warning, and pulled her into his embrace. He then leaned in and whispered softly near her ear, "Do not display any unusual behavior, or we will be discovered." Holding Sister Zhou close, Su Yang continued to survey the environment with a watchful gaze. Thankfully, his quick reaction averted a potential disaster. Had the enemy noticed Sister Zhou's distress, it could have led to an unfortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, the voices from the livestream audience grew more animated. Oh my, they are directly embracing? Ha ha, Su Yang certainly has guts. Sister Zhou probably has no idea what is happening. Ha ha ha, it was so unexpected. Sister Zhou was still in a state of trepidation. Yet suddenly she was held. Who could possibly react in such a moment? Su Yang, however, remained composed, while our sister Zhou blushed like an apple. Did Su Yang not claim it was to prevent the enemies from noticing anything unusual? Ahem, perhaps that is merely a pretext. His true intention was to embrace Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, obediently, remained still in his arms. Ha ha ha, perhaps this was something she had long anticipated. Who could argue otherwise? In Sister Zhou's mind, she must have envisioned this scenario countless times. Yet, she never imagined it would occur so suddenly and without warning. Life is always filled with surprises. It is wonderfully peculiar. And our Sister Zhou is ever so adorable. I absolutely adore this pair. Why do I find Su Yang so handsome? The way he effortlessly embraced Sister Zhou is undeniably charming. I envy Sister Zhou immensely for being held by such a dashing individual. How I wish to be embraced by someone as striking as Su Yang. Sister Zhou, this fortunate woman, is truly blissful. Chapter 42. The conspiracy of Wang Liye. On the other side, having resolved to employ cunning, Wang Liye collected a variety of poisonous herbs. He then proceeded to crush these herbs, and as he watched them gradually pulverize, a sinister smile crept across his face. These herbs are extraordinarily toxic. Just a few grams could fell an elephant, demonstrating their formidable potency. If diluted and placed in water, they could induce diarrhea. If he could cause these two individuals to suffer such an affliction, it would present him with an opportunity to outsmart them. With this thought, a scheming grin appeared on his face. The task now was to wait for nightfall. Only after Su Yang and Sister Zhou retire for the night will they let down their guard. At that point, it would be the perfect moment to strike. Time flew by. Night fell, enveloping the sky in darkness devoid of starlight. Meanwhile, within the cave, Su Yang and Sister Zhou were dining. Enjoying the fish they had caught by the river earlier that day, Su Yang prepared a steamed fish dish, and with his masterful culinary skills, even a simple dish emanated an enticing aroma. The fish was delectable, its appearance unpretentious yet inviting. Su Yang, this fish is absolutely delicious, Sister Zhou exclaimed, devouring the fish while praising his cooking. Her compliments were genuine, as Su Yang's culinary prowess had indeed created a dish so delightful that Sister Zhou found it difficult to stop eating. Observing her relish the meal, Su Yang felt a surge of happiness and began to munch on the wild fruits he had gathered earlier. Gazing at the aromatic steamed fish and the wild fruits wrapped in cattail leaves, a smile tugged at his lips. What a blissful little life. At that moment, the live stream chat filled with envy as viewers beheld Su Yang and Sister Zhou's scene. Well, are Su Yang and Sister Zhou on vacation? Eating steamed fish and wild fruits by the campfire, it feels just like a holiday. With a gentle stream, a fence, and a cave, this lifestyle is priceless. This is the life we yearn for. Why do we toil from 9 to 5? Is it not to one day live such a life? Su Yang and Sister Zhou are living the idyllic life we all dream of. I am utterly envious of such simplicity and purity. It is truly wonderful. This is a life of ease, a vacation-like existence, and they are also receiving rewards from the production team. Once upon a time, the production team was still in need of contestants, and I yearn to participate. I am utterly enamored with this way of life. At this moment, Wang Liye was observing Su Yang's every move, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike. However, while he waited, he caught a whiff of the delectable aroma of steamed fish wafting from Su Yang's direction, which instinctively caused him to swallow. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a tantalizing fragrance!" Despite being a master of survival in the wilderness, capable of preparing various exquisite dishes, the scent emanating from Su Yang's cooking made his previous culinary creations pale in comparison. He had once believed that his cooking skills were the pinnacle of outdoor survival. But the fragrance of Su Yang's steamed fish was truly remarkable. Even in the wilderness, where spices were scarce, Su Yang's culinary prowess shone through. At that moment, Wang Liye's stomach growled audibly. He patted his belly, realizing he had been squatting there for nearly a day without a meal. He was genuinely famished. Watching Su Yang and Sister Zhou relish their steamed fish and wild fruits, Wang Liye gazed longingly, swallowing again. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that soon enough, all of that food would belong to him. A sly grin crept across his face as he thought about it. The live chat room erupted with excitement at Wang Liye's reaction. "Ha ha, Wang Liye is starving," they commented. "What could be more torturous than watching others eat while you're left with nothing?" They observed him, eyes filled with longing, as he watched Su Yang and Sister Zhou savor their meal, while he could only satiate his hunger with the enticing aroma. His stomach is growling. Why doesn't he go gather some wild fruits to alleviate his hunger? They wondered. How could he leave at such a critical moment? After all, Wang Liye was waiting for the perfect chance to execute his plan. He needed to keep a close watch on their movements, ready to act the moment an opportunity arose. If he were to go gather wild fruits, it would present him with a splendid chance that he could not afford to miss. Thus, now was not the time for him to stray. As he watched Su Yang and Sister Zhou eat their fill, the next step would be rest. A moment when they would let their guard down. That would be when Wang Liye's chance to poison them would arise. Look at him. Despite his hunger, he could only savor the sin of the fish, yet he was confident that soon, all of it would be his. It seemed Wang Liye was determined to succeed. Surely, for someone with the title of Master of Wilderness Survival, this minor endeavor was no challenge at all. However, This meant that Su Yang and Sister Zhou were in peril. Indeed, they were still enjoying their delicious meal, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. My heart ached for them as Wang Liye concealed his malicious intent, showing no mercy towards Su Yang and his companion. I can only hope that Su Yang can evade this crisis. Wang Liye, perhaps you could show some restraint. Do not overdo the poison. Subsequently, after Su Yang and Sister Zhou had their fill and tidied up, they extinguished the campfire in the cave and prepared to rest. At that moment, Wang Liye witnessed this scene unfold and a wicked smile spread across his face. Events were unfolding just as he had wished. However, contrary to what the online spectators anticipated, Wang Liye did not seize the moment to poison Su Yang and Sister Zhou while they slept. Instead, he waited until the early hours of the morning when the first light began to break and the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. With dark circles under his eyes, Wang Liye glanced skyward, noting, daylight is approaching, the time has come. He gazed longingly at the picturesque scenery of the valley. Feeling the gentle breeze from the stream caress his face, it was nothing short of delightful. The melodious chirping of birds and the sight of wild chickens and rabbits scurrying about filled him with satisfaction. Soon, all of this would belong to him. Though it was still Su Yang's domain, the tides of fortune were turning. It was merely a matter of time before he would rise. Chapter 43. Poisoning. At that moment, Wang Liye stealthily descended from the cliff into the valley, taking careful steps to avoid making any noise that might disturb the two individuals sleeping in the cave. He crept closer to Su Yang's vicinity until he reached the edge of a small stream. There, he produced the poison he had prepared the day before. Grinning wickedly at the pouch, he then tossed the poisonous concoction into the stream closest to Su Yang. After doing so, a triumphant smile spread across his face. But he restrained himself from making a sound, reveling in the satisfaction of his handiwork. Now, if Su Yang and Sister Zhou were to boil water or cook their meal with the stream's water, they would inevitably fall victim to the poison. All he had to do was return the next day to reap the rewards. As he admired his sinister creation, the viewers in the live chat expressed their outrage. "This is truly despicable," they exclaimed. "I once admired his ability to survive in the marshes. But who would have thought that this so-called master of wilderness survival would resort to such vile tactics? This behavior is infuriating." They condemned him for his shamelessness. If he wants to claim their territory, he could fight them openly. What kind of coward resorts to such underhanded methods? They lamented. I expected a showdown between him and Su Yang, perhaps even speculating on who would emerge victorious. But this is appalling. I thought Wang Liye had some remarkable skills to showcase, yet it turns out he relies on such despicable means. Truly intolerable. Meanwhile, Wang Liye reveled in the satisfaction of his malicious achievement. He envisioned the idyllic landscape filled with wild chickens and rabbits as his own. With this, he would spend his days in comfort, not only free from the worries of food and clothing, but also sheltered from the prying eyes of other contestants. He envisioned a future where, as the last survivor, he would emerge victorious amidst the chaos of others eliminating one another. When he finally revealed himself, the viewers would be astonished. His reputation would soar, and his fan base would expand. What a splendid prospect! And with the substantial monetary reward, he would never have to worry again. With these thoughts in mind, he grinned widely and stood up, ready to leave, intending to return the next day to collect the fruits of his labor. However, just then, he felt a sudden sting as an arrow, ignited with flames, struck his back. The smile on Wang Liye's face gradually faded as he turned to see a man in the darkness, bow in hand, aiming directly at him. The woman from earlier in the day was nowhere to be seen. In a swift motion, the toxic herb package was tossed out of the water. Witnessing this scene on the screen, netizens erupted with excitement. Well shot. Bravo. Deservedly so. What a relief. Applause here. This is what is meant by evil begets evil. It is not that retribution is absent, it is simply not yet time. Look, finally it is Wang Liye's turn to be stunned. Ha ha, Wang Liye. You never saw this coming, did you? Let us see how proud you remain now. Keep being arrogant, why stop? Ha ha, you flaunted your superiority. And now you've been struck by an arrow. Su Yang truly is commendable. I knew he wouldn't sit idly by. Indeed, Su Yang could never be easily manipulated. It has to be Su Yang. Sister Zhou's agility is impressive. She swiftly tossed the toxic herb package out of the water. This woman is remarkable. She doesn't falter at crucial moments. However, given the circumstances, it seems that Su Yang and Sister Zhou had conspired well in advance. Yes, upon reflection, they pretended not to notice Wang Liye's every move. Yet, in reality, every action of Wang Liye was under their watchful eyes, appearing to eat and sleep. Such behavior seemed utterly normal, but it was merely a diversion. This maneuver is truly brilliant. Su Yang is fantastic. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Wang Liye must be utterly bewildered. This is the essence of he who harms others ultimately harms himself. Is that not precisely Wang Liya? One can only say that Su Yong's scheme is quite sophisticated. Indeed, even I failed to perceive that Su Yong employed a distraction. He truly managed to deceive everyone, haha. How wonderful it is to sanction Wang Liya. He brought this upon himself. Let us hasten to eliminate Wang Liya. I can no longer bear to see such a repulsive individual. Exactly, his methods are utterly vile. It is simply nauseating. I concur with this sentiment. Such individuals are indeed detestable. What was he thinking, resorting to poisoning? It reveals the darkness within him. Initially, I had quite the admiration for him. The wilderness survival master is truly remarkable, able to breathe and survive in the swamps. Yet, after his recent actions, I can no longer tolerate him. Poisoning. So sinister. Therefore, this person ought to be eliminated. Indeed, what purpose does it serve to keep such a person in the competition? To continue harming others? Agreed. At this moment, Wang Liya realized he had been exposed. He sighed heavily, acknowledging that his luck had run out. Who could have imagined these two would be so astute? They had pretended to sleep, deceiving him while secretly observing his every move. He had been too hasty. However, he had no desire to engage in a physical confrontation with Su Yong, as that would only deplete his energy. It was better to let him and the other contestants engage in their own conflicts. He only needed to hide and outlast everyone. Yet, as Wang Liya contemplated, he thought, since that is the case, then the best course of action at this moment is to make a grand escape. Hee, I shan't play with you any longer. You can play with the other contestants. With that, he prepared to slip away. Just as Wang Liya was about to make his exit, Su Yong called out loudly, if you leave, you will die. Chapter 44. This is murder. The audience in the live stream was stunned. What? Su Yong is incredible. Initially, it seemed Wang Liya's method of creating a toxic herb package was already impressive. Little did they know, Su Yong had a backup plan. Not only did he remain unharmed, but he also managed to strike Wang Liya. This implies that Su Yong had been feigning sleep the entire night? It was all a ruse? Su Yong is both brave and clever. Compared to the wilderness survival master Wang Liya, he is leagues ahead. The disparity between Su Yong and Wang Liya is astonishing. One is self-satisfied and ends up being outsmarted, while the other is prepared and strategizes comprehensively. Though both are contestants in the competition, how can the difference be so vast? Su Yong truly is a master of disguise. Just moments ago, I was genuinely worried for him, believing he was resting. I had no idea he was wide awake, secretly observing. If it weren't for the arrow striking Wang Liya, I would have remained oblivious to Su Yang's concealed presence. I also had no clue, thinking he and Sister Zhou were merely resting after a hearty meal. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Su Yong. However, at this moment, Sister Zhou frowned upon seeing Wang Liya. We do not know you. Why did you attempt to poison us? An enraged Sister Zhou simply could not comprehend why this contestant would resort to such malice. There was no deep-seated grudge. It baffled her why he would take such drastic measures. At this moment, Wang Liya, struck by the arrow, was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, is this woman foolish? Does she not realize we are in a competition? Is she unaware of the rewards at stake? Why even ask why he poisoned them? What other reason could there be? Of course, it was to eliminate you both. How naive could a woman be? These two did not appear particularly clever. Since that is the case, he could easily concoct an excuse to deceive them. Wang Liya quickly adjusted his demeanor, a smile plastered across his face. Oh, how could you say such a thing? I would never poison you. This is all a misunderstanding. I haven't eaten all day, and upon seeing fish in the stream, I thought of using medicine to catch them for a hearty meal. I truly apologize. I had no idea there were people living nearby. It's quite unexpected to find you two here in such a desolate area. Upon hearing Wang Liya's words, Su Yong silently marveled. Even at this critical juncture, he could spin the act of poisoning into a noble endeavor. Thus, he raised his voice. Who would believe your claims? My arrow is poisoned. I advise you to cherish your time and confess honestly. Tell me, where did you come from? Such a person must be threatened. Reason would not suffice. Although the arrow was not actually poisoned, a little intimidation would suffice. While Wang Liya was contemplating how to weasel his way out, upon hearing Su Yong's words about the poisoned arrow, he panicked. This kid is serious. He actually poisoned it? With no better options available, he had no choice but to come clean. This was a matter of his life. He could not afford to be careless. The viewers in the live stream's comment section could not help but laugh upon witnessing this scene. Ha ha ha, look at him now. Weren't you so capable just moments ago? Continue your poisoning. Keep up your arguments. It was for the fish, wasn't he it? Why stop now? Ha ha. This is what is known as evil begets evil. Wang Liya, who intended to harm others, did not foresee that the tables would turn on him. This is what it means to lose the chicken and gain nothing. Su Yong is impressive. He even thought to poison the arrow. Had it not been for the poison, Wang Liya would not have so readily confessed everything. It seems that when it comes to being ruthless, one must be truly ruthless. For you never know what your opponent might do. I am increasingly fond of Su Yang's cleverness. At this moment, a series of electronic sounds resonated in Su Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 4,600 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 popularity points. Popularity points have reached 5,000. You may acquire the master-level pharmacist skill. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Claim successful. At this moment, a wealth of knowledge regarding pharmaceuticals surged into Su Yang's mind. The interactions between various herbs, which ones are mutually beneficial or harmful, and which herbs are highly toxic. For a moment, Su Yang felt a sharp pain in his head. However, just a few seconds later, things improved significantly. At this moment, the memories of herbs in Su Yang's mind became remarkably vivid, filling him with excitement. He glanced at Wang Liya before a sudden idea struck him. Drawing upon his knowledge of herbs, Su Yang gathered several nearby plants and mixed them with the poisonous herbal concoction Wang Liya had prepared earlier. He then applied it to Wang Liya's skin. At that moment, Wang Liya could hardly remain oblivious to the unfolding situation, especially knowing it contained his own concocted poison. Panic seized him. This was indeed lethal. Are you attempting murder? Do you understand? Wang Liya's eyes widened in alarm as he tried to halt Su Yang's actions. The prospect of death was terrifying, and it was only natural to feel fear. The viewers in the live stream chat erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Incredible! Su Yang is impressive. He knows about herbs and can concoct poison. He even has medical knowledge. Truly remarkable." They marveled. Could Su Yang be a polymath? How is it that he excels at everything? He even understands herbs and can create toxic substances. And he's using it against his opponent. It was undeniable. He was formidable. Look at how terrified Wang Liya appeared. He resembled a frightened rabbit. Su Yang's maneuver was extraordinary. Isn't it obvious? If it were you, would you not fear having poison applied to you? Many chuckled, stating, Wang Liya deserves this. Haha, Wang Liya, you have your moments of fear. Those who harm others bring harm upon themselves. Despite Wang Liya's outburst, Su Yang remained composed. Rest assured, the herbs I applied to you will not be fatal. As long as you obtain the antidote within a week, you will survive. You currently have two choices. Either I take away your signal locator and food, leading to your elimination, or you retrieve the contents from your supply drop, and I let you go. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Liya's complexion turned ashen, and he stammered, struggling to respond. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, Su Yang, you're quite ruthless. Indeed, what a cunning move. How clever of you to make Wang Liya work for free. Chapter 45. Disobedience leads to elimination. Observing Wang Liya's pale face, they taunted. Why are you no longer so arrogant? Continue your poison making. Yes, why the sudden meekness? They speculated. What is happening? Why the sudden change? Come on. What are you all thinking? Our wilderness survival expert, Wang Liya, would not be afraid. He is merely trembling a bit, his face pale, but that is not fear. They joked. Yes, his pallor is just due to the weather. He is not scared. Exactly. Wang Liya would never be afraid. He is merely complying. The viewers pondered whether Wang Liya would heed Su Yang's commands. He probably will. After all, who would joke about their own life? Indeed, that's his own poison. He understands its dangers well. He can't possibly remain obstinate. At this moment, Wang Liya found himself with no viable options and reluctantly decided to agree with Su Yang. He realized that his life was at stake, especially since Su Yang had seen through his schemes. This individual was no ordinary opponent. Wang Liya nodded at Su Yang, indicating he would return with the items from his supply drop. Understanding Wang Liya's intentions, Su Yang waved him off, raising his voice, "No need to see you off." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Liya felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his face paling further. The self-proclaimed wilderness survival master had been outmaneuvered by a mere youth. This realization weighed heavily on him, but he had no choice. He was at the mercy of another, a mere pawn in this game. Just as Wang Liya was about to depart in despondency, Su Yang called out to him, holding out a package of herbs. Here, take this. Remember to consume it if your stomach pains you. The effects will last a day. If you do not return within 2 days, prepare for elimination. Wang Liya accepted the herbal package and turned to leave, his demeanor timid. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou, who had been watching from the sidelines, found herself utterly intrigued. Hardly believing her eyes. What kind of person was Su Yang? How was he so knowledgeable? Even the crafting of herbs and poisons seemed effortless for him. In that moment, Su Yang's stature in Sister Zhou's eyes soared. She rushed over, speaking with admiration. Su Yang, you are truly brilliant. You even know how to do this. Hearing the young girl's praise, Su Yang smiled in silence. There was no need to reveal the workings of the system. Let her continue to admire him. Afterward, as they returned to the cave, Su-Yang observed the scattered barriers around them, thoughtfully stroking his chin. The current barriers were insufficient. They left openings for other contestants to exploit. From what he had seen, these competitors could be more treacherous than wild beasts. Thus, it was imperative to fortify the barriers, not only to fend off animal attacks, but also to deter any ill-intentioned contestants. A sturdy barrier would buy them more time and ensure greater safety. With that in mind, he began to construct the barriers. However, an idea suddenly struck him. He promptly gathered a multitude of thorn seeds from the surroundings and scattered them around the barriers. In about a month, the area would be overrun with thorns, creating a protective barrier that would enhance their safety. Sister Zhou observed Su-Yang's actions, grasping his intention but also harboring concerns. What if the enemy employs fire to attack? She pondered anxiously. After all, this was a matter of their safety. Seeing Su-Yang pause in his work, she pressed on. If the enemy uses fire, then we would have no choice but to flee. There was no other option. If the enemy was truly that clever, they would have to escape. The viewers in the live stream echoed their worries. They initially believed Su-Yang's idea of surrounding the barriers with thorns was clever, effectively blocking many enemy and beast attacks. However, Sister Zhou's comment had sparked concern. What if those contestants were desperate enough to disregard their lives and resort to fire attacks? The reality was that these contestants were exceptionally skilled. Take the wilderness survival master from earlier, who could concoct juice and poison. Just one such individual demonstrated their prowess. Who knew how many more formidable competitors awaited? What if Su-Yang encountered a particularly strong opponent? That would spell danger for both him and Sister Zhou. In such a scenario, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. However, have you all noticed that Su-Yang possesses quite a diverse array of skills? He consistently manages to turn peril into safety. I sincerely hope that his good fortune continues. At this moment, Sister Zhou remained visibly anxious. The opponent they faced today was exceptionally formidable. A moment's negligence could cost them their lives. This truly was an adversary. What if several of them approached simultaneously? As she pondered this, Sister Zhou suddenly had a thought. What if Wang Liya went back to seek assistance? At this juncture, Sister Zhou gradually regained her composure, contemplating all the possible scenarios. Yet, upon hearing Sister Zhou's concerns, Su-Yang appeared utterly unconcerned. He chuckled and remarked, "This is precisely what I was waiting for. If Wang Liya truly returns with reinforcements, my objective will be achieved." Sister Zhou, taken aback, could not comprehend how an increase in enemies could align with Su-Yang's goals. Observing her perplexed expression, Su-Yang continued to elaborate. "If Wang Liya does indeed find helpers, I will no longer need to search for the key. How splendid it would be if both were present." Listening to Su-Yang's words, Sister Zhou began to grasp his intentions. Nevertheless, the enemy was formidable. Could Su-Yang truly prevail? Chapter 46. Wang Liya stumbles into a trap. Wang Liya returned to the location where he had received the airdrop box. Upon reopening it, he discovered it contained nothing at all. Upon witnessing this, Wang Liya breathed a sigh of relief. With his airdrop box empty, how could he possibly deliver anything to Su-Yang? Contemplating this, a faint smile crept across Wang Liya's lips. "Ah, it seems I am truly well-intentioned but powerless." He then waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, let me just enjoy my simple life." At this moment, he was genuinely hungry. Yesterday, in pursuit of his plan, he had neglected to eat. While Su-Yang and Sister Zhou feasted, he could only watch longingly from the sidelines. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Wang Liya rubbed his stomach, which felt as if it were withering away. He decided he could not concern himself with anything else. He needed to fill his belly first. As for Su-Yang's earlier words, they could wait. At that moment, Wang Liya began to wonder if Su-Yang had been deceiving him. Perhaps the herbs Su-Yang had applied to his arm were not poison after all. After all, the arrow Su-Yang had shot at him was said to be toxic. Yet he had experienced no discomfort since then. Therefore, whether it was the herb or the arrow, could it be that neither was poisonous? Perhaps it was all just a scare tactic. With this thought in mind, Wang Liya chuckled to himself. Forget about Su-Yang. He then proceeded to prepare coconut juice and grill steak. This was the ideal life he envisioned. After satisfying his hunger, he sought a safe place to rest his weary head. Indeed, he had been quite exhausted these past few days and needed a proper break. However, in the dead of night, he was suddenly afflicted with stomach discomfort and began to experience diarrhea. In the live broadcast chat, viewers began to speculate about Wang Liya's condition. He must have eaten something bad. It was hardly surprising, given that he had barely eaten for the past 2 days and just now indulged in a lavish meal. His stomach was likely struggling to adjust. Oh, perhaps the steak was undercooked, leading to his upset stomach. Serves him right for eating so well while surviving in the wild. Let him gloat, he deserves it. You're just jealous. Master, why not drink some hot water? It might help soothe your stomach. Or perhaps find some herbs that can alleviate diarrhea. People should stick to simple meals. Steak and coconut juice are best avoided. Just look at Wang Lia's experience. Indeed, it's better to eat plain food. Overindulgence can lead to stomach issues. In the meantime, Wang Lia began searching the vicinity for herbs to ease his diarrhea. However, even after consuming the herbs, his condition worsened. Suddenly, he recalled the herb pouch Su Yang had given him. Without a second thought, he retrieved it and consumed the herbs within. To his astonishment, his stomach felt miraculously better. What sorcery was this? Had the herbs from Su Yang truly cured him? Could it be that Wang Lia's bout of diarrhea was more than it seemed? Was it possible that Su Yang had indeed poisoned him? Given the current circumstances, it was hard to tell. If that were the case, then Wang Lia might already be poisoned. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of dread. If he experienced diarrhea tonight, what would happen tomorrow? The day after? A week later? Would it escalate? Oh, do you remember what Su Yang said when Wang Lia bid him farewell? He had mentioned that Wang Lia must deliver the items within 2 days, or he would be eliminated. How poignant. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, but now, looking back, the herbs Su Yang applied to Wang Lia's arm might indeed have been toxic. Moreover, Su Yang's 2-day ultimatum indicated that without an antidote, Wang Lia's life would be forfeit. This Su Yang, I knew he was not simple. I must admit, his methods are truly remarkable. How audacious of him to play such a game. I had wondered why he would easily let Wang Lia return. It turns out he had ensnared him. No wonder, if it were indeed poison. Wang Lia would undoubtedly return to seek Su Yang once more. Su Yang's scheme was quite clever. He had Wang Lia firmly in his grasp. Previously, I had dismissed Su Yang as merely a contemporary pretty boy, but now it seems this young man is far from ordinary. Not only is he extraordinary, but he has also meticulously orchestrated his plans, advancing step by step. I must commend Su Yang for his audacity and cleverness. He effortlessly ensnared Wang Lia. Now, Wang Lia had no choice but to comply with Su Yang. That much was certain, or else his life would be at stake. Su Yang is truly astute. I find myself quite fond of him. Now, Wang Lia finds himself in a perilous situation. Yet, according to Su Yang's demands, delivering the items would secure the antidote, ensuring his safety. At this moment, Wang Lia began to realize the gravity of his predicament. It appeared he had underestimated Su Yang. He had not anticipated that Su Yang's tactics would be so ruthless, indeed administering a drug to him. If the drug he had received were merely a simple laxative, then after today, he might be free of any issues. That would be splendid. But what if? What if the drug was indeed poison? Then today's diarrhea could merely be the prelude to a far graver fate? What could he possibly do? Contemplating all this, he resolved to prioritize the bigger picture and prepare for the worst-case scenario. If it truly was poison, he must return within 2 days and deliver the contents of the airdrop box to Su Yang. With this thought in mind, Wang Lia slowly rose to his feet and made his way toward the airdrop box provided by the production team. The box was empty, leaving him to wonder if the production team had lost their senses by providing him with an empty container. Nevertheless, he examined the box meticulously, scanning for anything of use. To his surprise, he discovered a key. After searching the empty box for some time, Wang Lia finally found the key. He then placed his accumulated food and drink into the airdrop box. At this moment, Wang Lia glanced at the key in his hand, relieved that there was something in the airdrop box. At least he would have something to report back to Su Yang. After placing the key in his pocket, he began to organize the supplies. Once everything was tidied up, he headed towards Su Yang's location. Just as Wang Lia was contemplating the potential positive outcome of this situation, he inadvertently stepped into a trap, leaving him suspended in midair. Chapter 47. The assassin appears in the live stream chat. Viewers were taken aback to see Wang Lia suddenly dangling from above, igniting a flurry of speculation. What could have happened? How did he end up stepping into a trap? It was likely that he had fallen into one of his own creations. Indeed, this was his territory, and he had previously set numerous traps in this area. It was quite amusing to witness him ensnared in his own setup. Everyone has their moments of folly, and he would surely know how to extricate himself. As Wang Lia hung there, he remained unfazed. After all, this trap was one of his own making, so what was there to fear? However, just as he dismissed the situation, the figure of the assassin Che Boyong materialized before him. Suspended in the air, Wang Lia saw a person exuding a menacing aura, and panic washed over him. It was evident that this trap was not of his design, but rather a deliberate act by this sinister individual. As a professional assassin, Che Boyong regarded Wang Lia with a few glances before smirking disdainfully. "You are fortunate," he remarked. "If it weren't for this competition, given my usual methods, you would already be dead." Che Boyong was not trying to instill fear. It was simply his nature to relish the scent of blood. Upon hearing the words of this top-tier assassin, Wang Liye felt a wave of fear wash over him. He couldn't afford to be careless and meet his demise. Do not be hasty in eliminating me. I am of use to you. I can help you find other keys. In his precarious situation, Wang Liye prioritized his safety above all else. Surely, every contestant would be vying for the keys. The chat erupted with excitement at Wang Liye's declaration. What did he just say? That he could assist Che Boyang in locating the keys? This was a clever ploy for self-preservation. But how could Wang Liye help the assassin find the keys when he had no knowledge of the other contestants' locations? Was he perhaps plotting against Su Yang? What a twist. Just moments ago, Wang Liye was ready to obediently deliver the key to Su Yang, and now he was betraying him. Not only was he betraying Su Yang, but he was also leading the enemy to seize Su Yang's possessions. Wang Liye was truly cunning. Such fickleness is the most terrifying trait. At this juncture, Su Yang found himself in a precarious position. In response to Che Boyang's inquiry, Wang Liye recounted the events leading up to this point. And Che Boyang began to comprehend the situation. However, the mention of Su Yang brought a smirk to Che Boyang's lips, igniting his interest. There were two objectives in targeting Su Yang. First, to acquire his keys. Second, if Wang Liye's claims held any truth, there must be toxic herbs in Su Yang's possession. As this thought crossed his mind, Che Boyang's lips curled into a sinister smile. If he could obtain such poison, he could wield it to control others. Much like how Su Yang currently threatened Wang Liye. The prospect excited Che Boyang. If he could manipulate multiple individuals simultaneously, he could form a deadly coalition. With that in mind, Che Boyang gently lowered Wang Liye and instructed him to lead the way. Wang Liye, now freed, wore a chilling expression. His gaze piercing towards Che Boyang, contemplating whether to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Being trapped in his own trap had already tarnished his reputation before the live audience, and he feared the loss of followers. However, upon reflection, Wang Liye recognized that Che Boyang had demonstrated remarkable cunning in his trap's execution, revealing him as a formidable adversary. It would be unwise to provoke him, lest the consequences be dire. But perhaps there was a way to outlast him. Wang Liye smirked with a hint of disdain. Yet this very gesture did not escape Che Boyang's notice. Che Boyang's expression grew more serious. As an assassin, he understood the implications of Wang Liye's fleeting smile. I warn you, do not attempt any tricks. Even if you emerge victorious in this competition, I will find you. After much deliberation, Che Boyang issued a warning to Wang Liye, ensuring he understood the gravity of the situation. After all, there were countless methods available to him to eliminate Wang Liye. In the live stream chat, viewers began to discuss the unfolding situation. It's over. These two are preparing to deal with Su Yang. The reputation of the elite assassin Che Boyang was not without merit. In America, his name was synonymous with fear, a true harbinger of death without mercy. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall into his grasp would find little hope of survival. Che Boyang's interest in Su Yang's poisonous herbs raised alarms. Was he planning to use them to exert control over others? To establish a world-class assassin syndicate? What grand ambition! This could not be allowed to come to fruition, otherwise countless innocents would suffer. As the competition unfolded, it was a ruthless arena where only the strongest would prevail. Che Boyang might very well use the toxic herbs to dominate other contestants, turning them into his puppets. Such a scenario was deeply unsettling. Yet, if that were to happen, the show would undeniably become more thrilling. Che Boyang was a figure that struck terror into the hearts of contestants. If he crossed paths with Su Yang, what would ensue? Given Che Boyang's prowess, Su Yang might not even have a chance to react. While Su Yang possessed some skill, he paled in comparison to the professional assassin. In every aspect, Su Yang found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, when these two inevitably clashed, Che Boyang would undoubtedly prevail, and the poisonous herbs in Su Yang's possession would fall into Che Boyang's hands. Indeed, the wilderness survival master was formidable, but before the elite assassin Che Boyang, he would appear utterly feeble. Che Boyang's strength was undeniable, and now both Su Yang and Zhou faced imminent peril. Meanwhile, Che Boyang and Wang Liye made their way toward the location of the protagonists. Chapter 48. I can set traps on the other side. Zhou gazed anxiously beyond the fence. Su Yang, why hasn't Wang Liye returned? Is he seeking assistance? This concern was not unfounded. Wang Liye, the wilderness survival master, was no mere figurehead. What if his apparent submission was merely a ruse to buy time for his escape? After all, why had he not returned for such a long while? The thought of Wang Liye potentially recruiting formidable allies sent a chill down Zhou's spine. If he found powerful support, both she and Su Yang would be in grave danger. The viewers in the chat shared her apprehension. Why has there been no news for such a long time? Could it be that Wang Liye has truly gone to seek assistance? Is it possible that his recent display of humility was merely a ruse? Perhaps he simply desires to extricate himself swiftly from this predicament. Wang Liye is no ordinary individual. If his earlier submission was feigned, he must certainly be searching for allies at this very moment. I had suspected as much. Someone as proud as him would not easily concede defeat. However, wait a moment. Didn't Su Yang poison Wang Liye? How then could Wang Liye still be defiant? Upstairs. You are rather naive. Do you not realize who Wang Liye is? He is a master of survival in the wild. It is entirely plausible that he has already discovered the antidote and consumed it. If that is the case, the likelihood of Wang Liye returning to exact revenge is significantly heightened. I too believe that he will seek help. It seems that Su Yang and Sister Zhou may soon find themselves in grave danger. What shall we do? Wang Liye, as a master of survival, is formidable enough. If he were to summon a similarly skilled ally, the peril for Su Yang and Sister Zhou would be unimaginable. Previously, I was quite impressed by Wang Liye's adeptness in poison making. He is indeed a remarkable individual, and if he were to receive assistance, Su Yang and Sister Zhou's situation would become quite dire. At that moment, while Su Yang was adding firewood, he spoke up. Seek help? Let them come. However, we must set several traps. This way, even if Wang Liye does find allies, the traps will entertain them first. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Sister Zhou, who was consumed with worry, was momentarily stunned. To create traps? Is that even feasible? She pondered. Can traps truly be crafted on a whim? This is no jest. Neither Su Yang nor I are professional survivalists. To put it plainly, we are not adept at wilderness survival or trap making. We might manage to create small, rudimentary traps for catching rabbits or mice, but to set traps specifically for humans is far beyond our current capabilities. In the live stream's comments section, viewers began to chat animatedly. Su Yang intends to make traps? Traps for capturing people, not just rodents? If that is the case, it seems rather far-fetched. Indeed, while Su Yang has demonstrated considerable skill in recent days, crafting traps for humans is not as straightforward as it sounds. Such traps require a range of specialized skills. Unlike those for catching mice, I believe Su Yang may be overestimating his abilities. Had the wilderness survival master made such a claim, I might have believed him. For he is a professional. I concur, neither Su Yang nor Sister Zhou are experienced survivalists. Thus, the likelihood of Su Yang successfully constructing a trap for humans is exceedingly low. Su Yang, perhaps you too should consider alternative methods. Crafting large traps may not be practical for you. Indeed, we must ground our plans in reality, mustn't we? At this moment, Su Yang nodded to Sister Zhou and began working on the trap. He gathered some sturdy vines and many fresh branches. Then, while observing beneath a tree, he focused his gaze on a particular branch. He reached out, bending a section of the branch downward, and tied one end of the vine to it. Next, he secured a small stick between the ground and the vine, creating a tight knot to bind them together. He then fashioned an adjustable knot, followed by placing 2 forked branches into the ground. He positioned another branch at the forked juncture and secured the small stick tied to the vine in this spot. Finally, he placed another branch between the 2 forked branches. Thus, the general structure began to take form. At this point, Su Yang placed the remaining branches atop the trap and covered it with numerous leaves. He then adjusted the movable knot on top and sprinkled a layer of leaves over it, camouflaging the trap to blend seamlessly with the ground. Observing this scene, Sister Zhou was astonished. This is the trap that Su Yang has crafted? Had she not been watching closely, she would scarcely have believed that he could create a trap capable of capturing humans. After all, trap making is not something one encounters in daily life. Who would have thought that Su Yang possessed such an extraordinary skill? This is truly remarkable. Unlike the traps he made for catching chickens or rabbits, this one is evidently far more professional. It appears deceptively simple, yet it is anything but. The ingenuity required to conceive such a trap is not easily attained by everyone. Staring at the trap for a few moments, Sister Zhou then looked up at Su Yang, bewildered. How can this person be so proficient in so many areas? It seems that nothing poses a challenge to him. Beneath his youthful visage lies a wealth of diverse skills. Who could have anticipated this? The ability to create a trap that appears simple yet is actually intricate is astonishing. At this moment, Su Yang's stature in Sister Zhou's eyes grew significantly. The live stream comments erupted with excitement. Su Yang actually made this trap for capturing people? Incredible. Can he really do that? One viewer remarked. It doesn't seem too difficult. It looks quite simple. Another agreed. Indeed, observing Su Yang's process, it doesn't appear challenging. But they underestimated the complexity of this trap. For instance, when Su Yang selected the tree branches for stabilization, he had to choose those with good elasticity and strength. The 2 downward-pointing branches needed to be carefully placed to secure the small stick in the middle. Such attention to detail is essential. As the viewers realized this, they expressed their astonishment. So it requires this much skill. An experienced viewer chimed in. The most critical aspect is the adjustable knot made with the vines. The size of this knot requires a certain level of expertise. If it's too large, it will be easily detected, and if too small, it one-t capture anyone. Thus, knot tying involves considerable experience and skill. Hearing this, the audience began to admire Su Yang's capabilities. Furthermore, the selection of vines must possess a certain degree of resilience. Every step in constructing this trap requires professional experience and expertise. While each step may seem simple in isolation, it is the integration of these details that truly maximizes effectiveness, making it the most challenging aspect. Upon realizing this, those who had doubted Su Yang previously began to understand. So that is how it is. I never anticipated that what appeared to be a simple trap actually demands such specialized skills and experience. If that is the case, Su Yang is truly remarkable. Who would have thought he possessed such talents? As Sister Zhou gazed at the trap Su Yang had set, she slowly emerged from her astonishment. How is it that you know so much? From their initial encounter on the show to now, Su Yang had showcased numerous astonishing skills. At this moment, Sister Zhou simply could not fathom why someone who appeared so unassuming could possess such a wealth of knowledge. Is it possible that every skill is innate? One can only say that the person before us is undoubtedly capable. At least, this is how Sister Zhou perceives him. In response to her curiosity, Su Yang, without pausing in his task of crafting traps, casually remarked, "Just happened to know how," and continued to create additional traps. The more traps he made, the safer he and Sister Zhou would be. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou, although aware that Su Yang was being modest, couldn't help but admire him. He was truly remarkable. Could he be proficient in a myriad of skills? Even trap-making appeared effortless to him, suggesting he had mastered it long ago. Was today's trap-making merely a matter of practice? If so, then Su Yang was certainly more complex than she had initially imagined. It is worth noting that the skill of trap-making is not akin to cooking. Opportunities to practice it are scarce in everyday life. Thus, Sister Zhou found herself increasingly perplexed by this man. Nonetheless, her admiration for him grew stronger, and she silently praised. Su Yang is incredibly talented. As mealtime approached, Sister Zhou, observing Su Yang diligently working on traps, realized she couldn't linger indefinitely. Feeling a bit hungry, she seized a wild chicken and began preparing a stew. After preparing the chicken, she placed it in a pot to boil, adding kindling to the fire. Meanwhile, Su Yang, having finished crafting several traps, felt the pangs of hunger too. He noticed Sister Zhou cooking and, upon completing his last trap, made his way toward her. Upon seeing him approach, Sister Zhou's face brightened with a smile. At that moment, the chicken in the pot was ready. She ladled the bowl for Su Yang, encouraging him to taste it. As he took a bite, he found it quite delightful. It must be said that this young lady's culinary skills had indeed improved, at least compared to the lobster they had prepared by the seaside. This was far more palatable. Hearing Su Yang's praise, Sister Zhou, who was busy serving the chicken, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. After taking a small bite herself, her sense of fulfillment only grew. It was truly delicious. Not only did Su Yang find it tasty, but she did as well. Finally, they had avoided the wastefulness of the last lobster, just as Sister Zhou was savoring her meal with great contentment. Su Yang's unexpected words rendered her momentarily speechless. From now on, I'll handle the cooking. While enjoying the wild chicken, Su Yang glanced at the meat and made this statement. However, Sister Zhou, upon hearing his words, was initially taken aback. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and asked with a hint of confusion, "Is my cooking not good enough?" Filled with questions, Sister Zhou recalled Su Yang's earlier compliment about the taste. Moreover, she had tasted it herself, and it was certainly not unpalatable. Why, then, did he suggest he would cook from now on? Your cooking is excellent. I simply wish to give you more opportunities to enjoy it, Su Yang explained. This young lady's cooking was indeed commendable, but he possessed advanced culinary skills. Such talents should not go to waste. It was not a matter of showing off, but rather an opportunity to garner more popularity. Accumulating popularity points could lead to rewards. However, as the saying goes, the speaker's intentions may differ from the listener's interpretations. Sister Zhou's cheeks flushed upon hearing Su Yang's words. The thought that this man intended to cook for her in the future stirred her heart. Did this imply he wished for a long-term relationship with her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Sister Zhou felt a warm glow in her heart, overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream chat were equally stirred. Ahem, Su Yang's flirting techniques are quite impressive. This guy is ready to become Sister Zhou's long-term chef. Everyone seemed eager to learn from Su Yang's straightforward approach, which made him appear reliable and grounded, leaving no room for doubt in the hearts of the girls. Indeed, Su Yang's pursuit of romance was refreshingly simple and direct, ensuring that he did not lead girls on with empty promises. Many expressed envy for Sister Zhou, who had found a boy willing to cook for her. If only someone would cook for me, I would be utterly moved. Sister Zhou was indeed fortunate to have encountered a young man like Su Yang. He appeared trustworthy, a far cry from those who merely exchanged empty pleasantries. However, unbeknownst to Sister Zhou, as she reveled in her blissful happiness, danger was stealthily encroaching upon them. Not far from the cave, two figures emerged. Chapter 50. Danger approaches. Meanwhile, Wang Liye and the assassin Che Boyang had arrived near the cave, gradually halting by a stream. They found a concealed spot to observe Su Yang and Sister Zhou. Seeing the excitement among the viewers in the live stream, it became evident that Wang Liye had indeed brought a formidable ally, an elite assassin. This promised to be an exhilarating showdown. The survival expert Wang Liye and the top assassin Che Boyang were joining forces against Su Yang, who would ultimately prevail. It was clear that Che Boyang and Wang Liye held the upper hand. Indeed, just considering Che Boyang's reputation was enough to instill fear. He was a monster who could kill without a flicker of his eye, if not for the show's restrictions against killing. One could imagine that half the contestants would have already perished at his hands, although Che Boyang could not kill now. His various methods could still render one's life a living hell. It was no wonder he had an interest in poison. Seeking to control a team with it, a dangerously ambitious mindset. Wang Liye and Che Boyang joining forces was certainly not a good omen, especially for Su Yang. This meant that danger was imminent for both him and Sister Zhou. Just moments ago, they were enjoying their meal and discussing who would cook in the future, blissfully unaware of the peril lurking nearby. This was no ordinary threat. It was a lethal one. At the stream, Wang Liye spoke first, gazing toward the cave. "Do you see that? That's the herbal package I made earlier." As he spoke, he gestured toward the herbal package placed in the cave. Su Yang had added several herbs to enhance its potency, and Wang Liye recalled the terrifying effects all too well. Yet, out of pride, he did not reveal his fear to Che Boyang. Instead, he harbored a deep apprehension toward that poisonous herbal package. After all, he had fallen into Su Yang's trap due to his own oversight last time. This time is different. With the assistance of Che Boyang, the opportunity for revenge has finally arrived. How could two formidable individuals possibly lose to the likes of Su Yang? Upon hearing Wang Liye's words, Che Boyang's gaze followed in Wang's direction, ultimately resting on the bundle of herbs within the cave. A cold smirk crept onto Che Boyang's lips upon sighting the poisonous herbs. It turns out that this bag of toxic herbs was right here, within reach, requiring no effort to obtain. With the poisonous herbs, he could exert control over more individuals, turning them into his puppets, willing to serve him wholeheartedly. Thus, a killer organization would take shape. However, the bag of poisonous herbs was crucial, and it was imperative to seize it for his own purposes. Imagining the near future when he would establish a killer group, commanding numerous followers to heed his orders, directing them to the west while they dared not venture east, compelling them to hunt dogs yet refrain from chasing chickens. How marvelous that would be. With this thought, Che Boyang smiled knowingly, even contemplating the route his team would take in the upcoming days. The audience in the live stream gasped in unison. The expression on the killer Che Boyang's face was perilous. Witnessing his murderous intent sent shivers down their spines. It felt as though something dreadful was imminent. This killer Che Boyang was more ruthless than Wang Liye beside him. What kind of actions might he take next? Che Boyang truly epitomized the characteristics of a killer, ruthless, cold-blooded. The phrase killing without leaving a bone was undoubtedly tailored for him. No wonder Che Boyang was so interested in that bag of poisonous herbs. He was scheming to use them to manipulate others. How dark his intentions were. Is it any wonder he is a killer? Indeed, killers are devoid of emotions. Every action is merely a means to eliminate more lives. An addiction to murder? A lunatic. This is madness. And this is merely Che Boyang. What if he were to join forces with the cunning Wang Liye? Would Su Yang and Sister Zhou stand a chance at survival? Alas, with Che Boyang's prowess, would Su Yang and Sister Zhou not become mere lambs awaiting slaughter? Yet, one must not underestimate Su Yang. After all, it was he who subdued Wang Liye last time. But perhaps that was merely a stroke of luck. Maybe Wang Liye was caught off guard, falling into a trap. Sigh regardless. I can't help but worry for Su Yang and Sister Zhou. Their opponents are simply too formidable. At this moment, Che Boyang, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing the bundle of herbs, stood up and moved forward, eager to seize it. However, just as he contemplated directly retrieving the herbs from the cave, he noticed Su Yang setting a trap. This revelation caused him to hesitate. It appeared that this matter required careful deliberation. Brute force would not suffice, and he needed to approach it with cunning. As Che Boyang cautiously retreated, he slipped and fell into the creek with a splash. Wang Liye, witnessing this, couldn't he help but feel perplexed. How could someone of such maturity stumble into the water? Is this the so-called king of killers? At that moment, Wang Liye began to doubt whether this title was purchased. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that they were both inextricably linked in this predicament. Shaking his head, he reluctantly pulled Che Boyang back onto solid ground. After assisting Che Boyang, they did not immediately conceal themselves, fearing that Su Yang might notice their presence due to the earlier commotion. However, unbeknownst to them, Su Yang had already become aware of their approach. Chapter 51. Su Yang. Sister Zhou, let us take a rest together. Beside the cave, Su Yang realized that the enemy was advancing towards them. The situation likely indicated that Wang Liye had come with reinforcements to exact revenge. It seemed prudent to set more traps to guard against both wild beasts and the impending assault from Wang Liye and his accomplices. After all, I am in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. A cautious approach is always wise. Although he had previously planted some thorns at the barricade, those would take a month to grow and serve their purpose. Yet, danger was already looming, necessitating the immediate crafting of more traps to secure the surroundings. At this juncture, as Su Yang was preparing traps near the barricade, he cast a glance towards the nearby creek, though his gaze did not linger. Externally, everything appeared normal, but his mind was preoccupied with the images of two figures he had seen earlier. Recalling the memory, one was the survival expert Wang Liye, while the other was presumably his hired help. A slight smile formed on Su Yang's lips. Having assistance is beneficial. With this, he would possess both keys to victory effortlessly at his disposal. Nevertheless, he decided to let the traps deal with them first because he felt somewhat fatigued and needed rest. Thus, he suggested to Sister Zhou, let us rest early. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the livestream audience erupted in excitement. Haha, Su Yang, you wish to rest with Sister Zhou? Have you secured her consent? Indeed, one should not forget that Sister Zhou is a lady. Su Yang is being rather forward. Cough, cough. Are you all reading too much into this? In the pitch black, what do you think will happen when he says they should rest together? Haha, how could you disclose Su Yang's true thoughts? Truly. What an honest remark. Oh, come on. Su is not that kind of person, but I do believe you. Tonight is destined to be a splendid night. Oh dear. Look at Sister Zhou's face turning crimson. She appears quite shy. Who would have imagined that the usually forthright Sister Zhou could exhibit such a gentle side during a live stream? Her straightforwardness and assertiveness stemmed from not having encountered the right person, but now things have changed. With Su Yang around, what need is there for her to be dominant? Yes, indeed. Haha. Oh, women. At that moment, upon hearing Su Yang propose resting together, Sister Zhou's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. She found herself at a loss for how to respond. This Su Yang, so straightforward, could he not be a bit more subtle? The live stream audience was watching. This predicament left her feeling quite embarrassed. I haven't bathed in days. I'm rather dirty. After speaking, Sister Zhou immediately lowered her head, unable to meet Su Yang's gaze, yet her heart anxiously awaited his response. What kind of answer would he provide? At this moment, Sister Zhou's heart raced in anticipation. However, upon hearing her words, Su Yang chuckled softly. This girl truly baffles me. What is she thinking? My intent was to convey that the enemy is already surrounding us. However, it will take some time for us to recover. At this moment, we must rest well, replenishing our energy and strength, so that when the enemy arrives, we will have the vigor to confront them. Just as Su Yang finished speaking, Sister Zhou became unsettled. The shyness on her face vanished, replaced by fear and concern. Are there enemies surrounding us? Her eyes darted around, searching for the foes Su Yang had mentioned. Sister Zhou's heart was in turmoil. She had not anticipated that after Wang Liye's departure, other enemies would be watching them. Realizing this, Sister Zhou paused for a moment. Could it be that the adversary this time is indeed Wang Liye? If so, he would not be alone, but accompanied by allies. While Sister Zhou was lost in these thoughts, feeling increasingly anxious, Su Yang, standing nearby, scooped her up in a princess carry, leaving her suspended in midair. Su Yang did not elaborate further, but gently carried Sister Zhou back to the cave, where he set her down and leaned closer to her ear, softly advising, do not reveal any signs. They are quite perceptive. Once Sister Zhou regained her composure, she found herself at a loss. Just moments ago, she had been bewildered by the unfolding events, only to be swept off her feet by Su Yang. Her heart raced, her mind blank. As though time had come to a standstill, her gaze fixated on Su Yang's exquisitely chiseled features. Soon after being placed inside the cave, Su Yang inched closer, and the forthcoming moments felt too overwhelming for her to even contemplate. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It was only when she heard Su Yang's whisper to remain discreet that her heartbeat gradually steadied. Nevertheless, she still dared not lift her gaze to meet Su Yang's eyes. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, what's happening? Why did Su Yang carry Sister Zhou and bring her into the cave? Su Yang, quickly explain your intentions. Haha, this Su Yang just said Sister Zhou was overthinking, yet now how will he justify this? Wow, that embrace was so sudden. It left me stunned. It wasn't he, just the viewers who were taken aback. Sister Zhou was equally dumbfounded. Su Yang, You are truly impressive. Even managing to carry such a beautiful woman like Sister Zhou. If nothing significant occurs from this, then Su Yang is far too serious. Initially, Su Yang was indeed quite earnest. However, I genuinely hope for them to end up together. They are a match made in heaven. This is akin to the protagonists in an idol drama. Just look at how shy Sister Zhou is. She can barely lift her head, although she is typically forthright. She is, after all, a woman. Indeed, one cannot escape a tinge of shyness. As a man, I find myself somewhat envious of Su Yang for being able to embrace such a beauty. If Sister Zhou were to allow me a hug, I would be overjoyed. As a woman, I too wish to be held by a handsome man like Su Yang. I must admit, Su Yang's Princess Carrie was incredibly charming. It makes me want to join the program. Sister Zhou is indeed fortunate to have such a handsome man by her side. Moreover, Su Yang is genuinely kind to her. How infuriating. Sister Zhou is truly blessed. I envy this woman. Chapter 52, The Giant Spider by the Stream. Che Boyang and Wang Liye were observing the movements near the cave when Che Boyang's attention was drawn to a series of heavy footsteps approaching from behind. He turned casually, curious about the commotion. Upon seeing the source, his eyes widened and his pupils dilated in shock as a colossal shadow loomed towards him, moving with an ominous weight. What the hell? Che Boyang exclaimed, startling Wang Liye, who had been intently focused on the cave. Witnessing Wang Liye's astonishment, he felt a wave of disdain. After all, he was reputed as a killer. What had he not seen before to warrant such a reaction? At that moment, Che Boyang's demeanor made Wang Liye feel embarrassed to be associated with him. Observing Che Boyang's naive shock, Wang Liye felt 100-fold contempt. He began to question whether the title of killer was truly deserved. How could he react so cowardly in the face of danger? With a shake of his head, Wang Liye reluctantly turned to follow Che Boyang's gaze. As he did so, his body trembled and his expression froze. Not knowing what to expect, he was left utterly startled. Before him was a massive, pitch-black spider, its mouth slightly agape, as if ready to devour him whole. At that moment, Wang Liye instinctively took a few steps back, panic rising within him as the monstrous creature crept closer. Though he was a master of survival in the wild, his expertise lay in thriving under conditions that would break ordinary people. While others starved, he feasted on delicacies. Yet, confronting a creature of this magnitude was not his forte. In such circumstances, he could not guarantee victory. The audience in the live stream was left astounded by the unfolding spectacle. Goodness, such a huge spider exists. I thought only movie special effects could create such a creature. I never imagined it could be real. If I hadn't been watching the live stream, I would have found it hard to believe such a giant spider could exist. That spider must be at least the size of 3 people combined. Oh my. If that spider is indeed carnivorous, it could swallow a person whole. So, does that mean both the killer Che Boyang and survival expert Wang Liye are at risk of being devoured? It seems so. Oh no. These two have unwittingly become the spider's next meal. What should we do? It's about to eat them. But fret not. For Che Boyang and Wang Liye are not without their own skills. Hold on. Don't speak too soon. Look at how terrified Wang Liye is. He is about to wet himself. After all, he is a master of survival in the wild. Does he really need to be this scared? What you might not realize is that Wang Liye's expertise makes him acutely aware of the venomous nature of the spider before him. This is no ordinary spider. It possesses lethal toxins. A mere touch from its venom can induce immediate death, and moments later, the body will evaporate into gas. This spider is among the most poisonous of its kind, not even leaving behind a complete corpse. Even Wang Liye, no matter how formidable, would be foolish not to fear such a creature. Yet, what about Che Boyang beside him? Surprisingly, he appeared merely astonished, with no hint of fear. If you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed. Perhaps Che Boyang is simply paralyzed with shock. Whether he is truly dazed remains uncertain. But their lives are undoubtedly in jeopardy. Surviving such a colossal venomous creature would be a miracle. It is over for Che Boyang and Wang Liye. Although Che Boyang is a top assassin capable of unseen kills, before this massive spider, he seems utterly powerless and insignificant. I am filled with trepidation for Che Boyang and his companion. At this moment, Che Boyang gazes at the approaching black spider, his pupils constricting slightly, followed by a glimmer of murderous intent. His expression grows increasingly grave, shedding the astonishment he felt upon first encountering the colossal arachnid. Instead, his gaze sharpens. Brimming with lethal determination, he yearns to confront this venomous creature head-on. Rather than cowering in fear, the sight of the giant spider ignites his bloodlust. Since he cannot take human lives, he resolves to slay this beast to satiate his cravings. As the giant spider draws near, Che Boyang realizes that bare hands will not suffice to vanquish this monster. He swiftly turns and searches for a sharp stone by the stream. Moments later, blurred figures flicker across the screen, and before the audience can comprehend what is transpiring, Che Boyang's silhouette appears behind the great spider. In an instant, a resounding thud is heard as the massive spider collapses to the ground, gasping for breath. Che Boyang then approaches, wielding the sharp stone, and swiftly carves a deep gash into the spider's head. Mere seconds later, the creature meets its demise. Meanwhile, Wang Liye blinks in disbelief, taking some time to process the unfolding events. He glances at Che Boyang, filled with a sense of awe. This is indeed a manifestation of invisible slaughter. No wonder he is hailed as a top-tier assassin. The title is well-deserved. Gradually, Wang Liye comes to terms with the scene before him, realizing that Che Boyang possesses formidable skills. To eliminate such a formidable foe in such a brief span of time speaks volumes about his prowess. And today he has witnessed it firsthand. His excitement grows as he contemplates that with Che Boyang's abilities, dealing with Su Yang will be a trivial matter. That scoundrel pales in comparison to this giant spider. With this thought, Wang Liye feels a sense of relief wash over him. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast goes into an uproar. Did Che Boyang just slay the giant spider? I barely caught a glimpse of what happened. It seemed to fall to the ground without any clear understanding of its demise. I just saw Che Boyang's figure dart between the spider's many legs, followed by him slicing open its head. How intriguing. Observant viewers begin to recount the details. Chapter 53. The ruthlessness of the assassin. Ahem. What you witnessed was merely the outcome. Che Boyang's prowess lies precisely here. Just moments ago, he darted between the spider's 8 legs with remarkable speed. Little did you know, assassin Che Boyang employed the principle of butchering an ox, targeting the joints of the spider's legs for disassembly. What you saw next was the giant spider crashing to the ground. Upon hearing this explanation, the previously bewildered viewers suddenly grasped the situation. So that's how it is. If that's the case, Che Boyang must have an extensive understanding of the structure of the spider's joints, and even animal bone joints. No wonder he is called a top-tier assassin. His reputation is well-earned. The giant spider likely had no time to react before its legs were all severed. Who can it complain to now? Ha ha ha, the spider's death does seem somewhat unjust. But on the bright side, at least it did not suffer much pain. Indeed, Che Boyang's speed is astonishing. This is truly the hallmark of an assassin. It appears that whether human or animal, Che Boyang has mastered his craft. Goodness. If that's the case, how many lives, both human and animal, must Che Boyang have taken to hone such skills? Following this line of thought sends a chill down my spine. Che Boyang is no ordinary individual. However, how can we explain Che Boyang's swift movement as he darted between the giant spider's legs? Yes, just moments ago, I saw him flash across the screen. How could he move so rapidly? At this moment, viewers knowledgeable in martial arts begin to speak up. If I am not mistaken, Che Boyang employed the technique known as the shadowless hand. This technique has been lost to time, yet I have witnessed it in the live broadcast. What a stroke of luck. However, given Che Boyang's brutal methods and exceptional skill, it seems that the shadowless hand should not have been learned by him. Consequently, the harm he inflicts on others can only escalate. Fate has brought us here. There is no turning back. Upon hearing the martial artist's explanation, the previously puzzled viewers suddenly comprehend, exclaiming, "Wow, Che Boyang has mastered the shadowless hand. How powerful is that?" It appears the title of top-tier assassin is truly fitting. And I have witnessed it today. It must be said, Che Boyang's skills in taking lives are remarkably refined, and his speed is astonishing. This individual is truly terrifying. Indeed. Under these circumstances, any opponent Che Boyang faces in this competition is doomed. Thankfully, this is a contest, and the production team has restricted Che Boyang from taking human lives. Otherwise, anyone who competes against him would be in grave danger. Oh, I just remembered. Che Boyang and Wang Liye are supposed to confront Su Yang and Sister Zhou. My goodness, I had almost forgotten, consumed by thoughts of that giant spider. This is bad. Sister Zhou and Su Yang are in peril. With Che Boyang's prowess, Su Yang is surely no match for him. What can be done? The primary concern is that Che Boyang is merciless in his approach. He possesses no semblance of compassion. This is instinctual for an assassin, ruthless and cold-hearted. What will Su Yang do now? While I cannot speak for other matters, one thing is certain, Che Boyang will not kill indiscriminately. Indeed, Che Boyang is exceptionally ruthless, and I cannot help but worry for Su Yang. At this moment, having dispatched the giant spider, Che Boyang regards his handiwork with a subtle smile, his gaze radiating a peculiar warmth as he looks at the venomous creature. Meanwhile, Wang Liye, witnessing Che Boyang's expression, shivers involuntarily. What kind of person is he? He seems to take an interest in killing and revels in the process and its outcome. With this realization, Wang Liye, a master of survival in the wilderness, begins to feel a twinge of fear. Is he even human? It seems he must exercise caution moving forward. If Che Boyang were to take offense, even if he did not perish, he could end up severely injured. At this moment, Wang Liya shudders. Truly, he is an assassin. He bears no burden regarding life itself, showing no reverence whatsoever. This is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. However, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. With Che Boyang's formidable skills and his indifference to taking lives, Su Yang is in for a rough day. I cannot believe that. Against an opponent as powerful as Che Boyang, Su Yang can continue to act so arrogantly. With this thought, a hint of disdain crosses Wang Liya's face. You dared to poison me. Now you must pay the price. I have brought in someone as ruthless as Che Boyang. Heh, Su Yang, you had better be cautious. Che Boyang is not as gentle as I am. At this moment, as Che Boyang gazes at the giant spider before him, a spark of inspiration seems to strike him. He then picks up the sharp stone and begins to dissect the venomous spider, extracting its venom. Gradually, he walks towards the stream. A look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he examines the extracted venom. However, upon spotting someone approaching with venom, Wang Liya instantly lost his composure. Panic set in. What was Che Boyang planning to do? Was he intending to silence him for good? Surely not. After all, the previous victim had been a giant spider, not a human. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Liya pondered for a few moments. Could it be an act of revenge? Yet, it seemed he had not provoked him in any significant way. What could be the reason for this? At that moment, Wang Liya was utterly perplexed. Just as fear gripped him and sweat began to beat on his palms, he thought to himself that if Che Boyang truly intended to harm him, there would be no choice but to fight back. With this resolve, a look of defiance settled on his face. He could not simply await his demise. However, what he did not foresee was that upon reaching the creek, Che Boyang placed the large leaves containing the venom on the ground and slowly spoke. We shall use this to deal with Su Yang. In no time, both Su Yang and Sister Zhou will be begging for mercy. This way, we obtain the poisonous herbal package and your vengeance is fulfilled. A win-win situation. He indicated the venom with his gaze, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. With the venom in play, Su Yang would undoubtedly beg for mercy. Soon, they would have the herbal package in hand. With the poison secured, how far could the assassin group be? Looking at the spider's venom, Che Boyang wore a satisfied grin once more. It was not that the venom of the poisonous spider could not control the assassin organization, but rather that it was a liquid which was cumbersome to handle or transport. Moreover, with the passage of time, such liquids would gradually evaporate, making them difficult to preserve. They could only be used fresh. To cultivate an assassin team, it was essential to rely on that package of poisonous herbs. Chapter 54. The poisoning begins with this in mind. Che Boyang sprang into action, calling on Wang Liya to assist him in gathering wood. However, Wang Liya was utterly bewildered. He had just escaped from danger, and at last, his heart could return to its rightful place. It turned out that Che Boyang sought the venom to confront Su Yang, not to target him. Thank goodness for that. At this moment, Wang Liya's anxiety began to ease. Yet, Che Boyang's request for assistance in finding wood brought forth more questions. Why was wood needed? After much contemplation, Wang Liya could not decipher the reasoning. If it was merely to ward off the cold by lighting a bonfire, that would not be feasible. They were hiding in the shadows. Lighting a bonfire would expose their whereabouts. You will soon find out. However, one thing was certain, it was meant to deal with Su Yang. Che Boyang did not divulge his entire plan, believing Wang Liya would understand in due time, thus requiring no further explanation. Upon hearing Che Boyang's words, Wang Liya, though uncertain of his true intentions, recognized that the last statement pertained to Su Yang. As long as their goals aligned, he felt it unnecessary to seek further clarity. Thus, the two began their search for wood. After some time, once they had gathered a sufficient amount, they paused. Che Boyang placed the wood on the ground, then diluted the venom with a small amount of creek water before pouring it over the wood. The dilution was necessary. The potency of the giant spider's venom was exceedingly strong. If used undiluted, it could lead to fatalities. After all, this was a show, and they could not conduct a murder in front of countless viewers. This precaution was indeed wise, as the diluted venom would significantly reduce its effects, merely inducing temporary unconsciousness without causing death. Wang Liya grasped the reasoning behind the dilution and understood why direct application was avoided. As a fellow contestant on the show, he could appreciate this point. With this realization, he began assisting Che Boyang in applying the diluted venom to the wood. Subsequently, Che Boyang bound the wood together with vines and stealthily approached the bonfire near Su Yang's dwelling, placing the venom-soaked wood beside it. To avoid raising suspicion, he discreetly removed some of the original wood from the bonfire. This way, it appeared entirely natural, going unnoticed. They only needed to wait for Su Yang and Sister Zhou to awaken in the morning, ignite the bonfire, and prepare breakfast or warm themselves. Then, the audience in the live stream chat would be in for a shock. What? This is too devious. I can't believe such a top-tier assassin would resort to such foul tactics. Who is this person? My goodness, I can hardly fathom the events that will unfold when Sister Zhou and Su Yang ignite the bonfire tomorrow. Surely Su Yang won't be killed outright. This assassin is driving me insane. How can one employ such cruel methods? But fret not. For when the assassin Che Boyang poured the venom onto the wood, he had already diluted it. Thus, it was unlikely to be lethal. Although the potential for side effects or other symptoms remained uncertain, this was somewhat reassuring, yet inevitable side effects were to be expected. I now comprehend the vast psychological chasm that separates ordinary individuals from assassins. Assassins exhibit a complete lack of humanity. They will stop at nothing to achieve their objectives. Devoid of empathy. Alas, Su Yang and Sister Zhou are in peril. I hope the toxicity of this venom is minimal and does not inflict harm upon them. I believe this assassin Che Boyang is even more ruthless than Wang Liye. In comparison, Wang Liye's actions seem trivial, while Che Boyang is truly malevolent. Just consider the method he employed to poison Su Yang. What normal person would think to use the venom of a giant spider for such a purpose? It is known that the venom of poisonous spiders is extremely potent, far more lethal than other poisons. I must admit, Che Boyang truly treats the lives of others as mere trifles. Su Yang is indeed unfortunate to encounter such an adversary. He is now ensnared in a web of danger. I sincerely hope he can navigate this perilous situation. After Che Boyang and Wang Liye completed their nefarious task and retreated to the creek side, they began a long wait. It was now nighttime, and Su Yang and Sister Zhou were fast asleep. Consequently, the two of them had to remain at the creek, keeping watch until the morning. However, Che Boyang had already gone 2 days and nights without rest. Previously, he had stayed awake for a day and night to devise a plan to ensnare Wang Liye, followed by another day of activity, and now he had not closed his eyes. Claiming he was not tired would be a lie. Yet, given the circumstances, they would have to endure another night. They had already been at the creek for 3 hours. Che Boyang was utterly exhausted. If this continued, he would perish before securing the herbal package. As for leaving Wang Liye to keep watch alone while he rested, that was out of the question as an assassin. He could not trust those around him, especially since Wang Liye was a fellow contestant on the show. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't turn against him while he slept? This notion was swiftly dismissed by Che Boyang. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Waiting idly would not do. After all, they were deep in slumber. They could quietly retrieve the herbal package while they slept. However, upon hearing Che Boyang's words, Wang Liye was quite displeased. How could this be permissible? If such actions were taken, Che Boyang might indeed obtain the coveted herbal package, but my vendetta remains unfulfilled. After enduring such arduous efforts to bring you here, you must play your part in confronting Su Yang. Yet, Su Yang remains unharmed. As for the logs by the campfire, what if Su Yang chooses not to ignite them come morning? Therefore, Che Boyang cannot be allowed to slip away just yet. My friend, you underestimate Su Yang. I have experienced his prowess firsthand. If my intuition serves me right, Su Yang has undoubtedly set numerous traps in the vicinity. Such a precious item as the toxic herbal package would surely be surrounded by many snares. Thus, for our safety, we must proceed with utmost caution and deliberation. As Che Boyang prepared to depart, Wang Liye could no longer restrain himself. He rambled on, expressing a flurry of thoughts. As for the traps surrounding the herbal package, Wang Liye was uncertain. Regardless, the priority was to keep Che Boyang from leaving. However, Che Boyang was not pleased upon hearing Wang Liye's remarks. Chapter 55. What traps haven't I seen? At this moment, Che Boyang's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. Wang Liye's words were undeniably condescending. After all, I am an assassin. What scenes have I not witnessed? What trials have I not endured? Am I truly dissuaded by such trivial traps? Wouldn't my comrades find it laughable if I were to share this? You seem to overestimate Su Yang. A person of his ilk can at most craft traps for catching chickens or rabbits. Surely he could not ensnare one such as myself? How absurd. I am a seasoned warrior. How could I fear mere, trifling traps? At this moment, Wang Liye, upon hearing Che Boyang's retort, felt unconvinced. While it was true that Su Yang had previously taken advantage of his inattention, it nonetheless indicated that Su Yang possessed some degree of skill. This young man has some tricks up his sleeve. We must not be careless, lest we pay the price. Wang Liye, having already experienced Su Yang's tactics, spoke nothing but the truth. Caution was indeed necessary. Yet, the assassin regarded Wang Liye's words with disdain. He glanced at Wang Liye, a man renowned as a master of survival in the wild. How could he harbor such fear towards an unarmed youth? It was a disgrace to the title of survival master. How could someone as timid as Wang Liye dare to participate in this venture? At this moment, Che Boyang held Wang Liye in contempt. To me, these minor traps are inconsequential, and he thinks to catch me with a chicken trap? He must be dreaming. With that, the assassin Che Boyang boldly strode towards Su Yang. Witnessing this, Wang Liye could do nothing but allow him to proceed. Just then, after only a few steps, Che Boyong let out a cry. He had stepped into a bear trap, ensnaring his foot. Observing this, Wang Liye rushed forward, hastily covering Che Boyong's mouth, signaling him to remain silent, lest they awaken others. Thus, Che Boyong, tears welling in his eyes from the pain, complied with Wang Liye's unspoken request. After a brief glance towards Su Yang's cave, confirming that neither Su Yang nor Sister Zhou were disturbed, both men breathed a sigh of relief. Together, they exerted effort to free Che Boyong's foot from the bear trap. At this moment, the audience in the live stream's comment section erupted in laughter. Haha. Wang Liye warned you about the traps. Yet, you refused to heed his advice. Ha ha ha. Why does Che Boyong's expression make me want to laugh? Ultimately, he is the fool. Continue on. Venture forth. Charge boldly into the vast expanse. Ha ha ha. Now do you comprehend Su Yang's prowess? While you plotted against others, you ended up ensnaring yourself. The painful expression on Che Boyong's face was evident. It seemed he was caught quite severely. Isn't this what he deserves? Let him scheme against others. The most amusing part is that Che Boyong could not even cry out in pain. He had to swallow his grievances. Ha ha. Forgive me for finding humor in this. Look at Wang Liye's expression of helplessness. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Liye dared not speak further. He had already advised against this, yet Che Boyong persisted in his folly. Now he suffers the consequences, unable to utter a single complaint. After all, Che Boyong is so ruthless. One careless word could place him in a precarious position. Wang Liye felt a sorrow he could not articulate. Ha ha ha. Wang Liye's expression of helpless disdain only made me want to laugh more. Now, having removed the bear trap, Che Boyong felt a profound sense of indignation. Gazing at the trap he had just escaped, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. With a fierce scowl, he kicked the bear trap away. However, in his moment of rage, he forgot the pain and used the very foot that had just been injured. The force of his kick reignited the pain, and his face contorted in anguish. Yet, he could not make a sound. This left the usually ruthless and impetuous Che Boyong feeling quite vexed. When had he ever endured such a grievance in silence? Thus, the more he pondered, the more he felt wronged. Being caught in a bear trap was a matter of disgrace that tarnished his pride. He must reclaim that lost honor. It was merely a lapse in attention. If he were cautious this time, surely nothing would occur. With this thought, Che Boyong rose to his feet and slowly made his way back towards Su Yang's cave. Learning from past mistakes, this time he would not be so careless. He would proceed deliberately to avoid another trap. Wang Liye, witnessing this turn of events, merely watched as Che Boyong advanced, choosing not to intervene. For what purpose? It was evident that any counsel would be futile. If he refused to heed warnings, what could be done? Let him go? As Che Boyong pressed onward, misfortune struck again. After only a few steps, he fell into a concealed pit hidden by the underbrush. A faint wail emerged from within the pit. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Liye stood up, staring in the direction Che Boyong had fallen, frozen for a few seconds. Shaking his head, he reluctantly approached the pit where Che Boyong had vanished. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Move on. Why are you still standing there? Ha ha ha. Instead of taking the smooth path, you chose to wander into a pit. Wang Liye, someone refuses to heed warnings. You must teach him a lesson. Che Boyong is surely someone destined for greatness, yet he remains obstinate. Having already been caught in a trap once, he still does not believe in the danger. Indeed, there are always those who refuse to listen. Is this not poetic justice? Let him suffer the consequences of his own schemes. Wang Liye must feel utterly helpless. Observing Wang Liye's expression from earlier, he stood there, utterly stunned, reluctant to approach. Yet, in the end, he still moved forward. Ha ha. Che Boyong, this ungrateful wretch, has once again disappointed Wang Liye. But who can blame him? They are indeed two peas in a pod. If it were me, I would not wish to concern myself with Che Boyong any longer. His foolishness is simply intolerable. As the saying goes, one does not fear a formidable opponent, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. Haha, this phrase perfectly encapsulates Wang Liye and Che Boyong. I suspect these two are here for comedic relief. Che Boyong deserves it. Seeing him like this makes me want to laugh. The moment I caught sight of Wang Liye's helpless expression, I couldn't help but chuckle. Observing the foolish Che Boyong in front of me, unable to eliminate his opponent, I felt a twinge of sympathy for Wang Liye. To take down Che Boyong, one must possess the audacity. How ruthless Che Boyong is. Chapter 56, An Unrestful Destiny. After Wang Liye pulled Che Boyong out of the trap, he was profoundly displeased. Who would have thought that such a formidable assassin could fall into a mere trap? This was a live broadcast for the entire internet, with both the audience and the production team watching. They must have realized his embarrassing predicament by now. Would this mean he wouldn't receive the subsequent rewards? That could amount to a fortune that would last several lifetimes. and that bundle of poisonous herbs, truly essential for establishing a thriving career in the assassination business. No, he couldn't give up just like that. As an assassin, he must adhere to certain principles. He must not relent until his goals are achieved. With that thought, Che Boyong rose to his feet, gazing towards Su Yang's direction. Fixated on the bundle of herbs in the cave, he silently vowed, "You must belong to me." This action did not go unnoticed by Wang Liye, who was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to step into another trap, would he? What a ridiculous move for anyone to make. Is he addicted to stepping into traps? Wang Liye was utterly speechless at Che Boyong's actions, bewildered by his thought process. You aren't really going to step into another trap, are you? If you fall in again, I won't help you. After a few seconds of shock, Wang Liye finally voiced his thoughts to Che Boyong. This fool. He had no intention of rescuing him. That bundle of poisonous herbs was his for the taking. With that, he began to stride forward. This time, Che Boyong was even more cautious. He moved with greater care than before, not only stepping forward gingerly but also keeping his eyes fixed on the ground to avoid a repeat of the previous incident. Gradually, he managed to traverse a short distance. And seeing that nothing untoward had occurred, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was a close call. Surely, the traps must be behind him. Feeling a swell of pride, he continued onward. Alas, suddenly, Che Boyong emitted a few bewildered sounds. In a moment of distraction, he stepped on a rope loop and was promptly hoisted into the trees. At that moment, Che Boyong was filled with frustration. Why was he having such a terrible day? 3 traps in a row. Had he not checked the calendar before venturing out? His adversary Su Yang was simply too formidable. It seemed that as an assassin, he had fallen victim repeatedly. Clearly, he needed to be more cautious in his upcoming encounters with Su Yang. Hearing Che Boyong's cries, Wang Liye, who was by the creek, immediately turned to look. Glancing at Che Boyong not far away, he couldn't help but complain. I told him not to take unnecessary risks, but he wouldn't listen. How can someone keep getting into trouble? Is this assassin even competent? How could he fall for multiple traps? What a blundering teammate. Wang Liye felt utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with activity, reacting to the latest spectacle. Ha ha ha, he stepped into another trap. I suspect Che Boyong is here for comic relief. It's just a simple animal trap, yet he keeps stepping into it. Unbelievable. Is he really that clumsy? Isn't he supposed to be skilled? Why is he dangling from a tree now? Laughter echoed through the chat, as viewers noted how Che Boyong, usually so loud and brash, was now rendered silent while suspended. Perhaps he should stay up there. At least he won't be making a fool of himself. Observing Wang Liye's exasperated expression, they felt sorry for him. Knowing he would have to rescue Che Boyong again. What a pair of unlikely partners. Wang Liye approached the spot where Che Boyong was suspended and began to tease him. I told you to be careful, but you refused to listen. What happened? Did you step into another trap? I warned you that Su Yang was not to be underestimated. Anger and frustration painted Wang Liye's face as he lamented the foolishness of his companion. However, Che Boyong interjected. Stop with the chatter and just get me down. We're tied together like 2 grasshoppers on the same string. His tone was calm. He understood that maintaining composure in a dire situation was crucial, especially in front of Wang Liye. One must not appear weak, or Wang Liye would seize the opportunity to take advantage of him. Thus, even while trapped, he maintained his dignity. Wang Liye, upon hearing Che Boyong's words, felt a mix of discomfort and irritation. Yet, he acknowledged the truth in Che Boyong's statement. They were indeed in this predicament together. Thus, he released Che Boyong from his entrapment. Though both harbored grievances, they chose to remain silent, aware that they could not afford to linger too long. If Su Yang were to awaken and discover them, it would spell trouble. However, after Che Boyong had fallen into 3 traps, he began to learn his lesson. No longer did he struggle. Instead, he decided to endure for a while longer. Exhausted, there was little he could do but resist the urge to succumb to sleep and hold on until dawn. When the sun rose and Su Yang was still unconscious from the poison, they could make their move for the poisonous herbs. Wang Liye, observing Che Boyong's defeated demeanor, felt a sense of inner satisfaction. Naturally, he could not resist the opportunity to tease Che Boyong further. Why not try again? Perhaps all the traps have already been triggered. At Wang Liye's words, Che Boyong shot him an angry glare. How dare he mock him? Realizing the gravity of the situation from Che Boyong's furious expression, Wang Liye quickly lost his smile, lowered his gaze, and fell silent. The two continued to keep their eyes on Su Yang in the cave. Time flew by. In the early morning, as Su Yang awoke and stretched, he admired the breathtaking scenery of the canyon, reflecting, another beautiful day. I wonder how Wang Liye and his companion are faring. After defeating Wang Liye last time and threatening him, I know he will not let this go easily. He didn't follow my instructions and even brought a helper. This is clearly a setup for revenge. Today is sure to be eventful. At that moment, Sister Zhou also woke up. After greeting her, Su Yang, adhering to his usual routine, began to prepare a fire to warm himself. The morning air was still quite chilly. Utilizing the fire for warmth would also allow him to cook simultaneously, making efficient use of the firewood. He took out a fire starter and blew on it gently. Gradually, flames flickered to life. Then, he extended the fire starter toward the stacked wood. Seeing this unfold, the audience in the live stream chat felt a wave of anxiety for Su Yang. Chapter 57. Encountering Su Yang is simply a stroke of luck. Su Yang, don't ignite the campfire, please don't. Panic ensued. Once Su Yang lit the fire, both he and Sister Zhou would be poisoned. What could be done? If the campfire was lit, immediate poisoning would follow. It would be manageable if Che Boyang merely took the poisonous herbs away. But they feared that Wang Liye would seize the opportunity to retaliate against Su Yang, especially since Su Yang had previously humiliated Wang Liye and even poisoned him. Oh dear. If Wang Liye took advantage of Su Yang's poisoning to exact revenge, it would be child's play for him. They were worried that Wang Liye and Che Boyang were too treacherous to let Su Yang off the hook. Forget the idea of taking advantage of Su Yang's vulnerability. With their current styles, Wang Liye and Che Boyang would likely eliminate him outright. What? I thought they would use this as an opportunity to frame him. I didn't expect Wang Liye and Che Boyang actually aimed to eliminate Su Yang. Their underhanded tactics were truly despicable. A scoundrel indeed. Facing Su Yang in a fair competition would be justifiable, but resorting to such methods to eliminate him was utterly vile. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. They longed to reach through the screen and deal with those two who were so wicked. Please don't eliminate Su Yang. I want to see his daily life with Sister Zhou. At that moment, by the creek, Che Boyang gazed expectantly toward the cave. If Su Yang ignited the campfire and he and Sister Zhou fell victim to poisoning, then the poisonous herbs would be his for the taking. As for acquiring the key from Su Yang and dealing with the aftermath, that would be left to Wang Liye. Whether Wang Liye would allow Su Yang to be eliminated was uncertain. After all, Su Yang would be unconscious. How he would be dealt with would be akin to fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. However, they were somewhat disappointed as Su Yang did not ignite the campfire immediately. Instead, he meticulously handled his bow and arrows, applying poison to them before starting to craft traps. Wang Liye and his companion observed this entire process with complex expressions. They had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary individual, Su Yang, possessed such remarkable skills. This realization suggested that his identity was far from simple. With this thought, the two exchanged glances, each recognizing the caution in the other's eyes. The assassin turned to the wilderness survival expert and inquired, "What do you think of this person's combat abilities?" The expert pondered and replied, "From our previous encounter, Su Yang's skills are quite terrifying. With just one arrow, he forced me into a dire situation. In this context, I advise we deliberate carefully, otherwise, we might be eliminated without warning." Though reluctant, the assassin suppressed his impulse to charge forward and nodded, begrudgingly agreeing, "Then let us proceed with caution." As this discussion occurred, Su Yang's popularity in the live stream surged dramatically. With the arrival of Sister Zhou, the number of fans multiplied, and he was continuously greeted with sounds of various donations, which brought him great satisfaction. At this rate, within a day or two, he would unlock system rewards once again. This was entirely beneficial for him. After all, facing numerous enemies on this island while striving for victory made system rewards indispensable, particularly as he needed to protect Sister Zhou. He had to remain perpetually vigilant. Even with many system rewards, he lacked the confidence to ensure Sister Zhou's safety. Thus, despite appearing leisurely, he was always prepared for unforeseen crises. After stretching, Su Yang emerged from the cave and began searching for breakfast. Soon, he discovered a coconut tree at the edge of the valley. With satisfaction, he approached and proclaimed to the air on this island, "If one were to consider which food is the most nutritious, it would undoubtedly be coconut meat. Rich in protein and various nutrients, it can quickly replenish the body's needs, especially beneficial for the elderly and children. However, moderation is key. Consuming too much can lead to heatiness and gastrointestinal discomfort. Therefore, dear viewers, it's best to consult a nutritionist or refer to online resources before indulging." As he spoke, he swiftly climbed the coconut tree, gathering 2 or 3 coconuts. These appeared quite large, likely due to being organic, producing a distinctly crisp sound when tapped. Although not a professional wilderness survival streamer, Su Yang, with the system's assistance, adeptly managed various survival challenges. As the saying goes, have you never seen a pig run after eating one? After collecting a handful of coconuts, he remarked, "If these were cultivated coconuts, they could be eaten directly. However, in the wild, for safety's sake, I choose to heat them first to avoid unnecessary risks." While speaking, he also gathered plenty of wood from the ground. The island was abundant in wood, especially under the scorching sun, where many pieces had completely dried out, igniting with just a spark. This was precisely why he had chosen this valley. Upon witnessing this scene, the chat erupted in excitement. Su Yang is incredible. He can turn wilderness survival into a vacation game. When will I achieve such a high quality of life? Bro upstairs, don't dream about that. Who is Su Yang? He asked the streamer who could pull Sister Zhou from the depths of the sea. Just this alone surpasses many professional streamers. Undoubtedly, Su Yang is extraordinarily impressive. Not only is he multi-talented, but he also excels in various wilderness survival techniques. Sister Zhou is incredibly fortunate to have encountered him. Chapter 58. The Secret of the Blood-Drinking Sword. What does Su Yang mean? Is he not a monster, but a human? Who could accomplish such feats? I believe Su Yang is right. Don't ask me why, but in the end, you will reveal the truth. Why do I say this? Am I the only one confused? How do you all possess such analytical skills? Are there any others like me? This shouldn't be the case. These are merely Su Yang's speculations. We have no evidence to suggest the captain harbors ill intentions toward the players. I believe Su Yang's initial suspicion of the captain is questionable. We cannot fully accept his conjecture, so we shouldn't continue to speculate, as it might very well be erroneous. Su Yang makes a valid point. Only the blood-drinking sword can explain the presence of such severely desiccated corpses here. I understand now. The blood-drinking sword belongs to the captain. Before Su Yang analyzed that the captain was a demon, it seemed that the captain intended to eliminate more players in the captain's cabin to augment his own power. Indeed, the blood-drinking sword was initially a weapon gifted by the captain to Su Yang and himself. How could he have known the location of those two items without prior knowledge? It must have been placed there in advance, enticing players to commit murder to strengthen his own prowess. Lin Qing was now filled with dread as she gazed at the blood-drinking sword lying on the ground, which had reverted to its normal state. No longer the frenzied blood-red form that had possessed her earlier. Before Lin Qing could finish her thought, Su Yang immediately leaned closer, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Lin Qing, bewildered, saw the boy glance at her before gesturing towards the door of the captain's cabin beside them. In an instant, she understood and covered her mouth. No wonder Su Yang had spoken so softly to her. Her previous voice might have been overheard by the captain inside. Now, with such terrifying suspicions regarding the captain, Lin Qing stood next to the cabin, her heart racing. She intended to tell Su Yang that regardless of any lingering doubts, they should think as they moved and hastily leave this dreadful place. However, Su Yang remained calm and composed, realizing that all the clues formed a complete logical chain of events, merely awaiting validation. Just as he was about to say something to Lin Qing, a furious voice echoed from the left corridor towards the hall where they stood. Su Yang, return the 2 keys to me. It was Pastor Douglas. Su Yang's head snapped up, and he spotted the figure of the pastor sprinting towards them. Simultaneously, Douglas flung a throwing knife in their direction. Su Yang reacted swiftly, rising to his feet and pulling Lin Qing along to a nearby open space, deftly avoiding the weapon hurled by Douglas. He handed Lin Qing his shield, urging her to protect herself, then positioned her safely behind him. In the blink of an eye, the pastor reached the scene, and Su Yang turned to meet Douglas's furious gaze, his expression contorted with rage. Keys? What keys? Su Yang crossed his arms, a relaxed smile gracing his features as he greeted Douglas lazily. You. Douglas was so incensed by Su Yang's nonchalance that he could barely articulate his response. The 2 keys I took from the Grim Reaper. Douglas was now seething with impatience. With that, he drew a long knife, prepared to seize the keys by force if Su Yang did not comply. No matter what, he would reclaim what belonged to him. Oh, you mean these? Su Yang retrieved the 2 keys from his pocket. The ancient, unadorned keys glimmered with a faint azure hue under the moonlight. With a casual flick, he toyed with them in front of the pastor's enraged eyes. Why should I give them to you? These keys were rightfully taken from the Grim Reaper. It was you. When you collided with me at the back door, you stole them from me. What despicable means you employed? You were shameless. Finally provoked by the pastor's pompous rhetoric, Lin Qing, who had been hiding behind Su Yang, shouted back, those keys were found by us. You threatened us into handing them over. If you hadn't taken them first, they would never have ended up with the Grim Reaper. Hearing Lin Qing defend him, Su Yang turned to her, his expression brightening as he nodded approvingly at her fierce demeanor. Indeed, I merely returned what rightfully belonged to the original owner. What gives you the right to shout so brazenly? But then, recalling the terrifying captain just beyond the door, Lin Qing's anger dissipated, replaced by a wave of anxiety that left her drenched in cold sweat. She looked up at Su Yang, her eyes pleading for reassurance. Su Yang met her gaze with steadfast determination, nodding affirmatively. The pastor's furious outburst would undoubtedly attract the captain's attention. Even if they spoke softly now, it would be futile. Since that is the case, Douglas's harsh voice interrupted their exchange. I will simply take back the keys by force. Lin Qing had been greatly affected by the blood-drinking sword's monstrous presence and could only rely on Su Yang to defend against Douglas's assault. With a sudden motion, Su Yang seized the blood-drinking sword from the ground, gripping it firmly in front of him, his expression focused as he watched the pastor warily for any signs of attack. But at that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the captain's cabin, reverberating through the walls and echoing throughout the vessel, finally cascading into the ocean. The captain had realized the events unfolding outside. A raspy, distant voice emerged from the cabin. Keys, keys, kill him, reclaim the keys. Upon hearing the captain's voice, the pastor immediately sprang into action, and within moments, Douglas lunged at Su Yang with his long knife. Su Yang brandished the blood-drinking sword to counter. Absorbing the force of the strike, then with a powerful motion, he pushed Douglas back. In terms of sheer strength, the pastor could not match Su Yang. During the skirmish, Su Yang took a moment to ponder the blood-drinking sword. It was an exceptional weapon, yet why did it thirst for blood and lead people to madness? As he mused, the relentless pastor charged at him once more. Su Yang met him with a flurry of strikes, each blow deftly parried by Douglas. The two were evenly matched in their combat, while Lin Qing, shield in hand, watched intently, fearful that Su Yang might fall victim to a cunning attack from the pastor. Chapter 59. The pastor's counterattack. Suddenly, Lin Qing noticed an unusual movement from Su Yang's pocket, where the keys were kept, just as he prepared to attack Douglas again. The keys slipped from his pocket, not moving forward with him, but instead coming to a halt in midair. Then, to her disbelief, Lin Qing watched as the two keys floated towards the captain's cabin, eventually resting securely in the keyhole of the cabin's door. These are not mere monsters. Could they be the undead? No, they lack brains and hearts. The demise of these players was certainly not the work of the undead. Was Su Yang's assertion rooted in a deeper truth? I still suspect the presence of some monstrous entity lurking nearby. Speaking of which, are you two not concerned about remaining in this heap of corpses? I fear there may be danger, as these individuals undoubtedly perished for a reason. Perhaps you should find somewhere safe to hide? Lin Qing approached Su Yang, listening to his thoughts on the bodies surrounding the captain's cabin. Look, Su Yang. Gloved hands probing a corpse, gestured, this one, and these others, show no signs of struggle. Furthermore, upon closer inspection of their expressions at the time of death, they appear bewildered, not displaying the fear one would expect when confronted by the Grim Reaper or the undead. Su Yang's brow furrowed in contemplation as he examined the bodies. Finding that the gruesome fates of these players corroborated his hypothesis, they had been treacherously slain, undoubtedly by those they trusted the most. Indeed, it does seem so. The faces of the deceased players bear an odd expression. It's difficult to articulate, but they seem astonished. Yes, I was thinking the same thing, though I couldn't quite express it. It seems we share similar thoughts. Yet, even if their faces bore expressions of surprise, it fails to clarify the situation. Could it be that their companions committed these murders? That seems improbable. Their abilities are not so vastly disparate. Based on the details Su Yang observed on site, his conclusions were sound, but this only heightened the complexity of the challenges they faced. Even if we assume, as he suggested, that this group was slain by the most trusted entities, what should be our next course of action? Su Yang chose not to further guide Lin Qing's thoughts, but instead engaged in analysis based on the known clues. Outside the captain's cabin, the scattered corpses lay silent in the darkness. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Lin Qing gazed at the distant flickering lights and could not help but inquire. Have you discovered anything? This place feels rather ominous and perilous. Should we seek clues elsewhere? Su Yang remained absorbed in contemplation, his gaze fixated on the lifeless bodies. The clues left on the corpses, remnants of the deceased's experiences, needed to be thoroughly interpreted to understand the events that transpired. One thing was certain. These players must have encountered something unexpected upon entering this outer chamber, subsequently succumbing to fatal attacks. The nature of their lethal wounds suggested they were not inflicted by the scythe of death, but rather by heavy blades. Who possessed such formidable power to annihilate an entire elite team of professional players? Moreover, Su Yang was perplexed by the state of the players' desiccated remains. Typically, the decomposition of a corpse is dictated by the surrounding environment. In high temperatures and humidity, such as in dense jungles or ordinary indoor settings, the skin would rot first, followed by the more tightly packed tissues. Subsequently, organisms that thrive on decay would begin to break down the body, leading to a foul odor and the eventual transformation into a skeleton. Conversely, in extreme conditions of low temperature and humidity, a body may be preserved intact, gradually drying out through special means. However, it was evident that in the humid environment of a cruise ship, regardless of the time elapsed, the conditions were not conducive to the formation of mummified remains. Thus, What accounted for the presence of these standard desiccated corpses outside the captain's cabin? Su Yang's growing conviction only deepened his confusion regarding the corpse's condition until his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Qing. Instead of urging Su Yang to leave, she leaned against the hilt of her blood sword, swaying her body in agony as she faced the moonlight. Lin Qing, Su Yang quickly approached and grasped her shoulders, staring intently into her eyes. Upon seeing her visage illuminated by the moonlight, Su Yang was taken aback. Lin Qing's beautiful doe-like eyes no longer sparkled with clarity, but instead glowed with a haunting crimson light. Lin Qing, please, gather your wits, he implored. What influence had she succumbed to? Just then, Su Yang noticed that the blood sword in her grasp was also emanating a sinister red glow. This blood sword? Su Yang swiftly knocked it from her hands, causing Lin Qing to sway dizzily against him. You may have been affected by the blood sword, he explained gently. Its power has grown immensely. After continually absorbing the blood of both the living and the dead, it seems capable of exerting influence over me as well. Absorbing the blood of the deceased to enhance its power, she exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Yes, this was indeed the blood sword's effect. How could he have forgotten? Prompted by Lin Qing's unintentional remark, Su Yang continued to hypothesize. If someone wielded the blood sword to transform this team into corpses, it was entirely plausible that the sword subsequently absorbed their blood to enhance its own power. Everything began to make sense. But who wielded the blood sword to carry out this massacre outside the captain's cabin? Contemplating this, Su Yang felt he had arrived at an answer. Steadying Lin Qing, he gazed at her pale face and said, "You can no longer carry this blood sword. It may very well be the weapon used by the captain to commit these heinous acts." At this revelation, Lin Qing's eyes widened in shock. Why? What has led you to this conclusion? Have you uncovered something among these corpses? What do you mean by the captain committing murder with the blood sword? Were all these corpses slain by it? So, the captain truly is a demon, and when the group released him, he slaughtered them all. On what grounds do you assert it was the captain? Chapter 60, Encountering Death. What is going on? This key should have been destroyed immediately. It should not have been brought here. Everyone, the key. Do you see it? It has floated to the captain's cabin door and is now inserted. How could the two keys to the captain's cabin be stolen? How could they end up at the door to the captain's cabin? We're finished. If the captain emerges, that blood sword, even in the hands of an ordinary person, is immensely powerful. If the captain wields it, chaos will ensue. What do we do? Moreover, the captain just made a considerable noise. The entire cruise ship must have heard it. We need to flee quickly. We cannot predict when death will arrive. Seeing that the captain had seized the keys, Lin Qing shouted to Su Yang, who was engaged in a struggle with Douglas. Su Yang, the keys have been taken by the captain. Su Yang deflected the blood sword, creating distance between the two fighters, and returned to Lin Qing's side. In the midst of battle, he had not noticed this development until he met Lin Qing's gaze, realizing the keys had indeed been taken by the captain. There was no time to waste. The situation was dire. With the keys stolen and players in death looming, the threat to them was immense. Su Yang looked toward Lin Qing and, sharing a silent understanding, nodded decisively. We need to go, he urged. The two swiftly fled through the passage behind Lin Qing. The priest, who had sought to claim Su Yang's life, noticed their hasty retreat and followed closely. However, as the priest passed by the captain's cabin door, he heard the captain say, "No need to pursue. Death will take care of them. The third key is in room 09 of area 3. Bring it to me." Hearing this, the priest halted, glancing at the two keys already inserted in the door's lock. He silently withdrew his tightly clenched weapon, turned, and hastened toward the location of the final key. Meanwhile, Su Yang led Lin Qing downwards. He had studied the ship's layout and knew there was a crew rest area nearby, equipped for them to pause and gather clues. However, they did not reach the crew's quarters in time. Suddenly, Su Yang turned sharply, pressing against the wall, and firmly grasped Lin Qing's sides, halting her movement. What is it? Lin Qing inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. In this confined and perilous space, they moved with utmost caution, striving to minimize noise to avoid attracting attention. Su Yang pointed behind them, and Lin Qing stealthily crept past him, peering around the corner. It was Death, clutching a colossal scythe. Death was scanning the corridor not far away. Lin Qing quickly turned back, pressing closely against Su Yang, her back against the wall, stifling her breaths in fear. Having just escaped the realm of corpses above, how could they now encounter death? Lin Qing looked at Su Yang, tilting her head, silently asking what their next move should be. What shall they do now? Su Yang pondered this question. The Grim Reaper possessed an acute awareness of its surroundings and moved with astonishing speed. Given that it was not far behind the two, recklessly fleeing was a perilous decision. Who could predict whether the Grim Reaper would pursue them with its scythe raised? Furthermore, the critical issue was that they had wasted too much time. The captain had specifically emphasized that the mask could only temporarily obscure them from the Grim Reaper's sight. It was uncertain whether it still held any efficacy. If it had failed, Su Yang had little confidence in confronting the Grim Reaper and ensuring Lin Qing's safe escape. In a moment of indecision, he found himself at an impasse. However, the Grim Reaper was closing in on them, leaving no room for further contemplation. They could not simply stand by and await death. Thus, Su Yang took Lin Qing's hand and dashed towards the upper level, hoping that the Grim Reaper had not noticed them. Yet, the Grim Reaper detected their slightest movements and swiftly lunged toward them, wielding its scythe. "Oh my God, the Grim Reaper is chasing us. Su Yang, run faster. We must not be caught." Su Yang lamented, realizing they were perilously close to the Grim Reaper. They could not afford to linger, yet here they were, still dawdling while the Grim Reaper cornered them. "Run faster. Please, bless us. This is terrifying. The Grim Reaper's pursuit is enough to instill fear in my very soul. Su Yang, you must endure this trial. As the most popular newcomer in the Alliance, I refuse to accept your defeat here." Upon reaching the upper floor, the two quickly turned left, with Su Yang guiding Lin Qing in their desperate flight, hoping to avoid an encounter with the Grim Reaper. But fate had other plans. While Lin Qing hurried to keep pace with Su Yang, she tripped over an object on the ground and fell forward. Su Yang, sensing her distress, swiftly turned and caught her in his arms. After confirming she was unharmed, he looked up to find the Grim Reaper descending the staircase before them. "Oh no." I locked eyes with the Grim Reaper. I never thought I would witness such a sight in my lifetime. Their predicament was dire. Could Su Yang possibly defeat the Grim Reaper? It was clear that escape was no longer an option. With determination, Su Yang resolved not to abandon Lin Qing. They would have to confront the threat head-on, hoping something nearby would divert the Grim Reaper's attention. "Ah, the Grim Reaper is advancing towards us. It must have seen us. Which means the mask has failed." Panic surged within Su Yang as he feared for his life and Lin Qing's safety. "No, the mask has indeed failed. All we have left are the blood-drinking sword and the shield. Bless us." Su Yang positioned Lin Qing behind him, gripping the blood-drinking sword tightly as he prepared to face the Grim Reaper. The atmosphere was thick with tension as he exhaled deeply. Uncertain of what would transpire in the next moment, he steeled himself for battle, fully aware of the imminent danger ahead. Chapter 61. The Cunning Che Boyong. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 popularity points. You have reached a total of 10,000 popularity points. The host is rewarded with the skill fusion. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Claim successful. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Su Yang felt a surge of joy. The skill fusion was a delightful prospect. A smile crept across his face as he contemplated this. Immediately, he and Sister Zhou rushed towards the scene unfolding in the grass, for without swift action, Che Boyong might escape. After all, they had witnessed his remarkable speed when fleeing before. If they hesitated, he could vanish in the blink of an eye. Soon, they arrived before Che Boyong, who was slowly recovering from the pain in his leg. "It's these two, the very ones who shot me in the leg. Although the injury isn't severe, it interrupted my sleep." He cursed under his breath, lamenting his misfortune. How difficult it is to find rest. These two are truly bothersome. However, he opted to refrain from confrontation, considering his minor injuries and overwhelming fatigue. Engaging in a direct clash would not bode well for him. It was time to employ cunning instead. "Listen, I was wrong. It was Wang Liye who sent me here. I had no choice. He set traps and threatened me. If I didn't comply, my life would be in jeopardy. I swear I meant you no harm. It was all his idea." Che Boyong, eager to absolve himself, shifted the blame onto Wang Liye, disregarding the fact that they had both ensnared each other. Regardless, Wang Liye had been eliminated and taken away by the production team. In the midst of chaos, he continued to deflect responsibility onto Wang Liye, knowing that no one could refute his claims. Viewers in the live stream were incredulous at Che Boyong's words. Does this man have no shame? How can he spout such lies? He designed the trap to ensnare Wang Liye, yet now he claims to be the victim? They were appalled. The truth has been turned on its head. This individual is not only malevolent but devoid of any morals. What a disgrace. My goodness, how can there be such a person? Just moments ago, he and Wang Liye were allies, and now he betrays him? This is utterly detestable. I once thought Wang Liye was bad, but Che Boyong is even worse. His lack of boundaries is astonishing. No wonder he is a killer. His ruthlessness is truly eye-opening. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou and Su Yang exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Che Boyong's unexpected capitulation. They had anticipated a fierce rebuttal from such a formidable opponent. But this? Was he truly conceding? However, regaining his composure, Su Yang remained skeptical of Che Boyong's claims. convinced that anyone capable of collaborating with Wang Liye could hardly be innocent. His gaze sharpened with suspicion. Che Boyang, sensing the shift in Su Yang's demeanor, decided to make a hasty retreat. At that moment, Su Yang recognized Che Boyang's intention and, with a sudden realization, focused his mental energy. Che Boyang's elusive leg technique was indeed impressive, something he had witnessed before. He concentrated intently, dismantled Che Boyang's shadowless leg skill. Dismantling. Dismantled. Detected that this skill can be fused with the host. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Fusion. Fusion successful. As the series of actions unfolded, Su Yang felt a surge of power coursing through him. A wealth of shadowless leg techniques flooded his mind, and he sensed his legs strengthening, muscles bulging with newfound vigor. He had indeed grown stronger. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Yang could hardly contain his joy. In stark contrast, Che Boyang, who was about to employ the shadowless leg technique, suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. As he lay there, Che Boyang felt a noticeable depletion of his inner strength and an overwhelming weakness in his legs. This left him quite perplexed. Perhaps he was simply fatigued from the past few days and lacked proper rest. With a chuckle, he attributed his condition to hunger, saying, "Ah, how embarrassing. I must be a bit weak from not eating." He sought to excuse himself and wasted no time, channeling his energy to concentrate strength in his legs. However, to his bewilderment, he could not recall a single move of the shadowless leg technique. This realization left him frustrated. What was happening to him? Surely, even extreme fatigue shouldn't cause him to forget an entire technique. Although he couldn't run, he could still fight. Looking at Su Yang, irritation swelled within him. He crouched, stepped back, clenched his fists, narrowed his eyes, and his entire demeanor transformed into one of lethal intent, starkly different from his previous conciliatory attitude. Since he couldn't escape, he decided to engage in combat instead. He swung his arm towards Su Yang with force. At that moment, Su Yang sensed that Che Boyang was not to be underestimated and decided against prolonging the confrontation. A swift resolution was preferable. As Che Boyang's arm approached, Su Yang did not flinch. Just as the arm was about to strike his face, Su Yang extended his left hand and grasped the incoming fist. With his right hand, he gathered strength, pulled back his arm, clenched his fist tightly, and delivered a powerful uppercut to Che Boyang's abdomen. The impact was resounding, sending Che Boyang crashing into a nearby thicket. The blow was no trivial matter. As he regained his senses, Che Boyang coughed up blood. Astonished that this seemingly ordinary Su Yang possessed such formidable inner strength, he lamented his own underestimation. Unbeknownst to Che Boyang, a portion of Su Yang's inner strength had been drawn from him. At this point, Su Yang had no desire to associate with someone like Che Boyang. So he searched him for keys and took his supplies, effectively eliminating him without wasting further time. After securing the items, Su Yang swiftly vanished into the thicket with Sister Zhou. The comments section erupted in excitement. What was happening? Su Yang's actions seemed eerily familiar. Now it was Su Yang who had dashed away? What kind of skill was this? How could so many people possess it? Where could one learn such techniques? Was it possible that Su Yang had an eidetic memory, instantly recalling Che Boyang's moves upon witnessing them? If that were the case, Su Yang was truly remarkable. My goodness, what era are we in that such extraordinary martial arts still exist? This was incredible. Chapter 62. Terrifying combat power following Che Boyang's defeat. The comments section was abuzz. No one could have anticipated that Su Yang's combat prowess was so exceptional, defeating his opponent in mere minutes. For many, this seemed an impossible feat. Yet Su Yang accomplished it with ease, causing the comments to soar once more. Wow, this is truly impressive. I never expected Su Yang's combat ability to be this high. Hello, I am a professional fighting coach. From the technique displayed, Su Yang's combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of Special Forces level. If a Special Forces soldier were to engage in battle, they would likely be eliminated within moments by this assassin. However, Su Yang not only effortlessly deflected the opponent's attacks but also had the energy to counterattack. Just this aspect alone sets him apart from many others. I seriously suspect that Su Yang is the legendary superhuman. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his terrifying combat power. Such statements immediately drew skepticism from other commenters. Even in Su Yang's live chat, many believed in his strength, but the notion that he surpassed the peak of Special Forces was hard to digest. As it was virtually unprecedented, naturally, they thought the commentator was exaggerating, leading someone to sarcastically say, "Brother, as a professional fighting coach, I can't believe you at all. You can say anything online. Don't even mention Special Forces. Even if you claim to be a martial arts king in the city, I could believe that. After all, boasting online isn't illegal. If you're really that impressive, then prove it. Leave your contact information so I can see just how strong you are." This remark garnered numerous likes from viewers. In an instant, the live chat was divided into two factions. One group believed in Su Yang's capabilities, while the other doubted that he was as extraordinary as claimed. Of course, this wasn't a denial of Su Yang's abilities, but rather disbelief that he could be so formidable. After seeing such comments, those who previously praised Su Yang did not hesitate to post a link. Upon clicking the link, viewers discovered it was a certification for a professional fighting club. At the top of the homepage was a video featuring a fighting coach who verified his identity and confirmed that he had indeed commented in Su Yang's live stream. He then announced that he would release a preparation video, demonstrating his prowess by shattering multiple bricks with his bare hands. After showcasing his strength, he stated that his skills had reached a professional level. However, even with such abilities, he believed he would stand no chance against Su Yang. When this video played, the viewers were left utterly shocked. They knew Su Yang was powerful, but they hadn't expected him to be this formidable. In no time, the combat video between Su Yang and the assassin trended on social media. Meanwhile, on the small island, Su Yang remained oblivious to the online storm he had stirred. After repelling the assassin, he chose not to pursue further but returned to the valley to continue preparing his meal. As afternoon approached, it was time to make lunch. At that moment, Sister Zhou emerged from the cave, proudly holding a flower basket and exclaiming, "How do you like my flower basket?" Upon seeing the intricately woven basket, Su Yang's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated Sister Zhou's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. The basket, both in appearance and weaving technique, was exceptionally fine. At present, Su Yang sincerely remarked, "I must say, the woven flower basket you created is quite beautiful." Upon receiving Su Yang's praise, Sister Zhou's charming face revealed a hint of pride. She carefully placed the flower basket on a stone and, with a triumphant expression, responded, "Of course. I spent an entire day weaving this basket." Witnessing this scene, the comments section erupted once more, astonished by Sister Zhou's exquisite craftsmanship, marveling at how she could create such a stunning flower basket. Brothers, you ought to listen to what Sister Zhou has said. She indeed dedicated a whole day to weaving this. This is not survival in the wild. It's more akin to a vacation on a little island. One cannot help but envy such a life. While Sister Zhou's flower basket was undeniably lovely, it was important to note that this was only possible because Su Yang had successfully repelled the encroaching enemies. Without Su Yang's formidable combat prowess, Sister Zhou would have had no time to weave at all. It is undeniable that Su Yang is the epitome of a dream partner in many young ladies' hearts. Now, the issue has been resolved, as Su Yang has successfully acquired 3 keys. I am immensely curious about the contents of the box, which have drawn so many adversaries to attack. I sincerely hope Su Yang opens the box soon, as it would satisfy my curiosity. Otherwise, I might just go mad from the suspense. Meanwhile, while the comments section buzzed with excitement, Su Yang and Sister Zhou began preparing dinner, completely unconcerned about the box. This situation arose because neither Su Yang nor Sister Zhou had their thoughts on the box. For Su Yang, it was never something he wished to open. The presence of the box was no different from its absence. After all, with the value of the system rewards, he could effortlessly acquire various formidable combat skills, rendering the box of little significance to him. Chapter 63. The big fish is hooked at this moment. Sister Zhou was entirely focused on her woven flower basket. After receiving Su Yang's high praise, her heart brimmed with joy, prompting her to gather more vines and flowers. Her hands moved deftly, seemingly crafting something else, and soon, a pillow-like object began to take shape in her hands. Observing this, the comments section began to chatter once again. "Goodness, I never expected Sister Zhou to start weaving a bamboo pillow. Won't that be uncomfortable to sleep on at night?" Rest assured, brothers upstairs, the vines Sister Zhou chose are quite soft. Lying on it will pose no issue at all. Such bamboo pillows were quite common in ancient times, and they provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, truly a natural piece of furniture. Haha, this is genuinely amusing. What do you mean by natural furniture? Brothers upstairs, you have a remarkable sense of humor. It must be said that Sister Zhou is incredibly skilled, managing to enjoy life even in such extreme conditions. This leisurely existence is precisely what I aspire to. Brothers upstairs, stop dreaming. You must realize that Sister Zhou's comfortable life is entirely due to Su Yang driving away all the enemies outside. Without Su Yang, Sister Zhou would have had neither the time nor the strength to weave a flower basket. Just as the comments section was abuzz with discussion, Su Yang picked up a fishing rod and walked toward the creek. After several days of intense combat, he had not eaten fish in quite some time. This absence had left him nostalgic. With practiced ease, he cast the fishing rod into the water and began to wait patiently. Thanks to his mastery of fishing, it wasn't long before a large fish was hooked. Compared to the exotic species he had caught at sea before, this fish was far more ordinary. However, Su Yang was quite satisfied, as this meant they would have dinner sorted for the evening. As he caught fish after fish, Sister Zhou approached from behind. Upon seeing the pile of fresh fish on the ground, she curiously exclaimed, "How come you suddenly caught so many fish today? There are almost 10 of them." Hearing Sister Zhou's words, Su Yang smiled gently and replied in a calm tone, as the saying goes, "Forewarned is forearmed." Given the program team's deliberate ploys, we can expect even more enemies to come looking for us. In this situation, we need to remain vigilant against further attacks. There is little time left to forage for wild fruits and food. Sister Zhou nodded in agreement, for she had not slept well over the past 2 days. This was easily understandable, as both survival experts and assassins were incredibly formidable individuals. Had it not been for Su Yang's wisdom and strength in repelling these two, everything in the valley would have likely been seized by others. At that point, she would have had no opportunity even to lament her misfortune. With that thought in mind, Sister Zhou curiously asked Su Yang, "So how should we handle these fish?" To her inquiry, Su Yang responded with calm assurance, "The method is quite simple. We will dry them. Although the taste may not be the best, we have no other option." For Su Yang, if time permitted, he could easily extract salt by evaporating seawater to create salted fish. However, he currently had little time, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with the remaining adversaries. He instinctively glanced toward the barricade at the valley entrance, which had nearly reached completion after days of labor. If the purpose of these barricades was to deter wild animals, they would be quite effective. However, when it came to defending against humans, their efficacy was questionable. After all, compared to wild beasts that lacked intelligence and merely charged forward, humans were highly intelligent beings capable of devising various means to overcome obstacles. These barricades, though seemingly insurmountable, could easily be destroyed with a mere spark. This thought caused Su Yang's eyes to narrow slightly as he contemplated whether to reinforce the barricades, to fortify them against fire. The simplest method would be to lay stones around them. Thus, even if they encountered an arson attack, the stone wall would remain unscathed. With this in mind, Su Yang sighed and remarked, "It seems I have yet another significant project ahead of me." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What do you plan to do, Su Yang?" Su Yang replied with a composed demeanor, "It's simple. I intend to construct these barricades into a stone wall. This way, our safety will be assured." Hearing this, Sister Zhou gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "Goodness, that is a stretch of several dozen meters. How many stones will it take to build that?" Hearing this, Su Yang nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, it is a monumental task. If I were to undertake it alone, it would take at least a month or 2 to complete. However, if I have assistance from others." At this, Sister Zhou, equally curious, inquired, "Are there others aside from the 2 of us?" Su Yang chuckled and replied, "It is quite simple. We merely need to intentionally lure the enemy here. Once they arrive, we can capture a few and compel them to help us construct this wall." Hearing this, Sister Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such a rather crude idea from Su Yang. Yet, one must admit, it was indeed a feasible plan. After all, in this desolate wilderness, managing to fend off wild beasts while also erecting a wall was an exceedingly daunting endeavor, especially with other competitors lurking nearby, ready to attack at any moment. Executing any project smoothly seemed a far-fetched notion. Thus, in this context, Su Yang's approach appeared quite barbaric, yet it was undeniably effective. Contemplating this, Sister Zhou smiled at Su Yang and asked, "What shall we do next?" Su Yang replied with a calm smile, "The solution is straightforward. We simply need to light a bonfire." As he spoke, he retrieved some bows and arrows from the cave and, accompanied by Sister Zhou, ventured into the jungle. Soon, he utilized his advanced hunter skills to discover traces of wolves. Su Yang then picked up some wolf droppings using 2 twigs as chopsticks. Witnessing this, Sister Zhou curiously asked, "Su Yang, why are you picking up those droppings? It reeks." She instinctively took a step back. It was a perfectly natural reaction, given the potent stench emitted by the fermented droppings, which could be discerned from a considerable distance of 7 or 8 meters. Under such circumstances, it was commendable that Sister Zhou could accompany Su Yang at all. Observing her reaction, Su Yang chuckled, "If we wish to ignite a bonfire, we must use these droppings. This way, the thick black smoke will rise to a height of several dozen meters, making it visible to other contestants." Upon hearing Su Yang's explanation, the comments section erupted with excitement. Chapter 64. Su Yang under rival attention. Sister Zhou and Su Yang returned to the cave, and at last, tranquility enveloped them. Sister Zhou spread her arms, facing the stunning scenery of the gorge, and remarked, "Now that the assassin and the wilderness survival expert have been eliminated, the weight on my heart has finally lifted." The reason for her restless nights and poor appetite over the past few days had stemmed from her worries. Fortunately, that was all behind them now. They could finally enjoy a peaceful life in the gorge. With beautiful scenery and Su Yang's company, Sister Zhou's spirits soared, and she turned to look at Su Yang. However, Su Yang's expression did not reflect the same joy as hers. We still need to properly repair the traps to prevent others from causing trouble, he stated calmly, without any change in his demeanor. Sister Zhou was momentarily taken aback by the mention of repairing the traps, just as she had been basking in the joy of their recent success. She had momentarily forgotten about the other contestants. Upon reflection, Su Yang was indeed correct. With so many competitors around, it was wise to remain vigilant. Otherwise, their situation could become perilous. Consequently, Sister Zhou joined Su Yang in restoring the nearby traps that had been damaged. Afterwards, the two began to catch butterflies in the gorge. Meanwhile, on the other side, a special forces soldier named Dahai was savoring roasted rat meat. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he heard footsteps approaching. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, extinguished the bonfire, donned his straw hat, and concealed himself behind a tree. Sure enough, two young contestants soon walked by. Dahai's gaze fell upon them, observing carefully before deciding how to proceed, hoping they might possess keys. Ironically, these two had initially conspired to harm Su Yang, having even prepared poison for the task, yet they had underestimated Su Yang's capabilities and failed to execute their plan. One of them, upon hearing this, began to inquire. What about the keys? Surely, both keys have been taken by Su Yang. It's definitely Su Yang who has them, but he is not easy to deal with. If only we could eliminate him, we could directly acquire all three keys, one of them used. I heard one is a top assassin and the other a master of wilderness survival. Indeed, with such formidable opponents who could not defeat Su Yang, we should shift our focus to other contestants. As the two discussed this, Dahai suddenly leaped out from the foliage, his eyes glinting with menace. Are you telling the truth? The two contestants, startled by Dahai's fierce gaze, were taken aback. Given Su Yang's recent exploits, it became evident that the competitors in this contest were not to be trifled with. They needed to be cautious and avoid making enemies lightly. Hold on, let me explain, one of them said with a friendly smile. The other quickly chimed in. Yes, indeed. What we're saying is true. The contestant Su Yang over there in the gorge, seemingly ordinary, managed to eliminate two exceptionally skilled competitors. He now possesses three keys. We are not lying. You can investigate. Just moments ago, the production team sent a helicopter to remove the eliminated top assassin and wilderness survival expert. Upon hearing this, Dahai contemplated for a moment. He had indeed heard the production team's announcement earlier, yet he had never imagined that such formidable individuals had been outmatched by an unassuming young man. Regardless of Su Yang's abilities, he was determined to eliminate him. The championship title must belong to him. And what about your keys? Dahai asked the two, his voice filled with menace. The contestants before him trembled under his fierce gaze. My key was taken by another contestant. He is not a contestant, but my partner. So we only possess one key. Fortunately, we still have our belongings, so we won't be eliminated. As the contestant spoke, a shiver ran down his spine, fearing what might happen if this menacing figure decided to take everything from him. Where is Su Yang? Do you know? At this moment, Dahai was resolute in his determination to confront Su Yang. Over there in the gorge. One of them pointed toward the gorge not far away. Hearing this, Dahai gathered his belongings, glanced at the two contestants, and then headed toward the gorge. As he moved toward his target, Dahai felt a surge of hope. According to what the previous contestant had said, Su Yang must possess at least three keys and other valuable items. A competitor capable of eliminating top assassins and wilderness survival experts was indeed a worthy rival. Only by eliminating such a formidable opponent could he claim the championship title. As for the contestant who had been accompanied by a guest, certainly not their match. Given their abilities, they will not last until the end. It is better to let the other competitors deal with them. I should conserve my strength to confront Su Yang. With that thought, Wang Dahai gazed at the canyon before him, his heart brimming with hope. The path through the canyon was the road to victory. Speaking to himself, he took large strides towards the gorge. Moments later, Wang Dahai halted, taken aback. Before him lay a rushing river, over 20 meters wide. He assessed the situation, then bent down to pick up a small stone, tossing it into the river's depths. At that moment, he pondered the river's width, which was manageable, yet its depth remained a mystery. Fortunately, he was a proficient swimmer, and a river of such breadth posed no significant issue. Wang Dahai lifted his gaze towards the canyon not far off, filled with optimism. Subsequently, he changed into his swimwear, packed his belongings, and with a splash, he leapt into the river, carrying a waterproof bag. In that instant, Wang Dahai disregarded everything else, intent on reaching the shore as swiftly as possible. He summoned all his strength to swim forward. However, it felt as though an unseen force was pulling him back. As a special forces soldier, he had undergone water training during his service. In situations like this, being dragged backward likely indicated an encounter with something formidable, perhaps a shark. Yet, he was in a river, not the ocean. Thus, the presence of a shark could be dismissed. Turning his head to ascertain what was restraining him, Wang Dahai was met with a startling sight. Astonishingly, he had been bitten by a crocodile. Chapter 65. The crocodile attack. Fortunately, the protection of his swimwear mitigated the damage. Otherwise, his leg might have been severed. Upon witnessing this scene on the screen, the viewers in the live stream were left in utter disbelief. What on earth? A crocodile? This is disastrous. Can one survive after such an encounter? If the crocodile maintains its grip, will Wang Dahai be torn asunder in the next instant? My goodness. How did he come across such a formidable creature? What should he do? Should he call for assistance from the production team? If he were to encounter a crocodile, a moment's delay could cost him his life. Ah, Wang Dahai, don't you have a walkie-talkie? Quickly, contact the production team. This is a matter of life and death. A slight oversight could result in tragedy. What is Wang Dahai thinking? Why has he called for help? Surely he is not resigning himself to fate. At the very least, he should cry out for assistance. In the river, Wang Dahai felt the crocodile's powerful grip. Ah, he cried out, as the crocodile began to viciously bite into his leg. Yet, he faced two options. The first was to call the production team for rescue. But this would likely be interpreted as surrendering the competition. At this thought, a vision of an angelic face appeared in his mind. He silently resolved, no. My daughter is waiting for me. I cannot give up. The second option was to fight the crocodile. Persuading it to relinquish its grip was out of the question. The only recourse was to engage in combat with the beast. Scaring it away was the best strategy. With this resolve, Wang Dahai retrieved a makeshift axe fashioned from stone and branches from his pack. He turned and swung the axe at the crocodile. The crocodile showed no signs of retreat. Instead, it clamped down harder. Blood began to seep from Wang Dahai's leg. He relentlessly struck the crocodile with the axe. As the crocodile thrashed in the water, it stubbornly refused to release its hold. Wang Dahai could feel a sharp pain radiating from his leg. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were collectively holding their breath. Oh my goodness, why not call for help? At worst, he could withdraw from the competition. Why does he seem to be risking his life? Look at his leg. It's bleeding profusely. For heaven's sake, he must call for help. If this continues, his leg will be ruined. What a reckless display of determination. I would wager that, among all the contestants, Wang Dahai is the most tenacious. Is the championship truly worth risking his life? I have never encountered someone so willing to sacrifice everything for money. This is utterly incomprehensible. He is prepared to forsake his life. He should consider the implications for his family if something were to happen to him. Such selfishness. I cannot abide such individuals who prioritize wealth above all else, disregarding their loved ones. Standing on the riverbank, Wang Dahai managed to bandage his leg after securing his injuries with strips torn from his outerwear. Each turn of the fabric brought him increasing agony. The viewers felt a wave of relief as he finally drove the crocodile away. Yet, Wang Dahai had sustained severe injuries. Though his leg remained intact, it was grievously wounded, and the pain was palpable. At this juncture, I could almost feel the anguish through the screen. Wang Dahai exemplifies remarkable endurance. While other contestants would have cried for help in the face of danger, he demonstrated unwavering resolve. Is the championship truly so vital that he would risk everything? After several strikes to the crocodile's head, it finally retreated, free from the creature's grasp. Wang Dahai continued to swim forward, dragging his injured leg behind him. Upon reaching the shore, he gazed at his mangled leg, the pain surging through him. Once stoic, his expression now contorted in agony. He tore strips from his clothing to fashion makeshift bandages and wrapped them around his calf. With each circle of fabric, his visage reflected deeper suffering. The viewers were collectively anxious. Thank goodness he managed to repel the crocodile. But Wang Dahai himself had sustained grievous injuries. His leg was in a dire state, and the pain must be excruciating. I can hardly believe the lengths to which he has gone. He is undoubtedly the most resilient contestant I have ever witnessed. While others would have sought help when faced with mortal peril, Wang Dahai remained steadfast. As he gathered herbs from the nearby area, he chewed them and, gritting his teeth, tore the bandage from his leg, applying the herbs to his wounds. He tightly rewrapped the bandage, hoping to alleviate inflammation and stop the bleeding. Yet, the relentless pain brought beads of sweat to his forehead, draining the color from his lips. As perspiration dripped into his eyes, his vision blurred. Uncertain if it was fatigue or sweat clouding his sight, he perceived the river swaying before him. Wang Dahai thought to himself, surely, he was simply exhausted. Just as he contemplated lying down to rest, his hand brushed against the photograph in his pocket. The moment he touched it, a surge of strength coursed through him, and he steadied himself, refusing to collapse. Slowly, he withdrew the photograph from his pocket and gazed at it. At this moment, the coldness in his eyes vanished, replaced by boundless tenderness. Gazing at the girl in the photograph, Wang Dahai began to speak to himself. Daughter, wait for daddy. I will return with the money to save you. After the tenderness faded, an unwavering determination took its place. Then, as if rejuvenated, he returned the photograph to his pocket and slowly rose to his feet, dragging his weary body and injured leg toward the direction of the canyon. The viewers in the live stream were moved to tears at this sight. What a resilient man. It turned out he was fighting for his daughter. This desperate and reckless endeavor was for her salvation. But what had happened to his daughter? Does anyone know? Could she have been kidnapped? Were the kidnappers demanding a ransom? Couldn't he possibly come up with that much? So he joined the show to win a prize? Surely it couldn't be that dire, could it? The situation seemed straight out of a novel. Chapter 66. Wang Dahai's choice. Was it that his daughter was ill? But that doesn't make sense. What illness could require billions? For a serious condition, hundreds of thousands should suffice. It simply doesn't add up. It is truly perplexing. Regardless, witnessing his relentless struggle for his child is profoundly moving. I cannot help but think of my own father, who has left me forever. How I miss him. What a great father. It turns out it was all for his daughter. I had wronged him, mistakenly believing he was reckless in pursuit of money. I had misjudged him again, thinking he disregarded his life and family for financial gain, when in reality, he participated in this show solely for his family. How touching. He is indeed a model father. I hope his daughter recovers swiftly. The poor child is so young. Not only is there no money for treatment, but her father is also not by her side. This is truly pitiful. I do not hold Wang Dahai responsible. I believe he has done everything possible, even joining the show to earn a prize. Wang Dahai has fulfilled his duties as a father. His daughter is fortunate to have such a wonderful father. At this moment, dragging his leg to the foot of the mountain, Wang Dahai looked at the mountain before him and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could climb over this mountain, he would reach the canyon. He was determined to eliminate Su Yang and seize what he had. This would bring him one step closer to victory. Looking at the hill ahead, Wang Dahai felt as if a heavy stone had finally fallen from his heart. Due to his leg injury, he found a branch to use as a walking stick, conserving his strength. However, a sudden roar from an animal interrupted his reverie. Oh no! A tiger? What kind of luck is this? Wang Dahai thought. What now? I'm already injured. This tiger was truly dreadful. Wang Dahai is a good father, but he has done his best today, and we are all watching. However, in this situation, he cannot resolve it alone. It might be best to abandon the competition and call the production team for help. After all, he cannot fight a tiger. It is better to retreat than to be devoured by it. Wang Dahai, you have tried your best for your daughter. We all bear witness to your efforts. Don't act recklessly now. Otherwise, your daughter will be left without a father. Yes, call for help from the production team. Money can be earned slowly, but once a life is lost, nothing remains. It appears that Wang Dahai is not inclined to give up. His eyes are filled with determination. When faced with a tiger, the typical response is fear, panic, and flight. Yet, Wang Dahai's reaction is one of unwavering courage. He shows no intention of fleeing. He grips the branch tighter. Could he be planning to confront the tiger? The odds of success are too slim. Wang Dahai, let us reconsider. We should escape while we can. Life is paramount. Oh no, the worst has happened. Wang Dahai has chosen to fight the tiger. At this moment, Wang Dahai stared down the approaching tiger, his gaze sharp and fierce. The veins on his forehead bulged. He stepped back with his left leg, crouching low, gripping the branch in his right hand while retrieving an axe from his bag with his left, preparing for battle. With that, the tiger, eyeing him hungrily, leaped forward. Wang Dahai leaned to the side, allowing the tiger to leap past him. Quickly, he turned, axe in hand, and hid in the tiger's blind spot. Seizing an opportunity, he struck the tiger's throat with the axe. The injured tiger roared, its front paws raised in defiance. After a few moments, it landed back on the ground, glaring at Wang Dahai, baring its teeth and pawing the earth, ready to attack. However, Wang Dahai, still weakened from his earlier encounter with an alligator, was now utterly exhausted. His vision blurring. He knew he had to deal with the tiger immediately. Yet as the tiger lunged at him, everything before him faded, and he lacked the strength to resist. The next moment, he was knocked to the ground by the tiger. With a gasp, Wang Dahai jolted awake, realizing the tiger was gnawing at his left arm. A wave of pain surged through him. Oh my God, this is unbearable. No, I cried. What a great father. Watching helplessly as his arm is torn apart is agonizing. How painful must this be? I can feel the pain even from behind the screen. What a remarkable man. Wang Dahai, whether in your role as a soldier or as a father, you are the most resilient person I have ever encountered. Choosing to fight against death rather than seek help is unparalleled. Perhaps this is the essence of a special forces soldier. Perhaps this is what it means to be a father. I wish I could rush over to help him. He is so pitiful. The pain makes Wang Dahai even more alert. With renewed clarity, He grasped the branch he had been using as a cane, taking advantage of the tiger's momentary distraction. He thrust the branch into the tiger's mouth. The wounded tiger howled in agony, its cries echoing through the valley, sending birds fleeing from the trees. Seizing the moment while the tiger was still reeling, Wang Dahai clutched the axe, enduring the pain, and swiftly moved to conceal himself in the tiger's blind spot. As the tiger remained unaware, Wang Dahai mustered all his strength and struck at the tiger's throat. After struggling for half a minute, the tiger finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing the lifeless body of the tiger, Wang Dahai finally felt a sense of relief. He then collapsed, lying flat on his back, half-open eyes gazing at the sky. He smiled, for in the sky, he saw the face of his daughter, calling out to him, "Daddy." Wang Dahai grinned widely before losing consciousness. My goodness, he actually killed the tiger. This is incredible. I thought Wang Dahai would be eaten. A Special Forces soldier is truly extraordinary, possessing skills and determination beyond the ordinary. If it were me, even if I could fight back, I doubt I would have such patience. Chapter 67, The Compassion of Parents. My goodness, Wang Dahai, you have truly moved me. The recent incident of a tiger mauling an arm must have been excruciating. Quick, bandage it up. Otherwise, it may lead to an infection. My heart aches for this father. Alas, he is utterly exhausted and lacks the strength to tend to his wounds. I wish I could share his burden. It would alleviate his suffering. Such a pitiable soul. Such a heart-wrenching figure. In truth, he should not have to endure this. He is doing it all for his daughter. Surely, she will be so happy. I long to be his daughter. Seeing him fight so hard for her fills me with both sorrow and helplessness. Wang Dahai, you must persevere. You are your daughter's pride, and ours as well. Yet, if Wang Dahai can conquer a tiger, securing the championship should be within his grasp. After all, there are few who dare to confront a tiger barehanded, and such bravery is rare among competitors. This embodies the spirit of a Special Forces soldier. Among the audience, a retired Special Forces member is present. Witnessing this, even a robust man was brought to tears. Wang Dahai's resolute character reminds me of my own years in the military. As Special Forces, we endure numerous hardships to cultivate an indomitable spirit in the face of formidable foes. In our commitment to serve our country, we often go years without seeing our families. Our families and children are what we owe the most. Today, Wang Dahai risks his life to compete for his daughter, likely driven by a sense of debt towards her. As soldiers, we owe our families and children so much. Hearing the words of the retired Special Forces member only deepens the audience's respect for Wang Dahai. He is truly remarkable, dedicating himself and his time to the nation. Yet, how unfair it is that such a devoted individual must face illness befalling his daughter. It is profoundly unjust for Wang Dahai and his family. I feel overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, gradually regaining consciousness, Wang Dahai propped himself up on his right arm to sit up. He tore the remaining fabric from his clothes into strips to use as a bandage. Following this, he searched for some local herbs, crushed them, and applied them to the gaping wound on his left arm. Once bandaged, he wrapped the strips tightly around his arm and, with unsteady limbs, stood up. Crawling towards the valley, he thought to himself, if I can just get over this mountain, the gorge awaits. However, his heart was willing, yet his body faltered. Exhausted, he stumbled and fell to the ground. At this moment, Wang Dahai was in rough shape. He murmured to himself, no, you cannot give up. You must win the championship and obtain the prize money. Your daughter is waiting for your rescue. Treating her leukemia will require immense funds, and a single dialysis session could deplete the family's savings. You must win this competition to send your daughter abroad for the best treatment. What does it matter if it's late stage? What does it matter if domestic doctors are helpless? Advanced techniques exist abroad. With sufficient funds, even billions, your daughter could survive. You cannot fall. Rise up. Wang Dahai, you can do this. Do not forget you are a Special Forces soldier, and you must not falter in critical moments. You must be strong and brave. For the honor of being a Special Forces soldier, for the responsibilities of fatherhood, you must move forward. Progress is victory. Driven by his subconscious, Wang Dahai collapsed on the ground, pushed himself up to stand. To stabilize his walk, he sought a sturdy branch to use as a crutch, supporting his weary body as he moved forward. Yet, his exhaustion was overwhelming. A misstep, and he fell again. After resting on the ground for several minutes, he pushed himself up once more and attempted to walk ahead, only to collapse again. This time, Wang Dahai resolved to rest for 20 minutes. First, to regain some strength, as he had expended considerable energy in the recent struggle. Additionally, the injured area required a period of stillness for recovery. Secondly, what should have been a short distance had brought forth numerous challenges. The hill before him could present even more obstacles. Therefore, he must quickly restore his strength. Rest is essential for better progress. Leukemia. My heavens, isn't that a terminal illness? Is there even a chance of treatment? It's a dire situation. especially in late stages. The plight of parents is truly heart-wrenching. Hearing there might be treatment abroad, he scrambles to raise funds to send his daughter away. What a touching father, what a wonderful child. In reality, such an illness should be considered hopeless, with nearly no chance of recovery. Upstairs, you truly do not understand the heart of a parent. As parents, we never give up on our children, no matter how slim the chance. Children are their parents' everything. As long as the child can live well, parents would willingly bear any burden. So that's it. I was puzzled earlier about what illness could require so much money. His daughter's condition indeed necessitates vast sums, and the chances of recovery are minuscule. Domestic experts must have already explained this to him, yet he refuses to relinquish hope. How pitiful it is for parents. Even if hope is minimal, may his daughter be fortunate. It is genuinely moving. Such profound paternal love is unparalleled. To secure the funds for his daughter's salvation, he is willing to risk his life. I hope all his efforts bear fruit. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Wang Dahai, all of this is being observed by Su Yang, perched atop the mountain. When the roar of the tiger echoed through the valley, Su Yang climbed to the summit to ascertain the situation. What he witnessed was a profoundly moving scene. However, as a fellow competitor, he too is striving for victory. Surviving in this program will yield greater rewards from the system. Thus, while the scene before him stirs his emotions, the competition must remain paramount. The victor will be determined by skill. Since this Special Forces soldier, Wang Dahai, also aspires to the championship, it is inevitable that he and Wang Dahai will clash. As for who shall prevail, that shall be determined by their abilities. Time swiftly elapses. Half an hour later, having rested, Wang Dahai's spirit and strength have somewhat returned. He rises, no longer as weak as before. Feeling a resurgence of energy, Wang Dahai dares not tarry. For every moment he delays, his daughter waits longer. Thus, he cannot afford to squander time. After reapplying the bandages, he leans on his makeshift crutch and makes his way towards the mountain peak. Chapter 68. Daughter, wait for me. At this moment, Wang Dahai crawls forward. Just as his body threatens to collapse from exhaustion, a vision of his daughter appears before him. She smiles, saying, "Daddy, I'm here waiting for you to find me." Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Wang Dahai's heart swells with emotion. He calls out towards the horizon, "My dear daughter, you must be well. Wait for Daddy, I will soon return to rescue you." As he speaks, his voice trembles with emotion. Indeed, his daughter is waiting for him. No matter what, he cannot succumb. At this moment, Wang Dahai harbors but a single conviction: I cannot fall. With this thought, the once feeble Wang Dahai finds renewed strength. He leans on his crutch and continues onward. At the mountaintop, Sister Zhou observes the unfolding scene, moved. How can this man possess such tenacity? For the sake of his daughter, he is willing to forsake his life. At this moment, Sister Zhou watches Wang Dahai, injured yet resolutely advancing, undeterred by his physical state. The bandage wrapped around his arm was already soaked with blood. Even from a considerable distance, Sister Zhou could still feel the agonizing pain of flesh being torn apart. In order to save his daughter, Wang Dahai chose to endure this suffering that would be unbearable for most. As she observed the scene before her, Sister Zhou felt profoundly moved. Perhaps this is what a father can do for his daughter who is afflicted with a terminal illness, a desperate grasp for a flicker of hope, regardless of the cost. His sole purpose was to give his daughter a chance to live. This was undoubtedly Wang Dahai's only aspiration at that moment. Witnessing Wang Dahai's actions for the sake of his daughter brought tears to Sister Zhou's eyes. He was a truly remarkable father. The viewers in the live stream were equally touched by Wang Dahai's words to his daughter. What a good father he was. Exhausted, yet continuing to move forward. Driven by a singular motive, to save his daughter. In this world, only a certain kind of people, known as fathers, could exhibit such steadfastness. The greatness of paternal love is beyond our imagination. His daughter must be incredibly fortunate to have such a loving father. If possible, I would like to undergo blood testing to see if I could help save his daughter. As a father, reaching this extent, one could say there are no regrets in life. Even if his daughter is not completely cured in the end, he has done his utmost. To outsiders, he appears as a tough man, a special forces soldier with a resilient spirit. Yet, who could have known that his heart was so tender? It is because he holds another title, father. For this title, he bears a burden that most cannot endure. It is truly moving. This program fosters fierce competition among the contestants, yet Wang Dahai's presence adds warmth to it. What a magnificent display of paternal love. The phrase "a father's love" is as steadfast as a mountain perfectly encapsulates Wang Dahai's actions at this moment. Meanwhile, as Wang Dahai continued to press on despite his injuries, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead, and his lips grew pale. Suddenly, with a thud, Wang Dahai realized he had stepped into an empty space, plummeting downward into darkness, followed by the sharp pain of hitting the ground. The viewers gasped in alarm. Had he fallen into a trap? He was already weak. How would he manage to climb back up? What should he do? Regardless, if he wished to survive, he had to ascend as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when the beasts arrived, his life would be in peril. If the beasts discovered him, Wang Dahai would become their prey. Indeed, there was no other exit from the trap, only the opening above. If the beasts came, Wang Dahai would have no battleground to defend himself. In this scenario, he would undoubtedly suffer. My goodness, how dangerous. But in such circumstances, without external assistance, how could he escape? The only thing that would come would be the beasts. If any contestants passed by, the rules of the competition would dictate that they would be all too eager for him to encounter danger and be eliminated, thus reducing the competition. But this would place Wang Dahai in even greater peril. At this moment, Wang Dahai felt an excruciating pain in his calf from where it had been bitten. Looking down, he realized that his leg had been torn by a crocodile. During his fall, his calf had struck a sharp rock, causing his wound to reopen. The pain surged anew. In response, Wang Dahai tore strips from his clothing and tightly bound them around his calf, pressing his palm against the wound. After half a minute, he finally released his grip, allowing the blood to clot more rapidly. The audience watched this scene with heavy hearts. How could this happen? The wound on his calf had reopened. How much pain must that inflict? Please, let Wang Dahai have a moment to recover before he continues. The pain he felt was palpable through the screen. One could see the agony etched across his face. Yet, I worry that this situation might attract the beasts. It is indeed possible that the scent of blood may lure them in. After all, beasts are carnivorous. If they were to come because of the blood from Wang Dahai's calf, wouldn't that place him in grave danger? At this moment, escaping was of utmost importance. After all, the confined space of the trap would only increase his peril if the beasts discovered him. Inside the trap, Wang Dahai realized that his condition was deteriorating rapidly. His only option was to extricate himself from the trap as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the beasts would soon find him. Thus, Wang Dahai began to search for footholds to climb. Fortunately, he had previously trained in climbing during his military service, rendering this trap less daunting for a special forces soldier like him. With this thought in mind, Wang Dahai found several spots on the wall of the pit that could serve as handholds. Without delay, he began to ascend using the places he had identified. As he climbed, he could see the opening above drawing nearer, and a sense of satisfaction washed over him. His efforts were not in vain. At the mountain summit, Su-young observed this scene with a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 69. The competition must adhere to the rules. Wang Dahai was finally climbing out of the trap using his own strength. Su-young felt a surge of happiness. Once he escaped the trap, he would avoid the beast attack. It is crucial to note that an injured person trapped like this is highly susceptible to attracting wild animals. Watching the unfolding events, Su-young felt a weight lift from his chest. The trap laid for his opponent had ensnared Wang Dahai. Just as Su-young finished speaking, Sister Zhou lost her composure. "Did you dig this trap?" she asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Su-young. How could Wang Dahai be in such pain while being subjected to such a trial? Sister Zhou's feelings were incredibly complex at this moment. Yes, they had to remember that they were rivals with Wang Dahai. Ultimately, only one could emerge as the champion, while the other would face elimination. Did they wish for one another to be eliminated? Hearing the innocent question from the kind-hearted girl, Su-young felt compelled to explain the situation. At that moment, Sister Zhou was left speechless. However, it was a competition, and they had to abide by the rules. In this instance, both she and Su-young stood in opposition to Wang Dahai. The rules were immutable, and there was no way around it. With this in mind, Sister Zhou spoke up again. "If he actually makes it up, will you fight him?" she asked cautiously. Su-young was her partner, and she certainly did not want him to lose. Yet, Wang Dahai's touching dedication to his daughter made her wish for him to win as well. If only the program could arrange for two champions. That way, both could achieve their desires. With this thought, Sister Zhou turned to Su-young, eagerly awaiting his response. "If he encroaches upon our territory, I believe a confrontation with him would be inevitable. After all, this is a competition." After saying this, Su-young cast a glance at Wang Dahai, who was still struggling to climb out of the trap, his expression revealing no trace of emotion. Because Su-young was well aware that the 50 contestants participating in the program each harbored various intentions. Many of them were pitiable individuals, and despite his desire to assist, he felt powerless to do so. Should he emerge victorious, he would not hesitate to establish a charitable foundation to support Wang Dahai's daughter when she needed financial assistance. This would not only aid Wang Dahai, but also enhance his own reputation. A perfect dual benefit. As Wang Dahai was on the verge of escaping the trap, he could now glimpse the scenery beyond the hole, with only one step remaining to reach his goal. At that moment, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Climbing upward, he aimed to eliminate the contestant in the valley, bringing him one step closer to the championship. However, Unexpectedly, his foot slipped. The loosening of the soil caused him to lose his balance, and then, with a thud, he fell to the bottom of the pit. On the mountaintop, Sister Zhou, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of anxiety. Who could have anticipated such an incident? Was this the end for Wang Dahai? Surely this fall would leave him severely injured. As she watched him plummet, her heart ached. For Sister Zhou, Wang Dahai was more than just a contestant. He was a remarkable father. All his suffering was for the sake of his daughter. Yet now, in pursuit of his aspirations, he lay battered and bruised. Sister Zhou was deeply moved, contemplating the profound depths of a father's love that could lead one to such lengths. Simultaneously, Su Yang, observing Wang Dahai's plight, felt a stirring within himself. He fervently hoped this great father would ascend from the valley to engage him in a fierce battle. At that moment, Su Yang yearned to compete against this father figure and was curious about the extraordinary strength that resided within him. His anticipation grew. The viewers in the live stream, watching the unfolding scene, were filled with sympathy. How painful it must be to fall. Just as he was about to rise, he fell instead. I wish I could reach through the screen to help him. He was already weak, and after such a fall, could he possibly endure? It seemed improbable, especially with multiple injuries still healing. This latest tumble would surely make it difficult for him to rise again. At this point, even if he wished to escape, his body could hardly withstand it. Alas, he was likely to be eliminated. Defiance was futile. What more could he do now? It was a pity, such a commendable father. I believe his daughter would understand, for he had given his all. It was truly touching, a father who was both ordinary and extraordinary. I was moved to tears. How could this happen? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the pit, Wang Dahai, having landed on the ground, coughed up blood, already wounded and battered. This latest fall was almost too much to bear. At that moment, Wang Dahai murmured to himself, "This must be the end for me. Daughter, I have tried my best. Will you forgive me?" Before him appeared the image of his daughter, recalling her birthday from the previous year. After work that day, he had bought her favorite strawberry cake from the bakery. The moment she saw it, her little hands clapped with joy, and she jumped with excitement. Then, she offered him the first slice of cake with her knife and fork. Reflecting on that moment, tears welled in Wang Dahai's eyes. What a wonderful child she was. How could she have fallen ill? The scene continued to play in his mind. "Sweetheart, what did you wish for?" His daughter, with her starry eyes, looked at him warmly. "I wish to see you every day, Daddy. I will wait for you to come home each day." At this moment, Wang Dahai regained his composure, tears streaming down his face. What a good girl she was, understanding that due to the nature of his work, they could go long stretches without seeing each other. Yet, she remained patient and never complained, even at such a young age. This thought filled Wang Dahai with guilt. Now his daughter's words echoed in his mind. "Daddy, I will wait for you to come home." Once again, Wang Dahai felt a surge of strength within him. He murmured softly, "Child, wait for me. I will return home. I will win the championship and earn the money to come back to you. This year, on your birthday, I couldn't be there because of work. But I promise to make it up to you once I win, all right? Be strong, listen to your mother, and cooperate with the doctors. I will definitely win the championship. Sweetheart, wait for me to come home." Chapter 70. One step closer to the goal. At this moment, Wang Dahai found a newfound strength within him. His once feeble body now staggered to a stand, searching for a way to escape the pit. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Look! He has stood up," they exclaimed. "After all that injury, he can still rise. I thought he wouldn't be able to stand again. Just moments ago. It seemed he was on the verge of elimination. Who could have imagined he would rise again, having endured the bites of crocodiles and the claws of tigers?" With wounds that had yet to heal, he now found himself in the pit once more, causing his injuries to tear anew. The pain he experienced was beyond what any ordinary person could endure. I truly admire him. Earlier, when he spoke of wanting to return home to his daughter and celebrate her birthday, was it the strength of his daughter that propelled him to stand again? I am moved to tears for how deeply he must love his daughter. In the face of despair, when his body could hardly support him and hope seemed lost, he thought of returning home to celebrate his daughter's birthday and found the strength to rise. What a profoundly touching moment. Atop the mountain, Su Yang exclaimed, "Look! He is standing again." Sister Zhou suddenly called out in delight. Su Yang turned his gaze to Wang Dahai in the pit, filled with admiration. He couldn't help but reflect. This man possesses formidable resilience. Since the competition began, Su Yang had encountered few contestants, and most were fearful for their lives. Wang Dahai stood apart from them, demonstrating tremendous mental fortitude. Despite the dire circumstances, he managed to rise, seeking hope for survival. What sustained him was the belief in his daughter. Such a person deserves respect. He is a rare beacon of integrity in this competition. Silently, Su Yang observed everything from the mountaintop, increasingly hoping Wang Dahai would reach the valley, allowing him to engage in a fair battle. At that moment, Su Yang eagerly anticipated the chance to compete against such a remarkable contestant. Meanwhile, in the pit, Wang Dehai finally discovered a vine that could assist him in climbing. However, this vine was quite slender. Drawing from his experiences as a former Special Forces soldier, he knew that it might not withstand his weight halfway up. In other words, it could snap under the strain. Yet, if he could increase his speed, he might escape the pit before the vine broke. This strategy was feasible, but the challenge lay in his current frail condition. The demand for speed was indeed a considerable strain on him. This is currently the most effective approach. For the sake of my daughter, it is imperative to pursue this path. As for whether my body can endure such an intense ordeal, the answer is unequivocally yes. I must persevere. There is no alternative. My daughter is still waiting for me. I must secure the championship swiftly and then return home to her. Having made my choice, Wang Dehai grasped the nearby vines and leaped upwards, scaling the wall. However, after a few rapid strides, the wounds on his arms tore open once more, and a wave of pain surged through his body. At that moment, Wang Dehai sensed his strength waning. Yet, glancing at the fraying vines at the edge of the trap, he realized they might snap at any second. In this critical moment, he could not afford to hesitate. Thus, he endured the excruciating pain and leapt upward with urgency. Just as the vines were about to break, Wang Dehai made a powerful jump and escaped the trap. At that instant, the image of his daughter resurfaced in his mind. "Daddy, you were so brave." In a daze, seeing his daughter, Wang Dehai smiled knowingly. The comments in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Oh my goodness. How is he so strong? Do Special Forces possess such determination? This is the first time I've witnessed someone with such tenacity. His body is battered, yet he fights on. What seems impossible for ordinary people has become achievable for him. For his daughter, he has transformed into a superhero. When he was halfway up, with his wounds tearing and his body weak, how painful must that have been? Yet, through sheer willpower, he managed to climb out. This struggle is for his child. To save his child, he must fight. Are all parents like this? I am truly moved by Wang Dehai. Surely, his daughter will understand his noble intentions. If I were his daughter, I would genuinely consider giving up treatment, as this would allow my father to live well rather than suffer on this show. Indeed, it is tragic that someone who could live a beautiful life must endure such torment on this program. It is not the show's fault. These are simply the rules of the game. The only one to blame is Wang Dehai's overwhelming desire to win. Thus, his performance on the show is not as relaxed as that of other contestants. Compared to the others, Wang Dehai is the most poignant. Yes, while other contestants would have long withdrawn from the competition at the threat of their lives, only Wang Dehai is willing to gamble everything. I am curious to know who would prevail if Wang Dehai were to face Su Yang in the canyon. I eagerly anticipate their clash atop the mountain. Su Yang witnessed Wang Dehai finally escape from the trap he had set. Instead of feeling disheartened, he was elated, as this meant he now had the opportunity to compete against a Special Forces soldier. Opponents like Wang Dehai are rare. Encountering one is a chance that must not be missed. At this moment, a smile graced Su Yang's lips. This is the first time he has ever hoped for an opponent to reach his domain. To encounter such an exceptional adversary on this program is incredibly fortunate. If he did not engage in a fair and just battle with him, Su Yang would feel it a pity. In Su Yang's eyes, Wang Dehai is not just a rival but also someone he genuinely admires. He could already envision the scene of battling Wang Dehai. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou, having seen Wang Dehai escape the trap, had been anxiously rooting for him, her face filled with concern. Now, that worry dissipated, replaced by joy and anticipation for the outcome. Although they are opponents, Sister Zhou was already captivated by Wang Dehai's determination, a feat that transcends ordinary imagination, especially upon realizing that this indomitable will stems from his daughter. Admiration for Wang Dehai welled up within her. He is indeed a father of remarkable resilience and greatness. Chapter 71. Sister Zhou craves roast wild chicken. At this moment, both Su Yang and Sister Zhou felt relieved to see Wang Dehai escape the trap they had set. After watching for so long, they were indeed quite hungry. Thus, the two returned to the canyon to have something to eat. Following this, Sister Zhou ignited the bonfire with a fire starter, while Su Yang prepared a wild chicken. Noticing the somewhat cumbersome process of handling the chicken, Sister Zhou suggested, "Why not just roast it directly? That way, we won't have to pluck the feathers." As she added more wood to the fire to make it burn brighter, Su Yang paused his work upon hearing her suggestion. "All right then. We'll have roast wild chicken today." He decided to follow Sister Zhou's advice and forego stewing the chicken in favor of roasting it. The two then skewered the wild chicken over the bonfire. The air was soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasting chicken. Watching the delicious wild chicken on the screen, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves, their mouths watering. It looks so delicious. I want to eat it. I'm practically licking the screen. The golden surface of the chicken was glistening, almost oozing with juices, making it incredibly tempting. I can't resist any longer. I'm ordering takeout. Sister Zhou was indeed fortunate to be able to enjoy roast wild chicken. Just looking at its color indicated it would be fragrant. Oh, it's so tempting. Su Yang sprinkled some seasoning on it, enhancing the barbecue feel. I just ordered a roast chicken and some barbecue. I ordered roast chicken too. So we can eat together later. This way, the craving would be satisfied. The roast chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. As it neared completion, Su Yang removed it from the fire and blew on it. He admired the roast chicken he had prepared with his masterful culinary skills, nodding in approval at his creation. He noted the appealing color and the incredibly enticing aroma wafting through the air. His gaze turned to Sister Zhou, who was staring at the roast chicken, nearly drooling. A smirk crept on his Su Yang's face. This girl truly is a foodie. He then tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Sister Zhou. Seeing the chicken leg being offered, Sister Zhou glanced at Su Yang, her eyes filled with gratitude. She reached out her small hand to accept it. The chicken meat had been torn apart, releasing an even stronger aroma. Sister Zhou swallowed hard, took a small bite of the chicken leg, and her face instantly lit up, her eyes widening in astonishment. After a few seconds, she exclaimed, "This is so delicious." She then devoured the chicken leg, praising, "This is the best roast wild chicken I've ever had." Sister Zhou's compliments were not mere flattery. She genuinely found Su Yang's roast chicken delectable. As a prominent streamer, Sister Zhou had participated in numerous events and occasionally gathered with like-minded friends. She had traveled across the country, sampling various delicacies, including local specialties and Michelin-starred cuisine. Yet, this roast chicken before her was far superior to any she had tasted at restaurants. In no time, the chicken leg in Sister Zhou's hand was devoured. However, she gazed longingly at the remaining chicken leg, still intact, clearly wanting more. Yet, Su Yang noticed all of this. The little girl is quite the foodie. Thus, she tore off the remaining chicken leg and handed it to Sister Zhou. "This is also for you." At this moment, Sister Zhou felt a bit embarrassed. A wild chicken only has 2 legs, and it should have been one for each of them. However, Su Yang had given her the one that rightfully belonged to him. It felt a bit awkward, yet the chicken leg was undeniably delicious. "It should be one for each, so you keep this one." Although she said this, her eyes remained fixated on the chicken leg Su Yang offered, swallowing hard. She marveled inwardly, how can this roasted wild chicken be so delectable? Beside her, Su Yang chuckled at Sister Zhou's words. "Go ahead and eat. I can enjoy chicken from other places." He then extended the chicken leg towards her again. Seeing his gesture, Sister Zhou felt a surge of happiness and stopped refusing. As she savored the roasted chicken leg, she relished Su Yang's kindness towards her. Meanwhile, the comment section became lively. "Su Yang is truly wonderful, so warm-hearted. Sister Zhou is incredibly fortunate to have such a good man like Su Yang." Su Yang dotes on Sister Zhou so much. He gave her both chicken legs when it should have been one for each. Is this not affection? Could it be that Su Yang has long since taken a liking to Sister Zhou? I think so too. Otherwise, why would he give her both legs? What a spectacle. How delightful. I envy Sister Zhou. Having such a boy by her side is splendid. Sister Zhou is lucky. To receive someone's affection is perhaps the greatest joy. I truly wish I could meet such a boy. Meanwhile, the stars twinkled in the distant sky as the two in the valley feasted on the aromatic roasted wild chicken. At that moment, Sister Zhou seemed to have spotted something. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "Look, there are fireflies." As she spoke, she took another bite of the chicken leg. Su Yang turned his gaze towards her direction. "Indeed, there are fireflies. Look, there are so many over here." He pointed towards the area abundant with fireflies. However, as Sister Zhou followed Su Yang's gaze and saw even more fireflies, her excitement grew. She stood up and began to chase after them. Yet, she lost her footing and was about to bump into a tree. In a flash, Su Yang sprang to his feet and wrapped one arm around her waist, preventing her from colliding with the tree. Unbeknownst to them, atop the mountain, Wang Dahai had been watching them for quite some time. He witnessed every moment, from Su Yang giving his chicken leg to Sister Zhou, to his anxiousness when she nearly hit the tree. Each act was etched in Wang Dahai's mind, and his eyes glistened with tears. The scene before him embodied the life he yearned for. Yet his daughter's illness had robbed him of the chance to experience it. At that moment, Wang Dahai found himself torn. If he were to intervene with the two in the valley, would he not be shattering their beautiful existence? Chapter 72. Wang Dahai hesitated. The Special Forces soldier, Wang Dahai, gazed at the scene in the valley, feeling a stir of emotion. To disrupt Su Yang and Sister Zhou's harmonious life for the sake of competition would be contrary to his original intentions. After all, he wished for his daughter to one day be as joyful and carefree as Sister Zhou. That was his dream. Observing the blissful laughter of Su Yang and Sister Zhou, Wang Dahai began to murmur to himself, "She should be like my little angel, a gift bestowed by God." As an outsider, I should not disrupt this serene beauty. My daughter, please grant me a little more time. I will surely save you. The viewers in the live stream erupted in a frenzy upon witnessing this scene. Seeing Sister Zhou and Su Yang's beautiful and tranquil life, they could not bear to see it disturbed. Indeed, the sight within the valley was a picture of perfection. Anyone would hesitate to ruin such beauty. Wang Dahai saw Sister Zhou and was reminded of his own daughter. Was this not the vision he had longed for? As a father, what more could he wish for than to see his daughter grow up happily? His daughter was a divine gift to him, just as Sister Zhou was a gift to Su Yang. Wang Dahai, recognizing the resemblance, likely hoped for his daughter to lead a life as joyous as Sister Zhou's. What a good father he is! The greatest paternal love. At that moment, Wang Dahai looked at the scene in the valley, his eyes misty. His gaze softened as he beheld the joyful Sister Zhou, as if he were seeing his own daughter. He then murmured, "Daughter, wait for me. As long as you can live healthily, I would gladly exchange my life for yours." But the serene happiness that Su Yang and Sister Zhou shared was something he could not disrupt. Yet, he reassured his daughter, "Do not worry, I will eliminate other competitors." With this thought, Wang Dahai resolved to shift his focus. He took one last lingering glance at the valley, where Sister Zhou was joyfully catching fireflies. At that moment, warmth filled his heart. However, it was time to leave. He could not afford to delay any longer. His daughter was waiting for him. With that, Wang Dahai silently turned away, preparing to change his target. Just then, with a swoosh, a stone knife flew towards him. Reacting instinctively, Wang Dahai dodged. The knife whizzed past his cheek. Realizing someone had thrown a concealed weapon, his expression turned grave. He immediately sought refuge in the woods. However, as he turned to assess his surroundings, his legs froze in place. He found himself face to face with none other than Su Yang, the very individual he had seen catching fireflies in the valley moments ago. Wang Dahai was taken aback. How could this person, who was just in the valley, now be behind him? As he pondered this perplexity, he glanced around, and his gaze landed on the stone axe embedded deep within a nearby tree. Astonished, he noted the axe had left a significant mark on the tree. Turning his attention back to Su Yang, he scrutinized him from head to toe. It became evident that this young man was not to be underestimated. Despite his youth, he possessed extraordinary strength, far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. In that instant, Wang Dahai began to understand why top assassins and survival experts had fallen to Su Yang. Having witnessed Su Yang's physical prowess and inner strength today, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Thankfully, he had refrained from attacking earlier. Given Su Yang's demeanor, had he acted rashly, he might have met the same fate as those skilled assassins and survivalists. Not to mention, securing victory would be a distant dream. Merely avoiding elimination would be a stroke of luck. Now facing Su Yang, Wang Dahai felt an increased sense of vigilance. After all, such an impressive individual stood before him. He had to exercise utmost caution. His gaze fell once more on Su Yang's face. "I refrained from taking action against you earlier, as this is your territory. To act would be somewhat offensive. If you could allow me to leave, I would be willing to offer you my keys." At this moment, Wang Dahai deliberated and proposed a solution that favored himself. The figure before him, Su Yang, was not to be trifled with. Engaging in confrontation could lead to mutual destruction, a result he wished to avoid. Moreover, Su Yang had shown great kindness to Sister Zhou. Inflicting harm upon him was something Wang Dahai could not bring himself to do, especially as Su Yang was tasked with protecting Sister Zhou, that little angel. The thought of Su Yang being hurt was far from what he desired. His daughter was waiting for him. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek other contestants to seize supplies and keys. Offering his keys to Su Yang was not an act of submission, but rather an attempt to evade conflict, thus preserving his strength for battles with other competitors. Instead of risking a struggle with Su Yang that could result in losing his keys, it was far wiser to voluntarily hand them over, allowing him to conserve energy. Just as Wang Dahai had made up his mind, Su Yang spoke up. "You need not give me your keys. Instead, I wish to present you with a gift." He then extended 2 keys and some supplies to Wang Dahai. The audience in the live stream was thrown into turmoil. What was happening? Why was Su Yang giving away the keys and supplies he had worked so hard to acquire? Wasn't it obvious? Su Yang had witnessed Wang Dahai's struggles at the foot of the mountain and was likely moved by his unwavering determination for his daughter. Incredible! Su Yang was remarkably generous. It was the first time I had seen a contestant so magnanimous as to relinquish keys to another. Such a lofty spirit could only belong to someone like Su Yang. Indeed, other contestants were preoccupied with snatching keys from one another for their own gain. The vision of Su Yang was truly commendable. In that moment, I felt a profound admiration for Su Yang. He recognized that Wang Dahai's steadfastness in overcoming numerous challenges stemmed from his love for his daughter, propelling him forward even when he could hardly endure. Chapter 73. The special forces were moved by Su Yang's actions. Certainly, Su Yang was touched by the greatness of Wang Dahai's paternal love. Honestly, one must admire Su Yang. Possessing 2 keys and ample supplies brought him close to victory. Yet, at this moment, to forsake such assets for the sake of another is a feat few could achieve. Indeed, parting with what one has gained is exceedingly challenging. Yet Su Yang displayed remarkable integrity. I genuinely admire his audacity. If only everyone in the world could embody Su Yang's spirit, how beautiful life would be. Su Yang accomplished what many deem impossible. Outwardly, he appeared to be generously aiding others, but in truth, he harbored a profound love in his heart. Only someone of Su Yang's caliber deserves to claim victory. I wholeheartedly support him. Truly magnificent. How rare it is to encounter such selflessness, especially in a brutal competition. Such noble individuals are few and far between in reality. Su Yang's actions left me utterly astounded. It is vital to acknowledge that Wang Dahai was utterly exhausted. If Su Yang had desired to strike, defeating him would have been a trivial task. In doing so, Su Yang could have secured another key and additional supplies. However, not only did he refrain from such actions, but he also bestowed the keys he had fought for upon Wang Dahai, a rare occurrence indeed. I must admit, I might not have been able to make such a sacrifice. Su Yang's actions are truly praiseworthy. Yet how naive. Did Su Yang not realize the significant loss he incurred by doing so? For instance, he would need to seek and seize new keys again. Furthermore, acquiring keys entails considerable time, effort, and danger. It seems that even if Su Yang were aware of these challenges, he would still choose to assist Wang Dahai. Ultimately, this would not only provide Wang Dahai with support, but also bring him closer to his own aspirations. What a touching gesture. Akin to gifting roses while leaving a lingering fragrance. Meanwhile, the special forces Wang Dahai, upon hearing Su Yang's words and witnessing his actions, was moved to tears. The image of the tough, unyielding Wang Dahai was now softened. Initially, it seemed that the new rules of the competition would pit opponents against one another in a brutal struggle. Yet here was Su Yang, who, despite the efforts he had invested, offered his hard-earned supplies and keys to Wang Dahai. How could such a tender and heartfelt display not stir one's emotions? Clearly, Su Yang understood that Wang Dahai was participating in this competition for the sake of his daughter and aspired to claim victory. Presently, it is difficult to categorize Su Yang as merely good or bad. He transcends such definitions and exists as a divine figure. His willingness to sacrifice his own resources for the benefit of others speaks volumes about his character. At this moment, Wang Dahai felt a profound respect for Su Yang. Gratefully accepting the keys and supplies, he regarded Su Yang with appreciation. This individual's image would forever be etched in his memory. For he was not only a benefactor to Wang Dahai, but to his entire family. Simultaneously, Su Yang, having given supplies to Wang Dahai, felt as if he had accomplished a significant task. A wave of electronic notifications resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 7,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 12,000 popularity points. With popularity points reaching 12,000, rewards are available. Would you like to claim them? Claim. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 300 million. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of bludgeon. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of malicious mind reading. Upon hearing the cascade of rewards in his mind, Su Yang could hardly contain his joy. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself puzzled by the two skills. System, could you please elaborate on how to utilize these skills? Bludgeon skill. This allows you to strike from a blind spot when others are unaware, enabling you to do so undetected. Malicious mind reading skill. When the other party harbors hostility towards you, this skill allows you to read their thoughts. Given that the host is participating in a program, the reward of 300 million will be credited to the host's account after the program concludes. Upon hearing this, Su Yang finally grasped the situation. He felt an immense sense of happiness. The rewards gained from popularity points this time were considerably more substantial than before. Could it be that good deeds yield good returns? Having just performed a noble act by aiding Wang Dahai, he was rewarded handsomely. It appears that one should frequently engage in benevolent deeds. 300 million in rewards is a sum that many may never encounter in a lifetime. To receive such a reward for a single act of kindness is truly remarkable. Furthermore, the two skills he acquired far outweigh the value of the keys and supplies he relinquished. With this in mind, Su Yang was filled with elation. At this moment, Sister Zhou approached the two men. From a distance, she had already witnessed the scene where Su Yang generously gifted the keys and supplies to Wang Dahai. Having been by Su Yang's side, Sister Zhou fully comprehended the intention behind his actions. Wang Dahai's aspirations draw closer. In truth, Su Yang's actions earned genuine admiration from Sister Zhou. No one understands better than her the sacrifices Su Yang has made for those 2 keys and the supplies. The risks were not insignificant. During the process of obtaining those keys, both he and Su Yang nearly succumbed to poisoning, even narrowly escaping death. Yet, now Su Yang is willing to bestow these hard-earned keys and supplies upon Wang Dahai, which speaks volumes about his admirable character, demonstrating a level of selflessness that is rare among ordinary people. At this moment, the barrage of comments surged with excitement. Wang Dahai's gaze towards Su Yang transformed, reflecting heartfelt gratitude. After all, it is Su Yang alone who has achieved this remarkable act. Look, the corners of Wang Dahai's eyes glisten with tears. The rugged man, known for his toughness, is now on the verge of weeping. As the beneficiary of this generous act, Wang Dahai's emotions are dominated by profound gratitude. Indeed, he is now much closer to his wish. The hope of treating his daughter's illness has grown stronger. I believe this is the most moving moment for Wang Dahai since joining the show. After all, participants often enter with various motives, and few possess the altruism of Su Yang. Have you noticed? Sister Zhou's gaze towards Su Yang has also changed, filled with admiration. Indeed, who could resist admiring such a man? At this moment, Sister Zhou is almost ready to pledge herself to him. Chapter 74. The Appearance of Otters. Building dams for fish farming. At this moment, Su Yang glanced at Wang Dahai, who was enveloped in emotion. Aware of the urgency of Wang Dahai's situation, as his daughter awaits rescue, he realized he could not linger. He urged Wang Dahai to seek out the other contestants, hoping he would successfully advance to the next stage. Su Yang's sole desire is for Wang Dahai to stand out among the multitude of contestants and progress through the challenges. After all, there are 50 participants in this competition, and they are still in the first round. Only the last 5 will proceed to the next round. Su Yang harbored hopes that this special forces soldier could endure longer in the competition. Even if he does not emerge as the champion, the longer he remains, the greater the rewards he will receive from the show. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wang Dahai nodded. He understood that his only course of action now was to successfully navigate the challenges ahead. This was the only way to honor Su Yang's generous assistance and maximize his daughter's chances of receiving treatment. Wang Dahai cast a grateful glance at Su Yang, then glanced at Sister Zhou, who bore a striking resemblance to his daughter, thinking that both of them were angels on earth, destined to be favored by heaven. After bidding farewell to the two, he descended the mountain. Watching Wang Dahai's retreating figure, Sister Zhou felt a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no confrontation between Wang Dahai and Su Yang. It was evident that Wang Dahai possessed tremendous resilience to overcome such perilous circumstances and find his way to Su Yang. Compared to the elite assassins and survival experts, he is undoubtedly a stronger contender. At the very least, Wang Dahai is the kind of person who always gets back up and moves forward. Such a person would be a formidable opponent in a confrontation, and the likely outcome for both he and Su Yang would be mutual destruction, an outcome detrimental to all. What astonished her, however, was Su Yang's willingness to share his hard-earned results with Wang Dahai. It seems that beyond being capable, Su Yang is also a person with a profound capacity for love. Sister Zhou's understanding of Su Yang deepened at that moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room began to express their sentiments. They had anticipated a clash between Wang Dahai and Su Yang, but were instead treated to a scene of such heartfelt emotion. This is the essence of good deeds being rewarded. Su Yang and Sister Zhou had never harmed anyone since the beginning of the show, and their help to Wang Dahai left him with no reason to engage in conflict. Everyone hopes that Wang Dahai will successfully navigate the challenges ahead. It would be a step closer to saving his daughter. Let us wish for Wang Dahai to endure longer in the competition, thus securing greater rewards. Witnessing Wang Dahai's selfless determination for his daughter reminds me of the times my own daughter suffered from a fever. It is truly heart-wrenching, and I wish to bear her pain in her stead. I believe Wang Dahai feels similarly. The heart of a parent is universally compassionate. May Wang Dahai eliminate several contestants upon descending the mountain and acquire more resources. The next day, at the canyon cave, Sister Zhou awoke and stretched, inhaling the fresh air of the canyon, feeling invigorated. After experiencing the events surrounding Wang Dahai yesterday, she now perceived the survival show as brutal, with some contestants possessing hearts like venomous scorpions. Yet, there was also Wang Dahai, competing for his family and daughter, who, despite his physical weakness and exhaustion, persevered with remarkable willpower. And then there was Su Yang, who, with a heart full of love, readily extends a helping hand to those in need, rescuing them from peril. Reflecting on this, Sister Zhou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this survival show, individuals like Su Yang and Wang Dahai shine like beacons of light, infusing warmth into the competition. Furthermore, she found herself surrounded by the beauty of nature, a scenery rarely encountered in everyday life. Thus, what more could she possibly desire? Lost in the joys of life, Sister Zhou was interrupted by Su Yang's voice calling her over. Come here, come here. Following the sound, she spotted Su Yang standing excitedly by a nearby stream. Curiosity piqued, she hurried to his side and gazed into the water, exclaiming in delight, "Wow! Look at all those otters." At that moment, her eyes sparkled like stars, and had it not been for the distance, she might have rushed to touch the adorable otters. Su Yang was equally thrilled. Who would have thought there would be so many otters? We can use them to build a dam, allowing us to raise fish for food. The arrival of the otters was indeed fortuitous, as it opened the door to building a dam. Overwhelmed with joy, Sister Zhou's eyes widened again as she looked at Su Yang. Really? We can raise fish? When Su Yang nodded, she leapt for joy. In the canyon, surrounded by beautiful scenery and accompanied by the good-hearted Su Yang, the prospect of building a dam and raising fish felt like a dream come true for many girls. At that moment, Sister Zhou skipped along the stream, chanting, "We can raise fish. We can raise fish." Watching her exuberance, Su Yang chuckled, finding her simplicity and joy delightful. They then set to work on constructing the dam, using advanced fishing techniques. Su Yang caught a few fish in the stream and placed them in the newly built dam for future sustenance. Gazing at the beautiful and simple life before him, Su Yang's heart radiated with sunshine. The viewers in the live stream were filled with envy, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, one can even raise fish. What a magical life this is." The presence of an adorable otter made the moment even more delightful. To be candid, my nickname is Otter, ha ha ha. How wonderful. This means they can both enjoy fish keeping. This is the life everyone dreams of, filled with stunning scenery, delectable food, and lovely companions. Su Yang's life seems quite delightful. Ha ha. We can only envy them. At this rate, I even want to join the show. I too wish to partake. How wonderful it is. In reality, where else would one find such bliss? Only endless shifts, complex relationships with colleagues, and the trivialities of family life await. If only I could experience a day of such beauty in the canyon, I would be immensely satisfied. How enviable. Chapter 75. Sister Zhou's shyness. Oh, how enviable. I too wish for the company of a handsome man, to enjoy life like Sister Zhou does, free from the burdens of daily life. Sister Zhou's life is my dream. How splendid. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou kindled the bonfire, continuously adding firewood to keep it ablaze. The crackling sounds of the burning wood filled the air. On the other side, Su Yang caught 4 fish from the dam, skewered them with twigs, and placed them over the fire. The fish grilled quickly, and the aroma wafted through the canyon. The two enjoyed the grilled fish while watching butterflies dance in the canyon, fish leaping in the water, and wild chickens and rabbits darting about. As Su Yang noticed a small piece of fish clinging to the corner of Sister Zhou's mouth, he reached out to wipe it away. However, as his hand brushed against her cheek, Sister Zhou paused her eating, her gaze fixed on him. At that moment, her face flushed bright red, her heart racing with thoughts of what Su Yang might be intending. The next moment, would he lean in for a kiss? Her heart fluttered at the thought. Gazing at Su Yang's chiseled features, her heartbeat quickened. Would he draw closer? If so, should she feign modesty? After all, it would be her first kiss. What would a boy's lips taste like? Just as Sister Zhou's imagination ran wild, Su Yang spoke. "Look at you. You've gotten fish all over your mouth." He gently brushed the small piece of fish from her lips. Sister Zhou, startled, quickly pulled away from his touch and lowered her head. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Ha ha, look at how shy Sister Zhou has become. Did you notice?" Sister Zhou's gaze towards Su Yang was filled with affection. Indeed, she was acting just like that. Sister Zhou must be ready. However, who could have predicted that Su Yang would not lean in for a kiss? "Su Yang, what are you thinking? Hurry up and kiss her." "Ahem, those remarks are for you. Our Su Yang is quite serious." "Exactly. Su Yang would never casually kiss a girl." "I agree. Su Yang is a gentleman who respects women." "How wonderful. They truly are a sweet couple. What a lovely pair they make. I believe they are very compatible." Yet, unbeknownst to Su Yang and Sister Zhou, on the other side of the mountain, someone was lurking, pacing back and forth. At that moment, Wang Dehai, wandering the same path repeatedly, glanced towards the canyon, contemplating. After all, Su Yang was his benefactor. He had given him 2 keys and an abundance of supplies, merely wishing for him to last longer in the show. However, he couldn't just take what was given without reciprocating. Moreover, the nature of the show had changed, and the competition amongst opponents would only grow more ruthless. The safety of Sister Zhou and Su Yang was constantly at risk. He had to repay this kindness. He decided to remain vigilant. Should any enemies come to harm Su Yang and Sister Zhou, they would first have to contend with him. At this moment, Wang Dehai took out a photograph of his daughter. The moment he laid eyes on her image, his frown vanished, replaced by a tender expression. His gaze softened as he spoke softly, "Daughter, wait for me. Daddy will successfully move on to the next challenge." Yet, He knew he needed to repay his debt. Su Yang had provided him with keys and resources. He could not accept them without giving something in return. My dear daughter, I hope you can understand your father's intentions. With that, he pressed the photo against his heart, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings, fearful that enemies might enter the canyon to harm Su Yang and Sister Zhou. Meanwhile, Su Yang and Sister Zhou, basking by the bonfire, were blissfully unaware of the protection surrounding them, just as they were enjoying their joyful time. A distant wolf howl suddenly pierced the air. Alarmed, Su Yang and Sister Zhou sprang to their feet. That sound, it's a wolf. Sister Zhou stammered in panic. This was a sound she recognized, and fear gripped her heart. What if another wolf approached? That would be perilous. The viewers in the live stream began to panic. A wolf howl? Is it really a wolf? Oh no, Su Yang and Sister Zhou are in danger. Please, no. They were just enjoying life. Wolf. Go away and don't ruin this. What should we do? Although Su Yang defeated the wolf last time, wolves are fierce creatures. He may not be so fortunate again. Oh, you reminded me. The last wolf was killed by Su Yang. Could this one be seeking vengeance? Wolves, as animals, can they hold grudges? If that is the case, this wolf must be far more ferocious than the last. What should we do? Can Su Yang handle it this time? If this wolf has come to exact revenge, may they escape danger as they did previously. Should we call the production team to help? That way, they would at least avoid retaliation, securing their lives. But if the production team intervened, they would be eliminated from the show. Even if they were eliminated, it would be better than risking their lives. Yes, Su Yang. Sister Zhou, this is not the time for bravado. Safety is paramount. Yet, observing Su Yang's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of calling for help. In that case, all we can do is pray for their safety. However, Su Yang remained unfazed. Nonetheless, they needed to stay alert. Thus, the two followed the sound of the wolf's howl, moving towards its source. Since a wild beast had appeared, hiding was not an option. The only solution was to confront the threat head-on. As they approached the canyon's entrance, they were struck with astonishment at the scene before them. The gazes of both individuals were fixed upon the wild wolf and Wang Dahai. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Dahai was engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf. Chapter 76. Su Yang bitten by a snake. There was Wang Dahai, grappling with a wolf at the mouth of the canyon. After an intense struggle, he ultimately subdued the beast, bringing it crashing to the ground without granting it a moment's respite. Without hesitation, Wang Dahai struck the final blow, ending the wolf's life. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he finally noticed Sister Zhou and Su Yang not far away. Regaining her composure, Sister Zhou inquired, "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be descending the mountain to find the other contestants?" She was filled with questions. After defeating a wolf, Wang Dahai should have been racing against time to challenge the other competitors, secure the key, and strive for entry into the next round of the competition, thereby hastening his return to save his daughter. Yet, why was he still lingering at the canyon? Could it be that he was still coveting Su Yang's key and supplies? The thought made Sister Zhou gasp. Meanwhile, hearing her query, Wang Dahai chuckled and replied, "As I was about to descend, I noticed a wolf heading in your direction. Concerned for your safety, I followed it to the canyon's entrance, where I discovered it had caught your scent. Thus, I dealt with it here, ensuring it wouldn't venture deeper into the canyon." With that, he smiled. However, Wang Dahai refrained from revealing the true reason behind his actions. If he were to disclose it, Su Yang, with his character, would undoubtedly object to him playing the role of their guardian at the canyon's edge. Therefore, it was best to keep the truth to himself, allowing him to continue safeguarding Sister Zhou and Su Yang, preserving their peaceful and tranquil existence. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon hearing Wang Dahai's words. Wow, Wang Dahai is impressive. This guy truly steps up when it matters. I thought he was trying to hoard Su Yang's belongings, but it seems I misjudged him. Wang Dahai is genuinely a good person. He knows gratitude and loyalty. I hope such a wonderful person sees his daughter recover. The ferocity of that wolf was remarkable, yet Wang Dahai managed to kill it. Clearly, he sincerely wished to protect Su Yang and Sister Zhou. Wasn't this the very essence of a special forces soldier? Gratitude and loyalty. At that moment, upon hearing Wang Dahai's explanation, Su Yang smiled faintly. "Thank you, Brother Wang. It is thanks to you that Sister Zhou and I can stand safely before you now. This is all you're doing. I truly appreciate it." Su Yang felt immense gratitude towards Wang Dahai. Had it not been for him, the wolf would have posed a serious threat. Sister Zhou's gaze fell upon Wang Dahai, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Wang Dahai spoke again. "No need for thanks. You have helped me greatly as well. Assisting you now is only right. Since you have escaped danger, I shall make my way down the mountain." With that, he bid farewell to Su Yang and Sister Zhou, heading towards the mountain's base. Su Yang could only watch as Wang Dahai departed. However, unbeknownst to Sister Zhou and Su Yang, Wang Dahai walked a short distance before returning to the canyon's entrance, choosing to continue safeguarding them. Subsequently, Su Yang and Sister Zhou returned to the canyon. Su Yang then noticed fish darting about in the dam, piquing his curiosity. To his surprise, he discovered a water snake among them. This species was mildly venomous, and if the snake remained in the fish pond, it could potentially bite the fish, rendering them toxic. This posed a significant risk, as both Su Yang and Sister Zhou might inadvertently consume poisoned fish in the future. Realizing the potential danger, Su Yang resolved to find a way to remove the snake. He began to survey the area for any tools that might aid in capturing it. Just then, Sister Zhou approached and exclaimed, "Is that a water snake?" Her expression turned anxious upon recognizing the threat it posed. Watching Su Yang attempt to use a stick to prod the snake, she felt a surge of alarm. "No, Su Yang. What if it bites you? Snakes can be highly aggressive, and if you get bitten, you could be poisoned." "It's all right, don't worry," Su Yang reassured her, using a branch to coax the water snake out. As soon as he managed to throw the snake onto the ground, it turned and reared up, launching itself at Su Yang. With a hiss, the snake struck, sinking its fangs into Su Yang's ankle. He quickly retaliated with the stick in his hand. Sensing danger, the snake fled. The viewers in the live stream were engulfed in concern. "Oh my goodness, how did he get bitten by the snake? This is bad. That snake is venomous. What will happen to Su Yang now? There are no hospitals in this wilderness, and the production team didn't provide a medical kit. What should we do? This is a dire situation. He might have to withdraw from the competition. What a pity. Su Yang should have listened. Sister Zhou just warned him about the snake's venom. Now it's too late." Sister Zhou, unfamiliar with herbal remedies, lamented, "If only I understood herbal medicine, I might be able to help Su Yang." As it stood, Su Yang could only rely on himself for salvation. Witnessing Su Yang's predicament, Sister Zhou grew increasingly anxious. "Su Yang, don't move. The more you move, the faster the venom will spread. Let me find some herbs and see if I can concoct an antidote." In her urgency, Sister Zhou rushed to stop Su Yang from moving. Although the water snake's venom was not as potent as that of a cobra if left untreated, it could wreak havoc on his internal organs, making recovery impossible. The priority was to counteract the venom and slow its spread. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Su Yang followed Sister Zhou's advice. He sat on the ground and applied pressure to the wound, attempting to expel the poisoned blood. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou gathered some herbs nearby. Upon returning to Su Yang, she ground the herbs into a paste and applied it to his wound. Chapter 77. Sister Zhou goes to collect herbs. 2 hours later, Sister Zhou, who had hoped the herbs would neutralize the poison, noticed that Su Yang, leaning against a tree, showed no signs of improvement. In fact, he appeared worse off. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips had turned pale. At that moment, Sister Zhou realized the venom from the water snake was spreading within Su Yang's body. The herbs she had applied 2 hours earlier had proven ineffective. Touching Su Yang's forehead, she was taken aback by the heat radiating from him. The audience in the live stream grew restless. What is happening? Didn't Sister Zhou already apply the herbs? Perhaps the venom had seeped deeply into the system. Consequently, the herbal remedy provided by Sister Zhou earlier proved insufficient for a complete cure. To make matters worse, Su Yang had moved about a bit, allowing the snake venom to spread further. Oh heavens, what kind of luck is Su Yang experiencing? Sister Zhou is clearly distressed. Not only is Sister Zhou anxious, but I too am concerned for Su Yang. At this moment, Sister Zhou realized the gravity of the situation. After foraging a few herbs nearby, she promptly applied them to Su Yang. However, these were merely ordinary herbs and would not entirely neutralize the poison within Su Yang. Unfortunately, the valley offered a limited selection of herbs, lacking those with significant detoxifying properties. Thus, Sister Zhou faced only one option: to venture outside the gorge in search of herbs that could provide a complete antidote. Contemplating this, she glanced at Su Yang and felt a surge of emotion. Thankfully, during these past days, Su Yang had imparted his knowledge of herbs to her, and now it was proving invaluable. Little did Su Yang know that the skills he taught others might one day save his own life in a critical moment. At this juncture, Sister Zhou had little time to hesitate. She slung a bamboo basket over her shoulder and gently spoke to Su Yang. "Wait for me. I shall return swiftly." With that, Sister Zhou set off towards the gorge's exit. In a nearby grove, after searching diligently for herbs, Sister Zhou finally discovered the one Su Yang had mentioned, an herb known for its ability to counteract myriad poisons. Elated, she bent down to collect it. Just as she was about to grasp the herb, a delicate hand unexpectedly emerged from the ground where the herb was rooted. Before Sister Zhou could claim it, the herb was snatched away in the blink of an eye. Stunned, Sister Zhou wondered who had just taken the herb she had found. This person was truly infuriating. Recovering from her shock, Sister Zhou followed the direction of the hand and beheld a woman with exquisite features and cascading waves of hair gazing back at her. Overwhelmed with joy, Sister Zhou exclaimed, "Emily, what brings you here?" It was none other than her close friend, Emily. At that moment, Sister Zhou's excitement was palpable, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Emily, wearing a smile at the sight of her lively friend, replied, "I was about to ask you the same. What are you doing here?" The joy of encountering her dear friend in such an unexpected circumstance filled Emily's heart. She had never anticipated that as a participant in the program, she would reunite with her cherished companion, Sister Zhou. However, a myriad of questions lingered in her mind. Could it be that Sister Zhou was also a contestant in the survival show? If so, they would become temporary rivals. Yet, considering that this round would leave only 5 participants, Emily would gladly support Sister Zhou's advancement to the next stage if she were indeed a contestant. When Sister Zhou heard Emily's inquiry, she chuckled and, with her bright eyes gleaming, responded, "I'm not a contestant, I'm a guest on the show. However, I have partnered with a contestant named Su Yang." As she spoke Su Yang's name, her eyes softened with warmth, revealing a shift in her heart. It felt comforting to mention his name to a friend. The thought made her cheeks blush slightly, a change that Emily keenly observed. At that moment, Emily sensed that the relationship between Sister Zhou and this Su Yang was far more profound than a mere partnership of contestant and guest. Yet, refraining from jumping to conclusions, she decided to play it cool, saying, "I see. I'm here as a contestant myself." After some contemplation, Emily introduced her role to Sister Zhou. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou felt a wave of happiness wash over her. To encounter a good friend amidst the chaos of the program was a delightful surprise. Haha, is that so? By the way, weren't you studying abroad in Europe? What brings you back to participate in this show? Oh, let me tell you, this program is bewildering. The rules are incredibly harsh. Essentially, they encourage contestants to turn against one another. I can't fathom why such cruel regulations exist. Upon seeing her friend, Sister Zhou opened up, eager to share her thoughts. The live audience erupted in excitement at this revelation. Oh, so this beautiful lady is Sister Zhou's friend? No wonder. Sister Zhou is stunning, and her friends are equally enchanting. Haha, that makes perfect sense. Studying in Europe? So she is a high achiever. But why would a high achiever want to join a survival show? What's wrong with that? If one desires to participate, why not? Plus, the rewards are substantial. Who wouldn't want to join? Emily, overhearing Sister Zhou's complaints about the program's rules, couldn't help but chuckle. This naive girl was truly innocent. Rules have always been this way. The victor takes all. There is no fairness in competition. Yet, Emily found Sister Zhou's simplicity endearing. Each day, she entertained her fans with lively banter in her streaming room, which wasn't such a bad thing. Haha. Have you and your partner faced any malicious attacks from other contestants? Emily inquired, shifting her gaze to Sister Zhou. Oh yes. Let me tell you. Some contestants are quite devious. They steal things in hopes of getting you eliminated. If Su Yang hadn't invited me to stay with him, I might have been eliminated by now. As Sister Zhou recounted her recent experiences, the memories flooded back vividly, making it difficult for her to forget. However, upon hearing this, Emily suddenly halted in her tracks, her eyes widening. Wait, you live with Su Yang? Is he male or female? Emily's expression turned serious. She felt a sense of urgency for Sister Zhou, who was blissfully unaware of any potential deceit. Confused by Emily's abrupt questioning, Sister Zhou responded, "He is a guy." Why do you ask? As soon as Sister Zhou finished speaking, Emily's demeanor shifted to one of disbelief. Oh dear, there is a clear distinction between the sexes, my dear. At that moment, Emily was at a loss for how to convey her feelings. She was convinced that Su Yang's intentions were far from noble. Hearing Emily's words, Sister Zhou felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She was well aware of the implications behind Emily's remarks, but struggled to articulate her response. The audience in the live stream began chiming in. Haha, what a clever remark about the differences between men and women. Indeed, they have a point. It's true. If I hadn't witnessed Su Yang and Sister Zhou together in the stream, I might have jumped to conclusions as well. Exactly, it's only natural. Rest assured, Su Yang is a good person. After pondering for a few moments, Sister Zhou candidly expressed her evaluation of Su Yang, hoping that her words would dispel Emily's unfavorable impression of him. However, Emily was far too astute to be easily deceived like Sister Zhou. She immediately suspected that Su Yang possessed some ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would he choose her as a partner from among so many other contestants? After all, there were numerous participants in the survival show. Why specifically select Sister Zhou, a social media influencer with a substantial following? If Emily's intuition served her correctly, Su Yang was likely a nobody before joining the show, using Sister Zhou as a stepping stone to gain attention. His request for Sister Zhou to share a sleeping arrangement only reinforced her suspicions. It was all too evident. He was seeking to generate buzz and perhaps take advantage of her fame. Contemplating this left Emily feeling quite irked. It was infuriating that he would deceive such an innocent girl like Sister Zhou. The more she thought about Su Yang, the more her disdain for him grew. Fine, fine. He can be the good guy, and I'll be the villain, Emily remarked, feigning annoyance. Ha ha ha. I never said that, Sister Zhou replied. All right then, I'm not angry anymore. By the way, where are you staying now? Noticing Emily's displeasure in response to her question, Sister Zhou quickly shifted the topic. The memories of the past few days, filled with hunger and discomfort, weighed heavily on Emily. She had been relying on temporary accommodations, which were unstable. The first couple of nights were spent in a cave devoid of beasts, but she could hardly sleep soundly, always on alert for any lurking danger. She had even spent a night in a tree to avoid potential animal attacks. However, the last couple of days had been even worse. Sigh. It's too painful to recount, she thought, but she couldn't reveal the full extent of her hardships to Sister Zhou. I've just been finding temporary places to stay, she stated simply, despite the lack of any real shelter. Sister Zhou, recalling her time with Su Yang in the canyon, felt a renewed admiration for him. The environment where Su Yang and I are staying is beautiful. I'll take you to see it. Upon hearing Sister Zhou's invitation, Emily nodded in agreement. Aside from merely visiting Sister Zhou's abode, she was also curious to meet Su Yang and discover why her friend held him in such high regard. She was determined to uncover what kind of charm he had cast over Sister Zhou. Thus, the two made their way towards the canyon. 40 minutes later, upon arriving at the canyon, Emily was struck speechless by the breathtaking scenery before her. Bees were busy collecting nectar, wild chickens and rabbits darted about. Butterflies danced among the flowers, and fish swam in the pond, all while a stream bubbled nearby. For a moment, Emily couldn't believe her surroundings. Was she in the right filming location? Was this truly a survival show? Why had her experiences over the past few days been so harsh? While this place was so stunning, this idyllic scene hardly resembled a deserted island. It was more akin to a paradise. If living in such an environment came with a paycheck from the production team, she could easily stay until the show went bankrupt. This paradise was the kind of place one would never want to leave. However, as her thoughts settled, Emily suddenly realized that perhaps this beautiful environment was a tactic employed by Su Yang to entice Sister Zhou. She had to remain vigilant, if that were the case. Su Yang's intentions were quite cunning. Above all, she needed to ensure Sister Zhou didn't remain close to someone so manipulative. Casting her gaze towards Sister Zhou, she saw her standing beside a young man. This must be Su Yang. Is this Su Yang? What is going on here? As Emily observed Su Yang, who appeared to be dazed from the herbal application, Sister Zhou nodded in affirmation. Seizing the opportunity while Su Yang was still unaware, Emily pulled Sister Zhou aside and, after igniting a campfire, began to converse with her. Have you considered that he might be using you? He asked, leveraging your popularity. After all, you are a renowned influencer. Among all the contestants, why did he choose you as a partner? Don't you see? At that moment, Emily was desperate to whisk Sister Zhou away. The viewers in the live chat erupted in excitement. What does Emily mean? Is she suggesting that Su Yang chose Zhou as a partner to exploit her? That seems implausible. Su Yang isn't that kind of person. Yet, Emily's argument did have merit. After all, Sister Zhou was a major internet celebrity with countless fans. While Su Yang was still an unknown, Emily's perspective seemed reasonable, especially as she remained unaware of how Sister Zhou had become Su Yang's partner. The thought made Emily chuckle, for she would never have guessed that Su Yang had managed to win Sister Zhou over. However, upon hearing Emily's accusations, Sister Zhou paused for a few seconds, taken aback by Emily's words. How could that be? He would never do that, Sister Zhou asserted firmly. As for why she became Su Yang's partner, it was simply because they had connected naturally. It wasn't a matter of selection like a beauty contest. Thus, Emily's concerns were unfounded. The live chat was buzzing with reactions. What is Sister Zhou doing? Why is she defending Su Yang so fiercely? Ha ha ha, Sister Zhou. Just admit it, you like Su Yang. It's so obvious that it's hard to deny. If it were me, I would just say I trust Su Yang because I like him. Listening to Sister Zhou's resolute tone, Emily couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It seemed that this girl was hopelessly infatuated. This cannot continue. I must prevent Sister Zhou from falling deeper. She thought, look at this environment. It's merely a ploy to ensnare you. Emily gestured towards the splendid canyon surroundings. The live chat was abuzz again. Emily is very perceptive. I hadn't thought of that. Could it really be true? I don't believe it. How lucky to have a friend like Emily who considers these things. Little did Emily realize that she hadn't witnessed the moments when Su Yang had protected Sister Zhou during their trials together. Had she seen that, perhaps her doubts about Su Yang would have dissipated. At that moment, Sister Zhou spoke up. Isn't this environment wonderful? You can't see such beauty in the city. Moreover, Su Yang and I discovered this place together. We found it enchanting and suitable for living, which is why we moved here. Sister Zhou dismissed Emily's concerns, finding them overly cautious. The live chat erupted once more. Their conversation is so amusing. It feels like they're performing a comedy routine. Sister Zhou is really giving no face to Emily. I can't stop laughing. At this moment, one cannot help but ponder the psychological impact of Sister Zhou's words on Emily. After all, Emily has been genuinely concerned. Hearing Sister Zhou's remarks, a now lucid Emily would not be swayed by Sister Sue's words. Well, Emily's tone had softened. It appears that this little girl is indeed stubbornly oblivious. It is time to discuss some practical matters. Have you encountered any other competitors or attacks from beasts in recent days? This direct inquiry should prompt Sister Zhou to realize that Su Yang lacks the ability to care for her, naturally leading her to leave Su Yang and follow me instead. The barrage in the live stream chat erupted. It seems that Emily is truly relentless in her pursuit of her goal. However, she is simply unaware of the situation. Her incessant questioning stems from her concern for Sister Zhou. The crux of the matter is that our Sister Zhou has immense faith in Su Yang. Emily fears that Sister Zhou might be deceived, hence her worry. As Emily spoke, Sister Zhou's eyes sparkled with interest. I almost forgot. When I first met you, I wanted to share these experiences. Let me tell you about the time we just moved to the canyon and suddenly faced an attack from wild wolves. It terrified me. I genuinely thought I was done for. And guess what? Sister Zhou's enthusiasm grew as she recounted the story, leaving Emily utterly perplexed. This was not the reaction she had anticipated. Something felt amiss. Curiosity piqued. Emily wondered why Sister Zhou exhibited such a demeanor, which differed from her expectations. Sister Zhou continued. Just when the wolf was about to pounce, Su Yang punched it away, and then with another blow, he killed it. Looking back, Su Yang is truly impressive. I never imagined he could be so capable, defeating a wolf with his bare hands. Isn't that remarkable? At this point, Emily was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, disbelief washed over her. How could this be possible? Her face was a portrait of confusion, as she found Sister Zhou's words almost surreal. An ordinary person, capable of killing a wolf with just 2 punches? What sort of individual possesses such prowess? Her mind was flooded with questions. Yet, observing Sister Zhou's demeanor, it did not appear to be a fabrication. Moreover, Sister Zhou, being so innocent, would never lie. So, could it be true? It was simply astonishing. Emily's gaze shifted toward the unconscious Su Yang. This individual appeared to be a mystery, warranting further observation. The livestream chat erupted again. Ha. It seems Emily is beginning to believe in Su Yang. I can't help but laugh at Emily's shocked expression. One viewer remarked, honestly, if I hadn't seen their livestream, I wouldn't believe Sister Zhou's account either. At this moment, Emily was likely overwhelmed with 100 questions. Ha. Keep asking, Emily. Let us see Sister Zhou's surprised reactions. However, Emily was not one to concede easily. She remained skeptical that a man like Su Yang could adequately care for Sister Zhou. She pressed on, what have you been eating these past few days? Have you gone hungry? Sister Zhou, upon hearing Emily's inquiry, became even more animated. I'm not exaggerating. You must brace yourself. On the very first day, Su Yang caught a lobster worth hundreds of thousands from the river. We feasted on a lavish meal of expensive lobster that day. At Sister Zhou's proclamation, Emily lost her composure. What? She stood up suddenly, nearly losing her balance, but Sister Zhou caught her just in time. The livestream chat exploded once again. Ha. Emily's stumble is hilarious. I'm in tears from laughing. Another viewer added, honestly, who would believe such a thing? Ha. Emily, still trying to process the information, thought. Hundreds of thousands for a lobster? Surely, she must be joking. Who could possibly catch such a valuable lobster in one go? She waved her hand at Sister Zhou. I can't accept this right now. Give me a moment to process. Chapter 80. Emily's astonishment. The chat was in an uproar. Ha, look how shocked Emily is. Emily, why not check the livestream to see if it's true? I think Emily has a point. It's hard to believe that a lobster worth hundreds of thousands could be caught so easily. At this moment, still skeptical, Emily looked at Sister Zhou, unable to fathom the truth of her words. Could Su Yang truly possess such extraordinary skills to catch a lobster worth so much? It was utterly unbelievable. In survival shows, merely finding enough food is a challenge, let alone encountering lobsters of such value. Emily turned to Sister Zhou, weighing the authenticity of her claims. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if Sister Zhou, in her navet, was merely trying to defend Su Yang? It was not entirely implausible. Thus, Emily continued to question. Are you sure you really had lobsters worth hundreds of thousands? Or are you just trying to make excuses for Su Yang? Sister Zhou frowned at Emily's words, taken aback by her friend's strong bias against Su Yang. However, upon seeing Sister Zhou's frown, Emily felt a sense of assurance. It was evident that Sister Zhou was intentionally misleading her. How could there be lobsters worth hundreds of thousands? Feeling triumphant, Emily was eager to see what Sister Zhou would say next. Sister Zhou, after furrowing her brow, glanced at Emily and then turned away, walking off. Emily, witnessing this, did not feel disheartened. Sister Zhou's actions were merely indicative of a lie being unveiled. With this realization, Emily felt a sense of relief. By exposing the truth, Sister Zhou might waver in her resolve and perhaps even choose to follow her, ensuring her safety from being manipulated by Su Yang. As she watched Sister Zhou's retreating figure, Emily shook her head, thinking that her friend was still too young and easily deceived. Yet, she felt fortunate to have encountered her and vowed to take her away as a loyal friend. After observing Sister Zhou's departure for a while, Emily redirected her gaze toward the breathtaking scenery of the canyon. She felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Whether at work or participating in the show, her nerves had always been taut. However, the beauty before her eased her tension significantly. Indeed, nature's splendor has a remarkable ability to soothe the soul. As Emily was admiring the beautiful scenery, she was abruptly interrupted by Sister Zhou's voice. Emily. Upon hearing her name, Emily turned around, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before her. Her expression was one of utter astonishment as she brushed her hair away from her cheeks. Her eyes fixated on the bucket that Sister Zhou was holding. Stammering, she could barely utter, "What? This? How is it possible?" Gazing at the enormous lobster within the bucket, Emily found herself at a loss for words. She had only ever seen such a creature in photographs, and this was the first time she was confronted with the reality of it. This lobster appeared to weigh at least 30 pounds, and according to market prices, one of this size could be worth 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Faced with such a magnificent lobster, Emily could hardly believe that she was witnessing such a marvel on the show. It was a stark contrast to her recent days of hunger, often subsisting on wild fruits or digging up tubers from the earth to roast over a fire. Even then, food wasn't a guaranteed find, and she had grown accustomed to the cycle of feasting one day and starving the next. Sometimes, after exhausting hours of digging, she would find nothing, enduring the pangs of hunger as she and her fellow contestants struggled to survive in such harsh conditions. At present, she had already gone a day without food, and before encountering Sister Zhou, she had walked for quite some time without finding any edible wild fruits. As the livestream audience witnessed this extraordinary scene, their excitement surged. Surprising, isn't it? Haha. Sister Zhou must have been tricked by Su Yang. How could there possibly be a lobster worth hundreds of thousands in such a dire environment? Laughter erupted in the comments. Look at Emily. She's practically drooling. Has it been days since she last had seafood? In this place, where even a decent meal is hard to come by, how could one indulge in such an extravagant lobster? Observing Emily's expression, it was clear she had not eaten properly in quite some time. The audience found humor in her plight, remarking on her astonishment as she was unable to refute Sister Zhou's claims. Now that she had seen the lobster with her own eyes, what could she possibly say? It was quite a predicament for Emily, as such a lobster should not even exist in this setting, while other contestants were likely suffering from hunger or cold. Who could afford to live as lavishly as Su Yang and Sister Zhou, feasting on lobster and wild game? It was a life beyond her imagination. However, after staring at the lobster for a moment, Emily's gaze shifted back to Sister Zhou, filled with incredulity. Did Su Yang truly catch this? Her eyes reflected disbelief as she looked at Sister Zhou. Almost bursting into laughter at Emily's bewildered expression, Sister Zhou affirmed, "Yes, he did catch it. And this is just one. We've already eaten another." At that moment, Emily's mouth formed a perfect O. "You really ate one? What kind of situation is this? You just consumed a lobster worth a fortune without selling it? What kind of world is this?" This was something she could hardly fathom. Sister Zhou explained, "We actually cooked two, but the second one I prepared turned out terribly, so we tossed it." Recalling the moment still vividly, Sister Zhou felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 81. A lobster worth hundreds of thousands tossed aside? Even now, it felt like a missed opportunity, knowing it was a lobster valued in the hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, Emily was left utterly stunned, her face devoid of expression. The audience in the comments section erupted in discussion. Haha, a lobster worth hundreds of thousands. Just eaten like that. What audacity. One wasn't enough. They had to have two. How could anyone survive in such a manner? They chuckled at the thought of Emily, who had been enduring hunger for days, now confronted with such a magnificent lobster. What does she feel at this moment? Why isn't she claiming it's impossible? Why isn't she accusing Sister Zhou of lying? With Sister Zhou providing evidence, what can Emily possibly say? Look at her astonished face. Her mouth is agape. Laughter filled the chat as they noted her previous confidence had now dissipated, replaced by uncertainty. As Emily's disbelief lingered, she likely couldn't have imagined finding herself in such a moment. Meanwhile, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. A lobster worth hundreds of thousands had simply been discarded? Surely, she must have misheard. After all, it was a lobster valued at such a high price. The audience was in a frenzy, astonished at the revelation. Emily never anticipated such a turn of events. Watching her flustered expression, the audience found her endearing. Emily, surprised? They teased. And Sister Zhou, waving that lobster in front of her after days without food, only to say they had once ruined one and tossed it away. How excessive. Laughter ensued. But it was clear that Sister Zhou's jest was partly due to Emily's disbelief. Seeing Emily's shocked expression, Sister Zhou hoped this would alter Emily's perception of Su Yang, who had previously left a negative impression on her due to misunderstandings. Perhaps this experience would foster a more favorable view. Yet, observing Emily's astonishment, it seemed she still harbored doubts. It was evident that Sister Zhou would need to showcase Su Yang's remarkable capabilities further. Thus, Sister Zhou set the bucket down and led the still astonished Emily to the fish pond. Pointing with her finger, she said, "Look, this is where Su Yang raises fish, using a dam built by otters. There are plenty of fish here. When food is scarce, we can boil or grill some." As she spoke, her gaze remained on Emily. At that moment, Emily turned to look in the direction Sister Zhou was indicating. The fish in the pond appeared exceptionally plump. Having not eaten since the previous day, Emily instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the fish. The audience erupted with excitement. "Emily must be thinking about how to prepare that fish," they exclaimed. "Those fish look so fat. The meat must be delicious." They marveled at Su Yang's prowess in raising such an abundance of fish, contrasting sharply with the other contestants who were struggling to find sustenance, while Su Yang and Sister Zhou thrived. Do not say it is Emily. Even if it were I would find it hard to believe all that unfolds before my eyes. Indeed, were it not for the live broadcast, I would never have believed that Su Yang could maintain such a plethora of fish. How fortunate our Sister Zhou is to be Su Yang's partner. I truly envy this woman. I imagine Emily harbors similar sentiments at this moment. However, I suspect otherwise. For Emily does not trust Su Yang and believes he is deceiving Zhou. As Zhou's close friend, she is undoubtedly worried. Were I in her position, I would feel the same doubts. Yet, the spectacle before us speaks volumes about Su Yang's character. What is there left to doubt? Ahem. Without having interacted with Su Yang directly, one cannot rely solely on Zhou's word. Emily is truly earnest in her concerns. Meanwhile, upon noticing Emily staring blankly at the fish in the pond, Zhou chuckled softly. Emily must be hungry and yearning for fish, especially since food is scarce in this program. It seems she has not eaten for several meals. With this thought, Zhou decided to catch 3 fish from the pond. Shall we have grilled fish? Let us indulge. Su Yang has special seasonings that make it incredibly fragrant. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Emily swallowed hard. Zhou had clearly perceived her thoughts. Considering it had been several days since her last meal, patting her stomach, she acknowledged her hunger. A true friend knows what is in your heart. Nodding in agreement, she resolved to fill her belly first, leaving her judgments about Su Yang for later. Subsequently, holding a fire starter, Emily ignited the bonfire while Zhou skewered the fish and placed them over the flames. At that moment, as Emily gazed at the scene unfolding before her, a ripple of warmth stirred within her. Surrounded by nature's beauty, seated by the bonfire, grilling fish with her close friend, that was a picturesque moment, one that she could scarcely experience amidst her urban life. Just then, Su Yang, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, coughed lightly. Zhou and Emily, hearing the noise, turned their attention to Su Yang's condition. Observing him gradually awaken, Zhou rushed to his side, her small hand gently brushing his forehead, her expression transforming into one of joy. "Oh, the fever has subsided." The chat room erupted in excitement. Su Yang had finally awakened. His complexion appeared significantly improved, and his lips had regained their normal hue. It seemed the poison had been neutralized. Chapter 82. Su Yang awakens. If so, that would indeed be splendid. I had faith that Su Yang would surely recover. I am genuinely delighted for Zhou. Surely, her joy will be boundless upon his awakening. Ha, without a doubt. Zhou must be extremely elated. Did you not see her expression just now? Such surprise. It is a relief that he has awakened. His earlier state of poisoning was truly terrifying. Who could have anticipated that the snake would attack Su Yang? Thankfully, he has finally regained consciousness. I wonder how he will react upon seeing Emily. After all, Emily has strong opinions about him. I am quite eager to witness the ensuing interactions between Su Yang and Emily. At this moment, Emily approached Su Yang, studying his features as he had just awakened. Her initial reaction was, he is rather handsome. No wonder Zhou is so invested in him. There must be a reason behind it. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes, and a blurry face of a young woman came into view. After a few seconds, her features became clearer. Upon recognizing Zhou, Su Yang smiled softly, then turned his gaze to Emily, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Zhou, noticing Su Yang's inquisitive expression, wrapped her arm around Emily's and introduced her. "This is my dear friend Emily. Coincidentally, she is also a participant in this program. I encountered her while gathering herbs and brought her to check on our living conditions." As Zhou introduced Emily, Su-Yong's attention shifted towards her. In that moment, he sensed a distinct discontent in Emily's gaze directed at him, or perhaps a sense of suspicion. Realizing this, Su-Yong pondered that it must pertain to Zhou. After all, Zhou is a well-known internet celebrity, while he remains a mere unknown. Perhaps Emily harbors misunderstandings. Thinking he sought to leverage Zhou's fame by choosing her as a partner, the thought made Su-Yong chuckle inwardly, as Emily likely remains unaware of how Zhou became his partner. As for his intentions in joining the program, those were undoubtedly for the rewards provided by the system. Fame and recognition were of little concern to him. Naturally, it would be a bonus to gain such a claim. After listening to Zhou's introduction, Su-Yong nodded, and Zhou continued. "Your timing is perfect. Emily and I are grilling fish, and you can join us." Zhou assisted Su-Yong in settling by the bonfire. At this moment, Emily scrutinized Su-Yong, hoping to detect any flaw. However, as she observed the awakened Su-Yong, her heart raced with unease. She felt that he was not as simple as he appeared and suspected he was concealing something from her. She even feared he was deceiving Zhou. As Zhou's close friend, it was her duty to protect her from potential harm. Observing the trio seated together, the audience began to speculate. "Oh, Emily seems to still harbor dissatisfaction towards Su-Yong. I believe she simply does not know him well. If she did, she would not feel this way." However, Su-Yong appears unaffected. He must have an inkling of Emily's thoughts, for he is quite intelligent. I trust that, given time, Emily's perception of Su-Yong will undoubtedly shift. After all, Su-Yong is exceptionally capable. I only hope that, when the time comes, Emily does not wrongfully accuse him. I too feel that Su-Yong has been unjustly wronged, misunderstood without cause. Nevertheless, I can comprehend Emily's actions and attitude. She is, after all, Zhou's friend and wishes to safeguard her from deceit. It is essential to remember that Zhou is a remarkably innocent girl. Subsequently, the three finished their grilled fish, and feeling somewhat fatigued, they decided to rest. However, Su-Yong, having slept for a considerable time, did not feel drowsy and wandered to the stream to admire the night scenery. Meanwhile, Emily, who also felt no inclination to sleep, noticed Su-Yong quietly sitting by the stream. An idea sparked in her mind. This presented an excellent opportunity. She could use this moment to extract information from Su-Yong. Thus, the intentions behind Su-Yang's approach towards sister Zhou became apparent. Emily stealthily approached Su-Yang's side. Just as Su-Yong was about to turn his head upon hearing footsteps, Emily snapped her fingers in front of him. Instantly, Su-Yong found himself in a drowsy state, teetering between consciousness and slumber. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Could it be hypnosis? Oh my goodness, Emily has actually hypnotized Su-Yong. What could Emily be planning? Is she intending to take Su-Yang's keys and supplies? That seems unlikely. Emily does not strike me as that kind of person. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Please, do not treat Su-Yong in such a manner. I can't shake the feeling that Emily's motives extend beyond mere acquisition of keys and supplies. I share that sentiment. If she desired the keys and supplies, why wait until now? Indeed. When Su-Yong was just moments away from unconsciousness, she could have easily sent Sister Zhou away and taken what she wanted. Something feels amiss. What could it be? I believe Emily seeks to uncover something. Perhaps it concerns Sister Zhou? How intriguing. At that moment, a series of electronic chimes echoed in Su-Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 7,000 popularity points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 popularity points. Popularity has reached 20,000. The host has been awarded the Advanced Hypnosis Master Skill. Subsequently, an influx of hypnotic knowledge surged into Su-Yang's mind. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, the enhancement of the Advanced Hypnosis Master Skill jolted him awake. It was then that he recognized the woman before him as Emily. However, Su-Yong did not rush to open his eyes, for he was curious to learn why Emily had chosen to hypnotize him and what her intentions were in this state. Chapter 83. Emily hypnotizes Su-Yong. Unbeknownst to Su-Yong and Emily, Sister Zhou had already awakened. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue. She was aware of Emily's hypnotic abilities but could not fathom why Emily would choose to hypnotize Su-Yong. Filled with curiosity, she concealed herself not far from Emily and Su-Yong. Emily, gazing at the drowsy Su-Yong, felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect she had aimed for. With her hypnotic influence over him, she wondered how long Su-Yong, the pretentious gentleman, could maintain his facade. She then inquired, Su-Yong, are your feelings for Sister Zhou genuine? The moment Emily's question left her lips, Sister Zhou, hidden nearby, finally grasped Emily's intention. She was truly looking out for her. What a good friend she had. However, the question Emily posed was one that Sister Zhou had long wished to know. Was Su-Yang truly sincere in his feelings for her? How much of his heart was genuinely invested? The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement upon hearing Emily's inquiry. Ah, so that is the reason. I knew it had to be for Sister Zhou. Since it's not about Su-Yang's keys and supplies, I can rest easy. Indeed. Emily doesn't seem like that kind of person. This friend is quite thoughtful. I am equally curious about the answer. What if Su-Yang admits he isn't sincere? That would be concerning. Thankfully, Sister Zhou isn't here right now. Yes, if she were present and heard Su-Yang claim his feelings were genuine, that would be a relief. But what if he confessed otherwise? Her Sister Zhou would be heartbroken, while anticipation mixed with anxiety. Viewers hoped for a satisfactory answer from Su-Yang. However, in his state of awareness, Su-Yang nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Emily's question. This Emily, he had assumed would act against him as a competitor, was actually advocating for Sister Zhou. It seemed Sister Zhou had chosen her friend wisely, thus feigning a drowsy demeanor. He replied, "It is genuine." Upon hearing those words, Emily exhaled in relief. At the very least, while utilizing Sister Zhou, Su-Yang was sincere in his feelings for her and would not harm her. The livestream audience erupted once more. Haha, I knew Su-Yang wouldn't disappoint us. Hearing that has lifted a weight off my chest. How sweet. No wonder he has been protective of Sister Zhou. He has had feelings for her all along. What a catch. Sister Zhou has both beauty and talent. She is well deserving of Su-Yang. Aha, no misunderstanding here, my friend. I mean, Su-Yang can finally acknowledge his feelings openly. Indeed, it was a long-awaited admission. Emily would likely no longer misconstrue Su-Yang's intentions after hearing this. Perhaps Emily, being discerning, would not be easily swayed. Regardless, hearing Su-Yang's words was undeniably sweet. However, Sister Zhou was not present to witness this moment. If only she were here. Surely, upon hearing those words, she would be overjoyed. But that was inconsequential. Once the program concluded and she viewed the replay, she would see this segment. Oh, I can only imagine how touched Sister Zhou will be. I suspect she will be delighted beyond measure. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, Sister Zhou, hiding nearby, had already caught the few words Su-Yang had uttered. At that moment, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She had not anticipated that Su-Yang would express the very sentiments she had longed to hear. Her heart swelled with emotion, mingled with shyness. No boy had ever so earnestly voiced his feelings to her before. Although Su-Yang was under hypnosis at that moment, it was precisely this state that rendered his words sincere, unlike the casual declarations of affection from the audience during her live stream. Mere lip service devoid of genuine emotion. Su-Yang, however, was different. His actions over the days had conveyed his feelings for her, and though unspoken, she had taken note of his every gesture. Moreover, after Emily had hypnotized him, the words he spoke were indeed his true feelings. As Sister Zhou basked in warmth after hearing Su-Yang's response, his face vividly appeared in her mind. She silently marveled. What a handsome young man. At this moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing Su-Yang's answer, Emily proceeded to ask her next question. The reason for her roundabout approach and the use of hypnosis was to protect her dear friend from being deceived by men, for the world is rife with unscrupulous individuals. A handsome face does not guarantee a good heart. Thus, vigilance remains paramount. Finally, her gaze fell upon Su-Yang's cheek as she inquired, "Are you married?" She asked this because she was curious. According to Sister Zhou, Su-Yang was said to be a person of considerable capability. Casually casting a line could yield a fish worth hundreds of thousands. It stands to reason that in daily life, one would not lack for money. Thus, we can ascertain that Su-Yang is indeed affluent. Furthermore, he possesses a remarkably handsome visage and treats Sister Zhou with utmost kindness. What is the situation? Could it be that this innocent young lady, Sister Zhou, has truly encountered love? Or is it possible that this man, appearing before her, is actually a family man, seeking to exploit Sister Zhou's naivete for his own emotional gain? However, upon hearing Emily's words, Sister Zhou's heart raced. This particular inquiry had never crossed her mind. She was utterly unaware of Su-Yang's romantic and marital status. She simply assumed he must be single, having never considered it further. Nevertheless, in that moment, Sister Zhou eagerly anticipated Su-Yang's forthcoming response. What if he were married? The very thought caused her brows to furrow in concern, her heart fluttering with uncertainty as she pondered Su-Yang's answer. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted upon hearing Emily's question. Chapter 84. Emily's reasoning defies explanation. Emily's inquiry was quite astute. I genuinely had not anticipated such a question. Surely, Su-Yang must be single. He appears to be around 20 years of age, certainly not old enough to be married. At that age, I was still playing in the mud. Shouldn't 20 be a time for pursuing one's career? Exactly. Who would choose to marry at such a young age? This is merely Emily's concern as Sister Zhou's close friend. Asking a question poses no significant harm. Yet, at that moment, Su-Yang was taken aback by Emily's words. Was your question rather foolish? If he were married, why would he participate in a show and engage in flirtation with a female guest? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Anyone with even a modicum of common sense would refrain from posing such a question. However, since he was pretending to be hypnotized by Emily, he decided to play the part fully and thus replied slowly, "I am not married." Upon hearing those 3 words, Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her. At the very least, this meant Sister Zhou was safe. However, at that moment, Emily, who had been attempting to hypnotize Su-Yang, suddenly felt dizzy, her mind clouded. A male voice echoed in her mind, asking, "What is your true identity?" In a semi-dazed state, Emily answered truthfully. Yet, as soon as she finished, clarity began to return, and she realized something was amiss with Su-Yang. The voice she had just heard was unmistakably his. Could it be that she had been reverse hypnotized by Su-Yang? The thought left her wide-eyed in disbelief. This man's hypnotic skills surpassed her own. It was astonishing, yet regardless, she had indeed shared her true identity with him while under hypnosis, which was quite absurd. At that moment, Emily shot a furious glance at Su-Yang, who appeared to be feigning hypnosis. How dare he pretend to be unconscious when he was clearly not? The audience in the live stream, witnessing this exchange, began to rally in support of Su-Yang. Why was Emily regarding him with such resentment? Was it possible she harbored feelings for him? That seemed unlikely. It was puzzling why Emily held such an attitude towards Su-Yang. After all, he had just professed his genuine feelings for Sister Zhou. I suspect Emily must have discovered something else, prompting her displeasure towards Su-Yang. At this moment, Su-Yang found himself secretly amused. Let her think she could hypnotize me. I will simply hypnotize her first. However, through the mental dialogue he shared with Emily, hearing her reveal her true identity shed light on why she possessed such hypnotic abilities. It turned out she was a thief. Thus, her proficiency in hypnosis was hardly surprising. Yet, he would need to remain vigilant around her. One careless moment could result in his keys and possessions being stolen, as she was indeed a master thief. Meanwhile, Emily's thoughts were racing. Given that Su-Yang had feigned being hypnotized, it implied that he had been fully aware during their earlier conversation. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she smacked her thigh in realization. Could it be that Su-Yang's earlier answers were fabricated? This man was clever indeed, employing such tactics to win over the audience. It all made sense now. He had manipulated the situation by pretending to be hypnotized to garner the audience's favor. This simply could not stand. Sister Zhou, this naive girl, would inevitably be deceived by this scoundrel. With this thought, Emily's disdain for Su-Yang deepened, and she could no longer contain her frustration. She sprang to her feet and, with her little boot, playfully kicked Su-Yang. "Hey, stop pretending and wake up." At that moment, Su-Yang feigned awakening, blinking his eyes open and regarding Emily with an innocent expression. Just as Emily finished speaking, the audience in the live stream erupted once more. "Oh, Emily's kicking looks rather adorable. How fortunate is Su-Yang, not only to have Sister Zhou by his side, but also to be playfully kicked by such a beauty. Can I still sign up for the program? I want to be gently kicked by Emily too." Sister Zhou, hidden away, could no longer bear to watch. Though she was unsure why Emily had suddenly kicked Su-Yang, she knew there must be a misunderstanding. After all, Su-Yang had just recovered from an illness and was still weak. What if Emily accidentally knocked him out? At this moment, as Sister Zhou rushed towards them, Emily glanced at the now awakened Su-Yang, confidently shifting her gaze to Sister Zhou. It seemed an opportune moment to recount the recent events to her. "Sister Zhou, do you know what just happened?" Upon hearing Emily's words, Sister Zhou furtively glanced at Su-Yang, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head slightly and nodded. Emily was momentarily taken aback by Sister Zhou's bashful demeanor. What was this reaction? It appeared the young lady had overheard their earlier exchange. The audience in the live stream nearly burst into laughter at Sister Zhou's adorable expression. What was going on with Sister Zhou? It seemed she had indeed heard the conversation between Emily and Su-Yang. "I knew it," someone exclaimed. "No wonder Sister Zhou is so shy. If I were her, I would feel the same way." At last, Sister Zhou began to understand Su-Yang's feelings. However, Emily, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of exasperation. It was time to reveal the truth, to help Sister Zhou understand what kind of person Su-Yang truly was. "Sister Zhou, I confess that I used hypnosis on Su-Yang earlier and asked him questions related to you." Upon hearing this, Sister Zhou nodded, her cheeks flushed with a deeper hue. At this moment, Emily, observing Sister Zhou's expression, continued with her discourse. "In truth, my use of hypnosis was genuine. However, Su-Yang was not entranced by me. Rather, he managed to hypnotize me instead. Therefore, You need not take his earlier words to heart. Chapter 85. Su Yang's counter-hypnosis just a second ago. Sister Zhou was enveloped in shyness, but now she regarded Emily with a gaze laced with skepticism. How could this be possible? Su Yang, of all people, knowledgeable in hypnosis? Moreover, if your skills in hypnosis are so formidable, how could Su Yang possibly escape your influence? At this point, she discreetly glanced at Su Yang, contemplating to herself that, indeed, Su Yang possessed quite handsome features. The more she looked, the more she found him attractive. How splendid it would be if Su Yang could be her boyfriend. Especially when he had just professed his sincerity towards her. She realized her impression of him was steadily improving. The audience in the live stream erupted upon hearing Emily's declaration. Emily claimed that Su Yang had counter-hypnotized her? This was contrary to what they perceived, as it seemed Emily had indeed hypnotized Su Yang. Exactly. I too witnessed the same. I did not see Su Yang hypnotizing Emily. Perhaps Emily, fearing Sister Zhou's reproach, concocted the story of being hypnotized by Su Yang. Could it genuinely be so? Su Yang hypnotizing Emily, what a preposterous notion. Indeed, I saw no evidence of Emily being in a stupor. Hypnosis is supposed to induce a trance, allowing one to pose inquiries. Yet, I did not hear Su Yang ask Emily anything. Still, why would Emily assert such a thing? I am equally puzzled. What advantage could she gain from this? After Sister Zhou spoke, Emily felt somewhat at a loss for words. It was clear that Su Yang's hypnotic prowess was remarkable, having subconsciously entranced her. Yet, no evidence substantiated this claim, and thus, the prevailing narrative was that she had hypnotized Su Yang. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest on Su Yang. That insufferable man, how infuriating. She turned to Sister Zhou and implored, "Trust me, I would never harm you. We are good friends, after all." At that moment, Emily was at a loss for how to convince Sister Zhou of her words. She resorted to appealing to their bond. The audience in the live stream began to voice their thoughts. After Emily's explanation, I was almost persuaded to believe her. Her words do not strike me as mere fabrications. Yet, there is no evidence to support her claim. Indeed, I distinctly observed her hypnotizing Su Yang. In my view, Emily simply wishes to separate Sister Zhou from Su Yang. Thus, she speaks this way. However, Su Yang is not as dreadful as Emily perceives him to be. Frankly speaking, Emily is merely concerned that Sister Zhou may be misled. Sister Zhou, as a friend, is genuinely worried for her. I wholeheartedly believe you, but Su Yang is not as bad as you think. You are merely biased against him. Sister Zhou retorted, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood up, brushed off his trousers, and bid farewell as he turned to head toward the cave. He genuinely wished to prevent any discord between Sister Zhou and her friend due to his presence. Observing Su Yang's departure toward the cave, Sister Zhou followed him. Captivated by his retreating figure, the audience erupted in excitement. Su Yang is truly something. He can make Sister Zhou follow him without hesitation. What charm does he possess? I envy him. I too wish for Sister Zhou to follow me so unreservedly. If I could find a girl who cared for me so deeply, I would be content. Sister Zhou's feelings for Su Yang are undeniably profound. Is Su Yang here for a show, or is he merely wooing her? Meanwhile, Emily, left behind, was fuming, stamping her feet in frustration. What was it about this man that had so enthralled her friend? Contemplating this, Emily felt a growing concern. Just moments ago, Su Yang had hypnotized her, indicating that his skills surpassed hers. What if, one day, he were to hypnotize Sister Zhou without her awareness? Wouldn't that place her in greater peril? The thought sent a shiver down Emily's spine. Sighing, she resolved to protect her dear friend. With determination, she sprinted after Sister Zhou, catching up to her and wrapping her arm around her shoulder. All right, I was wrong. I should not have doubted Su Yang. At this moment, Emily could only concede temporarily, for this was the only way to remain close to Sister Zhou and shield her. After all, she had first-hand experience of Su Yang's capabilities. He was no ordinary adversary. As long as she stayed close, there would be an opportunity to safeguard Sister Zhou. The livestream audience began to comment once more. Look at how furious Emily is. Sister Zhou truly has a penchant for Su Yang. I feel a twinge of sympathy for Emily. What a thankless task. It is evident that Emily genuinely cares for Sister Zhou's safety. Alas, Sister Zhou is simply infatuated with Su Yang. At this moment, Sister Zhou glanced at Emily, who had her arm around her. She pouted slightly, meeting Emily's gaze for a few seconds before they both shared a smile. They then clasped hands and proceeded towards the cave. The live stream viewers rejoiced at the sight of the two friends. What a splendid pair of confidants. How wonderful that a few words could resolve their conflict. The bond between Emily and Sister Zhou transcended that of ordinary friendships. Emily was indeed a remarkable friend. Many could not reach such levels of devotion. Reflecting on my own close friendship, I recalled a time when I discovered my best friend was involved with my boyfriend. From that day forward, we ceased all communication. It is true. There are many who harbor feelings for their friends' partners. I have several acquaintances in similar predicaments. However, few possess the loyalty exhibited by Emily. I yearn for a friend like her. I finally comprehend why I keep encountering scoundrels. I lack a steadfast friend like Emily to safeguard me. Oh, how I envy Sister Zhou. Soon, the trio arrived at the cave. Sister Zhou surveyed her surroundings and suddenly felt that living here could be quite pleasant. Chapter 86. A feast awaits. Then, Emily patted her stomach. However, this action did not escape the notice of Sister Zhou and Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang spoke up. Let us indulge in a grand feast. As soon as he uttered those words, Sister Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight, and she clapped her hands in approval. Emily did not decline, for she was indeed hungry. Upon hearing about the feast, the live stream audience became animated. A feast? What will they be having? The mere thought of their meal made my mouth water from behind the screen. I suppose I should order takeout in advance. Haha, sisters, let us go together. Or I might end up drooling. What do you think they will eat? I guess it will be wild chicken. In the end, there were so many wild chickens in the valley. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou spoke up. Then let us eat wild chicken. As she spoke, Sister Zhou cast her gaze towards Emily. I tell you, Su Yang's roasted wild chicken is absolutely delightful. Truly. At this moment, Emily nodded on the surface. But in her heart, she was pondering how enchanted Sister Zhou had become by Su Yang. Just a roasted wild chicken. And Sister Zhou could extol Su Yang to the heavens. Thus, she looked at Sister Zhou with a sympathetic gaze. However, at this moment, Su Yang interjected. Your friend is here today. We won't be having wild chicken. Having said that, he picked up his fishing rod, walked to the stream, and began to fish. The online viewers were astonished. Wow, this is to save Sister Zhou's face. Su Yang truly had vision. He didn't dwell on what Emily had done earlier. I am growing fonder of Su Yang. No wild chicken? Was he planning to fish instead? Su Yang really gave Sister Zhou face. Roasted fish is also delicious. Ultimately, anything Su Yang prepared was delectable. It seemed as though one had tasted it before. I had not, but Sister Zhou had, and her expression of delight was unmistakable. I am eagerly anticipating the scene of them enjoying roasted fish. Yet, upon hearing Su Yang declare they would not be eating roasted chicken, Sister Zhou understood his intention to have roasted fish as she observed him fishing. I must say, Su Yang's roasted fish was indeed extraordinary. Even after indulging in numerous delicacies from hotels, none surpassed the taste of Su Yang's roasted fish. Turning to Emily, she remarked, You are in for a treat today. I am not exaggerating. Su Yang's fish is truly delicious. Sister Zhou spoke with a proud expression. Beside her, Emily could only acquiesce to her silly friend. However, upon hearing Sister Zhou's words, Emily began to feel a sense of anticipation. She truly wondered to what extent a grown man like Su Yang could cook so well. Prompting such praise from Sister Zhou, perhaps it was true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. With this thought, Emily shook her head, thinking that while Sister Zhou might have her trials, Su Yang was not so simple. After a while gazing at the water's surface, Emily stood up and dragged Sister Zhou to where Su Yang was fishing. Observing Su Yang, who was still fishing, Emily wore a look of disdain. 15 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of success from Su Yang. It seemed that Sister Zhou and she had exaggerated. At this moment, the comments section began to speculate. I told you, how could someone's luck always be good? Su Yang must be unable to catch a fish now. His previous luck must have been exhausted. Oh no. Su Yang is in trouble. He has lost face in front of Sister Zhou's friend. One shouldn't boast, especially when the outcome is still unknown. This time, Su Yang has faltered. What is the big deal? If all else fails, there is still wild chicken to eat. It's not like there is nothing to eat. And there is a big lobster too. That can be eaten as well. Cough. Let us forget about the lobster. That is worth hundreds of thousands. How could one just say to eat it? Selling it would be much better. I agree, fish or wild chicken would suffice. However, observing Su Yang's situation, it seemed quite difficult for him to catch a fish after such a long time. Is it possible he would come up empty-handed? Yet, at that moment, Su Yang's fishing rod twitched slightly. He had caught a fish. Su Yang then began to reel in the line. Meanwhile, witnessing Su Yang's rod being bitten, Emily was stunned. She hadn't expected that Su Yang could actually catch a fish. She had underestimated him. Nevertheless, Emily maintained a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou, upon seeing Su Yang catch a fish, looked on with sparkling eyes, joyfully jumping up. At that moment, as Su Yang pulled the rod, he felt a considerable weight. Had it not been for the combat skills granted by the system, which enhanced his strength significantly, he might not have been able to pull in this catch. The audience began to exclaim in excitement. Wow, he really caught one. Su Yang is impressive. He truly caught one. This time, he didn't lose face in front of Sister Zhou. Thankfully, catching a fish spared him from embarrassment. Sister Zhou was positively elated. She was even happier than Su Yang himself. What a charming little girl Sister Zhou was. Su Yang kept reeling in the line until a large lobster surfaced. Upon seeing the lobster, Su Yang exclaimed, "Wow." Initially, he thought it was just a small fish since reeling it in hadn't required much effort. Who would have thought he had caught a lobster? As Su Yang pulled the lobster onto the shore, the viewers in the live stream erupted. Wow, Su Yang actually caught a lobster. It must weigh about 30 pounds. My goodness, isn't this the rare variety? What is it called again? The big yellow shrimp. Oh my, such big yellow shrimp are rarely seen in the market, and the biggest usually weighs only about 2 pounds. I thought this variety couldn't even grow this large. Their lifespan is limited. As someone who deals in seafood, I've never seen such a large yellow shrimp. Nor have I heard of it. What? So rare? But this yellow shrimp seems to weigh around 30 pounds. How much could it be worth? Based on the market price for a 2-pound yellow shrimp, which is about 3,000 per pound, 2 pounds would be around 6,000. However, such a 30-pound yellow shrimp has never been seen in the market, but a shrimp this large would sell for at least 15,000 per pound. Chapter 87. Is this shrimp really worth so much? So valuable. This big yellow shrimp could sell for over 400,000. Su Yang thought to himself. With the down payment for a house right in his hands, is it really this easy to earn money these days? The proceeds from selling the shrimp could cover several years of my salary. Su Yang was indeed fortunate to casually catch such a valuable yellow shrimp. So enviable. Meanwhile, upon seeing Su Yang catch the 30-pound yellow shrimp, Sister Zhou exclaimed, "Wow, what a gigantic lobster. How much is this worth?" "Su Yang, you are truly amazing." Sister Zhou expressed her joy without reservation. Beside her, Emily was rendered speechless, frozen in place. How could this be possible? This was a stream. How could such a large yellow shrimp be here? Moreover, to say it was caught just like that? As someone who frequently attended various business gatherings, she had only seen yellow shrimp weighing 3 pounds. But the one Su Yang had caught seemed to weigh at least 30 pounds. In terms of price, this yellow shrimp should be worth around 500,000. With this thought, Emily's heart trembled. Is Su Yang truly this capable? A yellow shrimp worth 500,000 was caught just like that? At this moment, Emily rubbed her eyes and looked again. She was not mistaken. It really was a 30-pound yellow shrimp. While she was still in shock, Su Yang had already pulled the yellow shrimp up. The fire was kindled, and water began to boil. At this moment, Sister Zhou adeptly added firewood. Meanwhile, Emily, regaining her composure, observed the actions of Su Yang and Sister Zhou with a hint of confusion. "What are you both doing?" she inquired. Sister Zhou turned her head towards Emily and replied, "We are, of course, cooking shrimp." Upon hearing Sister Zhou's nonchalant response, Emily felt a jolt of surprise. These large prawns are quite expensive. Are we really going to eat them? As a semi-businesswoman, Emily could hardly believe that something of such value is simply to be consumed. The viewers, witnessing Emily's expression, erupted in the comments section. "This is a lavish meal worth hundreds of thousands," they exclaimed. No wonder Emily was taken aback. Even I couldn't fathom eating such an expensive delicacy instead of selling it for profit. Su Yang was indeed extravagant. Initially, she had thought a simple lunch with a chicken leg would suffice, but seeing Su Yang and the others indulge so lavishly made her chicken leg suddenly seem unappetizing. What kind of day is this? How enviable. Emily had likely never encountered such colossal prawns before. In fact, not many in the live stream had seen prawns of this size. After all, hadn't he, the seafood vendor, just mentioned that in his years of business, the largest prawns he had seen weighed over 2 pounds? Such a find was truly rare. Now, Emily and Sister Zhou were in for a treat. Noticing Emily's astonished expression, Su Yang spoke up. "It's fine, we can fish after we eat." After Su Yang calmly stated this, Emily, feeling somewhat out of balance, had no choice but to lean in and see if there was any way she could assist. However, she still grappled with the situation. She had never encountered a scenario where one would consume a meal worth 400,000 to 500,000. Yet, on the surface, Emily made an effort to remain composed. Sister Zhou, noticing Emily's demeanor, guessed her thoughts. At that moment, Sister Zhou also felt that these large prawns were excessively precious. Thus, she suggested, "Su Yang, perhaps we should opt for grilled chicken or fish instead. These prawns must be quite valuable. We could sell them for a good price." Emily, in agreement, nodded vigorously. The comment section buzzed with excitement as viewers echoed Sister Zhou's sentiments. After all, such an expensive item would fetch a handsome sum if sold. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't want to eat it. Once consumed, that 500,000 would be gone. However, Su Yang saw that the water was boiling and proceeded to place the large prawns into the pot. "It's all right, we can fish later. Let us fill our stomachs first," he said, adding more firewood. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou and Emily exchanged a glance, deciding not to press the matter further. As Emily gazed at the large prawns bubbling in the pot, she swallowed hard. On one hand, she was indeed hungry. On the other, this was a meal worth 500,000, and to say she didn't want to eat would be a lie. She turned her gaze towards Su Yang, silently acknowledging. This person is truly generous. Once again, her eyes drifted back to the pot, watching the prawns bubbling enticingly. Emily swallowed again. In the midst of their contemplation, the prawns were ready, and the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Sister Zhou, catching the scent, remarked with a smile, "It smells amazing." The three of them then began to indulge in the prawns. As Emily placed a prawn in her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise, and her expression froze. "This is delicious," she exclaimed, quickly reaching for another piece. The prawns were simply exquisite. At that moment, Emily was utterly captivated by the prawns cooked by Su Yang. This was the best shrimp she had ever tasted. After the first bite, she craved more. The moment the succulent shrimp meat touched her palate, its flavor enveloped her senses. She recalled that Su Yang had indeed added some seasoning, yet the prawns retained their natural sweetness, devoid of overwhelming spice. Perhaps the seasoning was merely to enhance the freshness? Realizing this, Emily couldn't help but admire Su Yang's culinary skills. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing Emily's reaction. "It looks absolutely delicious. Can I have a taste too? If Emily says it's good, it must be fantastic," they chimed in. After all, Emily had traveled the world and sampled various cuisines. For her to declare these prawns tasty was a significant endorsement. It was rare for her to express such enthusiasm about food. "Now I want to eat too. What should I do?" Sister Zhou and Emily were indeed fortunate to savor such delectable prawns, both delicious and pricey. How enviable. Chapter 88. Su Yang's culinary skills are truly remarkable among the audience in the live stream. A food expert began to share insights. The process of preparing the large prawns was not merely about boiling them in water. Rather, it was crucial to introduce the prawns into the pot at the right moment, allowing them to retain their exquisite flavor. Moreover, the prawns should be added gradually to ensure even cooking. This meticulous approach preserved their inherent freshness. When Su Yang added seasoning, he did so when the prawns were halfway cooked, ensuring that their natural flavor remained intact while allowing the seasoning to meld seamlessly. Each step in Su Yang's process was executed with precision, not done haphazardly. Upon hearing the food expert's commentary, the viewers experienced a moment of enlightenment. "So that's how it is. I had assumed it was as simple as tossing ingredients into a pot." No wonder Emily and Sister Zhou praised it. "It's the skill of the chef that makes it exceptional. I truly hadn't anticipated that Su Yang, aside from being an excellent fisherman, possessed such remarkable culinary talent. With his ability to catch prawns worth hundreds of thousands, coupled with his culinary prowess, it's almost unfair. And to top it off, he has beautiful companions by his side. What a splendid life." Su Yang's existence seemed enviable, inciting a desire in me to join this program. Cough, cough. Just because you join the program doesn't guarantee you'll catch prawns worth hundreds of thousands, nor will you necessarily whip up such delightful dishes. Moreover, you might not have the company of beauties like Sister Zhou and Emily. So, it seems Su Yang is just exceptionally fortunate. Not everyone can experience such fortune. Just look at the other contestants. Many are still struggling to meet their basic needs. Ha ha ha, you're speaking the truth. Regardless, I still want to try. What if my luck is as good as Su Yang's? Oh, that is a valid point. I want to go too. Let us go together. Meanwhile, Emily and Sister Zhou were relishing the large prawns, while Su Yang, observing them, chuckled. They truly were food enthusiasts. As they approached the end of their meal, Su Yang picked up his fishing rod and returned to the stream to fish once more. At that moment, Sister Zhou took notice. "Su Yang, do you still want to fish?" At that moment, Emily paused her consumption of the large shrimp and wiped her mouth, glancing in Su Yang's direction, as if questioning whether he intended to fish again. Was he truly hoping to catch another large shrimp? This fellow named Su Yang was indeed somewhat arrogant. Although he had just caught a sizable shrimp, it was likely merely an act of luck. Did he still entertain the thought of reeling in another? Was he attempting to strike it rich without effort? It was no wonder that people today were often criticized for their greed. Lost in dreams of overnight riches, a notion utterly unattainable. At this moment, Su Yang embodied such a mindset, fantasizing about catching another large shrimp to sell and become wealthy overnight. How naive. The prior catch was simply a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou shared a similar sentiment. Catching one large shrimp was already commendable. How could he dare to hope for another of such value? The viewers in the live stream began to murmur, questioning Su Yang's ambitions. Did he truly wish to catch another large shrimp? Was he being overly greedy? After all, a single large shrimp could fetch nearly 500,000 yuan. It was not something one could just casually catch. This lad seemed to have lost his sense of reality. Ah, the youth of today? Is it not better to earn money through diligent work? Why always wish for a windfall? Such thoughts were perplexing. Su Yang's actions were truly unconvincing. Just moments ago, he had garnered admiration, but now he appeared quite ordinary. Why not work steadily for his earnings? What has happened to the younger generation? Having achieved minor success, Su Yang seemed to be getting carried away, and it was only a matter of time before he would be humbled. Some viewers began to voice their opinions in the live stream. In my view, Su Yang is merely showing off. After all, he is by the creek side, where the likelihood of catching large shrimp is inherently low. The one he caught earlier was likely swept in by the current. How else could such a creature be found in this place? Moreover, such large shrimp are not easily displaced by water flow. The shrimp he caught was probably an anomaly, dragged into the creek by an unusual surge. It is nearly impossible for him to catch another large shrimp here. It was no surprise, after all. A 30-plus kilogram shrimp could be worth nearly 500,000 yuan. Who would not be tempted? Yet, soon enough, Su Yang might find himself empty-handed, possibly even losing followers. The risk was simply too great. He should know when to stop while he was ahead. What more could he want? This course of action would surely lead to an awkward conclusion for him. In the program's office, the director, Li Hong, observed Su Yang's live stream on the large screen. His brows furrowed in concern. What exactly was Su Yang trying to achieve? He was by a creek, not the sea. Initially, Li Hong had been quite pleased, as Su Yang's earlier catch had attracted over 1 million viewers, significantly boosting the show's popularity without any paid promotions. However, as Su Yang finished the large shrimp and returned to the creek with his fishing rod, Li Hong's smile faded, replaced by a troubled expression. Watching the indifferent Su Yang, Sister Zhou did not expect him to catch another large shrimp, but hoped he would at least reel in a few small fish, considering it was a live broadcast. She approached Su Yang, silently wishing for his success. Emily, having consumed her shrimp, followed Sister Zhou to Su Yang's side. However, her mindset was entirely different. She believed Su Yang was merely showing off, perhaps attempting to impress Sister Zhou. Yet, one must recognize the circumstances. Claiming one could catch a shrimp worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at will was absurd. Catching one was already a stroke of luck. Did he think he was a reincarnated koi? Such juvenile thinking. She had thought Su Yang was a composed individual, but here he was, proving otherwise. With this in mind, her desire to remove Sister Zhou from Su Yang's side intensified. Meanwhile, Su Yang, in a tranquil state, gazed at the fishing rod and noticed the sun shining beautifully. He decided to dig a small hole in the ground to secure the fishing rod, then lay back, resting his hands behind his head on the grass. Squinting at the sun, Sister Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then, recovering her senses, thought that perhaps Su Yang was simply exhausted from the past few days and deserved a break. If he could catch a small fish, that would suffice. Given his current state, there was no point in hoping for another large shrimp. However, Emily, witnessing this scene, could only think, a decayed wood cannot be carved. She resolved to remove her dear friend from Su Yang's presence. What good could possibly come from being around such a man? The viewers in the live stream began to comment on Su Yang's actions. What is he doing? Sunbathing? Is he giving up on catching large shrimp? Su Yang certainly knows how to enjoy life. Living so comfortably, is this what we work hard for? How has he managed to achieve such a lifestyle just by participating in a show? Can I sign up too? I'd love to enjoy such a life. In the program's office, Li Hong slammed his hand on the table, frustrated. At this moment, shouldn't he be focused on catching large shrimp instead of leisurely sunbathing? He was anxious. If Su Yang continued this way, he would become unpopular, and the live stream's viewership would decline. After finally gaining traction, it would be a shame for the momentum to falter because Su Yang chose to bask in the sun, potentially leading to a loss of followers. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. At the creekside, the weather was pleasant, the sky a brilliant blue, with birds occasionally flying by. Since joining the program, Su Yang had been quite busy and hadn't had a moment to truly relax. With Sister Zhou and Emily there to keep an eye on things, he thought it was a perfect opportunity to take a break and not waste the picturesque scenery of the valley. Minutes later, Su Yang, who had drifted off, was startled awake by the sound of splashing water. Something was happening. Instantly alert, he rose to see the fishing rod moving. He had a catch. Yawning, he approached the rod to reel it in. Sister Zhou noticed and smiled, relieved that he had caught something. It would spare him from embarrassment. However, Emily, standing nearby, was astonished that Su Yang managed to catch a fish without even paying attention to the rod. How incredible! The viewers in the live stream gasped in surprise. He can catch fish while sunbathing. It almost feels as if one could fish with a straight hook. Understood. I shall employ this method next time. The ripples in the water suggest a significant catch is at hand. Surely, it cannot be another massive shrimp. No way. Fortune cannot be so disproportionately favored to Su Yang alone. It must not be a giant shrimp. This fishing spot simply does not harbor such creatures. The last catch was purely a stroke of luck. Yet, Such luck is exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent, let alone occurring consecutively. Indeed, this time, it is impossible for it to be a giant shrimp. If it were, I would stand on my head and eat excrement. It should be a larger river fish. Given the nature of this stream, the likelihood of catching river fish is considerably high. In any case, one should not even entertain thoughts of giant shrimp. In the program's office, the head, Li Hong, noticed Su Yang's fishing rod had moved. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly. At least a catch had been made. Preventing a futile outing. Suddenly recalling something, he turned around. The barrage of comments was prepared. When Su Yang reeled in the fish, they would all praise his prowess. After giving instructions, Li Hong turned back to the screen, focusing on the surface of the water. The chance of catching a giant shrimp was already minuscule. As long as the commentators continued to praise Su Yang's skill in catching big fish, the earlier topic of giant shrimp would be suppressed. By the stream, Su Yang continued to pull on his fishing rod until it was brought ashore. What emerged on the screens of millions of viewers was a giant shrimp weighing over 40 pounds. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. No way. Am I seeing this correctly, brothers? Another giant shrimp weighing dozens of pounds? This one is evidently larger than the previous one. It must weigh at least 50 pounds. Goodness. How much could that be worth? Conservatively speaking, it must be worth around 800,000. Ah, my heavens. In just a few minutes, 80,000 has been earned? So, this is how easy it is to make money. The amount Su Yang earned in mere minutes surpasses several years of my salary. Here I am, toiling from 9 to 5, exhausted beyond measure, and he is earning money just by basking in the sun. Is the program still accepting applicants? I seek nothing more than a fish. Let the grand prizes be left to you all. What happened to that fellow who said he would stand on his head and eat excrement? Not to mention, Su Yang's rate of earning is astonishingly swift. Meanwhile, Emily stood frozen in place, eyes wide, struggling to articulate her disbelief. How could this be possible? Is it that Su Yang's luck is exceptional? Or are there simply many giant shrimps in this stream? For the moment, Emily could not ascertain, her mind momentarily blank. At this point, Sister Zhou, upon witnessing the giant shrimp, snapped back to reality after a few seconds, joyfully clapping her hands and exclaiming how marvelous Su Yang is. Su Yang, upon seeing yet another giant shrimp, nodded in satisfaction. It appears the fishing technique bestowed by the system is quite effective. In the program's office, Li Hong observed that Su Yang had caught an even larger giant shrimp than before. The furrow in his brow vanished, replaced by a crescent-shaped smile. However, as he glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, his smile gradually faded. He then walked directly to the desk of the staff member responsible for managing the comments. With a resounding slap, he struck the staff member's head. What are you doing? Did you not see Su Yang reel in a giant shrimp? Why is your mind not engaged? The staff member felt wronged. Ceasing to comment and gazing at Li Hong with a pitiful expression, not daring to speak. Wasn't it your instruction to comment as soon as Su Yang pulled the fish from the water? Who could have anticipated that Su Yang would actually catch a giant shrimp? As Su Yang dragged the hefty shrimp ashore, revealing it to millions of viewers, the audience felt a twinge of envy. This shrimp was caught almost effortlessly. The key is, Su Yang hardly exerted himself. He merely placed the rod down and basked in the sun before reeling in a 50-pound giant shrimp. This is far too easy. I must sign up for this program. I asked for little, just to catch a giant shrimp. Enjoying the sun, relishing nature's embrace. With beauties like Sister Zhou and Emily by my side, and in mere moments, I could earn over 800,000. What more could one desire? Is it truly this easy to make money? How is it that I toil day in and day out, scrimping and saving, yet cannot earn such sums? I've worked consecutively for 48 hours, feeling dizzy and exhausted, and still only make a few hundred. I accompanied clients to drink until I ended up in the hospital, only for my commission to be snatched away by competitors, resulting in no earnings and added medical expenses. Who do I turn to for justice? If only I could have half of Su Yang's life, I would be content. I too wish to join the program to fish. Not only to earn money, but to escape the complexities of workplace relationships. The best part is, I could explore the mountains and rivers. This is beside the point. The highlight is that I could bask in the sun and earn 80,000. By heavens, the more I think about it, the more I want to join the program. No, I must participate to avoid a few years of hard work. Meanwhile, after catching the giant shrimp, Su Yang instructed Sister Zhou and Emily to place it carefully. Then returned to the stream to continue fishing. However, unbeknownst to him, his live stream had surged to the top of the trending charts. The viewer count had exceeded 150,000. The audience gasped in astonishment. No way. Could it be? Is Su Yang going to catch another giant shrimp? This seems improbable. This stream is not a habitat for giant shrimp. The previous catches were mere luck. If he catches another giant shrimp, I will stand on my head and eat excrement. Ahem, the brother above, You should eat the previous excrement first. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you said the same before. And yet Su Yang truly caught a giant shrimp. The odds of catching another giant shrimp are minuscule. The giant shrimp carried by the river current is merely a coincidence. At this moment, in the program's office, Li Hong observed that Su Yang was preparing to catch another giant shrimp. He brushed back a few stray hairs with one hand. His heart racing once again. What could this contestant Su Yang be thinking? Having already caught 2 giant shrimps, is he still not satisfied? Does he intend to fish again? If he fails this time, will it not disappoint the viewers? Wouldn't that cause the ratings to plummet? Currently, Su Yang's live stream is the most popular on the platform. Since the show began, he is the first contestant to elevate the live stream ratings to the top. I hope it lasts a little longer. This program relies on the contestant's popularity to generate revenue. With this thought, Li Hong's eyes remained glued to the screen. Envisioning in his mind Su Yang reeling in yet another giant shrimp. By the stream, Su Yang was absorbed in the beautiful scenery, absent-mindedly surveying his surroundings. With the advanced fishing technique at his disposal, he felt no concern over the possibility of not catching any fish. The fish caught are quite sizable. Observing the distracted Su Yang, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement. Is he truly fishing? It seems more like he is merely enjoying the scenery while casually reeling in a fish. If he can manage to catch anything in this state, I would be utterly flabbergasted. Su Yang, do share your secret. How do you manage to catch fish while being so inattentive? Ahem, he hasn't hooked anything yet. Given Su Yang's current demeanor, if a fish were to bite, I would genuinely be in disbelief. Su Yang's sense of luck is quite overblown. Although he often finds himself fortunate, it does not guarantee perpetual luck. I hope he does not embarrass himself later. Meanwhile, Emily, having placed the large prawns, exhaled upon seeing Su Yang continue his fishing endeavor. Greed can lead to downfall. One single large prawn is already worth 800,000. Is that not enough? What more could he desire? She glanced at Sister Zhou, contemplating whether to escort her away. Once a person succumbs to greed, trouble often follows. How could she rest easy leaving Sister Zhou in the company of such a risky individual? However, Sister Zhou appeared to trust Su Yang immensely, a sentiment that perplexed Emily. To this day, she fails to see what makes Su Yang so remarkable, aside from his ability to generate wealth. Furthermore, as a prominent streamer, Sister Zhou is hardly in need of money. What is the appeal? At that moment, Su Yang, lost in the beauty surrounding him, suddenly noticed the fishing rod twitching. Grasping it firmly, he pulled upward with all his might. However, after a short struggle, he found himself perplexed. What is happening? Why is this so laborious? At that instant, Su Yang sensed that this fish must be substantial. With the strength bestowed by the system, he should have easily reeled it in, yet this time felt distinctly different. The weight was unmistakably significant. This realization brought him joy. After all, larger fish or prawns hold greater value. Without further ado, he resolved to reel it in first and worry about the details later. He turned his gaze towards Sister Zhou and Emily, urging them to assist, as this catch seemed notably large. Chapter 91. Has Su Yang hooked another fish? Emily, still grappling with skepticism, looked towards Su Yang upon hearing his call. A jolt of surprise coursed through her. Had he really caught another fish? Luck seems to be on his side. She promptly joined Sister Zhou to assist Su Yang. Together, the three of them pulled the rod upward. In the program's office, Li Hong, who had been intently watching the screen, felt his eyes widen with excitement. He feared missing any moment of the action. Had they hooked another fish? No, it appeared to be a prawn. Yet, unlike the previous catches, this one certainly seemed larger, weighing no less than 60 or 70 pounds. Why else would Su Yang enlist Sister Zhou and Emily for help? Li Hong could only smile, knowing the show's popularity would only continue to soar. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. Had they truly caught something? This catch would undoubtedly surpass the previous two in size, given that Su Yang had sought assistance from Sister Zhou and Emily. Could it be that Su Yang was about to strike it rich again? The three of them pulling together must mean the fish weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds. My goodness, how much could that be worth? I reckon it must be over 100 pounds. It certainly seems that way. Otherwise, why would Su Yang, a robust man, need help? What value could it hold? It must be worth at least 2 million. With such a catch, Su Yang could live comfortably for the rest of his days. To think he could earn over 2 million simply by enjoying the scenery while fishing. How unfair. With the fishing rod prepared, I shall head to the stream where Su Yang is fishing. Surely, the production team has not filled all their spots yet. I must go. If necessary, I could assist with minor tasks while fishing. Do they need someone to liven the atmosphere? I have experience in streaming and could help boost the show's energy without needing compensation. I would consider it philanthropy as long as I can fish a little. By the way, director, do you need a girlfriend? My sister is still single. I could introduce her to you. as long as I can fish. You all are quite competitive. What is going on? No one wants to work anymore. Why would you when fishing can easily yield tens of thousands, even millions? How much do you earn? By the stream, the three finally managed to pull the fish out, and as it surfaced, it appeared dark. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream gasped. Ah, it's a massive black fish. It looks to weigh around 100 pounds. Although black fish are not as valuable as large prawns, 100 pounds of black fish must still be worth a significant amount. After all, they managed to catch such a large one without any assistance. As they drew it closer, it seemed lazy. A lazy fish. What does that mean? It's not struggling like the others. Goodness, could it be a dead fish? A deceased black fish wouldn't be worth nearly as much. Nonetheless, having something is better than nothing. Catching it is still a gain. By the stream, the three finally succeeded in bringing the rod up. However, as they focused their gaze, they were left dumbfounded. Where's the fish? Where are the large prawns? Instead, they had pulled up a big dark box. At that moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Su Yang's mind. After all this effort, only to retrieve a box that appeared to be nothing but a darkened shell? This was quite absurd. Both Sister Zhou and Emily stood in shock, unable to fathom how they had caught a box instead of fish. What was happening? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Where's the fish? Where are the prawns worth 2 million? What happened to them? Did they escape? The prawns must have slipped away. No wonder Su Yang struggled so much while pulling. It turns out that the weight was due to this cumbersome box. But what could be inside? Open it and see. What if it's filled with jewels? If it's jewels, that would be a tremendous windfall. Hurry, Su Yang. Let us see what's inside. If it's an antique from thousands of years ago, it could be worth far more than 2 million. Wow, that would be a huge profit. I must participate in this program. It's just too tempting, with both large prawns and potential treasures. The key is that Sister Zhou and Emily are there too. Why does my local fishing village not offer such opportunities? All I see are burly men. There isn't a woman in sight. And the fish caught are nothing but small fry, worth at most $100 a pound. I have yet to hear of anyone catching fish or prawns worth tens of thousands. It seems Su Yang is extraordinarily fortunate. Is it possible the program is deliberately enhancing the experience by placing large prawns and boxes in the water ahead of time? That seems implausible if they had done so. It wouldn't make sense. After all, those are large prawns worth nearly 1 million, and they can swim away at any moment. If they were to escape, that would be a tremendous loss for the production team. Large prawns are living creatures, capable of movement, unlike that box. It is indeed plausible that the production team might have placed the box in the water beforehand. At the production office, Su Yang reeled in a large box, leaving Li Hong, the person in charge, utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Where are the shrimp? How could a big box be caught instead? However, upon glancing at the barrage of comments on the screen, some speculated that the production team intentionally submerged the box in the water. Absolutely not. Li Hong was thoroughly baffled at this moment. By the stream, Su Yang turned to Sister Zhou and Emily, noticing their expressions mirrored his own astonishment. Nevertheless, since they had managed to catch it, it was a collective achievement, and they were bound to discover what lay within the box. Gazing at the large container before him, Su Yang's initial thought was that it might contain antiques. Well, if there are no fish or shrimp, antiques would suffice, as they too hold monetary value. With that thought, Su Yang's mood gradually calmed. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and looked at Zhou Jie and Emily. Let us see what is inside the box, he exclaimed, picking up an axe and a branch for the task at hand. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Zhou Jie and Emily shared the same curiosity. They too were eager to unveil the contents of the box. Thus, the three of them gathered around the box, and together, they lifted the lid. At the moment the lid was opened, the sight within rendered them speechless. Chapter 92. What on earth did we just catch? Viewers in the live stream grew anxious upon witnessing the stunned expressions of Su Yang and his companions. What did they see? Bring the camera closer. With such astonishment, the box must contain a treasure trove of jewels. Sister Zhou, a prominent streamer, had seen her fair share of wealth. What could be inside that left her so flabbergasted? If it managed to astonish her, it must be worth millions. Come on, Sister Zhou can earn millions in a year. Would she really be surprised? The audience muttered. Their curiosity piqued. What could be the valuable item that caused such a reaction? Back at the production office, Li Hong was glued to the screen, completely entranced by the unfolding scene. He was filled with curiosity, wondering what could elicit such a reaction from the trio. If it were gold, silver, or jewels, the show's popularity would surely soar once again. The astonishment on Su Yang and his companions' faces hinted that the contents were undoubtedly valuable. Just as Li Hong was filled with anticipation, Sister Zhou suddenly gasped and leaped into Su Yang's arms. Emily, witnessing this, wanted to say something but hesitated. merely observing Zhou's reaction. The barrage of comments from the audience erupted with wild speculation. Could it be a prank? Who would scare Sister Zhou like that? One commenter exclaimed. Seriously, if a beautiful girl offers you a hug, how could you refuse? Another chimed in with laughter. Beside the box, Emily let out a gasp, her lips trembling slightly, revealing a look of terror on her face. Su Yang, equally shocked, quickly comforted Sister Zhou before reaching for the walkie-talkie to contact the production team. At this moment, the camera revealed the contents of the box to the audience, who were horrified. Is that a human head? One viewer exclaimed. So, the earlier comment was right, but this is a real human head, not a toy skull. They actually caught a head? Does that mean there are bodies in this stream? By the stream, Su Yang stared at the head for a few seconds, overcome by a sense of revulsion. The skin was waterlogged and unrecognizable, prompting him to instinctively step back, wanting to distance himself from the gruesome sight. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou, clearly terrified, clung to Su Yang, unwilling to look back. The audience, witnessing the scene, collectively gasped. What a bizarre turn of events. Catching a human head instead of shrimp? Goodness. It seems like this person has been gone for quite some time. With disheveled hair, it appears to be a young woman, perhaps in her 20s. Could it be a suicide? Indeed. We had a case in our town where a high school girl committed suicide after breaking up with her boyfriend and feeling ashamed to face her parents because she was pregnant. Such tragedies happen too often, especially among young women. Wait, all we have is a head. This might be a dismemberment case. Another commented, horrified. This is truly gruesome. The perpetrator must be quite heartless to leave only a head. On the other side, Su Yang was speaking into the walkie-talkie. Hello, this is contestant Su Yang. I've just caught a human head while fishing by the stream. Please call the police. Li Hong, upon receiving the call, acted promptly and contacted the authorities. Despite the potential negative impact on the show, it was imperative to handle the situation properly. Shortly after the video was uploaded online, it garnered immense attention, with hundreds of thousands of likes within mere minutes. Titled Contestant Catches a Corpse While Fishing on a Deserted Island, the comments section exploded with reactions. Did they really catch a corpse while fishing? Are survival shows this intense now? Could this be staged for publicity? How could they arrange for a body? That's absurd. This must be a part of a larger mystery. Seeing as they found a head, could there be other body parts nearby? What if they find more? Seriously. The contestant is already traumatized. We saw how Sister Zhou reacted. Fortunately, the contestant had already contacted the production team, ensuring that the police would handle the situation. Regardless, this incident was undeniably chilling. The severed head appeared to belong to a young woman, perhaps only 15 or 16 years old. What a tragedy. By the stream. A mere 10 minutes after Su Yang made the call, the production team and police arrived. The officers began their inquiries. Is this where you found it? Su Yang replied. Yes, I just caught it. I was hoping for a big fish, but ended up with this instead. You might want to search the area further. There could be more remains nearby. Within just 20 minutes of the video's release, it had already been shared by 60,000 viewers. The popularity of this video skyrocketed, propelling it to the third spot on Douyin's trending list. At this moment, netizens flooded the comments section beneath the video. Oh my heavens. There are body parts on this deserted island? And they were caught by a contestant named Su Yang? This contestant is quite impressive. Su Yang, is he live streaming? I must check out his stream. Subsequently, the viewership of Su Yang's live broadcast surged from 1.5 million to 2 million in an instant. The new viewers, puzzled by the unfolding events, sought clarification from the seasoned fans in the chat. Chapter 93. The surge in viewership of Su Yang's live stream at this juncture. A concerned viewer began to explain. Here's the situation. Su Yang, the contestant in this live stream, caught 2 large prawns weighing around 30 to 40 pounds each. He then sat by a stream to fish some more. Before long, his fishing rod began to twitch. Given the excitement of what Su Yang had just pulled up, we all exclaimed in surprise. We thought he might have caught an even larger prawn and that Su Yang was in for a real windfall. However, as it turned out, Su Yang was unable to haul it up alone. When everyone took a closer look, we were astounded to find that the catch was not a prawn at all, but a large black box. Just as everyone speculated that it might contain ancient treasures, Su Yang, along with Sister Zhou and Emily, opened the box and were horrified to discover a severed head, nearly reduced to a skull with the flesh almost entirely decomposed. Su Yang then used his walkie-talkie to alert the production team and the police. You cannot imagine how chilling the atmosphere was at that moment. After the enthusiastic viewer recounted the events, those who had just joined the stream began to speak up. This sounds like a ghost story. Do you think Su Yang will have psychological trauma from this experience? I certainly would. I doubt he could sleep soundly after encountering something like this. Wait a moment. Earlier it was mentioned that Su Yang caught 2 prawns weighing 30 to 40 pounds each? I must have misheard. It's hard to believe. In over 20 years in the seafood business, I've never heard of prawns of that size. I live by the sea, fishing daily, and I've never encountered such heavy prawns. Indeed, how could prawns weigh that much? In response to the new viewers' queries, the seasoned fans began to clarify, it's true. If you don't believe me, just stick around and watch the live stream. You might catch a glimpse of that nearly 50-pound prawn. The new viewers, still confused, asked, what do you mean? Didn't you say there were two? How did it become one? Ahem, he wasn't mistaken. If luck is on your side, you may only witness one nearly 50-pound prawn. As for the other one, you won't see it because the 30-pound prawn that was caught earlier was consumed by Su Yang and the others. What? They ate it? A 30-pound prawn must be worth at least 500,000. How could they just eat it? This contestant Su Yang is quite extravagant. He consumed a prawn worth 500,000. Such audacity. If it were me, I would have sold it instead of keeping it for myself. Su Yang is truly remarkable. However, to catch a body part this time, what a stroke of luck. Indeed, we were all hoping for an even larger and more valuable prawn. Yet he ended up with a body part. Good fortune? How can that be? After catching a body part, he might not be able to eat for days. The last time I saw a deceased pig in the river, I couldn't eat for several days. And Su Yang is faced with a corpse. That's quite a burden for this contestant to bear. At this moment, over 2 million pairs of eyes were glued to the screen, eager to see how this contestant would react to the horrifying discovery. When the camera shifted to Su Yang, the audience was taken aback. There was no trace of fear on his face, nor any sign of panic. Observing this scene, viewers began to express their astonishment. So this is Su Yang. I didn't mistake him, but why does he not appear frightened at all? What is going on? It's as if nothing happened. It seems the severed body part wasn't even his catch. Wow, Su Yang is quite courageous. How can he remain so composed despite such a shocking occurrence? I truly admire his demeanor. I would be terrified. Surely, one would expect to see a frightened expression, but Su Yang displayed none of that. His mental fortitude is commendable. However, unbeknownst to Su Yang, as he was being questioned, the video of him catching the body had already soared to the top of Douyin's trending list. Responding to the police's inquiries, Su Yang recounted the events in detail. The officer then stated, all right, we understand the situation. However, we need you to come to the police station to provide a formal statement. Upon hearing this, Su Yang was taken aback. But I've already explained everything. Besides, the live stream is ongoing. You can verify my account through the show's back-end footage. It wasn't that Su Yang was unwilling to comply. He simply did not want to miss out on the competition. Continuing in the competition could yield substantial system rewards. The production team leader recognized Su Yang's concerns and addressed the officer. Officer, Su Yang is currently participating in a program that involves the inheritance of an anonymous wealthy benefactor's estate. Thus, for the contestants, every moment is crucial. However, the police could conduct a video interview with Su Yang to document his statement. The officer pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It was not due to the production team's influence nor Su Yang's stature, but rather because the anonymous benefactor was already well known to them. Furthermore, during a previous major case, this benefactor had offered significant assistance and donated 1 million to support the police force. Such gratitude would not be forgotten. Clearly, this benefactor was selecting an heir among the contestants in this episode, and it was imperative not to delay matters concerning their benefactor. Since Su Yang had already provided a thorough account of the events, it was only necessary for him to record his statement at the police station, which could also be conducted via video under these special circumstances. Thus, Su Yang was taken outside the camera's view, where he connected with the police via video. Minutes later, Su Yang returned to the camera. Little did he know, he had already topped the trending charts on Weibo, occupying the #1 spot. Following this, comments began to flood in beneath the trending topic. Chapter 94, Weibo officials in shock. Impressive, Su Yang. He actually pulled a body part from the water while fishing. This is quite the news. I must say, it's best not to travel alone, especially in desolate areas. That severed head belonged to a girl who seemed quite young. How tragic. In the bloom of youth, when life is yet to be fully savored, what profound animosity must one harbor to resort to such gruesome acts as dismemberment? It seems the heart of the assassin is twisted beyond comprehension, yet ultimately, it is the innocent girl who bears the brunt of this tragedy. How unfortunate for her. In the official office of Weibo, the head, Lisa, suddenly noticed the trending topics. An unsettling feeling washed over her. Typically, the top rankings were dominated by celebrities and significant events, yet the name Su Yang was unfamiliar to her. Intrigued, Lisa searched for Su Yang in the query box, but found no information. Confusion enveloped her. Who was this individual whose name commanded the pinnacle of trending discussions? As curiosity piqued, she clicked on the title that read, Shock, Contestant Su Yang hooks a body part while fishing. At that moment, Lisa was taken aback. Such an occurrence was indeed astonishing. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she delved into the article. 2 minutes later, her mouth formed a perfect yes. She absorbed the bizarre reality of the situation. Lisa recognized that the popularity of contestant Su Yang would undoubtedly escalate, and to maximize the platform's gains, it was imperative to maintain the trending topic's prominence. Thus, she promptly delegated tasks to her subordinates, urging them to amplify the frequency of shares related to Su Yang's headline. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, he had swiftly become a household name within a matter of hours. Even avid anglers yearned to meet this fishing prodigy. Catching a giant shrimp worth tens of thousands was impressive enough, but to reel in a body part was nothing short of remarkable. What extraordinary fishing skills he possessed. He was an exemplar for all. If given the chance, I would surely treat Su Yang to a meal. Hoping to forge a friendship with such a master of the craft, merely exchanging a few words might profoundly influence my own fishing journey. Simultaneously, by the stream. As the police conducted their investigation, a forensic expert arrived to collect samples from the body part and examine the surrounding clues. Once their work was complete, both the remains and the wooden box were transported away. Subsequently, the production team and the police bid farewell to Su Yang and departed. The live stream's chatroom erupted in excitement. Finally, they are leaving. I can't wait for the results of this case. Thank goodness for Su Yang. Without his giant shrimp catch, how would the body part have been discovered? Indeed, in such a remote location, it was unlikely anyone would have bothered to investigate. This area was truly secluded. One must acknowledge the perpetrator's cunning choice of disposal site. Who would dare to tread here? Even ghosts would shy away. I can't shake the feeling that this incident is far from simple. What deep-seated hatred must exist between the assailant and the victim to employ such a brutal method? I dare not ponder further. Thanks to Su Yang, the police would have struggled to find the body even if they were determined to solve the case. Su Yang has indeed rendered invaluable assistance. He is remarkable. Meanwhile, by the stream, the three individuals exhaled in relief as they witnessed the police vehicle slowly depart. At that moment, Emily felt a twinge of fear. After all, it was a corpse. Would nightmares ensue? Tentatively, she inquired of Su Yang, "Shall we continue fishing? What if we hook another body part? Tonight may very well turn into a sleepless night." The viewers in the live stream chimed in. "I say we continue fishing. After all, this is the spot where the giant shrimp were caught. Who knows? There might be more." The value of such a catch could not be overlooked. One would be foolish to turn down the opportunity. Yet, amidst the fervor, some viewers remained rational. What if we catch another body? Can you imagine? Responding to the criticism, a previous commenter retorted, "If we do catch another body, wouldn't it just aid the police further? So, whatever we reel in is beneficial." Laughter ensued as they reminisced about how the previously frightened Zhou had nearly leaped into Su Yang's arms. Indeed, it was quite a sight. I recall Su Yang remained unfazed, while I secretly wished Zhou would lean against me too. The shirt she touched. I couldn't bear to wash it. At this point, Zhou shared Emily's unease. The two turned their gazes towards Su Yang, who, upon noticing their expressions, understood the sentiments of the young lady and her friend. With a smirk, he began to pack up his fishing rod, declaring, "Let us not fish anymore. We already have enough giant shrimp to eat." In truth, Su Yang was merely employing a delay tactic. He intended to fish more, as accumulating popularity points was crucial. The system might reward him with even more valuable items. Su Yang harbored a secret hope of reeling in another body, for the popularity garnered from such a catch would far exceed that of simply fishing. However, his attention shifted back to Zhou and Emily. Observing their shaken demeanor, he decided to let them recuperate. After all, they were teammates and partners, and they would need to continue competing together in the future. Their feelings mattered. As for Su Yang's perspective on the body part, he felt little fear. Instead, he was filled with sorrow for the deceased, who appeared quite young and had not yet experienced the joys of life. What would become of their parents? Yet, such is the fate of each individual. Su Yang felt no burden of worry. Everyone has their destiny. There is no need for concern. Suddenly, Zhou recalled, "By the way, where are we staying tonight?" After the cramped conditions in the cave the previous night, she wished to avoid such discomfort again. If there were a place to stay, that would be ideal. At that moment, Su Yang smiled slightly. "Tonight, we will have a place to stay." Emily's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Wait, did I hear you correctly? A place to stay? In this desolate wilderness, where not even a bird would dare to linger?" Zhou and Emily shared the same sentiment. Although Su Yang had previously constructed a house that had been by the seaside, where ample sturdy trees were available for building, now they were by the stream, surrounded by small, unremarkable trees, without suitable materials. How could one expect to build a house? Zhou was perplexed, unable to fathom what Su Yang was contemplating. The viewers in the live stream echoed the sentiment of confusion. What is going on? Su Yang doesn't even have the wood to construct a house. How can he claim he can build one? I understand now. Su Yang must be trying to impress the lovely ladies. Haha, so that's how it is. Is he showcasing himself before Sister Zhou or Emily? Surely, it's before Sister Zhou. For isn't she his close friend present here? Thus, he wishes to demonstrate his capabilities. However, one must choose the right moment to show off. There's hardly any suitable wood around the creek. How can he construct a house under such circumstances? Regardless of Su Yang's previous prowess, without the necessary materials, it is impossible to create a house. That is a certainty. I am curious to see how Su Yang will extricate himself from this predicament. I can only imagine one possibility. Will he resort to magic? That would make sense. What? That seems improbable. It appears that Su Yang is indeed facing embarrassment this time. Even if he had the materials, constructing a house would be quite the challenge. After all, nails are essential. Without them, how can a house be built? Indeed, how could Su Yang possibly create a proper house without nails? Is he merely going to stack the wood together? That seems absurd. Who builds a house in such a manner? Just moments ago, Su Yang managed to catch a corpse fragment, and now, with his declaration of building a house, I fear his reputation will plummet. I truly do not understand what Su Yang is thinking. The last time I ventured into the wilderness, I also dreamed of constructing a grand house, but it remained a mere fantasy due to a lack of materials. A house simply could not be built. Thus, Su Yang's sudden claim of constructing a house is an impossible task. Having experienced it myself, I know the immense difficulty of building a house. Young people love to dream. Just as the online community began to express doubt, Emily felt this was an inconceivable task. After all, during her days in the competition, she had struggled to even create a shelter, let alone a house. In the initial days of participating in the show, she had made attempts, but the lack of materials thwarted her efforts. Where would she find ready-made wood and nails? As a young girl, she could hardly swing an axe to chop down trees. Moreover, she lacked an axe. Thus, in the face of such scarcity of materials, the idea of building a house becomes exceedingly daunting. Could one conjure a grand house out of thin air? With this thought, Emily cast a disdainful glance at Su Yang. Look at him. Wanting to build a house with nothing at his disposal. He'll soon have reason to weep. It's unfortunate that just moments ago, she admired his fishing skills and culinary prowess. Now, she feels compelled to retract her earlier praise. It seems one should not hastily judge another. Such assessments can be one-sided. Meanwhile, with a placid expression, Su Yang spoke, assuring them that a house could indeed be constructed. Rest assured, just gather some firewood and light a bonfire, he instructed. After giving his orders, Su Yang commenced his construction. Left in a state of bewilderment were Sister Zhou and Emily, exchanging glances. Eventually, they complied with Su Yang's request to gather firewood and ignite the bonfire. Meanwhile, Su Yang approached the bamboo grove, selecting bamboo for his project. He began to chop it down with his axe. At that moment, the audience in the live stream experienced a revelation. So Su Yang intends to use bamboo to build his house. This young man possesses quite an imagination. He knows to utilize bamboo for construction. However, crafting a house from bamboo is no simple feat. The selection of bamboo must be executed with great care. One cannot simply use any bamboo available. Thus, it became clear why Su Yang's first action upon entering the bamboo grove was not to chop, but to inspect the bamboo. Feeling this and examining that. Yet, a house made of bamboo has significant drawbacks. The skills required to construct such a house are substantial, and the average person would find it beyond their capabilities. Especially those who have long resided in urban environments. They would hardly know how to build a house. I doubt Su Yang will succeed in constructing one. I also believe he should refrain from overreaching. However, as Emily observed Su Yang's arrival at the bamboo grove, she finally comprehended his intention to build a house from bamboo. But constructing a house from bamboo is not an easy task. Glancing at the cave she had stayed in, Emily pondered that if Su Yang could indeed build a house from bamboo, he would not have to reside in a cave. She found Su Yang's ambition to build a house rather precarious. At that moment, Sister Zhou noted Emily's skeptical expression, and her own heart began to race. Indeed, building a house from bamboo is inherently challenging. Otherwise, with so many contestants, they would not all be fretting about their accommodations. On the other side, Su Yang, having chosen his bamboo, began chopping it down one by one. The sound of bamboo cracking resonated in the live stream, surprising the audience. Who would have thought that this young man was truly determined to build a house from bamboo? He has harvested a considerable amount. What will he do if he cannot construct a house? I wonder what Su Yang is thinking. He dares to use bamboo for construction. What if he fails? After all, he is live streaming, and over 200,000 viewers are watching. If he fails to build a house, the viewer count will surely plummet. Su Yang's actions seem quite unwise. He has worked hard to garner this audience, and to lose them due to boastfulness would be a significant loss. Chapter 96. Is Su Yang endowed with superhuman strength? At the same time, as Su Yang surveyed the bamboo he had just cut, he calculated that it would suffice for constructing a house. He then transported the bamboo to the cave's vicinity. In no time, a small mountain of bamboo accumulated beside the cave. The live stream viewers began to comment. Astonished at the sheer quantity of bamboo Su Yang had felled. Surely, he cannot need all of this. This must amount to over 200 pieces of bamboo. What size of bamboo house is he planning to build? I thought he would merely create a small bamboo shelter for habitation. Who would have anticipated that he intended to construct such a grand bamboo house? It might resemble the bamboo houses from period dramas. Oh, how splendid that would be. However, let us not rejoice too soon. Building a house from bamboo is far from simple. Have you forgotten? In the survival show, nothing is provided. Meaning Su Yang is attempting to construct a house without nails. Bamboo alone will not suffice. What if he discovers that all this bamboo is ultimately unusable? Youth often breeds impatience. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Su Yang return with such an abundance of bamboo, Sister Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly stood up and hurried over to Su Yang. Seeing the pile of bamboo, a smile crept onto her face, for she thought that a house might truly be within reach. However, a new dilemma arose for Sister Zhou. While there was bamboo, what was to be done about the absence of nails? At this moment, Emily also approached, gazing at the bamboo pile with an astonished expression. What on earth is happening? Su Yang has cut down so much bamboo. Did she truly wish to construct a bamboo house akin to those depicted on television? At that moment, Emily cast another glance at Su Yang. Was this individual genuinely skilled, or merely pretentious? Nevertheless, the answer to this conundrum would soon reveal itself. For now, she and Sister Zhou could simply observe from the sidelines. After all, they had neither nails nor hammers at their disposal. Deep within Emily's heart, there resided a profound skepticism. She found it hard to believe that anyone could erect a dwelling under such sparse conditions. Thus far, she had not accomplished such a feat, nor had any of the other contestants. Consequently, Emily and Sister Zhou stood by, watching Su Yang's every move. Emily was not particularly inclined to believe that a miracle would soon unfold. She glanced at Sister Zhou beside her and noticed the girl staring wide-eyed at Su Yang and the pile of bamboo, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. This sight irked Emily. She could not fathom how her dear friend could be enamored with someone so enigmatic. Was it true that the more inscrutable a person, the more curious one became? Regardless, Su Yang was no ordinary individual. He had even managed to turn the tables on her own attempts at hypnosis. What good could he possibly be? It seemed imperative for Emily to devise a strategy to distance Sister Zhou from Su Yang, irrespective of whether her friend might resent her for it. This young girl was emotionally naive, entirely oblivious to the dangers posed by a man as cunning as Su Yang. If her unsuspecting friend were to be deceived, the consequences would be dire. With this thought, Emily began to formulate her plan in silence. Meanwhile, Su Yang, holding a piece of bamboo, pressed it down into the earth. Thanks to his skills as a master of combat, he found the task effortless. The audience in the live stream was astonished at the sight. Goodness, was the ground made of foam? How could it yield so easily? Bro, it's definitely not foam. I can assure you. Using foam would be utterly embarrassing. If it's not foam, then it must be sponge. I was just thinking the same thing. Cough, cough, let us not digress. Ha ha ha, life is filled with joy. Returning to the matter at hand, how could Su Yang appear so unfazed? This puzzled many. It was, after all, ground adjacent to a cave, which should be firmer than usual. There was no way he should be able to press dozens of bamboo poles into the earth so effortlessly. Oh, I just remembered. Su Yang can kill a wolf with his bare hands. His strength must be substantial, hence pressing the bamboo into the ground is likely not a challenge for him. This realization dawned on them. Could it be that Su Yang possessed innate strength? No way. Is he really that strong? I can barely carry a sack of rice. Yet Su Yang kills wolves with ease and presses bamboo into the ground effortlessly. Impressive. Is it possible that the soil he is pressing into is particularly soft? Soft? When I helped bind cucumber vines at my aunt's farm in the mountains, the soil was hard. It was such hard work that I felt utterly exhausted afterward. With this in mind, they began to appreciate Su Yang's capabilities. After all, he was in the mountainous region, where the soil was expected to be anything but soft. However, they speculated that soon enough, Su Yang would encounter a setback. Surely, he couldn't sustain this for long. What if, after preparing all that bamboo, he discovered that he lacked nails to secure the roof? He would undoubtedly be dismayed. After all the effort he had expended, to realize at the last moment that he was missing nails would be a bitter pill to swallow. Su Yang had calculated everything but this outcome. The thought of his imminent frustration amused them greatly. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou, who was watching Su Yang's actions, felt a twinge of concern. Surely, They could not live in a house without a roof, especially one that lacked nails for stability. It would be precarious at best. On the other hand, Emily sighed as she observed Su Yang laboring diligently. In her heart, she deemed him rather foolish. Chapter 97. Gasps of surprise. Has he employed mortise and tenon techniques? With that thought, Emily shook her head. It was clear that Su Yang seemed rather dim-witted. Yet, as Su Yang was constructing the bamboo house, he had successfully laid the foundation around it. Now, he needed to focus on crafting the roof. He picked up a piece of bamboo from the ground and carved a shape at its top. Subsequently, at the four corners of the bamboo pressed into the earth, he fashioned corresponding concave shapes. Then, he placed the processed bamboo atop the upright poles and pressed down firmly, securing it in place. The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Mortise and tenon techniques? Su Yang was skilled in woodworking too. Remarkably, this was not merely a basic carpentry skill. He was applying it to bamboo. Who would have thought to use carpentry techniques on bamboo? As a carpenter with over 20 years of experience, I would never have imagined this if I had witnessed it myself. This was truly enlightening. It appears that the student has surpassed the teacher. Upon hearing the carpenter's words, some dismissed it, claiming it looked simple. Isn't it just carving shapes on both ends of the bamboo and joining them? It's similar to assembling building blocks. I too find it quite straightforward. It's a simple task. Hearing such comments, the professionals grew indignant. How could mortise and tenon techniques be so trivial as you suggest? Do you understand what true skill entails? By your logic, anyone could be a carpenter. This was a grave insult to their craft. At that moment, those who had previously found it simple fell silent. Observing their quietude, the carpenter continued. Mortise and tenon joining is one of the most challenging techniques in woodworking. Mastery of this technique requires immense craftsmanship and patience. Those who are impatient cannot succeed. Moreover, while mortise and tenon techniques have broad applications in woodworking, I have yet to see them applied to bamboo. I've only heard my master mention that it could be done. If someone manages to do so, that would be the pinnacle of carpentry. Today, this young man, named Su Yang, has successfully applied mortise and tenon techniques to the pillars. It seems his carpentry skills have reached their zenith. Upon hearing the carpenter's words, the audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment. They had not expected Su Yang's carpentry skills to be so profound. If that were the case, had Su Yang indeed reached a level of mastery in his craft? This caught me by surprise, much like what the carpenter mentioned earlier. I had never seen bamboo utilized with mortise and tenon techniques. Had it not been for the live broadcast, I would have never witnessed such craftsmanship. It has truly broadened my horizons. In essence, Su Yang is a master in the carpentry realm. My goodness, how impressive. I initially thought Su Yang would undoubtedly embarrass himself. Given the absence of nails, surely, constructing a house would be impossible. Who would have imagined he would employ mortise and tenon techniques? I must admit, I underestimated Su Yang. At such a young age, he has acquired the skills of a top-tier carpenter. This is akin to bypassing 20 years of arduous learning. A role model for our generation. My uncle is a carpenter. I called him just now, and he mentioned that applying mortise and tenon techniques on bamboo is quite challenging. As bamboo does not behave like wood, when you carve a recess into it, it is prone to cracking, thereby increasing the difficulty. Thus, only a master in the carpentry world can dare to implement mortise and tenon techniques on bamboo. The average person cannot achieve this. Meanwhile, for most carpenters, attaining proficiency in mortise and tenon techniques within a lifetime is no small feat. To put it plainly, applying mortise and tenon techniques to bamboo is akin to scaling the heavens. It necessitates extraordinary finesse and patience. After hearing this audience member's words, many spectators inhaled deeply. So, it is indeed this arduous. It truly resonates with the saying that things appearing simple are often the most complex. If I recall correctly, Su Yang mentioned he was 20 when participating in the program. 20? At 20, I was still playing in the mud. I had just entered the workforce to earn money. Is Su Yang a rich kid? How could he possess such knowledge at such a tender age? What a misconception. If he were truly affluent, he would be pursuing business or finance instead of learning carpentry. Is Su Yang a genius? Not only is he an exceptional fisherman, but he also excels in carpentry. How does he know so much? I spend my days tightening screws in the factory and learn next to nothing. At the same age, I suddenly feel so inferior to Su Yang. Geniuses are not in our league. If I possessed Su Yang's intellect, perhaps I would have secured a top 3 position in school. Then, my teachers would have favored me. Speaking of which, Su Yang must have been quite popular among his teachers. After all, educators tend to favor diligent students, while those of us with lesser grades are often overlooked. I find myself enviously pondering Su Yang's situation. But wait, Su Yang isn't a straight-A student. I've heard he was quite the class clown. Ha ha ha, isn't that just like me? No, Su Yang may not have excelled academically, but his other skills are extraordinary. Unlike me. who can only tighten screws in the factory. Meanwhile, Emily is momentarily stunned. What is happening? How did he manage to install the roof so swiftly? This is unfathomable. He didn't use any nails, did he? It seems he merely drilled a hole in the bamboo and connected them together. Could it really be that simple? However, Sister Zhou, observing Emily's confusion, suddenly recalls something. With a sudden exclamation, she realizes that Su Yang's technique is the same as the one he used when constructing the wooden house by the seaside. At that time, she was puzzled and inquired about it, learning that it was called mortise and tenon techniques. With this thought, Sister Zhou turns to explain to Emily. After listening, Emily exclaims, mortise and tenon techniques? Isn't that a carpenter's skill? Moreover, Su Yang is using bamboo, not wood. Upon hearing Emily's words, Sister Zhou finally grasps the situation. Su Yang has applied mortise and tenon techniques to bamboo. Remarkable. She proceeds to elaborate on this to Emily. As Emily contemplates the application of mortise and tenon techniques, she is taken aback. How could he utilize a carpenter's craftsmanship on bamboo? Chapter 98. A warning from Emily, it must be said. Su Yang truly possesses remarkable skills. After observing for so long, I had not realized he was employing mortise and tenon techniques. The most astonishing aspect is that I never imagined he would apply such skills to bamboo. At this moment, Emily's perception of Su Yang has shifted. She no longer finds him as detestable. However, she remains cautious. The previous incident is not easily forgotten. It clearly demonstrates that Su Yang is quite calculating. Meanwhile, Su Yang continues placing bamboo poles to construct the roof. Before long, the roof is complete. Upon finishing, Su Yang stands before the bamboo house, nodding satisfactorily. However, the most excited person is not Su Yang, but Sister Zhou. Witnessing Su Yang's completed construction, she becomes ecstatic, rushing to his side and gazing at the freshly built bamboo house. Sister Zhou is overjoyed. Finally, there is a wooden house reminiscent of those in period dramas. She claps and cheers, jumping up in delight. Moments later, as Sister Zhou joyfully leaps into the air, she inadvertently steps on a leftover piece of bamboo, stumbling. Just as she is about to fall, she closes her eyes, bracing for impact with the ground. Yet, just as Sister Zhou braces for her impending embrace with Mother Earth, her falling body suddenly halts midair. Realizing something is amiss, she first opens one eye, glancing at her surroundings. Indeed, she finds herself suspended in midair. As she opens her other eye, she scans her surroundings and discovers that her waist is encircled by an arm. Upon focusing her gaze, her face flushes. That familiar arm belongs to none other than Su Yang. In that moment, warmth envelopes Sister Zhou's heart. Regaining her composure, she quickly stands up, lowering her gaze. Unable to meet Su Yang's eyes, the viewers in the live stream erupt with excitement at this scene. Ahaha. Sister Zhou's shy demeanor is quite adorable. Witnessing her state transports me back to my first love. Is this not the essence of youthful innocence? Ahem. Isn't it amusing that Sister Zhou has never been in a relationship? Coincidentally, neither has Su Yang. This means they are quite a compatible pair. Why does Su Yang always seem to want to wrap his arms around her waist? This is not the first time. I remember vividly. Ahem. It was clearly Sister Zhou who was about to fall. Watching Sister Zhou blush like a cherry is amusing. Meanwhile, Su Yang appears unfazed, his heart steady. After all, Sister Zhou is a girl. Every girl has her shy moments. Yet, why does Sister Zhou's face keep turning redder? It's rather charming. Concurrently, Emily, standing nearby, does not share the same cheerful expression. Her brows are slightly furrowed, arms crossed over her chest, head tilted slightly as she observes the two for several seconds. Noticing Emily's gaze, Sister Zhou becomes even more embarrassed, burying her head lower. Shyly, she turns and scurries away. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yang gazed at Sister Zhou's silhouette, scratching the back of his head. It was only then that he noticed Emily standing beside him, glaring with palpable anger. Her expression conveyed a sense of hostility. After all, his actions had not been intentional. He merely wished to prevent Sister Zhou, that little girl, from falling. Before Su Yang could utter a word, Emily, with her arms crossed and an expression of indignation, strode over to him and commanded, "Stay away from her." Su Yang, surprisingly calm upon hearing her words, replied, "All right." He then turned away, leaving Emily to stomp her foot in frustration. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this spectacle. Ha ha ha, Emily surprised? Unexpected? This is hilarious. Su Yang is infuriating. His response to her warning was just 2 words brushed aside. Ha ha ha, Su Yang truly knows how to be nonchalant. Look at how furious Emily is. If I were her, I would be angry too. There's nothing more aggravating than this. In that moment, I would just want to smack Su Yang. Ha ha ha, how violent. It's not violence. The key is that this person is truly exasperating. A simple explanation would have sufficed. Instead, he just said, "All right." Who wouldn't be angry in such a situation? Meanwhile, Emily furrowed her brows, pouting and clenching her tiny fists, stamping her feet as she watched Su Yang walk away. If he were still in front of her, she would undoubtedly have hit him. This was truly infuriating. How could he disregard her feelings so blatantly? As her anger intensified, Emily kicked the bamboo in front of her, eliciting a yelp that echoed through the audience's ears. The viewers, witnessing this action, couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Ah, what on earth was that kick for? Ha ha. It appears the bamboo isn't as harmless as it seems. It fights back. Ha ha ha. Emily is having quite the unfortunate day, infuriated by Su Yang, and now retaliated against by a piece of bamboo. Ha ha ha. If you ask me, she brought this upon herself. The commentary continued, highlighting that as Zhou Jia's close friend, Emily's intentions were to protect her. After all, she had placed the bracelet around Zhou Jia's waist. Would anyone be comfortable with that? In truth, Emily was acting out of concern, fearing that Zhou Jia might be deceived. She felt that Zhou Jia had been wronged, which prompted her warning to Su Yang. However, it seemed that Su Yang was not easily swayed by such tactics. Ha ha ha. What was Emily thinking? Having a friend like Emily is truly invaluable. Someone who can empathize with you so deeply. How fortunate Zhou Jia is. I find myself envious of her. I too desire a friend like that. Especially in today's workplace where the concept of true friendship seems almost obsolete. I suddenly find myself yearning for such a companion. Oh, grant me a friend like that. Dear heavens. In chapter 99, everything has its proper order. At this moment, upon hearing Su Yang's words, Emily was filled with anger. How could she express such grievances? Yet, she felt compelled to let it go for the sake of her friend. She couldn't complain to Zhou Jia, otherwise the little girl would surely think she was trying to come between her and Su Yang. Therefore, the best course of action was to keep this incident from Zhou Jia. Emily hoped fervently that Zhou Jia would soon recognize Su Yang's true nature. At that point, no amount of explanation from Su Yang would suffice. Time passed swiftly. That evening, beside the bamboo house, Zhou Jia gazed at it with delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Emily noticed this and remarked that the bamboo house seemed to accommodate only two people, secretly wishing to share the space with Zhou Jia. Moreover, she aimed to minimize any further contact between Zhou Jia and Su Yang, hoping this would diminish Zhou Jia's fondness for him, ensuring her safety. However, during the exam, upon hearing Emily's words, Zhou Jia looked longingly at the bamboo house, praising its beauty. Following Emily's gaze towards Su Yang, he understood their intentions and smiled knowingly. Observing Zhou Jia's affection for the bamboo house, he felt that it was indeed constructed for these two women. It would be unreasonable to confine them to a cave with him. Yet, seeing Emily's expression, Su Yang had no intention of fulfilling her wish. He decided to tease the two girls. Well, there's only room for two. What should we do? There's a proper order to everything. Emily, since you arrived later, you shall reside in the cave, while Zhou Jia and I enjoy the bamboo house. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream erupted into chaos. Ha ha, what a clever take on order. Emily's intentions are clear. She wishes to stay in the bamboo house with Zhou Jia. Yet, Su Yang is not complying. This is awkward. Ha ha ha. I can't help but feel Su Yang is doing this on purpose. Typically, he is quite generous. This isn't like him at all. I believe Emily's actions lack justification. After all, the bamboo house was created by Su Yang. How could one expect him not to reside there? In truth, I think Emily isn't as eager to stay in the bamboo house as she appears. Rather, it's Zhou Jia who adores it. Emily merely wishes to see her friend happy. However, she certainly wouldn't allow Zhou Jia to stay with Su Yang. It's a matter of propriety. After all, a man and a woman alone together. What if something were to happen, right? How considerate Emily is for Zhou Jia. This is what true friendship looks like. Far superior to many superficial friendships today. Yes, Emily is far better than my own friend. My friend does care for me too. We are inseparable. What's mine is hers. She even considers my boyfriend as hers. So, during my 2-month business trip, she ended up stealing him. Ah, your friend certainly knows how to keep her intentions hidden. Dear sister, be cautious when seeking a boyfriend in the future. One must be discerning when choosing friends as well. Few are like Emily, who genuinely considers her friend's well-being. Their friendship is remarkably pure. Emily navigates the business world, yet remains so kind to Zhou Jia. This is truly commendable. One must recognize that business people are often driven by their interests. Zhou Jia, while somewhat renowned as a streamer, holds little value in Emily's business-centric world. Therefore, Emily's dedication to Zhou Jia is a stroke of luck for her. A good friend like Emily is a rare gem. I too wish for a friend like that. Alas, there is only one Emily. I feel as though I am watching a movie. Such scenarios can only be found in films. The kind of friendship that is more precious than gold is exceedingly rare in reality. In truth, friendships and sisterly bonds are often rooted in self-interest. Regardless, I am determined to take Emily with me. I have grown quite fond of her. Although she harbors some animosity towards Su Yang, it is solely for the sake of Sister Zhou's safety. Emily is truly wonderful. Moreover, she possesses striking beauty and is a formidable force in the business world. Did Sister Zhou perhaps save the galaxy in her past life? Not only does she have an exceptional partner like Su Yang, but she is also blessed with a delightful friend like Emily. How envious I am. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Yang's words, Emily's expression turned to one of anger. What does he mean by first come, first served? This is clearly an attempt to take advantage of Sister Zhou. What does he think? Just because Sister Zhou is innocent, it does not mean that she is naive. Does he think he can deceive her with such rhetoric? I will not fall for it. Soon after, Emily's furious expression softened somewhat. Sister Zhou, upon hearing Su Yang's words, felt that this was rather unfair to Emily. However, the bamboo house was indeed constructed by Su Yang. Ultimately, it is Su Yang who has the final say. Otherwise, why should she and Emily, having contributed nothing, dictate that Su Yang must reside in a cave while they luxuriate in this beautiful bamboo house? With this thought, she turned her gaze toward Emily. At that moment, Emily looked at Su Yang for a few seconds, her anger dissipating significantly. She then spoke. There are distinctions between men and women. I cannot allow Sister Zhou to stay alone in this bamboo house with you. Upon hearing Emily's words, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Haha, what a brilliant statement on gender differences. Now, I am eager to see how Su Yang will respond. In truth, I believe Su Yang was merely teasing Emily and Sister Zhou. He never truly intended for Emily to stay in a cave while he and Sister Zhou occupied this bamboo house. Ha ha ha, Su Yang is quite the character. Look at how furious he has made our dear Emily. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou found herself in a difficult position, her expression revealing her internal conflict. Thus, she opted to remain silent, unable to favor either side. Perhaps Sister Zhou is unaware that this entire situation has been orchestrated by Su Yang for amusement. Haha, Su Yang is such a rascal. He simply seeks a bit of fun. That being said, Emily is not one to be trifled with. She is quite resolute and does not yield to Su Yang's provocations. I admire her spirited nature. Chapter 100, Sister Zhou. Su Yang is not that kind of person. He is rather endearing. Just look at how adorable she is when she is angry. Ha ha ha. Emily is inherently charming. No, she is an elegant woman. What of it? Elegant women can be cute too. At this moment, upon hearing Emily's words, Sister Zhou's eyes widened in surprise, and she directed her gaze toward Emily. Sister Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering what Emily could possibly be thinking. How could such a thing occur? It is important to note that she and Su Yang have been together for quite some time. Throughout this period, everything has been harmonious. Su Yang is not the type of person Emily imagines him to be. She cannot fathom why Emily harbors such misconceptions about him. Nonetheless, this is not an explanation she can provide. She has previously conveyed her reassurances to Emily. Yet, Emily remains skeptical of Su Yang. Perhaps due to her general distrust of men. She believes that others, especially men, approach her with ulterior motives. This suspicion stems from her experience in the unpredictable world of business. Additionally, having endured emotional trauma in the past has rendered Emily incapable of trusting others. However, she and I have been friends for many years, devoid of any interest that could complicate our relationship. Therefore, our interactions have been delightful. In truth, Emily is a wonderful person, especially towards her friends. She simply takes time to warm up to others. Hence her distrust of someone like Su Yang. However, at this moment, I find myself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, Su Yang, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle at Emily's remarks. Well, since that is the case, I truly have no counter-argument. However, you both must exercise caution while residing in the bamboo house at night. There are often wild beasts lurking nearby. At this moment, Su Yang voiced the danger. He was not misleading Emily. There are indeed many wild animals in the vicinity. Previously, while Sister Zhou and he were in the cave, they had already encountered a beast. Yet, Su Yang had set traps around the bamboo house. Even if a wild animal were to approach, the traps would provide a delay, allowing him time to intervene. Otherwise, if he were to discover that a wild beast was attacking Sister Zhou and Emily, it might be too late to save them. However, he did not mention the traps. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sister Zhou's face lit up with joy. Finally, they would be able to stay in the bamboo house. Moreover, Su Yang and Emily had not quarreled, which is a positive outcome. As for the wild beasts, surely she and Emily would not be so unfortunate. Yet, the audience in the live stream began to fervently discuss Su Yang's comments. It must be said that Su Yang exhibits considerable gentlemanly demeanor. Gentlemanly demeanor? Yet he warns the two young ladies about the presence of wild beasts? Ha ha ha. Su Yang's actions are indeed questionable. Questionable? He is merely stating the truth. Wild animals do roam the mountains. Additionally, this is a remote island. There are indeed many beasts. I believe Su Yang's words hold merit. He simply wishes for the two young ladies to remain vigilant while they sleep, aware of their surroundings. After all, wild animals can be quite ferocious. Should one be caught off guard, they might be devoured before they even realize it. It is worth noting that Su Yang and Sister Zhou had previously encountered a wolf. Now that you mention it, I recall that incident. Not only did Sister Zhou and Su Yang encounter a wild animal, but the Special Forces King, Dahai, encountered several beasts on his journey to the canyon. Thus, in remote areas, wild animals are prevalent. Su Yang's statement is not without foundation. At this moment, Emily's expression was one of skepticism upon hearing Su Yang's warning. Although she was terrified, the thought of wild beasts that could devour a person filled her with dread. Before she could even react, she might find herself as a meal for a beast. However, surely she would not be that unfortunate. With so many contestants, the beasts would surely not target her. She glanced at Su Yang, reassuring herself, "Don't worry, the beasts will show mercy to the delicate. If they hunt, they will likely go for the boys first." As soon as Emily finished speaking, Sister Zhou erupted in laughter. Her dear friend truly has a sharp tongue. Sister Zhou, who knows Emily well, understood that Emily was likely trembling with fear, yet she refused to admit it. This is quintessentially Emily. At this moment, the audience in the live stream reacted to Emily's comment, filling the comments section with excitement. Haha, Emily is indeed someone who refuses to back down. But will wild beasts really show mercy? They might, but only if the wild beast is male. Laughter. Why do I feel that Emily's reasoning is flawed? Shouldn't they prefer to prey on the more attractive ones first? Indeed, who does not appreciate beautiful things? Surely, even a beast would not be an exception. Haha. I truly wish a beast would appear right now to reveal its choices. If I were the beast, I would undoubtedly choose Emily and Sister Zhou, certainly not Su Yang. Why would I choose a grown man like him? Haha. When it comes to satisfying one's hunger, can one still be picky? Just look at you. Not everyone thinks as you do. If it were me, I would choose Emily and Sister Zhou. Haha. Beast, oh beast, come quickly and uncover the mystery for us. Haha. At this moment, Su Yang, upon hearing Emily's words, felt an urge to laugh. This woman truly seeks to win at every turn. And as for the beast showing tenderness, if it could, it would cease to be a beast. When a beast is hungry, it hardly concerns itself with such matters. It prioritizes satiating its hunger first. Su Yang, unbeknownst to him, contemplated whether a beast perceives any distinction between the sexes in humans. After a moment of reflection, he smiled slightly and remarked, "Perhaps." He then shifted his gaze towards Sister Zhou, and they exchanged knowing smiles. The audience erupted in excitement at this sight. Ha ha ha, perhaps. Such a statement is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Indeed, it is a perhaps. Otherwise, how else could Su Yang articulate it, right? If I were in his position, I would respond the same way, because the truth of the matter remains uncertain. After uttering this, Su Yang shared another smile with Sister Zhou. What does this signify? It appears these two have already formed a deep connection. If you ask me, they should just be together. I wholeheartedly agree.